Young master, it's 7 o'clock. Two soft knocks came from outside the door. Lu Fang opened his eyes. He stared at the chandelier on the ceiling. It was made of crystal enormous, and the morning sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, refracting a tiny glimmer on the crystal. The mattress beneath him was very soft, sinking half his body into it. The quilt was made of silk, slipping smoothly against his skin. Lu Fang took a breath. There was a faint scent of incense in the air, sandalwood. He sat up and rubbed his hair. Today was Monday. It was also the most important day of his life, the day of his class awakening. Lu Fang threw off the quilt and stepped onto the carpet. The carpet was soft, too pure, while making no sound as he walked. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and pressed a button on the wall. The heavy curtains slowly drew to both sides. Dazzling sunlight flooded in all at once. Lu Fang squinted, taking a moment to adjust. Outside the window was a neatly trimmed lawn, a fountain in the distance, and beyond that the view of Jiangcheng City. This was the hillside villa district. The people living here were either wealthy or noble. Jiangcheng had 3 pillars, the 3 strongest guardians, and Lu Fang's parents occupied 2 of those seats. Both of them were powerhouses over level 400. That was a height most people couldn't even dream of. Lu Fang lowered his head and looked at his own palm. The palm was fair-skinned with clear lines and no calluses. This was the hand of a wealthy young master. I must awaken a decent class. At the very least, I can't embarrass my parents. Lu Fang thought to himself. He turned and walked into the bathroom. In the mirror was a young, handsome face with a hint of calm in his brow and eyes. After washing up, he changed into his school uniform. White shirt, black trousers. Crisp fabric, perfectly tailored. Lu Fang adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. He pushed open the door. The old butler stood at the doorway dressed in a tailcoat, his hair meticulously combed. Though graying at the temples, he looked spirited. Young master, breakfast is ready. After breakfast, Lu Fang walked to the villa entrance. A black extended sedan was parked there, its body glossy like a mirror. Beside the car stood a young man. He was about the same height as Lu Fang with slightly dark skin and a grin that showed white teeth. That was Jiang Xia, the butler's son. He was also Lu Fang's childhood friend, Fang Gu. Jiang Xia chuckled and opened the car door for Lu Fang. The two got into the back seat. The car started and drove smoothly out of the villa district. It was very quiet inside with excellent soundproofing, no wind noise audible. Jiang Xia squirmed on the leather seat, looking restless. Lu Fang glanced at him. Nervous. How could I not be Fang Gu? Jiang Xia grimaced, rubbing his hands on his knees. This is the awakening after all. If I get a life class like a chef or tailor, then my life is over. I'll just have to go home and inherit my dad's job, be your butler. Lu Fang smiled. Being a butler isn't so bad. Look at Uncle Jiang. He's respected. That's different. Jiang Xia shook his head, his eyes revealing a longing. In this world, only combat classes make you a cut above. I want to go to the front lines, kill the alien tribes, level up, and become stronger. I want to see what the scenery above level 100 looks like. In this world, everyone can awaken a class. There are many types of classes: combat, support, life. All classes can gain experience by killing monsters and leveling up. The higher the level, the stronger the power. This was the very foundation of humanity's fight against alien invasions. Lu Fang leaned back in his seat, watching the trees speeding by outside the window. I want to awaken a combat class too. Though his family was powerful and his parents were top experts, even if he were a waste, he would be set for life. But who doesn't want to wield power? Especially in a world where power resides in oneself. Only one's own strength is true strength. Jiang Xia turned to look at Lu Fang. In his eyes, Lu Fang was always so calm. Fang Gu, you'll definitely be fine. Jiang Xia's tone was firm. Uncle and aunt are both level 400 big shots. The genes are right there. I read in a book that awakening has a lot to do with heredity. You'll definitely awaken a hidden class or a strong offensive class. Anyway, you'll definitely be better than me. Jiang Xia sighed, then filled with hope. If I could just awaken a warrior, even a shield warrior would do. Can tank and deal damage. The car drove very steadily. Before long, the gate of Jiangcheng No. 1 high school appeared in sight. This was the best high school in Jiangcheng. Only those with top grades or prominent families could get in. Many luxury cars were already parked at the entrance. Lu Fang and Jiang Xia got out of the car. The school gate was bustling with students wearing the same uniform, walking in 2s and 3s. Excitement and nervousness were written on every face. Lu Fang. Morning, young Master Lu. Good morning, Senior Lu. As he walked by, people kept greeting him. Lu Fang wore a polite smile on his face. Morning. Hello. He responded one by one, nodding. His steps didn't pause, but he didn't seem perfunctory either. The two entered the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3. Many students were already seated, buzzing with noise. Usually they'd chat about games or celebrities, but today there was only one topic: awakening. Lu Fang had just reached his seat and hadn't sat down yet. Lu Fang. A voice came from behind, loud with a hint of provocation. The classroom instantly fell silent. Many turned to look. The speaker was a tall boy with slickly combed hair, thick eyebrows, and round eyes. That was Wang Yixing. Lu Fang turned around and looked at him. Wang Yixing strode up to Lu Fang, his chin slightly lifted. Today is the day of awakening. Wang Yixing stared into Lu Fang's eyes. In the past exams, I was always a few points behind you. That was theory, rote memorization. He snorted. But awakening is different. It's about talent, about bloodlines. Wang Yixing's father was the third pillar of Jiangxing, also a level 400 powerhouse. The two families were old acquaintances and they were rivals. Wang Yixing had always loved competing with Lu Fang. He competed in grades and sports in who received more love letters. Unfortunately, he had never won. Lu Fang looked at Wang Yixing's eager face and found it somewhat amusing. So, Lu Fang's tone was flat. So I will definitely beat you today. Wang Yixing clenched his fist and raised his voice. I can feel it. The power inside me is stirring. The class I awaken will definitely be stronger than yours. Lu Fang pulled out a chair and sat down. Wang Yixing. Lu Fang called his name. You've never won before. He paused. And you'll never win in the future. His tone was light, as if stating a fact. Like the sun rising from the east or water flowing downhill. There was no hint of mockery in his words, yet it was precisely this matter-of-fact attitude that was most infuriating. Wang Yixing's face flushed crimson in an instant. He gritted his teeth. Don't get too cocky. We'll see about that. With that, he turned around indignantly and returned to his seat. He noisily scraped the chair. Jiang Xia leaned in and lowered his voice. Fang Gu, you're awesome. Just stating the truth. The murmurs in the classroom gradually grew louder. Hey, who do you think will awaken a stronger class, Lu Fang or Wang Yixing? Hard to say. Both of Lu Fang's parents are level 400. And Wang Yixing's father is also level 400. Their genes are ridiculously strong. I hope I awaken a mage, a fire mage. So cool, just raise a hand and fire a fireball. Mages are too expensive. Assassins are better. Come and go without a trace. Don't dream too big. Just being able to awaken a combat class would be lucky. If I awaken a gardener, I'll have to go home and plant flowers. Everyone was discussing. Their tones were filled with both anticipation for the future and fear of the unknown. This was the turning point. Awakening a powerful class meant a meteoric rise to become someone of high status. Awakening a junk class meant struggling at the bottom, seeking shelter. It was cruel but real. At exactly 8 o'clock, footsteps sounded at the door. The homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, walked in. The classroom fell silent. Old Zhang waved his hand. Everyone stand up. Head to the gymnasium. With a rustle, everyone stood up. Lu Fang and Jiang Xia walked in the middle of the line. On the playground, lines from other classes were also converging towards the gymnasium. A dense sea of heads. Footsteps were chaotic, but no one spoke. The atmosphere grew solemn. The closer they got to the gymnasium, the stronger the oppressive feeling became. It was like the calm before a storm. The gymnasium of Jiangcheng First High School was huge. The ceiling was high, lined with rows of lights that made the hall as bright as day. The gymnasium was already packed with people. The entire senior year, over 1,000 students were all here. At the front was a raised platform. After a few brief words from the principal, he said directly, "Now the awakening ceremony begins. Those whose names are called come up. 10 people per group enter the 10 awakening rooms behind. Each person has up to 5 minutes. First group, Zhang Wei, Li Lan, Zhao Chong." The names were called out one by one. Those called visibly flinched, then walked stiffly out of the line. They headed towards the 10 rooms. The doors opened, they entered, and the doors closed again. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the 10 doors. Lu Fang could feel Jiang Xia trembling beside him. "Don't be afraid." Lu Fang reached out and patted Jiang Xia on the shoulder. Jiang Xia took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid." Though he said he wasn't afraid, his teeth were chattering. A few minutes later, the door to room 1 opened. Zhang Wei, who had just entered, came out. He was holding a hoe in his hand. That was the initial equipment from awakening, also the symbol of his class. Zhang Wei was dejected, his eyes red. A farmer. Someone whispered. A sigh of regret went through the crowd. Farmer, a typical life class, could only farm and tend spirit plants in the future. Then the others from the other rooms came out one after another. Some held spatulas. Some held scissors. Others held a short sword, their faces flushed with excitement. That was a warrior. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were all vividly displayed at this moment. Time passed bit by bit. Group after group went up and came down. Most were life classes or ordinary combat classes. Occasionally one or two rare classes such as elemental mage would cause a burst of exclamations. Next group, Jiangxia, Wang Yixing, Lu Bo. The principal's voice rang out again. Jiangxia's whole body shook. It's my turn, it's my turn. He muttered to himself, glanced at Lu Fang. Fang Gu, I'm going. Go ahead, good luck. Lu Fang nodded at him. Wang Yixing also stepped out. When he passed by Lu Fang, he paused. Just watch. Wang Yixing sneered. I'll show you what a genius is. With that, he strode towards the awakening room. Jiangxia entered room 3. Wang Yixing entered room 5. The doors closed. Lu Fang's gaze fell on the door of room 3. He was actually quite worried about Jiangxia. Although Jiangxia was usually easygoing, he had a sensitive heart. If he awakened a useless class, the blow would be huge. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Suddenly the door of room 3 opened. Jiangxia rushed out. He was holding a wooden longbow with a quiver on his back. His face beamed with ecstasy. Before even returning to the line, he couldn't help jumping. Fang Gu! Fang Gu! Jiangxia shouted, completely disregarding the stares around him. Divine Archer! I'm a Divine Archer! The crowd stirred. Divine Archer? What luck, that's a powerful ranged damage dealer. In the future you won't worry about not being invited to dungeons. Lu Fang watched Jiangxia's excitement and smiled. Divine Archer, indeed a good class. If trained well, it would deal massive damage later. Jiangxia trotted over to Lu Fang too, excited to speak coherently. Fang Gu, did you see? I have a bow. I'm a combat class. He proudly held up the wooden bow in front of Lu Fang. Though the bow was crude, a faint light flowed over it. I see it, congratulations. Lu Fang genuinely rejoiced for him. At that moment, boom. A thunderous roar like a thunderclap exploding right beside them. The entire gymnasium shook. Everyone was startled, instinctively covering their ears. Lu Fang looked up sharply, his eyes fixed on room 5. That was exactly the room Wang Yixing had entered. Above room 5, a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere. The cloud churned with purple lightning flickering inside. Crackling sounds of electricity were clearly audible. What's happening? It's a phenomenon. An awakening phenomenon. Oh my God, what class is that? Exclamations arose one after another. Even the principal widened his eyes and leaned forward from the platform. Usually only awakening a special class or an extremely powerful hidden class would trigger such a heavenly phenomenon. The dark cloud did not last long. A few seconds later, a thick bolt of lightning struck down, plunging straight into room 5. Then the phenomenon dissipated. The door of room 5 slowly opened. Wang Yixing walked out. His appearance had changed dramatically. His hair stood on end as if electrocuted strands of blue electric arcs still wreathed around his body. In his hand he held a long sword. The blade was not ordinary iron. It was a deep blue with bolts of lightning flashing across it. Wang Yixing walked very slowly. With each step it seemed that electric currents flowed across the floor under his feet. His expression was one of supreme arrogance. He reveled in the gaze of thousands in the hall. A mixture of shock, envy, and jealousy. Thunder Swordsman. Someone recognized the class. It's actually the Thunder Swordsman. This is a rarity among rarities, inherently wielding lightning attacks with devastating damage. And it also has a paralysis effect unbeatable in unknown combat. As I recall, the last Thunder Swordsman in our Dragon Kingdom was already a powerhouse above level 400, wasn't he? The Wang family is about to soar now. They were already a prestigious clan, and now they have a prodigy. Wang Yixing listened to the murmurs around him, the curve of his lips growing wider. He did not return to his team. Instead, he walked directly to Lu Fang. The two stood a few meters apart. The arcs of electricity still danced around Wang Yixing, crackling with a sound that exuded an intense pressure. Jiangxia instinctively stepped in front of Lu Fang, gripping her longbow tightly, watching Wang Yixing with wary eyes. Wang Yixing paid her no mind. He looked at Lu Fang, raising the thunder sword in his hand. Do you see this? Wang Yixing's voice was laced with undisguised pride. This is my class, Thunder Swordsman. He took a deep breath as if exhaling all the pent-up frustration of years. When my father awakened, he was just an ordinary swordsman. He only later advanced to windstorm swordsman. But me, I started as a thunder swordsman. Wang Yixing stared at Lu Fang, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the future, I will definitely be even stronger than my father. Lu Fang, what do you have to compare with me? Faced with Wang Yixing's face drawing closer, accompanied by the crackling electricity, Lu Fang did not even blink. He merely nodded faintly. Congratulations. His tone was as calm as a glass of water left to cool, devoid of jealousy, fear, or even a trace of envy. It was like casually greeting a neighbor met on the street. The wild grin on Wang Yixing's face instantly froze. It was as if he had thrown a full-force punch only to hit a mound of cotton. The suffocating frustration weighed on his chest. You! Wang Yixing tried to say more. Next group, Lu Fang Chun Chun Zhao Yiming. The principal's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Without sparing another glance at Wang Yixing, Lu Fang walked around him and strode directly toward the platform. As he brushed past, he stirred a faint breeze. Wang Yixing stared fixedly at Lu Fang's, retreating back, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The arcs of electricity on his body grew more violent with the surge of his emotions. Pretentious. He ground the words out through clenched teeth. Let's see what kind of trash you awaken. Lu Fang arrived at the door of awakening room No. 10. The door opened. Inside it was pitch black. Lu Fang stepped in. The door closed slowly behind him, sealing off all the noise and gazes from outside. The room was small, about 10 square meters. The walls were made of black metal, icy cold to the touch, with excellent soundproofing, so quiet that even his own heartbeat was audible. In the very center of the room stood a stone platform. On the platform rested the awakening crystal ball. Mist-like clouds seemed to drift within the ball, emitting a faint glow. Lu Fang took a deep breath. He walked to the stone platform, reached out his right hand, and placed it on the crystal ball. The touch was very cold, like pressing against a block of ice. Immediately, a warm current surged from his palm into his body. The energy of awakening. Lu Fang closed his eyes. He felt this energy travel through his body, finally converging deep within his mind. Ding! A crisp chime echoed in his mind. There were no grand phenomena, no thunder, no flames, no phantom of divine beasts. Everything was calm. Lu Fang opened his eyes and a translucent panel appeared before him. Awakening successful class petty landlord. Lu Fang was taken aback. Petty landlord? What kind of class is that? A life profession? He looked further down and the data on the panel made him frown slightly. Name: Lu Fang, class petty landlord, level 1, strength 10, agility 10, spirit 10, constitution 10, HP 100, constitution 10, equipment none, gold coins 0, skill money tossing. Level 1 money tossing. Level 1 consumes 1 gold coin, dealing strength 3 damage to target. Talent money moves the gods temporary. A flicker of disappointment stirred in Lu Fang's heart. All attributes at 10 points. This was just the standard stat line for the most ordinary class with no highlights. As for the skill money tossing, the damage multiplier was only 3x, and it consumed gold coins. This looked like nothing but a trash class. Am I really destined to go back and inherit the family fortune? Lu Fang let out a self-deprecating laugh. But when his gaze fell on the last section, talent, his pupils constricted sharply. Talent money moves the gods temporary. Money moves the gods temporary. 1. Can convert Dragon Kingdom currency into gold coins at a ratio of 1001. 2. Can use 100 gold coins to enhance class potential. 3. This talent will disappear in 5 minutes. This talent can enhance class potential. In this world, once a class was awakened, it was essentially fixed. Enhancing its potential was nearly impossible. But this talent could directly use money to upgrade it. But there were only 5 minutes. Lu Fang glanced at the countdown timer in the upper right corner of the panel. 0452. Time was slipping away. Without any hesitation, Lu Fang thought, convert. With a mere thought, the 2 million Dragon Kingdom dollars in his bank account were processed. Conversion successful. Obtained gold coins 20,000. The gold coin section on the panel instantly changed from 0 to 20,000. Lu Fang immediately looked at the second option. Consume 100 gold coins to enhance class potential. Yes. The gold coins decreased by 100. The panel flickered. Class advancement. Petty landlord. Landlord, all attributes 5, skill money tossing, damage multiplier increased to strength 5. It really works. Lu Fang clenched his fist, sensing a surge of subtle power flowing through his body. He continued reading. Now the enhancement requirement in the talent had changed. Can use 1,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. The price had increased tenfold. But Lu Fang still had money left. Enhance. Class advancement. Landlord, Grand Landlord. All attributes increased. Skill effects increased. Another advancement. Now the requirement had become 100,000 gold coins. Lu Fang still had 189,000 gold coins remaining. Keep enhancing. Another 100,000 gold coins were thrown in. Class advancement. Grand Landlord Tycoon. This time, the light on the panel shone a bit brighter. Lu Fang felt a warm current surging within him, and his bones emitted faint crisp sounds. He checked the talent column. Can use 100,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. 100,000 gold coins. That was 10 million Dragon Kingdom dollars. Lu Fang looked at his remaining balance. 8900 gold coins. Not enough. A thin layer of fine sweat broke out on Lu Fang's forehead. The countdown was still ticking. 0328. Only a little over 3 minutes remained. This was a chance to change his destiny. He absolutely could not stop here. A financial magnate was certainly not the end. There were bound to be even more formidable professions ahead. Lu Fang pulled out his phone. With practiced swiftness, he dialed his father Lu Tianxiang's number. The dial tone droned on each ring, hammering against Lu Fang's heart. Hey, son, what's wrong? The call connected. Lu Tianxiang's voice was deep and resonant. In the background, the howling wind could be heard, suggesting he was flying at high altitude. As city guardians, Lu Fang's parents, while enjoying the reverence of thousands, also bore the corresponding responsibilities. They were required to undertake at least one mission outside the city each year. Dad, I'm awakening right now. Lu Fang's words were rapid, yet his voice was remarkably calm. I need money. A lot of it. Send it to me immediately. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Lu Tianxiong didn't ask why, nor did he question if his son was being scammed. He had absolute trust in his son. Besides, Lu Fang had never been this desperate for money before. How much? Lu Tianxiong's voice turned serious. As much as possible. Lu Fang stared at the countdown on the panel. It has to be fast. I only have 3 minutes. All right. Lu Tianxiong replied with just a single word. Wait for it. The call ended. The awakening chamber fell back into a deathly silence broken only by Lu Fang's heavy breathing. 0300. 0230. 0200. Time passed second by agonizing second. Lu Fang's eyes were glued to his phone screen, its light reflecting in his pupils. Each second felt like an eternity. What if his father couldn't make it in time? What if the transfer was delayed? If that were the case, he would have to stop here. 0130. 0100. Only 1 minute remained. Just then the phone vibrated. A bank notification popped up. Your account has received 150,000,000,000,000 Dragon Kingdom yuan. 150 billion. Lu Fang stared at the long string of zeros, his heart clenching. Had his old man emptied the family coffers? Perhaps he had even borrowed some. After all, even a level 400 powerhouse couldn't have unlimited liquid assets. But this was no time for sentiment. Convert it all. Lu Fang roared in his mind. Conversion successful. Obtained gold coins 150,000,000,000,000, 1.5 billion gold coins. Combined with the remaining 8,900, it was an astronomical sum. Lu Fang's eyes reddened. Upgrade. 100,000 gold coins were deducted. The panel blazed with light. Immediately a new requirement appeared. Use 100,000,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. 1 million gold coins. Upgrade. Lu Fang didn't hesitate. Hesitating at a time like this would be a desecration of his own talent. 1 million gold coins vanished. The energy within his body began to seethe like magma flowing through his veins. Use 100,000,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. 10 million gold coins. Upgrade. Lu Fang gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain and exhilarating pleasure of his body being reforged. Use 100,000,000,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. 100 million gold coins. Upgrade. A bang echoed in his mind as if something had exploded. It felt like he had shattered some kind of shackle. But he didn't stop, because the talent was still active. Use 100,000,000,000 gold coins to enhance class potential. 10 billion gold coins. The countdown was down to the last 10 seconds. Lu Fang jabbed his finger fiercely into the air. Upgrade. 10 billion gold coins evaporated in an instant. In the next moment, the option to spend money on enhancing potential vanished from the money makes the world go round talent slot. It signified that his class potential had reached its peak. As the countdown ended, the talent suddenly dimmed, then scattered into motes of starlight that dissipated. Simultaneously, the entire panel erupted in a dazzling golden light. The radiance was not blinding. Instead, it felt supremely noble and divine. Bathed in this golden light, Lu Fang felt as if his entire being was being sublimated. The light faded, revealing a brand new status panel. Lu Fang stared, his breath catching in his throat. Name: Lu Fang, class God of Wealth, unique level 1 strength, 1000 agility, 1000 spirit, 1000 constitution, 1000 HP, 10,000 equipment, none gold coins, 388,908,900 skills, spendthrift LV. 1 money makes the world go round LV. 1. Lu Fang was dumbfounded by the 4 1000s. 1,000 points. He knew that for an ordinary person after awakening, having a single stat over 10 was normal and over 20 was considered excellent. When his parents had awakened, they were hailed as super geniuses, yet their highest individual stat didn't exceed 50 points. But for him, all stats were 1,000. This was monstrous. No, this was divine. Lu Fang swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the skill list below. Spendthrift LV. 1. Consume gold coins to deal true damage equal to gold coins 100 to a target. Maximum gold coins that can be consumed 100,000. True damage. It ignores defense. If he consumed 10,000 gold coins, that would be 1 million points of true damage. What did 1 million damage mean? Could it instantly kill even those high-level bosses? Lu Fang then looked at the second skill. Money makes the world go round LV. 1. Consume 100,000 gold coins to summon a money devil. The money devil stats equal Lu Fang's own, excluding equipment bonuses. Current money devils that can be summoned 010. Summon 10 minions with stats identical to his own. That would be 10 monsters, each with 1,000 in all stats. Lu Fang felt a little dizzy. Was this the joy of the power of money? He looked at the over 300 million gold coins remaining in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards before erupting into a roar of laughter. Outside the awakening chamber, Wang Yixing stared at the door to room 10. For minutes had passed. There was no sign of activity. No dark clouds or thunder, not even a faint glimmer of colored light. The smile on Wang Yixing's face grew wider. He unclenched his fists. It seems I was overthinking it. He murmured, a hint of disdain in his tone. Some people, no matter how strong their parents are just destined to be ordinary. The surrounding students were also whispering amongst themselves, all eyes on the closed door. They had expected Lu Fang to awaken some earth-shattering class, given his parents were such powerhouses. But now it seemed there was no hope. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from room 10 without warning. It was incredibly bright, 10 times more dazzling than the lightning Wang Yixing had summoned. The entire gymnasium was instantly bathed in a golden hue. Everyone instinctively squinted, some even raising their hands to shield their eyes. The golden light didn't fade. It pierced through the gymnasium's dome, shooting straight into the sky. Through the glass ceiling, people could vaguely see the light coalesce in midair. Finally, it formed the phantom of a massive coin. The coin was round with a square hole engraved with ancient patterns glittering brilliantly under the sunlight. An indescribable sense of majesty enveloped the entire venue. What is that? Old Zhang's thermos clattered to the ground, splashing hot water everywhere. Ignoring the burn, he gaped at the sky. The principal rose from his chair, gripping the railing with whitened knuckles. Unprecedented. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. In his 30 years as principal, he had witnessed many phenomena. Flames, frost beasts, and weapons. But never a coin. Moreover, the oppressive aura of this phenomenon far surpassed the thunderclap from before. According to the rules, the stronger the phenomenon, the more powerful the awakened class. The golden light persisted for a full 10 seconds before slowly fading. A deathly silence fell over the gymnasium. Everyone remained with their heads tilted upward, necks aching yet unmoving. Click. The door to room 10 opened. Lu Fang stepped out, his expression as calm as ever, as if the earth-shattering phenomenon had nothing to do with him. The gazes of everyone shifted toward him, filled with reverence, curiosity, and even a hint of awe. Wang Yixing stood frozen, his smile stiff as a cheap mask. He watched Lu Fang approach. The oppressive sensation made him deeply uncomfortable. What did you awaken? Wang Yixing couldn't help but rush forward, blocking Lu Fang's path. His voice was urgent and sharp. Lu Fang stopped and looked at him. Secret. He uttered only 2 words. Wang Yixing froze for a moment, then flushed with anger. Secret. He refused to believe Lu Fang could surpass him. Absolutely refused. Lu Fang ignored him, walking around him back to the class line. Fang Gu. Jiang Xia was the first to rush over, giving Lu Fang a bear hug. That was insane. That giant gold coin nearly blinded me. Jiang Xia's face was red with excitement. I don't know what class it is, but it's definitely strong. That aura was way more intense than Wang Yixing's lightning. The surrounding classmates also gathered around. Congratulations, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, take us along in the future. Everyone was enthusiastic. Lu Fang smiled in response. He pulled out his phone and moved to a corner of the line. He had spent so much of his father's money earlier, and though the awakening was successful, he hadn't yet reported the good news. He dialed his father's number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Lu Fang frowned. He tried again. Still no answer. He called his mother several times with the same result. Are they both still busy? Lu Fang stared at the phone screen, pondering. Earlier, when his father answered, there was the sound of wind. Perhaps he was on the move or fighting against the alien races. The situation on the front lines changed rapidly, so it was normal for him to be unable to answer. Lu Fang put away his phone and didn't dwell on it. After all, he had already sent the news. His parents would see it when they were free. Soon the awakening ceremony for all students concluded. Out of over 1,000 students, fewer than 200 had awakened combat classes. Only Wang Yixing and Lu Fang had manifested phenomena. The principal stepped back onto the platform. The flush on his face had yet to fade, clearly in high spirits. Excellent, this year's awakening ceremony is a great success. The principal cleared his throat. Then he produced a new crystal ball from behind him. This crystal ball was larger than the one used for awakening, with a swirl of gray mist rotating inside. This is the entrance to the initial dungeon. The principal pointed at the crystal ball. Every newly awakened individual has one chance to enter the initial dungeon, a benefit provided by the nation. It consists of 15 levels in total. Clearing each level grants substantial experience and rewards. The more levels you conquer, the higher your final evaluation, and the greater the rewards. Hearing the word rewards, the students' eyes lit up. The initial dungeon was a newcomer's first windfall. In previous years, some had obtained top-tier skill books there and skyrocketed to success. Others had acquired rare materials and sold them for a fortune. To encourage everyone, the principal raised his voice. The school has decided to offer additional rewards to the top 100 students in this dungeon run. The first place will receive. The principal paused, pulling out a black jar from his pocket. It was small, palm-sized, sealed with red wax. An exclusive equipment blind jar, unbound. Oh, the entire venue erupted. Even the students who had awakened life classes couldn't help but exclaim. An exclusive equipment blind jar. And unbound. My God, if sold, that's at least 5 million, right? 5 million. You couldn't buy it even with money. It can yield equipment tailored to your class, and with luck, even gold-tier gear. They're really going all out. Looks like the school is pushing for a high advancement rate this year. Lu Fang's eyes also gleamed as he looked at the black jar. He could sense his own status. The god of wealth class, though possessing extraordinary attributes, had a limitation: it couldn't equip ordinary weapons or armor. In other words, all the swords, blades, and armor sold on the market were useless to him. For equipment, he had to rely on exclusive items. He had to obtain this blind jar. First place. Lu Fang muttered to himself. What, you want it too? A grating voice sounded in his ear. Wang Yixing had somehow sidled up again. He looked at Lu Fang with that familiar, provocative expression. We're both special classes, both with phenomena. Wang Yixing raised his head high, his hand resting on the hilt of the thunder sword at his waist. But it'll prove that I'm the strongest. Jiang Xia couldn't stand it and interjected. Wang Yixing, don't be too cocky. Fang Guess phenomenon was way bigger than yours. What does size matter? Wang Yixing snorted, coldly sweeping his gaze across the crowd, then announced loudly. My initial strength attribute has reached 60 points. This shout was loud. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Then even more intense discussions erupted. Holy crap. 60 points. I only have 8. I'm only at 12. And he's got 60. Is he even human? An ordinary warrior's initial strength is around 15, right? That's 4 times that. This is terrifying. So this is the value of a special class. The crowd's exclamations greatly pleased Wang Yixing. This was his confidence. 60 points of strength was absolutely crushing at the initial stage. He glanced smugly at Lu Fang, hoping to see shock, panic, or inferiority on his face. Even a trace would suffice. But he was disappointed. Lu Fang just looked at him and blinked. Oh! He responded, his expression as placid as still water. It even carried a hint of a look reserved for a mentally challenged person. Lu Fang felt no ripples in his heart. After all staring at the glaring 1000 on his panel, he simply couldn't muster any reverence for the number 60. Wang Yixing's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. The sensation of punching cotton was driving him to the brink of madness. Just you wait. Wang Yixing gnashed his teeth and spat out a threat. Well, see the truth in the dungeon. At that moment, the principal stood on the elevated platform, his palm pressing upon the enormous gray crystal ball, and declared with authority. All students prepare for teleportation. The crystal ball blazed with light. Beams of gray radiance shot forth from the orb, precisely enveloping each student. Lu Fang felt his vision blur his body as if losing its weight. The next second, the light dissipated. The gymnasium floor, once crowded with people, now stood empty. Over 1,000 students had vanished in an instant. Above the crystal ball before the principal, a massive translucent light screen projected. Densely packed names scrolled across the screen. These were the real-time statuses of all students who had entered the dungeon. For now, everyone's progress showed first level. It has begun. Class advisor Old Zhang adjusted his glasses, his eyes fixed on the light screen, searching for the names of his own students. The teachers around him were all murmuring. I wonder if any from this batch can break the record. Hard to say. The vice principal shook his head, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the screen. Last year's student who awakened the hidden class bloodthirsty warrior, the current school record holder, cleared the 12th level in 2 hours and 38 minutes. That record is too solid, although this year's students have 2 with unusual phenomena breaking it. It's a stretch. After a wave of dizziness, Lu Fang opened his eyes. The surroundings were no longer the noisy gymnasium, but a gray, hazy space. There was no sky, no ground. Underfoot was solid ground formed, as if from condensed mist. An utter silence reigned, not a sound to be heard. The air was somewhat chilly. Welcome to the initial dungeon. The first challenge begins. Number of monsters 10. A cold mechanical synthesized voice echoed through the space. Then dozens of meters ahead of Lu Fang, the void began to glow red. That was the sign of monsters coalescing. Lu Fang showed no panic. He glanced at his skill list. Summon Money Ghost. Lu Fang activated the skill with a thought. Without any hesitation, he maxed it out, deducting 100,000 gold coins. The gold coin balance before his eyes instantly shrank by a chunk. Immediately, the air around him began to warp. A crisp, melodious clinking of gold coins rang out. 10 dazzling beams of golden light materialized, illuminating the gray space brilliantly. As the light faded, 10 figures stood around Lu Fang, shielding him in the center. They were money ghosts. They were not the terrifying, vengeful spirits one might imagine. Instead, they radiated a golden luster of wealth. Standing about 2 meters tall, they were extremely burly, their muscles seeming built from blocks of gold bricks, exuding explosive power. They had no facial features, only a giant copper coin imprint where a face should be. As these 10 beings stood there, a terrifying pressure instantly radiated outward. It was the oppressive aura brought by 1,000 points in all attributes. Lu Fang checked the Money Ghost stats. Name Money Ghost. Master Lu Fang, level 1 HP, 10,000 strength, 1,000 agility, 1,000 spirit, 1,000 constitution, 1,000 attack, 20002200 strength 2 base. Modifier, this is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Just then, the red light ahead finally solidified. Roar. 10 wild boars appeared. They were larger than domestic pigs, covered in black bristles with sharp tusks protruding from the corners of their mouths, bloodshot eyes and drool dripping. Tusked wild boar, level 1. HP 200, defense 15. The boars had barely landed, not even having time to complete a full roar or discern their enemy. The Money Ghost, standing at the forefront of Lu Fang, moved. It simply swung its arm casually. The motion was swift. Boom! A sonic boom rent the air. The sound of air compressed by extreme speed. The 10 just spawned tusked wild boars instantly stiffened. The next second, 1985, 2010, 1990, 4020 critical. Bang, 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 bang. 10 horrifying damage numbers floated above the boars' heads. For boars with only 200 HP, this was not even a one-hit kill. It was annihilation. The 10 boars exploded simultaneously. There was no gruesome scene of blood and flesh, for before that terrifying force their bodies were directly crushed into the finest powder, scattering as red motes in the air. It was as if they had been struck hidden by an invisible air cannon. A single blow. Total annihilation. Lu Fang stood still, not having moved a step. First level cleared. Time 1 second. The prompt sounded its tone, seemingly carrying a hint of a stutter. Then 10 beams of golden light cascaded down upon Lu Fang. Killed tusked wild boar EXP 10. Killed tusked wild boar EXP 10. Current EXP 100100. Finally, a golden light radiated from Lu Fang's body. That was the glow of leveling up. He checked his panel. The experience bar was jumping frantically. From level 1 to level 2 required exactly 100 experience points. A warmth spread through Lu Fang's body, the euphoria of power enhancement, washing over him once more. He had leveled up just like that. In 1 second he had cleared the level and advanced. Watching this, a slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Fang's mouth. I am truly too strong. Lu Fang did not rush into the next level. He opened the attribute panel again, his gaze sweeping over the data, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Level 2. Strength 1100, 100 Agility 1100, 100 Spirit 1100, 100 Constitution 1100, 100. A direct increase of 100 points. Lu Fang drew a sharp breath. He knew he was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be to such an absurd degree. For context, an ordinary warrior class gained only 20 strength per level, with even smaller gains in other attributes. A total attribute increase of 40 would be considered good. Even for a hidden class like Wang Yixing's Thunderswordsman, the total attribute gain per level capped out at around 100. But for him, a single attribute increased by 100 points, and the total for all 4 dimensions was a whopping 400 points. So this is the unique hidden class. At this rate, as my level rises, the gap between me and others will only grow wider. The shock in Lu Fang's eyes gradually transformed into ecstasy. As his own attributes skyrocketed, the 10 money ghosts guarding him also increased in size by a full circle. Money ghost attributes refreshed. Strength 1100, attack 2200, 2400. Their original 2-meter tall frames stretched to 2 meters and 20 centimeters, their muscle lines becoming even more exaggerated, as if carved from granite, and the golden light flowing on their skin grew denser. Lu Fang instantly realized the most absurd cycle of this class. The stronger he became, the more powerful the money ghosts he summoned. The more powerful the money ghosts, the faster they cleared monsters, and the faster he leveled up. The faster he leveled up, the more his attributes skyrocketed, making him even stronger. It was a flawless closed loop. Ha ha ha. Lu Fang gazed at the 10 golden figures surrounding him like an impenetrable wall, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, the numbers on the massive leaderboard flickered. Behind Lu Fang's name, the digit representing the stage jumped, without warning, from 1 to 2. This jump was inconspicuous among the dense ranks of the leaderboard, but old Zhang, who had been watching closely, caught it. Immediately, the first gasp erupted from the crowd. Holy shit! Lu Fang passed the first stage. That was too fast. He was just on the first stage. How did he get to the second in the blink of an eye? Is it a display error? This exclamation drew everyone's attention back to the screen. The vice principal adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed, staring intently at that number. Time taken, 1 second. He estimated the time since the students entered, his voice strained. How is this possible? The surrounding teachers all looked as if they'd seen a ghost. The instance must be malfunctioning. Many believed it was a system bug, as clearing a stage in 1 second defied human comprehension. Yet just as the crowd debated whether it was a system glitch, the number on the screen jumped again. Not a slow jump, but a frantic flicker. Inside the instance, the monsters for the second stage had just spawned. 20 gray wolves. But before they could even see their enemy, 10 golden afterimages tore them apart instantly. Lu Fang's experience bar surged again. Then came the third stage, the fourth. The difficulty increased exponentially. By the fifth stage challenge begins. Monster Jungle Leopard, Level 3. Quantity 50. Experience per kill 30. A dense chorus of low growls filled the air. 50 agile, swift jungle leopards pounced out of the void. They were renowned for their speed. An ordinary class user would be shredded in an instant. But Lu Fang simply stood there with his hands in his pockets, not moving a step. Kill. He uttered a single word. The 10 money ghosts, like 10 golden reapers of death, charged into the leopard pack. Their speed was infinitely greater than the jungle leopards. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dull impacts rang out. The jungle leopards barely spawned, exploded into bloody mist midair before they could even land. Instant kills. All instant kills. Killed jungle leopard 30 EXP. Killed jungle leopard 30 EXP. Total EXP gained 1500. Lu Fang was bathed in another level up golden light. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Attribute boost all stats 100. Current strength 1200. Money ghost strength sync 1200. Lu Fang couldn't help but complain about the difficulty of leveling up. It was said that the more powerful a class, the greater the growth per level, and thus the more experience needed to level up. He figured he probably had it the hardest. But it didn't matter. With his terrifying monster-clearing speed, a little more difficulty was fine. The slaughter continued. Stage 6, Stage 7. In no time it was Stage 8. 8th stage challenge begins. Monster Ironhide Bear, Level 6. Quantity 100. Experience per kill 60. 100 thick-skinned ironhide bears charged with furious roars, the ground trembling. But before a money ghost with 1200 strength, their vaunted defense was like paper. The money ghosts didn't even need skills. They simply brute-forced their way through with their terrifying stats, punching the behemoths into pulp with a single blow each. Killed ironhide bear 60 EXP. Total EXP gained 6000. Lu Fang's experience bar filled to the brim again. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Attribute boost all stats 100. Outside the gymnasium, the once lively atmosphere in the square had turned into a deathly silence. At that moment no one spoke, no one touched their phones. All eyes were fixed on the massive screen. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Lu Fang's data line was refreshing at a terrifying rate. It wasn't just jumping, it was refreshing the entire screen. Stage 2, Stage 5, Stage 8, Stage 10. The pace of advancement defied all common sense. Behind the names of other students, not even Stage 2 had appeared yet. But Lu Fang was like a rocket, leaving everyone far behind. What kind of monster is this? Old Zhang felt his legs go weak. He gripped the railing and pointed a trembling finger at the screen. 1 stage per second, the vice principal's face had turned pale. His mouth hung open, unable to close. This is definitely not a bug, he murmured. If there were a system bug, it couldn't happen over a dozen times consecutively. And each stage's clear time has slight differences, meaning he's really clearing them. But how is this possible? No one could answer him. This scene had shattered their worldview. Inside the instance, the continuous instant kills sent a massive stream of experience like a river flowing into the sea, pouring into Lu Fang's body. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the threshold of Stage 15. 15th stage challenge begins. Monster Bloodthirsty Lizard Elite Level 10. Quantity 200. Experience per kill 150. This was the final and most difficult stage of the initial instance. 200 elite monsters with blood-red eyes and exuding a violent aura surrounded Lu Fang. But Lu Fang didn't even glance at them. By now, after leveling up several times, all his attributes had reached terrifying numbers. Level 4 strength 1300, money ghost strength 1300. His 10 money ghosts had now grown to 2.5 meters tall, like 10 golden demon gods. Clean them up, Lu Fang ordered calmly. Boom! A golden storm swept across the field. The 200 elite monsters, enough to drive any ordinary rookie to despair, were as fragile as vegetables before the money ghosts. In just 3 seconds, the field was completely cleared. Killed Bloodthirsty Lizard 150 EXP. Total EXP gained 30,000. Lu Fang was engulfed in another blinding golden flash. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Attribute boost all stats 100. Current strength 1400. As the notification for clearing stage 15 sounded, Lu Fang stood amidst the battlefield, littered with corpses, quietly awaiting the teleportation light of the instant settlement. However, the expected white light did not appear. The once gray sky seemed torn apart by an invisible hand, instantly stained a startling blood red. The temperature of the entire space plummeted, and a thick bloody stench permeated the air. Warning! Warning! A sharp piercing alarm blared in Lu Fang's ears. Detected challenger cleared the first 15 levels within 100 seconds, meeting the conditions to unlock the hidden level. Azura hidden level has been unlocked. A crimson dialogue box popped up before Lu Fang, the characters seemingly dripping with blood. Tip: the Azura hidden level is extremely difficult and poses a high risk of death. Option 1, or give up the challenge, settle directly, and receive the highest rating SSS for this instance, then be teleported out. Option 2, enter the challenge. If cleared, all rewards for this instance will be doubled. If failed, it may lead to death. Lu Fang's gaze skipped directly over those red warnings, locking firmly onto the 4 words rewards will be doubled. An SSS rating. That was already a foregone conclusion. For Lu Fang, who now commanded hundreds of millions in gold coins, and possessed attributes that utterly crushed his peers, the word retreat simply did not exist in his dictionary. Great fortune lies in peril besides. Lu Fang glanced at the 10 money ghosts beside him, which resembled demon gods, and a confident smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. This doesn't even count as peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his finger firmly on the confirm entry option. Virum. The moment he made his choice, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and a massive blood-red vortex materialized out of thin air, instantly swallowing his figure. An intense sensation of weightlessness washed over him. When Lu Fang opened his eyes again, the surrounding scene had undergone a cataclysmic change. It was no longer the narrow gray mist space, but a desolate, boundless ancient battlefield. The earth was scorched black, littered with broken weapons and colossal beast bones. Gale winds howled, whipping sand and gravel, producing a mournful wail. Before Lu Fang could even get a clear view of his surroundings, the ground began to tremble violently. Rumble. The dull sound of pounding footsteps came from every direction like muffled thunder rolling across the earth. On the horizon, countless pairs of ghastly green eyes lit up. They were wolves, pitch black, as sturdy as calves, emanating black demonic chi. Abyss Demon Wolf, level 10. Quantity 500 experience per kill, 100. Lu Fang swept his gaze over them. The dense wolf pack surged forward like a black tide. A beast tide of this magnitude was enough to instantly overwhelm a well-equipped 100-man professional squad, gnawing them down to the bone without a trace left. Facing this terrifying onslaught, Lu Fang's expression remained calm. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. Go! He moved with a mere thought. The 10 money ghosts guarding his side moved instantly. Without any tactical formation, they transformed into 10 golden storms, charging straight into the black wolf tide. Money Ghost current strength 1400 money, Ghost basic attack damage 2800. Bang 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 bang. The moment the golden light clashed with the black tide, countless Abyss Demon Wolves' bodies simply exploded. It was a complete one-sided massacre. The Money Ghosts were too fast. The Demon Wolves couldn't even react. Before their sharp fangs and claws could even touch a Money Ghost's body, they were pulverized into minced flesh by golden fists. Not a single demon wolf could breach the defensive circle formed by the Money Ghosts to get anywhere near Lu Fang. The system notification sounds in Lu Fang's ear nearly merged into a single continuous tone, eventually becoming a strange hum due to the sheer frequency. Killed Abyss Demon Wolf EXP 100. Killed Abyss Demon Wolf EXP 100. The massive experience points poured into Lu Fang's body like floodwaters bursting through a dam. Golden light flashed across him repeatedly. Congratulations. Level up to 6. All attributes 100. Money Ghost attribute synced strength 1500. Congratulations. Level up to 7. All attributes 100. Money Ghost attribute synced strength 1600. Standing amidst the pile of monster corpses, Lu Fang felt his power surging. In just 1 minute, his level rocketed straight up to level 7. All attributes soared again. Finally, as the last Abyss Demon Wolf fell with a howl, the clamorous ancient battlefield fell into a brief silence. The ground was littered with wolf corpses, rivers of blood flowing. Before Lu Fang could catch his breath, a sudden change occurred. Crack! A colossal fissure split open across the ancient battlefield and rolling magma spewed forth from the chasm. An enormous charred black hand gripped the edge of the fissure, followed by a terrifying figure 10 meters tall crawling out from the magma. It was clad in thick dark crimson armor, dragging a giant sword wreathed in blazing flames. Every step it took left a deep crater in the ground. Final boss Hell General, level 50, HP 200000020000000, physical defense 3000, skills Hell Roar, Flame Slash, Armor Guard. The moment the boss appeared, a suffocating, terrifying pressure swept across the entire field. Roar! The Hell General let out a bellow towards the sky. Visible sound waves mixed with spiritual shock spread outwards, causing the remaining wolf carcasses nearby to explode. If an ordinary newbie stood here, just this roar carrying a spiritual shock would be enough to knock them unconscious, or even shatter their heart meridians. Lu Fang frowned slightly. The aura of this boss was indeed far stronger than the previous small fry. Go! He commanded in a low voice. The 10 money ghosts showed no fear, vanishing in a flash and reappearing around the Hell General. Golden fists rained down like a storm on the boss' seemingly vulnerable joints. By now, the money ghost strength had reached a staggering 1600 points, giving them an attack power exceeding 3,200. Bang 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 bang. A dense series of impacts sounded like rolling thunder. However, the next second Lu Fang's pupils contracted slightly. The fearsome attack enough to one-shot normal monsters, and even elite ones only managed to spark a chain of sparks upon hitting the Hell General's thick dark crimson armor. 200, 180, 215, 500 critical. A series of damage numbers floated above the boss head. Hundreds, at most 500. Although the Money Ghost's attack speed was incredibly fast, landing dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, it was like scratching an itch for the Hell General, who had a full 2 million HP. A level 50 boss with a staggering 3,000 points of physical defense formed a perfect defensive suppression against the Money Ghosts, who were only level 7 with just over 3,000 attack power. Its HP bar barely moved. Watching this, Lu Fang didn't show any panic from the ineffective attacks. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Physical defense too high, can't hurt it. He looked at the arrogant Hell General and murmured softly, "Then I'll just drown you in money." As his words faded, Lu Fang slowly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the colossal demonic shadow. 1,000 gold coins. With the skill activated, the gold coins in Lu Fang's account instantly decreased by 10,000. In the next second, a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the originally dim blood-red sky. A massive, fully materialized phantom of a gold coin rapidly coalesced in the air. This gold coin was as large as a millstone, bearing no intricate patterns, only the purest aura of wealth. It descended with world-shattering momentum, like Mount Tai crushing down, striking the Hell General. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The Hell General's indestructible dark red armor crumpled like paper before this gold coin. 100,000 true damage. An enormous, exaggerated white damage number floated up from the boss head. Roar! The Hell General let out a piercing wail. Its health bar, a staggering 2 million points, was instantly halved. So-called defense and armor were nothing but a joke in the face of true damage. Lu Fang remained expressionless, not even blinking. One shot wasn't enough. Oh, head, fire another. He raised his hand again, his motion as casual as feeding fish. Go! Another 10,000 gold coins were deducted instantly. A colossal gold coin phantom materialized in the air, once more slamming heavily onto the Hell General. Boom! 100,000 true damage. Under such terrifying true damage, this level 50 final boss couldn't even unleash a single skill before its massive body crashed to the ground. Thud! The enormous body exploded into a shower of light particles upon hitting the ground, leaving only a huge crater. Killed level 50 boss. Hell General gained 80000 EXP. Lu Fang was once again enveloped in the golden light of leveling up. The massive 80000 experience points directly overflowed his experience bar. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Congratulations on reaching level 9. Congratulations on reaching level 13. Current level 13 strength, 2200 agility, 2200 spirit, 2200 constitution, 2200. At the same time, several radiant light spheres burst forth on the ground. Those were the boss loot drops. Lu Fang walked over and picked them up to examine them. General's heavy armor, iron grade warrior, only flame staff, bronze grade mage, only skillbook, infernal sea mage skillbook, furious charge warrior, all excellent items. If placed in an auction house outside, each of these items would fetch a high price. But Lu Fang merely glanced at them and lost interest. All class restricted, can't use them. He shook his head with slight regret and casually tossed them into the backpack that came with his class awakening. Just then, the surrounding blood-red battlefield began to collapse. A system settlement panel materialized out of thin air, its enormous golden text nearly filling Lu Fang's entire field of vision. Dungeon rating SSS system notice. As you have successfully cleared the hidden stage Azura Hell, your dungeon rewards receive a special bonus. Base rewards 100,000 gold coins, 1 free skill point, 1 gold grade class equipment mystery box, hidden stage bonus rewards doubled. Final rewards 200,000 gold coins, 2 free skill points, 1 diamond grade exclusive equipment mystery box. Lu Fang's gaze skipped past the gold coins and skill points, locking onto the final reward. Diamond grade. Exclusive equipment mystery box. Lu Fang's breathing quickened slightly. In this world, equipment grades were strictly hierarchical from low to high: iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legend, saint artifact, demigod artifact, and god artifact. An ordinary newbie, even from a well-off family, would be lucky to have a full set of bronze equipment at this stage. Silver was middle-class, gold was incredibly rare and expensive, often only affordable by second-generation heirs like himself. But diamond grade, that was a high-end domain usually only accessible to second-class powerhouses above level 100. Now, thanks to the doubling mechanism of the hidden stage, this originally gold grade reward had been forcibly elevated by a major tier, becoming diamond grade. Lu Fang took a deep breath and retrieved the mystery box, which radiated a brilliant diamond light from his system space. Open. Click. The box opened and a soft light flashed. Acquired equipment: diamond grade plutocrat's boots. A pair of exquisitely crafted boots whose surface seemed to flow with golden sand appeared in Lu Fang's hands. He immediately checked the stats. Plutocrat's boots: diamond grade, defense 0, special skill escape priority, passive effect movement speed 200. Description: for a wealthy man, running from a fight is no disgrace. Running fast is the true principle. Looking at these simple yet brutal stats, Lu Fang was astonished. No stat boosts whatsoever. But this single attribute, movement speed 200, was practically a divine skill. At low levels, when everyone was still relying on their own 2 legs, having triple the speed of an ordinary person was an absolute godly item, whether for escaping to save one's life or for pursuing enemies. Excellent. Lu Fang immediately put on the plutocrat's boots. The moment he wore them, he felt his body become as light as a feather, as if a mere tap of his toes would allow him to ride the wind. After equipping the gear, Lu Fang turned his attention to the 2 precious free skill points. This was another benefit of the doubled rewards. Time to upgrade skills. Lu Fang opened the skill panel and attempted to add 1 skill point to 1,000 gold coins. Skill: 1,000 gold coins, upgraded successfully. 1,000 gold coins. Level 2 consumes gold coins, dealing true damage equal to gold coins 150 to the target. Maximum gold coin consumption 100,000. The damage coefficient had increased from 100 times to 150 times. Simple. Brutal. Lu Fang was satisfied. He tried to invest more points into the skill, but found the upgrade button had turned gray. Notice: insufficient level to continue upgrading this skill. Looks like there's a level cap. Unfazed, Lu Fang added the remaining skill point to another core skill. Money makes the mare go. A flash of light. Skill: money makes the mare go, upgraded successfully. Money makes the mare go. Level 2 consumes 100,000 gold coins to summon a money demon. The money demon inherits 150 of the caster's total stats. Current summonable money demons, 0. The moment he discerned the alteration in the skill description, a blaze of ecstatic radiance erupted in Lu Fang's eyes. The inheritance ratio has increased. Originally it was a 100 inheritance, meaning whatever attributes Lu Fang possessed the money ghost would equally possess. Now it had become 150. This signified that the money ghost's attributes would directly surpass half of Lu Fang's own. Lu Fang stood upon the shattered Azura ancient battlefield, surrounded by the slowly dissipating sanguine mist. The instant settlement was complete. It was time to depart. He cast a glance at the 10 golden demon gods standing loyally by his side. Return. With a mere thought from Lu Fang, the 10 money ghosts, which had stood as immovable iron towers, instantly transformed into 10 streaks of light, seamlessly streaming back into Lu Fang's body. This was a hidden characteristic of the skill: money makes the mare go. As long as the summoned entities remained alive, they could be recalled at any moment. Once recalled, the next summoning would not require an additional expenditure of gold coins, enabling a true on-demand presence. As the money ghosts vanished, a white pillar of teleportation light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping Lu Fang. The next second, his silhouette vanished from this purgatory brimming with the aura of death. At Jiangqing No. 1 high school's gymnasium, the air, which had briefly stagnated due to Lu Fang's wildly jumping floor count on the light screen, now seemed to congeal entirely, becoming viscous and heavy. The gazes of everyone, the principal, vice principals, the dean of discipline, homeroom teachers, and the staff present, were all locked onto the teleportation array in the center of the gymnasium, its surface etched with intricate runes. Just a minute ago, behind Lu Fang's name on the light screen, the number representing his progress had jumped frantically, finally settling on a figure that left everyone breathless. Floor 15. Now 2 characters finally appeared after that number cleared. Instantly the teleportation array hummed to life and a brilliant light shot into the sky. The light receded like a tide and Lu Fang's figure slowly materialized. His hands were casually tucked into the pockets of his blue and white school uniform trousers, his expression as calm as still water, his deep eyes betraying not a single ripple of emotion. What was most astonishing was that not even a speck of dust clung to him. The hem of his clothes was neat and smooth, without a single wrinkle to be found. His leisurely strolling demeanor was utterly unlike someone who had just braved a perilous dragon's den and tiger's lair. It was more as if he had merely popped down to the convenience store for a bottle of water and a casual stroll back. The entire venue was dead silent. This quiet was tinged with a strange eeriness. Even the sound of a pin dropping to the floor would likely have been audible. Dozens of eyes stared fixedly at Lu Fang, as if he were some unknown extraterrestrial being, their gazes brimming with bewilderment, terror, stupefaction, and a profound sense of existential doubt. The dean of discipline responsible for recording the data clutched the specialized timer so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain, his fingers trembling violently. He lowered his head to glance at the frozen time on the timer, and his pupils instantly contracted into pinpricks. He stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt clogged with cotton. The sound that emerged was hoarse and raspy, carrying a distinct tremor, yet he dared only to whisper to the principal beside him. Principal. This time. The principal at that moment also forgot to maintain his dignified composure. He snatched the timer from the dean's hand, and with a single glance his heart nearly stopped. His aged eyes bulged wide instantly, and the sound of him sharply inhaling was exceptionally clear in the silent VIP seating area. Hiss! The principal jerked his head up to look at Lu Fang down on the floor, his gaze as if he were looking at a monster. The next second the massive light screen above the gymnasium trembled violently. A line of golden text, as if forged from molten gold, slowly materialized, occupying the topmost position on the screen. Rank 1 Lu Fang floors cleared. 15 cleared. With the appearance of this line, the previously deathly still gymnasium erupted, as if a depth charge had been detonated. Floor 15. Cleared it. My God! Wasn't the previous school record only floor 12? He directly cleared it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How long has it been? Even if he just ran straight through it, couldn't be this fast, right? The homeroom teacher of class 6 clutched his head, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, babbling incoherently. Crazy. This world has gone crazy. Is the instance bugged? Did it teleport him straight to the end? Are you an idiot? The instances are products governed by the nation's rules. They are the embodiment of supreme law. Where would you find a hack? Where would you find a bug? Old Zhang stood among the crowd, holding the frame of his glasses, his palms slick with cold sweat. A layer of fog had formed on his lenses, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. He looked at the composed youth not far away, feeling that the student he had taught for 3 years had suddenly become profoundly unfamiliar. However, the shock was far from over. Just as everyone was still reeling from the number 15, the light screen changed once more. The light screen trembled violently. In the final evaluation column, which had been blank behind floors cleared, an extremely dazzling purple-gold light suddenly burst forth. Its brilliance was so intense that it even outshone the gymnasium's lights, blindingly bright. Amidst this radiant light, 3 massive letters carrying an ancient, noble, and inviolable aura slowly crystallized into form. S. Final evaluation SSS rank. Boom. If the floor 15 earlier was merely a bomb, then these 3 purple gold SS were a nuclear bomb detonating directly atop everyone's heads. Every single person present completely lost their ability to speak at this moment. SSS rank. What did that even mean? In the history of Jiangxing, and even in the entire province's college entrance examination history, an A rank evaluation was already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, earning one the title of chosen one. An S rank evaluation was a realm that only a once in several decades monstrous prodigy might touch. As for SSS rank, that was simply beyond the scope of anyone's understanding. It was the theoretical limit, the synonym for absolute perfection. This meant that Lu Fang hadn't just cleared the instance. He had done so in an overwhelmingly dominant, flawless, and supremely perfect manner. Am I going blind? SSS rank, the legendary highest evaluation. Our Jiangxing has produced an SSS rank. Is he even human? He's practically a god. The vice principal's lips quivered, and he leaned back in his chair as if completely drained. In the 100 years since Jiangcheng one high school was founded, there has never been such a thing. The crowd's astonishment surged like a tidal wave, each crest higher than the last. As they gazed upon those 3 purple gold letters, an indescribable reverence rose within their hearts. Some trembled faintly from sheer excitement. Yet little did they know that what they witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. No one had any idea that, in this exceedingly brief span, Lu Fang had not only plowed through 15 ordinary levels, but also casually slaughtered 3000 abyssal direwolves and reduced a level 50 hell general with 2 million HP to ashes. Had they known this truth, the gymnasium would have been filled not just with shock, but with a sea of fainted bodies. Standing at the center of the arena, Lu Fang felt the almost tangible gazes around him, a blend of terror and reverence, yet remained unmoved. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes fixed on the colossal light screen hovering in midair. At its very apex, his name was entwined in golden radiance, reigning supreme across the ages. Beneath his name, the gap widened like an impassable chasm. Lu Fang's gaze swept across the leaderboard and quickly found a familiar name, Wang Yixing. At that moment, Wang Yixing's name held the second place. A faint, meaningful smile curved at the corner of Lu Fang's mouth as he stared at that pitiful second level. Minutes later, the teleportation array at the gymnasium center flickered again. This time, the light was chaotic, and soon the first batch of eliminated students were transported out one after another. Most had fallen at the second or third level, their faces smudged with dirt and etched with dejection and unwillingness, some bearing fresh wounds. Too hard. The wolf pack in the second level was too fast. I couldn't react at all. I barely lasted a minute in the third level, almost got bitten to death. They stared at the settlement panel in their hands, its words dousing them like a bucket of ice water. Someone clutched a bottle of murky low-grade red potion, a bitter smile flickering across their face. Fighting tooth and nail, nearly risking their lives, and this was all they got. As this group hung their heads in dejection, a sharp-eyed person spotted Lu Fang, standing nearby, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. "Hey, is that Lu Fang? He's out too." They exchanged glances, a flicker of confusion in their eyes. Logically, even though Lu Fang had awakened an unknown class, he shouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. From the look of it, he had even come out earlier than them. A boy curled his lips, feeling an inexplicable surge of schadenfreude. Probably got wiped out in the first or second level. Look, he doesn't even have a speck of dust on him. Maybe a wild boar kicked him out the moment he entered. Such is human nature. When one fails, seeing someone who once stood higher fall, even to the same depth, brings a strange sense of balance. See, even young Master Lu, with all that commotion during his awakening, ends up with an F rating in the actual dungeon just like us. With that thought, the boy composed his expression, feigned concern, and walked over, intending to pat Lu Fang's shoulder with a few comforting words while reclaiming his own psychological edge. "Young Master Lu, it's fine. It's your first time in a dungeon." Before his hand could touch Lu Fang's shoulder, the Class 2 homeroom teacher, who had been silent all along, could no longer bear it. He looked at the boy as if he were an idiot, a trace of pity in his eyes, then pointed upward at the massive light screen above the gymnasium. "Stop making a fool of yourself. Look up." The boy froze. Look up. At what? He instinctively raised his head. Not just him, but the other eliminated students who had assumed Lu Fang was an early dropout also lifted their gazes. The moment they saw it, everyone's expressions froze. At the very top of the light screen, a name was magnified countless times, radiating dazzling golden light and purple aura, hanging like a divine king above all, overlooking the masses. Holy shit! The boy who had been about to pat Lu Fang's shoulder went weak in the knees, nearly falling to the ground. That string of blinding purple-gold characters struck like a heavy hammer, smashing his pathetic sense of superiority into pieces. 15 levels. Cleared. And that legendary SSS rank. He looked down at the cheap red potion in his hand, then back at the godlike record on the screen. A suffocating sense of disparity engulfed him. A moment ago, he thought they were brothers in misfortune. The next second, he realized he was gazing up at an unattainable deity. The eliminated batch fell utterly silent, their mouths agape like fish out of water, forgetting even to breathe. Time ticked by. An hour and a half later, the teleportation array blazed with light once more. A slightly disheveled figure materialized. It was Jiangxia. His once neat uniform was now slashed with several tears, his hair a messy bird's nest, his face streaked with sweat and dust. Clearly after a fierce battle. Yet there was no trace of dejection in him. Instead, his eyes shone with an almost frightening brightness, and his face beamed with undisguised excitement. Huff! Huff! Jiangxia panted heavily, hands on his knees. He glanced at his settlement panel. Awesome! Jiangxia pumped his fist. Reaching the 8th level with a rank evaluation was already a remarkable achievement. Not to mention the silver-grade equipment and skill book he had scored. I wonder how Brother Fang did. Jiangxia straightened up, wiped the sweat from his face, and eagerly scanned the area for Lu Fang. He soon spotted Lu Fang in the rest area, sitting leisurely on a chair with a bottle of mineral water in hand. Without a word, Jiangxia jogged over to Lu Fang. Brother Fang, you're way too fast. He plopped down beside Lu Fang, grabbed the water Lu Fang handed him, and chugged half the bottle. Ah, I'm alive again. Jiang Xia wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth, his face full of emotion. I nearly exhausted myself in there. Was the 8th level even meant for humans? 100 ironclad bears. I pulled until my arms nearly snapped just to wear them down. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lu Fang, a hint of curiosity and rivalry in his eyes. Fang Ji, how many levels did you clear? Seeing you all clean and tidy, you must have had it way easier than me. So did you snag a rank evaluation? Lu Fang glanced at the sweat-drenched Jiang Xia, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke casually. Cleared them all. Pfft. Jiang Xia spat out the last mouthful of water he had just drunk. He coughed violently, his eyes wide as he stared at Lu Fang. Cough. Fang Ji, don't mess with me. Jiang Xia waved his hand, his face a mask of disbelief. I know you're strong. The moment you awakened with that phenomenon, I knew you were no ordinary guy. But the school record is only 12 floors. Jiang Xia decided to check for himself and turned his head. His face, which had been all smiles and mischief, instantly froze. On the light screen, the topmost golden record struck his retina like a bolt of lightning. Lu Fang, 15th floor cleared. Evaluation SSS. Jiang Xia's eyes were about to pop out. He looked at the glaring SSS on the screen, then stiffly turned to look at Lu Fang, then back at the screen. A gurgling sound came from his throat, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. He had thought that clearing 8 floors in an hour and a half with a brank was already genius level. But Lu Fang, not only had he cleared it, but he had also achieved the legendary SS rank evaluation. Fang Ji. Jiang Xia felt his worldview shatter into pieces impossible to piece back together. SS rank. Are you even human? Time ticked by. At exactly 2 hours and 8 minutes after the instance had opened, at the center of the gymnasium, the long-dormant teleportation array suddenly lit up for the last time. This time the light was exceptionally dazzling, accompanied by a thick bloody aura. A figure slowly emerged from the light. It was Wang Yixing. At this moment he was far from the pristine image he had when he first entered. Black blood still dripped from the thunder sword in his hand. His once stylish school uniform had been torn into shreds, his body covered in wounds drenched in blood. Yet he showed no sign of discomposure. Instead he held his head high, his eyes burning with supreme arrogance. Huff! Huff! He gasped for air, but the smile on his face grew more ferocious and excited. He glanced at his settlement panel. Floors cleared 12 evaluation, A rewards, Silver Grade Thunder Guard, Silver Grade Gale, Necklace, Universal Skill Book block. The 12th floor. Wang Yixing clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power surging within him. He remembered clearly the school record was set by the hidden class bloodthirsty warrior from the previous year. The 12th floor completed in 2 hours and 38 minutes. And he, though also at the 12th floor, had done it in just 2 hours and 8 minutes. A full half-hour faster. I broke the record. I am the true number 1 of Jiangqing No. 1 high school. Wang Yixing roared inwardly. With the demeanor of a victor, he looked around expecting cheers and applause from the crowd. The first thing he saw was Lu Fang, who had been standing in the rest area on the sidelines for a while. Lu Fang was holding half a bottle of water, leisurely watching him. What stung Wang Yixing the most was that Lu Fang's school uniform was as neat and new as ever, without a single crease. His white sneakers were so clean they seemed untouched by dirt. Seeing this, Wang Yixing instantly pieced together what he thought was the truth in his mind. Ha! Wang Yixing let out a cold laugh, dragged his thunder sword, and strode up to Lu Fang. Young Master Lu, out so early. He looked Lu Fang up and down, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Wang Yixing's voice was loud, deliberately making sure everyone around could hear. He lifted his chin and pointed his thumb at himself. I got too carried away killing inside and accidentally pushed through to the 12th floor, conveniently breaking the school record. He paused, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Young Master Lu looks so clean, you must have come out early to rest, right? Having said that, he stared intently into Lu Fang's eyes, expecting to see shame, jealousy, or utter humiliation on his face. However, Lu Fang said nothing. He simply looked at Wang Yixing calmly, his gaze as placid as if he were watching a clown perform. It wasn't just Lu Fang. Wang Yixing suddenly noticed something strange about the atmosphere around him. It was too quiet, too bizarre. Logically, breaking the school record should have brought thunderous applause and gasps of amazement, if not fanfare and drums. But now, with thousands of people in the gym, not a single person spoke. Everyone was looking at him with an extremely complex expression. That look wasn't admiration or awe, but an indescribable pity. and even a hint of mocking as if looking at a fool. What's going on? Wang Yixing's heart suddenly pounded, the ominous feeling growing stronger. He instinctively raised his head and followed the crowd's gaze to the massive light screen at the top of the gym. The first thing that caught his eye was the name in the second row. Second place, Wang Yixing, floors cleared 12 evaluation, second place. Wang Yixing's pupils suddenly constricted, his voice shooting up an octave. Second, how is that possible? Who could be faster than me? His gaze trembled as he slowly moved upward. When he saw the name hanging at the top, blazing like the sun, and the evaluation symbolizing supreme glory behind it, he froze on the spot. First place, Lu Fang, floors cleared 15 evaluation, SSS. Boom. At that moment, Wang Yixing felt a nuclear bomb explode in his mind. The arrogant smile on his face shattered like broken glass, replaced by extreme terror and disbelief. 15 floors. SSS evaluation. His lips trembled, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth tinged with a thick bloody taste. How is this possible? SS rank. Does an SS rank even exist in this world? The rank he had fought tooth and nail for, nearly sacrificing half his life, seemed laughably insignificant and humble before this SS rank, like a firefly competing with the radiant moon. Just then, the principal, who had been silent all along, suddenly straightened his collar and strode onto the high stage. He clutched the score sheet tightly, his face flushed with near-fanatical excitement. He grabbed the microphone, took a deep breath, and his voice trembled slightly from extreme agitation. Silence, everyone. The screech of the microphone brought the whole venue back to reality. The principal's eyes gleamed as he swept his gaze across the audience, finally resting on Wang Yixing and Lu Fang. Since everyone has completed the instance, let's begin the award ceremony. The principal paused for a moment. In this assessment, our Jiangcheng No. 1 high school has witnessed a miracle worthy of being recorded in the annals of the Federation. Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. The principal paused again, a supremely proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth, before his voice suddenly rose, booming like a great bell resounding through the skies. Student Lu Fang's cleared floors 15. Rating SSS. And his final time is... The principal raised the score sheet in his hand, shouting with all his might. 1 minute and 17 seconds. Boom. If the SSS rating was a nuclear bomb, then the announcement of this time was the Big Bang itself. The gymnasium, already on the verge of eruption, exploded completely. 1 minute 17 seconds. Holy crap. Did I hear that right? Am I hallucinating? Clearing 15 floors in 1 minute 17 seconds. That's an average of 5 seconds per floor. Is he fighting monsters or sprinting a 100-meter dash? Even if he just ran without fighting, he couldn't be that fast, could he? Unless it was instant kills. And full-screen instant kills at that. Cheers, screams, and roars erupted like a tsunami, threatening to tear the roof off the gymnasium. In the rest area, with a clatter, Jiang Xia's water bottle fell to the ground again, spilling water everywhere. His mouth was even wider than before, and he stared at Lu Fang in a daze, as if looking at an alien. Fang go. Jiang Xia's voice drifted as if his soul had flown away. 1 minute 17 seconds. What you said earlier, it was actually true. Lu Fang bent down to pick up the bottle for him, brushed off the dust, and said with a faint, calm smile, "Have I ever joked with you?" On the other side, Wang Yixing's thunderstrike sword clattered to the ground as well. The crisp sound was jarringly sharp amidst the clamorous cheers. He seemed as if all the backbone had been instantly drained from him, his eyes vacant, his face ashen pale, his body swaying unsteadily. 1 minute 17 seconds. This number, like a sharp blade, mercilessly sliced open all his pride, shattering his dignity into pieces. His proud time of 2 hours and 8 minutes was a complete joke in the face of this number. An unprecedented sense of despair surged within him. What thunderstrike swordsman? What peerless genius? What record-breaking? Before that 1 minute 17 seconds and the SSS rating, it was all but a fleeting illusion. I lost. Wang Yixing murmured, his body swaying before he slumped onto the cold floor. At that moment, something within him seemed to shatter completely. It was his pride. On the high platform, the principal, his face beaming solemnly, handed a black canister sealed with wax into Lu Fang's hands. "Student Lu Fang, this is your glory and also the school's expectation of you." The principal's voice echoed throughout the venue through the microphone. "I hope this exclusive equipment will help you achieve even greater brilliance in the college entrance exam a month from now." Lu Fang took the blind canister. It felt cool to the touch and was not light. He nodded politely without saying much and turned to walk down the platform. Returning to his class formation, Zhang Xia immediately sidled up, staring fixedly at the canister and swallowing hard. Fang Gu, open it quick. An exclusive equipment blind canister. I've never seen one in my life. Lu Fang was also a bit curious. Unlike others who would burn incense, bathe and pray before opening a blind box, he quietly hooked his finger under the canister's ring, while the principal continued to commend other outstanding students on stage, and the crowd's attention was momentarily diverted. With a soft click, the black canister instantly dissolved into countless points of light. Then a single, not dazzling but extremely condensed beam of light flashed by. An ancient-looking ring lay quietly in Lu Fang's palm. The ring was a dark gold color with no flashy gemstones on its face, only a ring of coin-like engravings exuding a faint, heavy aura. With a thought from Lu Fang, his attribute panel materialized. Item: ring of the Golden Bastion, gold slot finger. Attributes: none. Active skill, spendthrift effect, consume 100,000 gold coins to instantly generate an absolute barrier lasting 1 second. The barrier's defense equals the number of gold coins consumed multiplied by 100. Cooldown 24 hours. The moment he saw the attributes, Lu Fang's heart gave a violent leap. Consume 10,000 gold coins to generate a shield. The shield value equals gold coins multiplied by 100. 10,000 times 100 is 1,000,000 shield points. For context, the Hell General he had just faced at level 50 only had 2 million health. This 1,000,000 shield points was almost half the durability of a boss, and it was an instant-generated barrier. Although it only lasted a brief second, this wasn't meant for tanking monsters. It was for those life-and-death moments to block a fatal strike. An absolute life-saving skill. Lu Fang's mind trembled. He tightened his fingers slightly and slipped the seemingly unremarkable ring onto the index finger of his left hand. The ring fit perfectly, and the moment it was on, it dimmed slightly, looking like an ordinary piece of jewelry. The surrounding students, who had been secretly watching Lu Fang's actions, saw him open the ring and put it on, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. The commendation ceremony continued, with students going up to the stage one after another. But perhaps because Lu Fang's achievement of clearing 15 floors with an SSS rating was so terrifying, the invisible pressure it exerted left everyone present feeling suffocated. The atmosphere in the venue was eerily oppressive. Finally, the award segment on stage concluded. The principal composed himself, stood before the microphone, and delivered his closing remarks. Students, although the awakening ceremony is over, this is only the beginning of your lives. I hope none of you will be discouraged nor become arrogant and complacent. Everyone must settle down and prepare wholeheartedly for the college entrance exam 1 month from now. The principal's impassioned voice reverberated through the gymnasium. Now I declare this year's senior year awakening ceremony officially concluded. The moment the words fell, boom! A violent crash suddenly exploded above the gymnasium. Everyone looked up in bewilderment. The transparent protective barrier that usually hung over the gymnasium, normally indestructible, was now violently shaking like glass struck by a heavy hammer, emitting a series of teeth-grinding creaks. The clear sunlight that had been streaming through the dome vanished in an instant. It was as if a huge black curtain had been forcibly pulled down, swallowing all the light. The light in the entire gymnasium suddenly dimmed, as if daylight had plunged into night in an instant. What's happening? A power outage. No! Look at the sky! Amid panicked cries, 3 figures radiating a thick dark red aura pierced through the ink-like darkness, slowly descending from midair. They hovered in the air above the gymnasium, looking down at everyone from their lofty position. The bloody scent surging around them thickened the air, making it nauseating. And behind them, several sharp sounds of breaking air rang out. Hundreds of figures in uniform black combat suits descended like a dark cloud, pressing down on the city. On their chests was emblazoned a ferocious blood-red wolf head pattern. These people moved in perfect unison, highly disciplined. The moment they landed, they dispersed, instantly encircling the entire podium and surrounding seating area, leaving no gap. A chilling aura of death instantly enveloped the entire venue. Who dares to trespass in Jiangqing No? 1 high school? The principal bellowed, his face changing drastically as he stepped forward. As the head of the school, he had to stand up at this moment. Among the 3 leading powerhouses, the bald man in the middle grinned, revealing stark white teeth, laughing with unbridled arrogance. Who are we? He made no attempt to conceal anything, instead seeming to relish the process of instilling fear. Blood Wolf Syndicate. The bald man unleashed his aura without restraint. The terrifying pressure was even more suffocating than the Hell General Lu Fang had encountered before. Blood Wolf Syndicate. Hearing those 3 words, the principal and the teachers present turned deathly pale. Among the students, Lu Fang's pupils contracted slightly. A memory flashed through his mind. It was from a casual conversation his parents had at home. That Blood Wolf Syndicate has been getting bolder lately. Their methods are extremely cruel and they stop at nothing for profit. They're an class illegal organization wanted by the Alliance. Those madmen are capable of anything. Lu Fang's heart sank. The principal's lips were pale as he asked again, "What do you want?" At that moment, the three Blood Wolf Syndicate powerhouses hovering in midair swept their gazes across the entire venue sharp as hawks. Their eyes were utterly cold, devoid of any human emotion, as if they were selecting livestock in a slaughterhouse. Finally, those three suffocating stares locked precisely onto two positions in the crowd: Lu Fang and Wang Yixing. The leading bald man let out a laugh, grating as rusted iron scraping together. "Our purpose here is of course to kill Lu Fang, son of Lu Tianxiong, and Su Qingyu, Wang Yixing, son of Wang Zhen." The bald man recited the names in a chilling tone. "Years ago your parents joined forces to destroy our southern branch, killing countless of our brothers. This blood debt will be repaid by you two today." These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wang Yixing, already pale, now turned utterly bloodless, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although Lu Fang remained outwardly calm, his hand, hidden in his sleeve, had already clenched the newly acquired ring of the golden barrier. The principal took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and stepped forward, shouting sternly, "How dare you? This is Jiangcheng. Aren't you afraid the three pillars will sense this and tear you apart?" Facing the name of Jiangcheng's supreme combat power, the three in midair showed no fear. Instead, as if hearing a colossal joke, they exchanged glances and burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! The three pillars!" The bald man laughed uncontrollably, then abruptly stopped, looking at the principal with utter contempt. "Old fool, do you take us for brainless idiots? Since we dared to come, we've made thorough preparations. As far as I know, Jiangcheng's three pillars have all received urgent deployment orders to the front lines to suppress a riot at the Abyss Rift, haven't they?" The principal's pupils contracted sharply. This information was top secret, known only to Jiangcheng's top brass. How could these people? The bald man spread his hands triumphantly. "By the time they get word and return, this place will already be a pile of rubble." The principal's heart sank, but he didn't give up, continuing coldly. "Even if they're not here, Jiangcheng has the guard. Countless high-level professionals. With such a commotion, the guard will surround this place immediately." "The guard? You mean those blind men outside?" The bald man pointed disdainfully at the pitch-black canopy above. "Open your dog eyes and see what this is. This is the night veil barrier set up by our Blood Wolf Syndicate." The bald man's gaze turned icy. "Inside this barrier, even if we kill every one of you and raise this gym to the ground, no one outside will hear a sound or even sense any energy fluctuation. This place is already an isolated island." Cold sweat beaded on the principal's forehead. He refused to believe it. A large-scale, high-level barrier of this magnitude was extremely difficult to set up. How could it be formed instantly? He immediately pulled out a special emergency communicator from his pocket, frantically pressing the distress button. But the screen showed only static, the signal indicator displaying a glaring red X. No response. The principal exchanged a grave look with the vice principal. "Attack! Break through it!" Without another word, both the principal and vice principal roared simultaneously. Two immense auras erupted skyward. The principal was a level 120 holy light priest. Though a support class, his level was formidable. As he unleashed his full power, a phantom of a giant of light materialized behind him. The vice principal was a level 110 berserker axeman. A massive axe materialized in his hand, radiating the force to split mountains. "Break!" The giant of light's heavy fist and the flaming axe, channeling all their power, slammed fiercely into the black canopy above. A thunderous boom erupted, but the seemingly thin black barrier merely rippled with a negligible wave, followed by a terrifying backlash of force. The principal and vice principal both spat blood, their bodies flung back, crashing heavily onto the podium, their faces instantly turning ashen. The vice principal clutched his chest, his eyes filled with despair. A barrier of this level could only be broken from within by a powerhouse above level 200. In midair, the bald man watched the scene, the mockery in his eyes replaced by endless coldness. The farce is over. He slowly raised his right hand and made a decapitation gesture toward the crowd of teachers and students below. "Begin. Except for the two targets whose heads will take back, kill everyone else." The instant the order was given, the hundreds of black-clad men encircling the stands and the podium moved as one. They were battle-hardened desperados most ranked between level 40 and 50, their roles paired with ruthless precision. Wind blade storm, explosive fireball, shadow arrow rain. In an instant, the gymnasium was lit by multicolored skill effects that carried an aura of annihilation crashing down upon the defenseless students below. Screams and cries rang out across the arena. These newly awakened students, still clumsy with their powers, had never seen such a sight and immediately descended into chaos. "Damn it, we fight! All teachers hear my command." The principal, unable to ignore the blood churning within him, hauled himself upright, slammed his staff into the ground, and let out a tragic roar. "All faculty hold the line. Engage. No matter the cost, protect the students." At the principal's shout, the teachers, who had been flustered, snapped to attention. Most of the faculty of Jiangxing were also seasoned practitioners in their 40s and 50s. Though their combat experience could not rival the desperados, their eyes now burned with resolve to defend the students. Earthen wall technique, water veil splendor, holy light shield. Dozens of teachers surged in front of the students, unleashing defensive spells to stem the onslaught. Explosions and the thunder of clashing skills rolled on without respite, shockwaves pulverizing the front row desks and chairs to dust. The principal glanced at the chaotic battlefield, then up at the three leaders still hovering in midair. He knew the true danger lay above. If those three leaders struck, the defenses below would collapse in an instant. He turned to the vice principal, a look of resolute determination in his eyes. "Loudly stall the one on the left," he ordered. The vice principal met his gaze, understood at once, and tightened his grip on the great axe. "All right, the two old brothers will give it everything today," the principal said, drawing a long breath as his gaze swept the chaos and settled on Lu Fang. The boy who had just wrought a miracle, the genius rated SSS. "He is our people's hope." The principal's eyes hardened with absolute resolve. "Lu Fang must not die here. Even if we all fall, we will protect him." In the next instant, the holy light upon the principal flared violently. Not the glow of a mere skill, but the burn of his own life essence being consumed. "You scum of Shuilong Hui! If you want to kill my student, you will have to trample over my corpse," he roared. The principal became a blinding streak of light, charging with unstoppable momentum toward the strongest of the leaders, a bald-headed man in midair. The battle in the sky erupted with a thunderous impact, and almost immediately the situation began to tilt toward a catastrophic collapse. The principal raised his staff high. Behind him, the majestic apparition of a light colossus sought to unleash Xingguang Shunpan Holy Light's judgment, a level 100 ultimate. The bald leader only sneered as a thick inky mist of blood suddenly spewed from his body. "Before my defiled blood domain, your holy light is a joke," he taunted. The bald man's profession was an exceedingly rare and malevolent hidden class, Shirshue Shilua, bloodthirsty Shura. This vocation was born with a defiling attribute that severely counters light and healing classes. The blood mist instantly enveloped the light colossus. The once brilliant radiance hissed as if splashed with acid, and the giant's form dimmed and disintegrated visibly before their eyes. With his signature skill broken, the principal suffered a brutal backlash, coughing up blood as his body reeled. "Old Zhang!" The vice principal's eyes filled with fury. His great axe blazed as he activated an earth-splitting strike, attempting to relieve the principal by cleaving toward the bald man. But the androgynous man standing to the bald leader's left moved. Clutching two jet-black daggers, he vanished like a wraith and reappeared behind the vice principal. Too slow, the androgynous man sneered, the dagger in his hand, plunging precisely toward the vice principal's back. Though the vice principal's reflexes spared his vitals, his back was slashed open to the bone and blood gushed forth. The last leader, who had not yet acted, was a cursed sorceress. She formed eerie seals with her fingers, and gray weakening halos wrapped around the principal and vice principal, slowing their movements and sapping their strength. After a single exchange, the two pillars of Jiangxing were driven back, beset by peril, and utterly unable to mount an effective counterattack. The gap is too great. Below, a young teacher fighting for his life glanced at the scene, and a flicker of despair crossed his face. "If even the principal cannot hold, how long can we, these mid-level teachers, last?" A pained scream cut through the defenses. A soil mage assigned to defense had his earth wall cleaved by a charging black-clad assailant. The teacher was slammed away by the force and sent flying, his fate unknown. The breach opened, and the Shuilong Hui members poured in like wolves. Wind blades, shadow slashes, lethal skills rained down upon the panic-stricken students like a hail of death. "Run! Don't kill me! I don't want to die!" The newly awakened students had never witnessed such carnage. The once orderly line instantly dissolved. The students screamed and scattered, some collapsing unconscious with trembling limbs. "It's over. It's all over." A usually high-achieving, well-informed, bespectacled boy huddled in a corner, his teeth chattering as he assessed the situation. Those black-clad men. The fluctuations from their skills are at least level 40. And those three in the sky. The boy looked up and swallowed helplessly. If they can press a level 100 plus principle down, they must be true powerhouses above 100 levels. From the moment they appeared to now, not even 3 seconds have passed and we're in this state. With such a disparity in strength, we are nothing but ants. There is no possibility of resistance. Those words spread among the students, plunging the atmosphere into deeper despair. Level suppression is the cruelest law of this world. A single level can be as a mountain, 10 levels an impassable chasm. And now the gap is dozens, perhaps hundreds of levels. Ha! Lu Fang took a deep breath, subtly flexing his fingers within his sleeve. His level was merely 13, yet his total attributes soared to 2,200 points. The money devil possessed attributes 5 times greater, 3,300 points. With such power, he was more than capable of confronting the enemies lurking below. Lu Fang stepped forward, ready to summon the money devil to clear the field. Just then, 2 hands suddenly reached out from either side, firmly gripping his arms. Lu Fang, have you lost your mind? Wang Yixing's face was streaked with blood splattered during the chaos, but he ignored it, glaring at Lu Fang as he shouted. What are you doing? Rushing to your death? On the other side, Jiang Xia clung to Lu Fang tightly, her eyes reddened and voice choked with tears. Fang Gu, don't be reckless. I know you cleared floor 15, but you've only just awakened. In their eyes, Lu Fang was indeed strong, remarkably so, but that strength was confined to the realm of newcomers. A novice awakened less than half a day ago, no matter how extraordinary his talent, could at most muster 100 attribute points. How could he possibly contend with experts who had trained for years, or even decades? Wang Yixing, though usually at odds with Lu Fang, gritted his teeth and said, If you charge and you'll be obliterated instantly. Lu Fang looked at the 2 people desperately holding him back, a faint stir in his heart. He could sense their genuine concern for his safety, though their judgment was flawed. Lu Fang halted, turning to face Wang Yixing and Jiang Xia with a calm, profound gaze. Don't worry. Lu Fang gently freed himself from their grasp. With his strength attribute soaring at 2,200, even a slight tug felt like being pushed aside by a giant beast, leaving Wang Yixing and Jiang Xia unable to hold on. I never do things that lead to certain death. With that, he turned away, ignoring the cries behind him, and faced the brutal battlefield ahead, his eyes sharpening. Money devil, come forth. As Lu Fang willed it, 10 waves of bone-chilling cold erupted without warning within the gymnasium, the surrounding temperature plummeting instantly, as if even the blood-tinged air itself froze. Then the space before Lu Fang twisted and 10 figures slowly materialized. They were no ordinary human forms. Each stood over 3 meters tall, their frames as massive as iron towers. Their bodies gleamed with a dark golden luster, yet the glow offered no warmth, only a chilling, heart-stopping cold. Their faces were featureless save for a colossal copper coin imprint dripping with black miasma deeply etched into the center. 10 money devils. They stood silently beside Lu Fang, each exuding an oppressive aura of greed and death. The terrifying pressure they radiated rivaled that of the seasoned level 40 professionals across the field. What are these things? The students who had been trembling behind Lu Fang were stunned into silence by the sudden sight. They stared at the grotesque, ominous money devils, their teeth chattering. Are they monsters summoned by the enemy? But why are they appearing beside Lu Fang? Unable to discern whether these entities were allies or even more fearsome demons conjured by the Blood Wolf Society, the students recoiled in terror, their eyes brimming with fear. Lu Fang paid no heed to the bewildered stares around him. He raised his hand, pointing a finger at the rampaging Blood Wolf Society members ahead. Kill. A single word. Boom! The 10 money devils sprang into action instantly. They emitted no roars, only the explosive sound of air being torn apart. 10 dark golden blurs like tigers unleashed from their cages charged into the fray with unstoppable momentum. A level 45 Blood Wolf Society elite was overwhelming a teacher, his long blade poised to strike. Suddenly, a massive hand veined with dark golden patterns materialized, seizing his blade. What? The elite recoiled in shock, trying to withdraw his weapon, but the hand's grip was as immovable as a mountain. The next moment, the featureless face of the money devil loomed before him, the giant copper coin mark flashing with a sinister light. Bang! Another fist slammed into his chest with devastating force. A terrifying power of 2,700 points erupted. The level 45 elite didn't even have time to scream. His chest caved in as if struck by a speeding train, his body, hurtling backward like a cannonball crashing into a distant wall. Dead on impact. Instant kill. This scene played out simultaneously across every corner of the battlefield. The 10 money devils were like wolves among sheep, utterly disregarding the defensive skills of the level 40 professionals. Wind blades. They withstood them heeding. Fireballs. They punched them apart. Shadow arrows. They couldn't even breach their defenses. With their overwhelming attributes, the 10 money devils tore apart the Blood Wolf Society's unimpregnable line. The battle, once on the verge of collapse, was now forcibly turned around, and even began to push back. This is impossible. The struggling teachers watched in shock as the black-clad enemies who had cornered them moments ago were now crushed like chicks by those golden monsters. Did Lu Fang summon these monsters? All eyes involuntarily turned to the calm young man standing at the rear. Shock, awe, disbelief. In that instant, a bolt of realization struck both teachers and students alike. No wonder he could clear floor 15. No wonder he earned an SS rank evaluation. This is absolute power. Each of these summons alone could sweep through the initial dungeon, let alone all 10 together. Wang Yixing and Jiang Xia, who had thought Lu Fang was rushing to his death, now stood with mouths agape, staring at his back, utterly speechless. This upheaval naturally caught the attention of the 3 leaders in the sky. They had been toying with the principal and vice principal, but suddenly sensed the terrifying aura rising from below. Looking down, their expressions shifted instantly. Are those summons? How can there be such powerful summons? That attribute fluctuation. It surpasses even the teachers. The bald man stared fixedly at Lu Fang, the mockery in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by deep wariness and an even more intense killing intent. To be able to summon a monster of this level on the very first day of awakening. The effeminate man's dagger trembled slightly in his hand, his voice chillingly cold. This child must not be allowed to live. If he is allowed to grow, where will the Blood Wolf Society have a future? We must kill him. Although the situation on the ground had reversed instantly with the addition of the 10 money ghosts, Lu Fang knew very well that the true deciding factor was still in the sky. The moment those 3 Blood Wolf Society leaders all over level 100 freed their hands, the advantage on the ground would vanish in an instant. Lu Fang looked up, watching the principal and vice principal in the sky, who were being brutally suppressed by blood mist shadows and curse auras. At this moment, the phantom of the light giant was already shattered, and the vice principal's flame great axe had also dimmed. Both were covered in blood, their auras at their lowest ebb, clearly at the end of their strength. He could wait no longer. Lu Fang took a deep breath, gathering his qi in his dantian, and let out a fierce shout towards the battlefield in the sky. Principal. Vice principal. At all costs, control one of them for me, even if it's just for a second. I have the power to kill him. This roar, full of vigor, pierced through the cacophony of exploding skills and reached the heights clearly. Hearing this, the principal and vice principal, who were struggling to hold on, froze in their movements. Their first thought was absurd. This was the most ridiculous thing under heaven. A student who had just awakened less than half a day ago, even if he was a genius with an SS rank evaluation, even if he could summon those bizarre golden monsters, he was still just a novice. And who were their opponents? The 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf Society. Powerhouses over level 100. This level of disparity was like the gap between heaven and earth. Forget killing someone, Lu Fang's strongest attack probably wouldn't even leave a mark on their protective aura. He's gone mad. Has the child been scared out of his wits? The vice principal's heart grew bitter, and he nearly dropped his axe. The 3 Blood Wolf Society leaders, on the other hand, acted as if they had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. The bald leader, wreathed in blood mist, laughed so hard tears almost came to his eyes as he swung his blood-colored blade, suppressing the principal. Listen. All of you, listen. What is that little ant saying? He says he wants to kill one of us. The effeminate assassin beside him also curled his lips into a cruel smile, his dagger tracing deadly cold arcs in the air. Blinded by fear, starting to rave. How pathetic. At death's door, all that's left is arrogance and ignorance. Boom. The moment they were mocking the curse, which seized the opportunity and landed an aging curse precisely on the vice principal. Peft. The vice principal's movements slowed instantly. The bald leader grinned savagely and kicked him hard in the chest. Amidst the sound of shattering bones, the vice principal crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Although he barely managed to stabilize himself without falling, blood gushed from his mouth, indicating he was severely injured. Old Li. The principal's eyes were blazing with fury. Not ready yet? Lu Fang's urgent sharp shout came again. This time there was no panic in his voice, only a chilling calm and resolve. Trust me just this once. If you don't want to die, do as I say. The principal looked at the boy on the ground with the cold, sharp eyes. In those eyes he saw not a trace of fear nor any hint of a joke. It was absolute confidence, as if what he was saying wasn't insane rambling but a truth about to happen. Damn it! The vice principal wiped the bloody foam from his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Old Zhang were dead anyway. Let's trust this kid. Might as well try anything. Looking at the nearly collapsing defense line, the principal gritted his teeth. Fine, let's gamble. The next second they did something no one expected. They simultaneously deactivated all their defensive skills. They abandoned their defenses against the effeminate assassin and the curse which allowing the lethal daggers and curse auras to strike them. They furiously burned the last of their life essence, pouring it all into control skills, locking onto the most arrogant and forward-charging bald leader. Light chains, divine imprisonment. Earth's grasp, absolute bind. Boom, boom. A thick chain of holy light shot out from the void, instantly coiling around the bald leader's limbs. At the same time, two enormous stone hands materialized from thin air, gripping his legs tightly. What? The bald leader's expression changed. He hadn't expected these two old geezers to have gone mad, risking their lives just to restrain him. Schlick! Ack! The moment the control skills took effect, the effeminate assassin's dagger sank deeply into the principal's shoulder, and the curse witch's poison orb exploded on the vice principal's back. Both were drenched in blood, their auras plummeting to their lowest point, but they still maintained their hand seals, shouting hoarsely with all their might, Lu Fang. Now? Actually, they didn't need to shout. The instant the bald leader was bound, Lu Fang had already moved. Standing on the ground, his black hair wildly dancing in the gale, his dark eyes locked onto the bald leader midair. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger. The motion was simple yet carried an indescribable majesty. 10,000 gold coins vanished from his account balance in an instant. Skill 1,000 gold for a throw. Activate. Midair. The firmly bound bald leader looked at the boy, pointing a finger at him from below, and the surprise in his eyes instantly turned into deep contempt. With you. I'll stand here and let you hit me. Can you even break my blood demon aura? As a level 115 bloodthirsty Azura, his physical defense was as high as 8,000. With this layer of protective aura condensed from blood energy, even a full-powered strike from an opponent of the same level might not be able to break it. However, before the thought had even finished forming in his mind, his expression suddenly changed. A terrifying aura making even his soul tremble descended out of nowhere. It wasn't the fluctuation of magical elements, nor the eruption of battle chi. It was a rule that seemed capable of piercing through everything. A golden light so dazzling it seemed to blind everyone, pierced through heaven and earth. The bald leader looked up. He saw the last and most horrifying image of his life. An enormous gold coin, even more solid and massive than the vision from Lu Fang's awakening earlier. The gold coin gleamed with the luster of pure molten gold, devoid of ornate engravings, radiating only the most unadulterated essence of wealth. Yet, to the bald leader's perception, it descended not as currency, but as an entire mountain of gold plummeting straight toward his skull. No, what is this? Impossible. His sneer shattered in an instant, replaced first by bewilderment, then by incredulous terror, and finally by a despair so profound it seeped into his very bones. He thrashed wildly, straining against his restraints. Yet he could not break free. These were chains forged from half the lives of the principal and vice principal. Die for me. Lu Fang's finger slammed downward. Boom. The colossal phantom coin pierced the bald leader's vaunted blood demon aura without resistance, as effortlessly as slicing through rice paper. Then it struck his physical body. No cataclysmic explosion followed, only a soft hollow pop like a bursting balloon. His once indomitable flesh crumbled before that coin, fragile as tofu, and before every pair of eyes present. An immense, suffocating numeral, pale white, starkly real, rose slowly from the bald leader's crown. 150,000 true damage. 1.5 million. In that single moment, 2/3 of his blood bar, once as deep and vast as a crimson sea, evaporated entirely. Ag! A shriek of unimaginable agony tore through the gymnasium. Blood gushed from his mouth. Every bone in his body pulverized under the blow. His form collapsed like lifeless sludge from midair. Silence. Absolute deathly silence. At that moment, whether teachers locked in combat with black-clad assailants, students cowering behind cover, or the two remaining Blood Wolf Society leaders hovering above, all motion ceased. As if frozen by an invisible hand, they stared. First at the falling figure, then at that impossibly long string of zeros drifting in the air. 1.5 million. And white true damage. Ignoring all defense. Ignoring all resistance. Ignoring level disparity. Gulp. Someone swallowed. Audibly, unervingly clear in the tomb-like stillness of the gymnasium. Then, in the next breath, the principal and vice principal, whose faces had been etched with utter despair, froze, then contorted into rapturous, almost grotesque euphoria. It was the ecstasy of being wrenched back from the very edge of hell. Did he one-shot him? The principal's voice trembled. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. 1.5 million damage. Even he, a level 120 holy light priest, could barely muster 10,000 in a single unleashed strike. Yet Lu Fang had dealt 15 times that, merely by flexing a finger. What are you waiting for? Lu Fang's icy voice cut through the stunned hush. He granted his enemy no respite, seizing the bald leader's critical vulnerability. The paralyzing aftereffect of having his defenses utterly shattered, Lu Fang raised his hand once more. Spend 1,000 gold. Another 10,000 coins deducted. A second colossal golden coin coalesced midair. More merciless, more oppressive, and crashed down upon the bald leader's mangled frame. Boom! This time not even a scream escaped. 150,000 true damage. His remaining sliver of health vanished instantly. His body disintegrated under that terrifying rule-based force, shattering into countless shimmering golden motes, leaving not even ash behind. A level 115 powerhouse, among the Blood Wolf Society's 3 supreme leaders, had fallen. Just like that, in less than 3 seconds, the hopeless 3 versus 2 stalemate had transformed in an instant into a balanced 2 versus 2 confrontation. The remaining assassin, slim and sinister, and the curse-wielding which now looked at Lu Fang with utterly changed eyes. No longer did they regard him as a mere insect to toy with. Now they beheld a monster wearing human skin. Terror flooded their hearts, unchecked and ravenous. Damn it! Damn it! The assassin's grip on his dagger trembled violently. How could a novice possess such power? To erase 100-level master in a single strike. That boy is the greatest threat. The witch shrieked, her voice sharpening into a piercing screech of raw fear. Kill him now. Their gazes locked midair. In that fleeting instant, a silent lethal accord was sealed. At that very moment, the principal and vice principal, having just expended their binding ultimate technique and already grievously wounded, stood in a fatal vacuum. Their strength spent, their next breath not yet drawn. They were utterly incapable of intervening. We go, Alan. A mad glint flared in the assassin's eyes. He ignored the vice principal's descending great axe entirely, choosing instead to absorb the crushing blow heeded. Blood erupted from his mouth as recoil hurled his body sideways. His target was no longer the principal, but Lu Fang standing calmly on the ground. Little beast. Die. His face twisted with fury. His twin obsidian daggers fused into one as his entire shadow energy compressed violently, condensing into a pitch-black beam of annihilation. This was the pinnacle of his lifelong cultivation, the final vengeful strike of a 100-level master. Black Death Ray. Shush! Its speed transcended time itself. Bearing the weight of absolute destruction, it cleaved past the principal, who tried desperately to intercept, and streaked straight for Lu Fang's forehead. Lu Fang? The principal's eyes bled crimson as he roared, lunging back. But the ray was too fast. Far too fast. It's over. Wang Yixing closed his eyes in despair. Jiang Xia collapsed onto the floor, her face drained of all color. All believed Lu Fang was doomed. A newly awakened novice, even with exceptional defense, might barely reach 100 points. Against 100-level master's killing blow, only obliteration awaited. Yet, amidst that storm's heart, Lu Fang remained terrifyingly calm. His left hand rose slightly, his thumb gently brushed the dark gold ring adorning his index finger. Monetary barrier. System alert 10000 gold coins deducted. A translucent pale gold spherical shield materialized out of nothing, enveloping Lu Fang completely, delicate as a cicada's wing. So fragile it seemed a breath might shatter it. Then, the Black Death Ray struck the golden barrier with cataclysmic force. A maelstrom of destructive energy detonated before Lu Fang. Corrosive death energy surging forward, seeking to devour all in its path. But The anticipated spectacle of Lu Fang reduced to ash never unfolded, though violent ripples distorted the barrier's surface and a grating teeth-rattling screech filled the air. Even as it visibly trembled on the verge of collapse, it did not break. Shield value 280000, shield value 350000, remaining shield 370000100000. That was a full 1 million points of shield value. Even the killing blow of a 100-level powerhouse against that million-point thickness ultimately failed to breach the wall of size. A second later, the light dissipated. Though the barrier shattered and vanished, Lu Fang remained firmly rooted, not a single strand of hair out of place. He slowly lowered his hand, his gaze icy, as he fixed it upon the effeminate assassin in the sky who was frozen in his attacking posture with eyes bulging in disbelief. The entire venue fell into deathly silence. If Lu Fang's offensive power had been shocking before, now his defense, withstanding a 100-level expert's lethal strike without dying, sent chills down everyone's spine and shattered their understanding. Not dead. The effeminate assassin's jaw dropped, utterly unable to comprehend what had happened. His blow, enough to one-shot a fragile opponent of the same level, hadn't even scratched this kid. What kind of monster was this? Lu Fang let out a cold snort, not giving the enemy any more time to question their existence. He knew well that now, with the enemy's skills expended and their psychological defenses shattered, was the perfect moment to counterattack. Principal. Vice Principal. No need to hold back. Pin them down. Finish them off. The snapped-back principal and vice principal now had boundless battle fervor blazing in their eyes, replacing their earlier ecstasy. Lu Fang was alive. Not only alive, but completely unscathed. It was nothing short of a miracle. Excellent. The principal laughed heartily. Though severely wounded, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Oldly, don't let these scum escape. Rest assured, they want. The two erupted once more, firmly entangling the now disoriented effeminate assassin and the curse witch. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Under Lu Fang's relentless bombardment of his unreasonable money-burning ability, so-called level gaps and defensive resistances all became a joke. 1,000 gold pieces. Boom! The effeminate assassin screamed as half his body was shattered by the golden coins. Again. Boom! The curse witch's shield, as flimsy as paper, was smashed into nothingness. Each attack unleashed a torrent of true damage like a heavy hammer, not only crushing the enemy's body, but also hammering into the hearts of everyone present. A minute later, as the last curse witch dissolved into motes of light with a mournful wail, the sudden crisis was completely resolved. The entire gymnasium fell silent once more. Only the lingering energy fluctuations in the air bore witness to the breathtaking battle that had just transpired. Lu Fang stood in the center of the arena, slowly withdrawing his hand, his expression still calm. Around him, thousands of teachers and students, including the blood-soaked principal and vice principal, supporting each other. Everyone stared at the silhouette of that youth, their eyes filled with a godlike reverence. They were not only amazed that Lu Fang had saved them all, but even more stunned by this terrifying ability that defied all logic and overturned their understanding. The smoke of battle finally cleared. Huff! Huff! The principal leaned on his staff, supporting his faltering body. His robe was stained with blood from the wound on his shoulder pierced by the effeminate assassin, but he paid no heed to his injury. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside the vice principal, who tried to help him, and with heavy, unsteady steps, he hurried over to Lu Fang. Looking at the unscathed, calm youth before him, a complex mix of emotions flickered in the principal's eyes. Shock, gratitude, but above all, deep shame. Lu Fang. The principal's voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. He slowly lowered his head, even attempting to bow. I'm sorry. As the head of this school, I failed to protect my students. Instead, in the end, a student saved my life. This is my dereliction of duty and my shame. This scene stunned the surrounding teachers and students. In their memory, the principal had always been stern and imposing. They had never seen him apologize so humbly to a student. Lu Fang's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed the principal and vice principal risking their lives to buy him time, even preparing to sacrifice themselves. Lu Fang reached out and firmly grasped the principal's arm, stopping his bow. Principal, you flatter me. Lu Fang shook his head, his tone calm and sincere. You don't need to apologize nor blame yourself. Lu Fang glanced at the injured teachers and frightened students, his gaze turning somber. Those three were after Wang Yixing and me from the start. The Blood Wolf Society came because of the old grudges of our parents. The school was caught in the crossfire. This was an undeserved calamity. Lu Fang's voice was not loud. but it carried clearly across the venue. I acted both to protect myself and to prevent anyone from getting hurt because of me. It was my responsibility, not your failure. His words were reasoned and neither servile nor overbearing. The principal looked up at Lu Fang's clear, profound eyes, and his shame eased, slightly replaced by deeper appreciation and relief. This child possessed not only extraordinary talent and strength, but also a rare and commendable character. Regardless. Thank you. The principal patted Lu Fang's hand heavily, 1,000 words condensed into those two. Beside them, Wang Yixing kept his head down, listening silently like an outsider. He watched Lu Fang conversing with the principal on equal footing, even subtly taking the lead, then looked down at his own thunder sword, once a source of pride, but now seeming somewhat dim. An unprecedented bitterness welled up in his heart. If Lu Fang's earlier 15th floor clearance and SS rank evaluation had only shocked him and sparked a desire to catch up and surpass, then just now, those coins raining down, dealing 1.5 million true damage. That golden shield casually withstanding 100-level experts' killing blow without breaking. This earth-shattering offense and defense were like two mountains utterly crushing all the pride and competitive spirit within him. The gap is too vast. Wang Yixing laughed bitterly to himself. This was no longer a competition on the same track. It was a difference of two dimensions. While he was complacent about dealing a few thousand points of damage, Lu Fang was already slaying gods with damage in the millions. How can I compare to him? Wang Yixing hung his head, his clenched fist slowly loosening. At that moment, the arrogance in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by a profound sense of powerlessness and submission. As the three Blood Wolf Society casters maintaining the barrier perished, completely the pitch-black canopy that had hung over the gymnasium, filling everyone with despair, finally lost its energy support. With a crackling sound, the black barrier began to flicker violently, then dissipated and crumbled rapidly like snow melting in early spring. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the fading darkness, once again spilling onto the scarred playground. Light so long absent. The signal is back. The phone line is working. Cheers of surprise erupted from the crowd. With the barrier's disappearance, the blocked communication signals instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng Guardian Corps Command Center, the scene was once bustling yet orderly as staff monitored various city data. Suddenly, a piercing red alert siren blared, without warning, throughout the hall. On the massive city surveillance screen at the center, a glaring red exclamation mark popped up on the previously calm map, accompanied by frantically flashing data streams. Captain, high-energy reaction detected. A monitor shot up from their seat, voice distorted with terror. Coordinates locked. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. The energy detector has captured an extremely high concentration of blood aura, along with residual fluctuations from 3 terrifying skills. Guardian Corps Captain Ji Xiaoning, who had been reviewing documents, snapped his head up at the words Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, staring fixedly at the red dot on the screen, his pupils contracting sharply. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Today was the awakening ceremony, and if he recalled correctly, the children of those two VIPs, Lu Fang and Wang Yixing, were there. Analyze the energy level. Ji Xiaoning roared, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. The monitor's fingers flew across the keyboard. Seconds later, his face turned ashen, and he turned to the captain with despair in his eyes. Based on residual readings, the intruder's energy levels are all at least over 100. Number 3. And there are energy remnants from the dissipated ceiling barrier. Boom! Ji Xiaoning felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. A darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly stumbled. 300-level powerhouses. And a ceiling barrier. This was clearly a premeditated, targeted assassination. What defensive forces did Jiangcheng No. 1 High School have? Apart from a few teachers at several dozen levels, the strongest were the principal and vice principal, just over 100. But against a calculated ambush with the barrier sealing them in, how long could they hold out? As for the newly awakened students, Ji Xiaoning's heart turned to ice. Reason told him that in such a closed slaughterhouse facing the rampage of 300-level powerhouses, the chance of survival was infinitely close to zero. Especially those two key protectees. If something happened to Lu Fang and Wang Yixing, Ji Xiaoning dared not imagine the thunderous fury that would erupt when the 3 pillars of Jiangcheng returned. The entire city would probably be turned upside down. It's over. Ji Xiaoning murmured, a deep sense of powerlessness surging within him. But he couldn't stop. Even if it was just to collect bodies, he had to get to the scene immediately. All units assemble. Ji Xiaoning grabbed the communicator on the table and let out a hysterical roar, his voice tinged with sorrow and trembling. 1st and 2nd Combat Squads. Depart with me immediately. Target Jiangqing No. 1 High School. Move. Boom. Boom. In the distant sky, several silver-white streaks tore through the air, followed by deafening sonic booms. A few high-speed Guardian Corps fighters painted in dark gray descended with an urgent air, ignoring standard deceleration procedures. They hovered almost forcibly in a near-dive posture over the ruins of the gymnasium. Massive air currents kicked up dust and rubble. With a click before the hatch was fully open, a figure leaped down from a height of over 10 meters. It was Captain Ji Xuning. This usually composed and unflappable head of Jiangcheng security now had disheveled hair, a forehead slick with cold sweat, a look of extreme panic, and eyes filled with the dread of facing hell itself. Quick! Medical team! Rescue team! Ji Xuning shouted hoarsely, charging frantically into the gymnasium. On the way, he had steeled himself for the worst. 300-level powerhouses attacking a middle school was no different from throwing wolves into a sheepfold. He had even planned how to atone to the 3 big shots. Yet when he burst into the devastated gymnasium and swept his gaze across the scene, he froze. The anticipated slaughterhouse of corpses, rivers of blood, and annihilated students was nowhere to be seen. Though the site was riddled with craters and cracks from the battle, half the stage had collapsed, and the Blood Wolf Society members' ghastly bodies lay everywhere. Still, the students in uniforms were all alive. Though they were dusty, terrified, and some even crying, they were indeed standing, and seemed to have suffered no fatal injuries. This is... Ji Xianing's gaze darted wildly, soon spotting 2 familiar figures in the crowd. Lu Fang, Wang Yixing. Though they looked a bit disheveled with dust on their clothes, they were intact. Seeing this, Ji Xuning felt his heart like a roller coaster drop from his throat back into his chest. A wave of immense relief from surviving a disaster washed over him, making his legs go weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Alive! They're all alive. Ji Xuning wiped the cold sweat from his face, his lips trembling. Thank heavens, my career is saved. Then his gaze fell on the principal and vice principal, who were receiving medical attention. The 2 elderly figures were covered in blood, their auras weak. The principal in particular had a bleeding hole in his shoulder, looking utterly battered. Ji Xianing's mind instantly conjured a tragic, heroic battle. Facing 3 terrifying 100-level intruders, the 2 school leaders, to protect the students, had not hesitated to burn their lives and exhaust their potential, unleashing a desperate counterattack that achieved an impossible reversal, ultimately saving these children's lives. Heroes. True heroes. Ji Xianing's eyes reddened instantly. He rushed over to the principal in 3 strides, ignoring protocol, and firmly grasped the principal's uninjured hand. Old Zhang. Old Li. Ji Xianing's voice trembled with excitement, his words jumbled. You were incredible. Magnificent. Facing 300-level powerhouses, you managed to hold the line and even counterkill. You didn't just save over 1,000 students, you saved my life too. Ji Xuning tightly clasped the principal's hand, almost wanting to kowtow to the 2 old men. Rest assured, I will report your contributions to the nation. In this incident, you are the foremost heroes. Absolutely exceptional merit. I want the entire Jiangqing to know of your heroic deeds. Ji Xuning grew increasingly excited, his spittle flying everywhere. However, as the principal and vice principal, who were receiving bandages, listened to this string of flattery, their expressions turned exceedingly complex. Embarrassment, peculiarity, even a trace of shame. Ahem. The principal's face flushed crimson, whether from blood loss or awkwardness. He could no longer bear it and stiffly withdrew his hand from Ji Xuning's grasp. Captain Ji, please calm down first. The principal gave a wry smile, glanced at the equally embarrassed vice principal, who was awkwardly scraping his feet, then sighed. Though I'd love to claim this credit, one must act with conscience. Huh? Ji Xuning was taken aback, looking bewildered. What do you mean? Didn't you kill them? The principal shook his head. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Lu Fang, who was nearby, casually adjusting his sleeve with a serene expression. Captain Ji, to be honest, we old fellows did risk our lives to hold them back, but the one who truly slew those 3 Centurion-level powerhouses and turned the tide to save everyone was Lu Fang. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The expression on Ji Xuning's face stiffened. His neck turned like a rusted gear, emitting creaking sounds, as he rotated with extreme stiffness, following the direction of the principal's finger to look at Lu Fang. Lu Fang had just brushed a speck of dust from his sleeve. Sensing the gaze, he looked up and politely nodded at Ji Xuning. Captain Ji, long time no see. Ji Xuning's jaw dropped. His chin nearly hit his feet, his eyes bulging like brass bells, darting between the 3 gruesomely contorted corpses of the Blood Wolf Society leaders in the distance. and the harmless-looking, even somewhat delicate youth before him. His brain completely short-circuited. The CPU fried. Who? Who? Ji Zuneng's voice turned shrill and comical. You mean him? A student who just turned 18 and awakened today. Killed 3 Centurion-level powerhouses. Ji Zuneng's first thought was that these people were playing a prank on him. This was utterly preposterous. It was 10,000 times more absurd than an ant biting an elephant to death. He tried to find even a hint of jest on the faces of the principal, vice principal, and the surrounding teachers. But there was none. Everyone's expression was so solemn, so earnest. Even when they looked at Lu Fang, the emotion in their eyes was not merely gratitude, but a deep, soul-stirring reverence. It was the awe one holds for the mighty. Ji Zuneng's heart sank. As an experienced captain of the guard, his reason began to return. He quickly released the principal and strode over to the corpse of the bald leader. Crouching down, he examined the wound. There were no traces of holy light burns nor gashes from a battle axe. The corpse. All its bones were pulverized, its muscle tissue completely disintegrated, as if it had been smashed into a pulp by some indescribably immense weight from above. This was simply not the kind of damage a holy light priest like the principal or a berserker battle-axe wielder like the vice principal could inflict. It was a never-before-seen, utterly domineering force of destruction. Ji Zuneng's fingers trembled. He rose and looked at Lu Fang again. That youth still stood there calmly, his posture upright. Amidst the blood and the gaze of the crowd, he showed no discomfort but rather a kind of serene control over everything. The facts were laid bare. No matter how horrifying, no matter how mind-shattering, this was likely the truth. Gulp. Ji Xuaning swallowed his throat, feeling dry. Did he really do it? He murmured, forced to accept this reality that made his scalp tingle. Ji Xuaning took another deep breath, struggling to calm the tempestuous turmoil within. Then he stepped forward, his expression solemn, and walked up to Lu Fang. Gazing at this upright youth who remained unflustered even after such a great battle, a flicker of bewilderment appeared in Ji Zuneng's eyes. He seemed to see Lu Fang's parents in their youth, those 2 super geniuses who once dominated and guarded Jiangcheng. Who? Ji Xuaning extended his large hand, stiff from excessive tension, and firmly patted Lu Fang on the shoulder. Xiao Fang. Ji Xuaning looked at Lu Fang, his voice filled with emotion. You're even more talented than your parents were at your age. Ji Zuneng's voice rose slightly with excitement. The disciple surpasses the master. If your parents knew of today's feat, they'd be laughing in their dreams. Faced with the elder's lavish praise, Lu Fang showed no sign of pride, merely nodding modestly. Uncle Ji flatters me. It was just luck. This is no luck. Ji Zuneng's smile faded, his expression turning instantly serious. In that moment, he was no longer a sentimental elder, but the captain of the guard bearing the safety of all Jiangcheng. He stepped back half a pace, and before all the teacher's students and his men, he bowed deeply to Lu Fang. Captain Ji, you must not. The principal beside him tried to intervene, but Ji Xuaning raised a hand to stop him. Maintaining his bow, Ji Zuneng's voice was heavy and filled with lingering fear. Xiaofang, this bow is my apology on behalf of the Jiangcheng Guard to you, and to all the faculty and students. This is a grave dereliction of duty on our part. Ji Xuaning straightened up, his eyes full of guilt. The Blood Wolf Society is an class-wanted organization. They infiltrated Jiangcheng and even laid a sealing barrier in a place as critical as the school, yet our guard was completely oblivious. Right under our noses, they nearly caused an irreparable catastrophe. As he spoke, another layer of cold sweat broke out on Ji Zuneng's back. He dared not imagine what would have happened if Lu Fang had not been there today. The gymnasium would likely have become a silent tomb. The principal and teachers would have died in battle, and the 1,000+ innocent students would have been slaughtered. It would have been the darkest day in Jiangcheng's history, a sin for which he, Ji Xuaning, could never atone even in death. If not for your turning the tide. Ji Xuaning looked at Lu Fang, his tone solemn. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Fang looked at the Iron Man in front of him, who was filled with self-reproach, and said softly, Uncle Ji, the enemy came prepared, and their methods are strange. This cannot all be blamed on the guard team. No, a dereliction of duty is a dereliction of duty with no excuses whatsoever, Ji Xuaning stated firmly. He then turned around to face everyone, his voice resonating like a bell as he made a public promise. I, Ji Xuaning, assure everyone here, the guard team will take full responsibility for this incident. He continued, at the same time, I will report Lu Fang's astonishing achievements today to the National Alliance. The glory that belongs to you will not be diminished by a single bit. Hearing the mention of reporting to the nation, the students present cast envious glances at Lu Fang. However, Lu Fang was not particularly affected by these empty praises. He looked at Ji Xiaoning and suddenly spoke up. By the way, Uncle Ji, there's something I find very strange. Lu Fang's eyes narrowed slightly and his gaze sharpened. My parents as well as Wang Yixing's father were both emergency ordered to the front lines as the 3 pillars. This should be the highest level of military secrecy, right? Ji Xiaoning was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course, such a level of mobilization is only known to a few at the highest levels of the city lord's mansion. Lu Fang pointed at the corpses of the Blood Wolf Society leaders on the ground, his tone grave. Since it's classified, why do the lowly members of the Blood Wolf Society know about it so clearly? Boom! This statement struck Ji Xiaoning's mind like a thunderclap. His face instantly turned pale, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Indeed, how could the Blood Wolf Society know with such precision? Unless... Are you suggesting? Ji Xiaoning gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. There are moles within our ranks. Lu Fang did not respond, merely looking at him silently. But the implication was clear. There are spies from the Blood Wolf Society within the upper echelons of Jiang City, and their rank is definitely not low. Ji Xiaoning smiled bitterly in anger, his fists cracking from the pressure. He took a deep breath and made a solemn promise to Lu Fang. Xiao Fang, rest assured. Ji Xiaoning will turn Jiang City upside down if need be to root out that traitor who eats from both sides. This is for you and to give the 3 pillar stones an explanation. After saying that, Ji Xiaoning waved his hand. Team 1. Secure the scene. Clean up the evidence. Team 2. The medical team treat the injured immediately. The psychological support team soothe the students' emotions. With the orders given, the well-trained guard team members swiftly took control of the scene. The originally chaotic gymnasium began to restore order. Lu Fang glanced at the busy scene, then at Jiang Xia, who was still standing there in a daze. Let's go, Lu Fang said, patting Jiang Xia on the shoulder. Ha! Oh, okay. Jiang Xia, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly followed. The two walked through the crowd under the watchful, reverent, and complex gazes of the faculty and students, heading toward the gymnasium's main entrance. In the mountainside villa area, as soon as Lu Fang stepped through the door, the familiar figure of the old butler came into view. He had been waiting for a long time. Though he had not been to the school, it was clear. He had learned of Lu Fang's safe return through some channel, and his wrinkled face was filled with undeniable relief. Young master, you have returned. The old butler said, a slight tremor in his voice. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Lu Fang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I've worried you, he said. Young master, good fortune will always be with you. The old butler straightened up, his expression suddenly serious. He turned and from the shelf behind him presented a beautifully crafted black and gold box with both hands. The surface of the box shimmered with a dark luster, clearly not an ordinary item. Young master, this was specifically instructed by the master and madame to be left for you before they left Jiang City. The old butler respectfully handed the box to Lu Fang. They said this is a gift to prepare you for awakening your profession. No matter what profession you awaken, this gift will assist you. Lu Fang felt a stir in his heart as he reached out to take the box. The touch was slightly cool and heavy. Left by my parents. Lu Fang thought with anticipation as he gently unfastened the lock. Click! The box opened. There was no earth-shattering phenomenon. Inside lay a single card quietly resting. It was a card seemingly polished from crystal, radiating a rainbow of colors, dreamy and ethereal. As Lu Fang picked up the card, a line of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Item equipment upgrade card, special grade, none effect, designate an equipment of diamond grade or below for use. Upon use, that equipment will unconditionally be upgraded by 1 major grade, while retaining its original characteristics, enhancing its attributes. Description: transforming decay into the miraculous. This is the power of rules. Usage count 11. Looking at the attributes of this card, Lu Fang's pupils slightly constricted. Unconditionally upgrading by 1 major grade. This is simply unfathomable. In this world, every single upgrade in equipment grade vastly increases its value. Moreover, this card can retain and enhance the original characteristics. A good item. Lu Fang took a deep breath, carefully storing the card away and nodding at the old butler. Thank you, I really like it. Returning to his room, Lu Fang locked the door and sat on the soft bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly removed the money barrier ring from his finger, the one that had contributed to his great achievement today. This ring was currently at the golden level. If it were any other equipment, I might hesitate, but the mechanism of this ring is simply too suitable for me. Lu Fang's eyes were resolute. For him now attack power was already overflowing. What he lacked the most was the ability to survive. Upgrade. With one hand holding the ring and the other holding the card, Lu Fang silently chanted in his heart. Buzz. The colorful card in his hand instantly shattered, transforming into countless mysterious runes that surged into the dark golden ring like rivers converging into the sea. The originally simple and somewhat dull ring began to tremble violently after absorbing these runes. Its surface started to change, the original coin-like patterns became more intricate and exquisite, and on the dark golden ring a layer of crystalline structure reminiscent of diamonds faintly appeared, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Moments later the light converged. A brand new ring appeared in Lu Fang's palm. It no longer seemed insignificant, but instead exuded an air of nobility and indestructibility. Lu Fang immediately checked the new attributes. Item: money barrier ring, diamond grade, position finger. Attributes: all attributes 50, active skill, unbreakable gold, advanced effect, consumes 20000 gold coins to instantly generate a shield lasting 2 seconds, with a defense value equal to the number of consumed gold coins multiplied by 100. Cooldown time 12 hours. Hiss. As soon as he saw the attributes, Lu Fang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Strong. Too strong. The original skill, spend 1,000 gold, had evolved into Invincible with 10,000 gold. Although the cost had risen from 10,000 gold coins to 20,000, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Lu Fang, who possessed hundreds of millions in wealth. The key was the effect. The duration had doubled, reaching 2 seconds. The shield's upper limit had also directly doubled, reaching an astonishing 2 million points. A shield of 2 million. To put it in perspective, the level 50 Hell General he had faced today only had a health pool of 2 million. This meant that with a casual activation of his shield, Lu Fang was essentially carrying a level 50 boss health bar above his head. Moreover, the cooldown had been reduced from once a day to twice a day. Lu Fang put the ring back on his finger with satisfaction, his heart filled with calm. Night had fallen. Lying in bed, he toyed with the ring in his hand. Once silence settled in, longing surged like a tide. He thought of his parents. So much had happened today. Awakening with an SS rank evaluation, single-handedly killing 300-level powerhouses, securing the highest promise from the guard squad. Of all the glories, the ones he most wanted to share were with his parents. I wonder what Mom and Dad are up to. Lu Fang turned over and habitually dialed the encrypted number known only to his family. Beep, beep, beep. The monotonous waiting tone echoed from the earpiece. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. Until the call automatically ended, the other side remained a busy tone unanswered. Lu Fang watched the phone screen gradually dim, his brow furrowing slightly. Still busy. Earlier during the awakening ceremony, his father had answered the call and transferred him money, but there had been no word since. Logically, no matter how heavy the mission, with so much time passed, there should have been some reply. Especially given the huge commotion in Jiangcheng today, the Blood Wolf clan's raid would certainly have been reported to the guard squad. His parents, the pillars of Jiangxing, couldn't possibly not have received the news. Maybe they're in a signal-blocked zone. Lu Fang thought to himself, forcibly suppressing the faint unease in his heart. Elsewhere, at the Jiangcheng Guard Squad's General Command Center, Ji Xiaoning sat in his office, a pale blue encrypted holographic screen floating before him. On the screen was the profile he had compiled for Lu Fang. Name: Lu Fang, age 18, awakened class, unknown, mysterious class, novice, dungeon, performance floor 15, clear, final evaluation, SSS time, taken 1 minute 17 seconds, special battle record, killed 300 level Blood Wolf clan powerhouses, detailed process as follows. Ji Xiaoning stared at the line for special battle record. Even though he had personally confirmed the scene, his heart still clenched painfully. This was simply too absurd. If he hadn't personally gone to Jiangcheng No. 1 high school, seen the 3 Blood Wolf clan leaders' bodies with his own eyes, and heard the testimonies from the principal and vice principal, he would have absolutely believed this report was the ravings of some madman. But facts were facts. Ji Xiaoning took a deep breath and tapped the screen. Confirm report to Dragon Nation Guard Squad headquarters. Confirm. With a hum, the encrypted data instantly transformed into a stream of light traveling along the highest level encrypted military communication channel straight to the Dragon Nation Guard Squad headquarters. Having done all this, Ji Xiaoning leaned back in his chair and let out a long, turbid breath. Beside him, the vice captain had held back for a long time, but finally couldn't help asking. Captain, with the abilities Lu Fang displayed today, he probably doesn't even need to take the college entrance exam, right? Ji Xiaoning glanced at him. The vice captain swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock and envy. With a resume like that, won't the major specialized universities go crazy trying to recruit him? Ji Xiaoning was silent for a moment, then nodded. Indeed. I'm afraid even the top 5 specialized universities in the Dragon Nation would offer him direct admission. The vice captain drew in a sharp breath. The Big 5. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the air in the office seemed to grow heavier. The Dragon Nation's top 5 specialized universities, Jinyuan Academy, Tianwu University, Xingchen Institute, Xinji Academy, and Shengling's Academy. They were the sacred grounds in the hearts of countless professionals. For an ordinary student to get into a provincial key specialized university was already enough to bring glory to their ancestors. Being admitted to a first-rate Dragon Nation specialized university was worthy of being called a genius. As for the Big 5, that was a place ordinary geniuses couldn't even dream of. They gathered the most exceptional prodigies from all over the Dragon Nation. Seeds destined to guard the nation's borders, battle the abyss, and stand at the pinnacle of humanity. Every year, tens of millions of awakened individuals competed in the college entrance exam. Only a few thousand could truly step into the Big 5. Each one was a monster who had fought their way out from every province and city. The vice captain stared blankly, unable to help murmuring, "That's the dream of every professional. If I could have gotten into the Big 5 back then, even just to sweep the floors, my father would have opened a new page in the family tree for me." Ji Xiaoning shot him a glance. "You're overthinking it. The janitors at the Big 5 are at least level 200 life-class professionals." The vice captain. That stung. Ji Xiaoning turned back to the screen, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Was he envious? Of course he was. As a professional who hadn't fantasized about entering the Big 5 in their youth, unfortunately reality was harsh. Talent, class resources, and battle achievements. None could be lacking. Even Lu Fang's parents Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu, who were once-in-a-century geniuses in Jiangxing, still failed to enter the Big 5. They ended up at a first-rate Dragon Nation specialized university. That was already dazzling enough. But now their son probably wouldn't even need to take the exam. The Big 5 would take the initiative to extend an olive branch. It wasn't a matter of Lu Fang begging to join a school, but which school could offer terms satisfactory to Lu Fang. Thinking of this, Ji Xiaoning couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This kid is even more monstrous than his parents. The vice captain was about to respond. Suddenly, the red encrypted communicator on the desk rang without warning. Ji Xiaoning's expression changed. This communicator wasn't on a regular line. It only rang for top-level emergencies in Jiangcheng. He immediately answered. "This is Ji Xiaoning." The next second, a low, hoarse voice came through the communicator. After just a few sentences, Ji Xiaoning's expression froze. He stood as if frozen in place. The color drained from his face at a visible rate. Sensing something wrong, the vice captain tentatively asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Ji Xiaoning didn't answer. His fingers were clenched tightly around the communicator knuckles, white lips trembling slightly. A few more seconds passed. The call ended. The communicator slipped from Ji Xiaoning's hand and hit the desk with a soft thud. The vice captain's heart skipped a beat. He had followed Ji Xiaoning for years and had never seen the captain wear such an expression. It wasn't shock. Nor was it anger. It was a terror that bordered on utter collapse. "Captain, what on earth happened?" Ji Xiaoning slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. "The sky is falling." At the hillside villa district, Lu Fang had just turned off the bedside lamp, trying to force himself to sleep. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly a knock came at the door. Lu Fang opened his eyes. "Enter." The door swung open and the old butler Uncle Jiang stood outside, his expression grim. "Young Master, Captain Ji is here." Lu Fang furrowed his brow slightly. "Uncle Ji, so late?" The unease he had just suppressed surged back up within him. He got up, threw on a coat, and hurried downstairs. In the living room, Ji Xiaoning stood there still in his guard uniform, clearly having rushed over. But unlike during the day, Ji Xiaoning's face was pale, his eyes redrimmed, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Lu Fang's heart plummeted. "Uncle Ji, what happened?" Ji Xiaoning opened his mouth, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. He looked at the young man before him. Just that day, he had praised Lu Fang for surpassing his predecessors. He had said that if Lu Fang's parents knew of today's achievements, they'd be laughing in their dreams. But now he had to personally deliver this brutally cruel news to Lu Fang. Ji Xiaoning's throat bobbed, his voice hoarse. "Xiao Fang, you need to be strong." Lu Fang paused as if sensing what was coming and asked directly, "What happened to my parents?" Ji Xiaoning closed his eyes. "News from the front. The 3 pillars." He paused, his voice trembling. "Fell in battle." Boom. In that instant, Lu Fang felt something explode in his mind. All sounds around him faded away. The lights, the sofa, the coffee table, Ji Xiaoning's face, Uncle Jiang's suddenly ashen expression. Everything seemed blurred and unreal, as if seen through a thick curtain of water. Lu Fang stood there motionless. After several long seconds, he finally spoke slowly. "What did you say?" Ji Xianing's eyes grew redder. "Xiao Fang. I'm asking you for the specifics." Lu Fang's voice was soft, chillingly so. Ji Xiaoning took a deep breath, forcing down his grief. According to the battle report from the front, the three pillars encountered a powerful alien during a suppression mission at the Abyss Rift frontline. The three fought together fiercely. During the battle, a spatial node they were near suddenly went out of control. The node triggered a spatial storm. The three pillars and that alien strongman were both swept into the spatial storm. Lu Fang's head snapped up. Swept in. Being swept in doesn't mean death. Ji Xiaoning fell silent. Lu Fang stared at him. Right? The living room was deathly quiet. Old butler Uncle Jiang stood nearby, his hands clenched tightly on his sleeves, his eyes red. Ji Xiaoning spoke with difficulty. "Xiao Fang, I know this is hard to accept. A spatial storm is a catastrophic disaster formed by the complete chaos of spatial laws. Inside there are no stable coordinates, no direction, no sense of time, and even material structures are constantly torn apart by spatial turbulence. Once a professional is pulled in, communication is instantly cut off, and their location is completely lost. In history," Ji Xiaoning paused. Each word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. "In history, no one pulled into a spatial storm has ever returned alive. So according to frontline rules, once confirmed swallowed by a spatial storm, it is presumed dead." Presumed dead. When those words fell, Lu Fang's expression finally changed. He stepped back half a pace. His chest felt as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, making it hard to breathe. Earlier today, he had cleared the novice secret realm. He had earned an SS rank evaluation. He had killed 300-level experts from the Blood Wolf Society. He had received a report from the guard. He had even planned to tell his parents all about it when they returned. He wanted to see his father's stunned silence. He wanted to hear his mother laugh and praise him for growing up. He wanted to make them proud. But now, instead of congratulations, he received a cold declaration of death. Impossible. Lu Fang shook his head. Impossible. His voice grew heavier. My parents couldn't have died like that. They were just swept in. Their bodies aren't lying before me. No body, no belongings, no visual confirmation. How can you say they're dead? Ji Xianing's lips moved, but he didn't know how to answer. Logically, he knew Lu Fang was right, but in reality there had never been a survivor of a spatial storm. That was the cruelest truth. Lu Fang's eyes reddened, his chest heaving violently. They must still be alive. They must be. I believe they are still alive. The words seemed meant for Ji Xiaoning and also for himself. Ji Xiaoning looked at Lu Fang, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. He stepped forward and patted Lu Fang's shoulder. Xiao Fang, don't overthink it for now. The front is still searching for residual spatial fluctuations. It'll tell you the moment there's any news. The most important thing now is for you to stay steady. If your parents knew about your performance today, they would be very proud. At those words, Lu Fang's eyes finally turned completely red, but he didn't cry aloud. He just stood there gritting his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Ji Xiaoning comforted him for a long while, but such comfort felt utterly hollow against such devastating news. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Xiao Fang, I still need to go to the Wang family. I have to tell Wang Yixing this news too. Lu Fang didn't respond. Ji Xiaoning gave him a last look, then turned and left. The door closed. The living room fell silent again. Lu Fang stood there for a long time before speaking slowly. Uncle Jiang. The old butler's voice trembled. Young master. I'm going to find them. Uncle Jiang's heart clenched. Young master, the place where the master and mistress disappeared, is the Abyss Rift frontline. That's the bloodiest battlefield between humans and aliens. At least experts above level 200 are qualified to step in. Lu Fang lifted his head. His eyes were red, but they held no collapse. Only a stubborn, almost obsessive determination. Then I'll reach level 200. It won't take long. I can do it soon. Uncle Jiang looked at Lu Fang, his heart aching so much he could barely speak. He had watched Lu Fang grow up. To him, Lu Fang wasn't just the young master, but like his own child. Deep down, he knew the truth. The master and mistress were most likely never coming back. But he dared not say it, nor could he. He could only follow Lu Fang's words, his voice hoarse. All right, the young master will surely succeed. Lu Fang nodded. I'm going upstairs first. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Uncle Jiang stood in the living room watching Lu Fang's silhouette gradually disappear at the end of the stairs. and the tears in his eyes finally fell uncontrollably. But soon he forcibly wiped his tears away, for he knew that beyond grief there were more pressing realities. The master and mistress were no more. The Fang Chamber of Commerce, which they had founded, would theoretically be inherited by the young master. It was a major chamber of commerce renowned throughout Jiang City and even the entire southern province. Wealth channels, resources, connections, equipment, supply chains, alchemy workshops, dungeon material trading. Each was enough to make anyone envious. Previously, with Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu in control, no one dared to make a move. But now, Uncle Jiang's expression turned grave. The young master is still young. This inheritance will likely not go smoothly. Dragon Nation. Dragon Heart City. This was the true heart of the Dragon Nation. It was also the holy city in the hearts of countless professionals. The towering job change divine tower pierced the sky, crisscrossing energy tracks, ran through the entire city, and floating buildings orbited the city like stars. And the 5 most powerful job change universities of the Dragon Nation were all located here. One of them was the Abyss Suppressing Academy. Inside the principal's office, an old man with white hair sat before a massive light screen, reviewing a just-delivered top-secret dossier. His gaze was initially calm, but as line after line of information met his eyes, the eyes that had weathered countless storms slowly widened. Mysterious job. Cleared the novice dungeon in 1 minute 17 seconds. SSS rank. On the very day of awakening, killed 3 level 100 experts. The old man tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. After a long moment, he uttered 2 words. Monster. The next second, he pressed the communicator. Have Teacher Zhou from the admissions office come here. Moments later, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses strode quickly into the office. Principal, you called for me. Without a word, the old man slid Lu Fang's dossier over to him. Go to Jiang City. Test this student. If the intelligence is true, try to recruit him. Teacher Zhou looked down. At first, he remained composed. But the more he read, the more his expression faltered. When he reached the line about killed 3 level 100 experts, he was utterly stunned. Principal, this is a student who just awakened, the old man said calmly. That's what the dossier says. Teacher Zhou swallowed hard. Then what treatment do we offer? The old man looked up. Srank Recruitment Authority. Boom. Teacher Zhou's pupils constricted. The Abyss Suppressing Academy's recruitment packages were divided into SAB and C ranks. Crank was the standard treatment for students who normally passed the entrance exam. Just getting into the Abyss Suppressing Academy already marked one as a super genius. But within the academy, they started only at Crank. Brank was for the top 10 geniuses from each major region. A rank was for exceptional talents specially recruited from the provinces. As for Srank, that was true strategic level genius treatment. Even at the Abyss Suppressing Academy, fewer than 10 students per cohort received Srank treatment. Teacher Zhou couldn't help but say principal isn't giving Srank directly a bit too high. The old man's gaze was steady. If this intelligence is true, it's not high. It might even be insufficient. Teacher Zhou's heart trembled. The principal continued, the other 4 academies are bound to have received the news too. If the Abyss Suppressing Academy wants to compete, we must be fast. This competition will inevitably be fierce. Go yourself and try to secure him. Teacher Zhou's expression turned serious. Understood. They'll leave now. He turned to leave. Suddenly, ding, the light screen before the old man flickered. An encrypted message popped up. The old man glanced at it casually. The next second, his expression changed. The usually unflappable principal of the Abyss Suppressing Academy actually showed clear astonishment at that moment. Wait, Teacher Zhou stopped. Principal. The old man stared at the message, silent for several seconds before speaking slowly. There's no need to go. Teacher Zhou was taken aback. No need to go. He asked instinctively, is the intelligence false? The old man shook his head. No, the intelligence is true. It's Tianlong that has made a move. Teacher Zhou's expression froze instantly. The entire office fell into dead silence. Tianlong. These 2 words carried an almost supreme weight in the Dragon Nation's professional system. It wasn't a university. It wasn't an ordinary organization. It was the true core power standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. Teacher Zhou's throat went dry, his voice changed. A student who just awakened has actually caught the eye of Tianlong. The next morning, Hillside Villa District. When Lu Fang opened his eyes, his gaze was terrifyingly clear. There wasn't even a trace of dejection to be seen. He simply got up calmly, washed up, changed into a clean black casual outfit, and pushed open the door to go downstairs. In the dining room, The old butler Uncle Jiang had already prepared breakfast. He stood by the table watching Lu Fang descend the stairs step by step, his eyes filled with worry. "Young master." Lu Fang sat down, picked up the knife and fork, his expression calm. "Morning." His voice was steady. Steady as if nothing had happened. This made Uncle Jiang's heart feel even worse. If Lu Fang had wept bitterly, vented his emotions, even smashed the room, he would have felt a little more at ease. But Lu Fang was too calm. Uncle Jiang couldn't help but speak. "Young master, you don't have to force yourself. About the master and mistress." Click. The knife and fork in Lu Fang's hand paused slightly, but only for a moment. The next second, he continued eating his breakfast, speaking in a calm tone. "They aren't dead." Uncle Jiang's heart trembled. Lu Fang looked up, gazing at the distant sky outside the window. "Since no bodies were found, they aren't dead. Whether it's a spatial storm or an abyssal rift. As long as they are still somewhere, I will bring them back." Uncle Jiang's eyes grew hot. Lu Fang took a sip of milk and set down the cup. "I'm going to run dungeons today. I need to level up quickly." Uncle Jiang looked at Lu Fang's young but composed face, and a powerful illusion suddenly arose in his heart. It was as if Lu Fang had grown up overnight. Jiang City Professional Center. This was one of the most frequented places for all professionals in the city. Awakened individuals came here to run dungeons, get professional certifications, take on quests, and purchase basic supplies. The massive circular building stood in the city center, covering a vast area. People bustled in and out. There were newly awakened novices in groups of 3 or 5, clutching their equipment, their faces etched with excitement and nervousness. There were also seasoned professionals who frequented low-level dungeons, bearing scars, their eyes reflecting a veteran-like numbness. Lu Fang walked into the hall, paid the fee, and entered a private room. Immediately, rows of massive dungeon selection light screens stood before him. On each screen were displayed the names, level requirements, recommended party sizes, and difficulty options of different dungeons. Black Wind Valley entry level 510. Rotting Mine entry level 812. Lu Fang's gaze swept across them, finally stopping on an icy blue screen. Frost Cavern entry level 1318, recommended party size 4 dungeon, attribute ice, available difficulties easy, normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell. Lu Fang was currently at level 13, just barely meeting the threshold. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and tapped the difficulty selection. Hell difficulty. The light screen vibrated softly. Selected Frost Cavern Hell difficulty, applying for entry. Application failed. Note: hard difficulty or higher dungeons require manual confirmation from the career center staff. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, a staff member in a career center uniform hurried in from outside. He was a young man in his 20s with a badge, reading Dungeon Administrator Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng entered and almost thought he was seeing things. A solo player. Frost Cavern. Hell difficulty. This was a textbook suicide setup. Lu Cheng quickly walked up to Lu Fang, noticing his age. Likely a student who had just awakened. He asked sternly, "Student, did you tap the wrong option?" Lu Fang glanced at him. "No." Lu Cheng was taken aback. "Are you sure you want to enter Frost Cavern on Hell difficulty?" "Yes." Lu Cheng's face darkened. "Nonsense. Although Frost Cavern is a low-tier dungeon, Hell difficulty isn't meant for solo newcomers. This dungeon recommends a foreman team with at least 1 tank and 1 healer, and the remaining 2 should be fire-type damage dealers. You're not running a dungeon, you're courting death." Lu Fang wasn't angry. He knew the man was just following protocol. And indeed, he was preventing rookies from throwing away their lives. But Lu Fang had no time to explain too much. He pulled out his phone and dialed Ji Xiaoneng's number. The call connected quickly. Ji Xiaoneng's slightly weary voice came through. "Xiao Fang. Uncle GM at the career center." Lu Fang said succinctly, "I want to enter Frost Cavern on Hell difficulty, but the staff won't let me. Please confirm it for him." There was a second of silence on the other end. Then Ji Xiaoneng's voice came through. "Put the staff on the phone." Lu Fang handed the phone to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng frowned as he took it. "Hello, I'm Lu Cheng, Dungeon Administrator at Jiangcheng Career Center. May I ask who this is?" The next moment, Lu Cheng's back snapped straight. He looked as if he'd been jolted by electricity. "Captain Ji?" "The captain of the Jiangcheng Guard, Ji Xiaoneng." That was a true heavyweight. Lu Cheng's expression shifted from stern to shocked, from shocked to bewildered, and finally settled into pure awe. "Yes. Understood. Confirmed." The call ended. Lu Cheng handed the phone back to Lu Fang with both hands. When he looked at Lu Fang again, his gaze had completely changed. Before, he saw Lu Fang as an arrogant newcomer. Now he looked at him as if he were some hidden identity monster, someone who could call Ji Xiaonang directly, and Ji Xiaonang had personally confirmed his entry into a hell dungeon. Student Lu. The confirmation has gone through. Frost Cavern Hell difficulty. You may enter. Lu Chang tapped on the management light screen. A shimmering ice blue portal slowly opened. Frost Cavern Hell difficulty entrant Lu Fang entry level 13 party size. One seeing that final party size 1, Lu Chang couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. He gritted his teeth and warned. Student Lu, if you encounter danger in the dungeon, you can use an emergency escape scroll. Although there's a 3-second delay on hell difficulty. No need. Lu Fang walked towards the portal. It'll be out soon. As his voice faded, his figure was swallowed by the ice blue light and vanished instantly. Lu Chang stood there stunned for a long time. Suddenly the communicator on his wrist vibrated. It was a message from Ji Xiaonang. From now on, monitor Lu Fang's situation in real time. Report any changes to me immediately. Frost Cavern. A biting cold wind rushed towards him. As soon as Lu Fang landed, a faint crunching sound came from under his feet. It was the sound of ice cracking. Surrounding him was a vast underground ice cavern. The cave walls were covered with razor-sharp icicles, the ground thick with frost, and the air was filled with pale blue mist. Note: you have entered Frost Cavern Hell difficulty. Environmental effect: extreme cold domain. All entrance movement speed reduced by 30. Attack speed reduced by 20. The stamina consumption increased by 50. The cold system prompt appeared before him. Lu Fang glanced at it casually. Then he had no reaction. A 30 slow. That's all. Lu Fang focused his mind. Money Ghost. In a flash, 10 dark golden figures materialized. The towering money ghosts stood within the icy mist, the copper coin marks on their faces gleaming with a cold light. The next second, a dense chorus of snarls erupted from the mist ahead. Frost wolves, pure white with blue light in their eyes, charged out from the depths of the ice cave. Frost Wolf level 12, HP 3500 skills, Ice Claw, Frostbite. To ordinary newcomers, these Frost Wolves were absolute nightmares. They were fast, their attacks applied slow effects, and they came in huge numbers. For a standard foreman team, getting surrounded could mean instant casualties. But Lu Fang merely raised an eyebrow. Clear them. Boom. The 10 money ghosts shot forward. The ice floor shattered. Dark golden afterimages swept across the cavern. One Frost Wolf, just as it leaped into the air, had its head smashed by a money ghost's fist. Another tried to flank, only to be grabbed by the neck and hurled into an ice wall like trash. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosions echoed through the cavern. These Frost Wolves, so troublesome for ordinary professionals, were as fragile as snowballs before the money ghosts. Defeated Frost Wolf EXP 150. Defeated Frost Wolf EXP 150. Defeated Frost Wolf EXP 150. System notifications flashed rapidly. But Lu Fang didn't even bother to look. He just kept walking forward. No, to be precise, he was speedrunning. The money ghosts led the way. Monsters were killed the moment they appeared. Traps were triggered and instantly tanked by the money ghosts. The so-called hell difficulty: monster density, the ice element, environmental slow, the nightmare dungeon for newcomers. None of it posed any obstacle to Lu Fang. First section, the Frost Wolf Zone, took 3 minutes. Second section, the Frost Spider Nest, took 5 minutes. Third section, the Frost Armor Bear Corridor, took 6 minutes. He crushed everything in his path. He bulldozed through it all. Lu Fang's experience bar skyrocketed. Level up. Current level 14. All stats increased. Level up. Current level 15. Deep within the dungeon, the final boss chamber loomed. An enormous ice door slowly creaked open, releasing a torrent of chilling air so dense it seemed almost tangible. In the center of the room, a colossal ice blue bear towering 10 meters high lay prostrate on a frozen dais. Rows of crystalline ice spikes jutted from its back, and with each breath white frost spread like a blizzard. Frost Tyrant. Level 50. Health 120000. Skills: Frost Roar, Frost Armor, Rebound, Arctic Recovery. Special Hell Mode mechanic: when health drops below 50. Recovers 5 of max health per second for 20 seconds. The Frost Tyrant opened its eyes. Its crimson pupils locked onto Lu Fang. A thunderous roar shook the entire boss chamber. Massive ice crystals rained from the ceiling, shattering into a storm of frost upon impact. For an ordinary party, the strategy would be to first shatter its frost armor, then unleash burst damage to counter the health regeneration. Insufficient damage would lead to a slow, inevitable defeat. Yet Lu Fang devised no tactics. He uttered a single word: kill. In an instant, the 10 money ghosts erupted into action. Before the Frost Tyrant could even rise and bring down its massive paw, the 10 money ghosts were upon it. Fists, elbows, knees, and heavy stomps rained down. There were no flashy skills, only the most brutal attribute suppression. The Frost Tyrant's colossal frame shuddered violently. Its health bar evaporated. 90, 70, 50. The ice crystals on its body flared, triggering the Arctic recovery mechanism. The Frost Tyrant triggered Arctic recovery. In the next second, the 10 money ghosts continued their assault. The Frost Tyrant's head was smashed deep into the ice floor. Health bar depleted. Recovery. Mechanics. Before absolute power, there was no chance to even function. Soon a mechanical voice echoed through the dungeon. Frost Tyrant defeated. Experience 80000 gained. Frost Cave cleared on Hell mode. Clear rating SSS. Level up. Current level 17. Lu Fang stared at the status panel, his expression still calm. The treacherous world rules had once again reduced his experience gain. Still going from level 13 to 17 in half an hour was decent. He glanced at the equipment and skill books scattered across the floor, but they were all for other classes, so he casually stored them in his inventory. Then he dismissed the money ghosts, stepped into the dungeon's exit portal. At the Jiangcheng Professional Center's dungeon hall, Lu Chang was idly chatting with friends on his phone. Suddenly, the ice-blue portal shimmered. Lu Fang emerged, his clothes pristine, his breathing steady, his demeanor calm. There wasn't even a trace of frost on his hair. Lu Chang was taken aback, instinctively assuming Lu Fang had failed. After all, he had only been inside for half an hour. Of course, surviving alone in a hell mode dungeon for that long was already astonishing. He quickly approached, his tone as gentle as possible. Lu Fang, it's okay. Failing your first hell mode attempt is completely normal. The Frost Cave's mechanics are quite nasty. The fact you lasted half an hour is already. He trailed off. Suddenly the dungeon's clear status screen flickered. A line of golden text slowly materialized. Frost Cave Hell Mode. Clearer Lu Fang. Party size 1. Clear time 29 minutes 48 seconds. Final rating SSS. Lu Cheng's voice died in his throat. He stood frozen, as if someone had gripped his neck, his eyes nearly popping out. Holy shit. Cleared it. 29 minutes 48 seconds. Solo. Hell Mode. SSS rating. What a joke. Lu Fang then patted Lu Chang on the shoulder. Help me start the next dungeon. Lu Chang asked instinctively. What dungeon? The level 17 entry dungeon. Still on Hell Mode. Lu Chang shuddered. Half an hour ago he would have absolutely tried to stop him. But now, stop him? How could he stop him? This guy had just soloed the Frost Cave on Hell Mode in half an hour and got an SSS rating. Such a person couldn't be measured by normal standards. Lu Chang quickly opened the dungeon list, his fingers trembling. Okay. Lava Ruins. Entry level 1720. Recommended party size 5. Element Fire. Available difficulties Easy, Normal, Elite, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Lu Chang took a deep breath. Hell Mode for the Lava Ruins has been opened for you. Lu Fang nodded. Thanks. With that, he stepped into the new portal. Lu Chang watched Lu Fang's retreating figure, his throat bobbing. Then he snapped to his senses and immediately dialed the contact Ji Xiaoneng had left him. At the Jiangcheng City Lord's mansion, the meeting room was suffocating with tension. Ji Xiaoneng sat at one end of the long table. At the head sat a middle-aged man in a deep blue robe, Han Qinshan, the city lord of Jiangcheng. His expression was grim. All 3 pillars have fallen. Jiangcheng now has no top-tier defenders. If this gets out, the consequences will be disastrous. Ji Xiaoneng nodded. The Blood Wolf clan's attack on Jiangcheng First High School shows they've had their eyes on us. With the pillars gone, illegal organizations and the Abyss cult will likely make their move. Han Qianshan rubbed his temples. We need to request reinforcements from the provincial government immediately. At least one transcendent level expert above level 300 to temporarily garrison Jiangcheng. Ji Xiaoneng said in a low voice, the provincial government might not be able to send anyone right away. The Abyss rifts have been erupting frequently, and every city is short on high-level combatants. Losing all 3 pillars at once makes it incredibly hard to fill the gap. The meeting room fell into silence again. A city without a pillar-level guardian was like a treasure vault without walls. Just then, Ji Xiaoneng's communicator buzzed. He glanced at the caller. Lu Chang from the professional center. Ji Xiaoneng frowned. Calling at this hour. Had something happened to Lu Fang in the dungeon? He answered immediately. Speak. On the other end, Lu Cheng's voice was trembling. Captain Ji Lu Fang just came out of the Frost Cave. Ji Xiaoneng's expression shifted. He's out. Is he injured? No. Lu Chang swallowed hard. Not only is he unharmed, but he cleared it. Ji Xiaoneng was stunned. Cleared it? Yes. Lu Cheng's voice wavered. The Frost Cave Hell Mode Solo Clear. Final rating SSS. Time. 29 minutes and 48 seconds. In the meeting room, the air instantly fell silent. Ji Zuneng's hand holding the communicator froze slightly. Han Qianshan also raised his head. Though he couldn't hear everything from the other end of the line, Ji Zuneng's expression made it clear this was no trivial matter. Ji Xuaning asked slowly, "Are you sure?" Lu Chang gave a bitter smile. "Captain Ji, am sure." Ji Xuaning took a deep breath. Check the historical records. For the Frost Cave on Hell difficulty, what was the fastest time before? The sound of keyboard clacking came from the other end. A few seconds later, Lu Cheng's voice grew even more strained. "Found it." The previous record in Jiangcheng was set 5 years ago by a 4-person team with an average level of 15. The team composition was Shield Warrior, Priest, Fire Mage, and Archer. A standard full team. The clear time. Lu Cheng paused. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 42 seconds. Ji Xuaning fell silent. Han Qianshan's brow furrowed deeper. "What's wrong?" Ji Xuaning put down the communicator, looked at Han Qianshan, and his expression turned exceedingly complex. Lu Fang went to clear a dungeon. Han Qianshan was taken aback. The son of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. Yes. He just soloed the Frost Cave on Hell difficulty. Han Qianshan's eyes flickered. The Frost Cave, the one with a level 13 entry requirement. Yes. Ji Xuaning said slowly. Solo. SSS rating. 29 minutes and 48 seconds. Han Qianshan's pupils contracted sharply. Even with his status as city lord, having witnessed countless prodigies, he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. What was the previous record? An average level 16 4-person full team. Ji Zuneng's voice was low. 3 hours, 17 minutes and 42 seconds. The meeting room fell silent once more. After a long moment, Han Qianshan slowly uttered 2 words. An anomaly. Ji Xuaning gave a bitter smile. Far more than an anomaly. Han Qianshan leaned back in his chair, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Yesterday, Jiangcheng had lost its 3 pillars. For the entire city, it was a catastrophe akin to the sky falling. Yet, on that very same day, Jiangcheng also produced a Lu Fang. One who right after awakening could slay a level 100 powerhouse. A monster who at level 13 soloed a hell difficulty dungeon and shattered a record in half an hour. Han Qianshan was silent for a long time before finally speaking in a low voice. If Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu knew, they would be very comforted. Ji Xuaning did not respond. For those words were too heavy. Han Qianshan looked out the window and sighed. Jiangcheng's situation is dire now. Extremely dire. But at least. He paused, a faint light finally flickering in his eyes. Lu Fang's abnormality is the only good news this city has right now. Speaking of which, Han Qianshan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze shifting constantly. Lu Fang's greatest value right now isn't just his own talent. It's also the resources he's about to attract. Ji Xuaning was startled. Your Excellency means? Han Qianshan lifted his head. The 5 great academies. Given the achievements Lu Fang displayed yesterday, the 5 great academies cannot possibly remain indifferent. If they send people to recruit him, we might ask Lu Fang to propose a condition. Ji Zuneng's brow twitched. Have the 5 great academies coordinate powerful experts to station in Jiangcheng. Han Qianshan nodded. Even if it's just a temporary station. If we can get through this most dangerous window, Jiangcheng will have a chance to catch its breath. Ji Zuneng's eyes brightened slightly. This was indeed a viable plan. But soon his brow furrowed again. Something's not right. Han Qianshan looked at him. What's wrong? Ji Xuaning said in a deep voice. I reported Lu Fang's information last night through the highest encryption channel. Such news couldn't have gone unnoticed. But so far, not a single person has contacted me to verify the details. Han Qianshan's brow also furrowed. Ji Xuaning continued. It's not just the 5 great academies. Even the slightly inferior top-tier universities haven't made any moves. This is very strange. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew quiet. Indeed, it was strange. With talent like Lu Fang's, once the news got out under normal circumstances, the admissions offices of various universities should have been scrambling to recruit him. It wouldn't have been surprising if someone had even taken a teleportation array directly to Jiangcheng. Han Qianshan was silent for a few seconds, a look of gravity settling in his eyes. Could the news have been suppressed? Ji Zuneng's heart skipped a beat. Who has such authority? No sooner had he spoken. A calm voice suddenly echoed in the meeting room. Of course, someone with the authority to suppress this news. Boom! Both Ji Xuning and Han Qianshan froze. They spun around abruptly. There by the window of the meeting room, a figure had appeared without them noticing. It was a man in a long black trench coat. He appeared to be around 30 with ordinary features and exuded no earth-shattering aura. But that very fact made him all the more terrifying. This was the highest-level meeting room in the city lord's mansion. It was heavily guarded outside, equipped with energy detection arrays inside. The surroundings were also covered with runic prohibitions against spatial infiltration. Yet this man had appeared soundlessly. No alarms were triggered. No energy fluctuations. Neither Ji Xuning nor Han Qianshan had even sensed when he had taken his position there. What did this mean? It meant that if he had intended to kill them just now, they likely wouldn't have had a chance to react. Ji Xuning shot to his feet, his hand already on the weapon at his waist. Who are you? Han Qianshan also stood, his eyes filled with shock and vigilance. The man in black did not answer. He casually produced a token. The token was pitch black. On the front, a golden divine dragon was carved, coiling and soaring. At the dragon's eye, a faint reddish gold light flowed. On the back were only two characters, Tianlong. Ji Xuning frowned deeply. He did not recognize this token. But Han Qianshan, upon seeing it, his expression completely transformed. Shock, fear, awe, and even a hint of incredulous elation. Without any hesitation, he immediately bowed deeply to the man in black. Jiangqing City Lord Han Qianshan pays respects to your excellency. Ji Zuneng's heart trembled violently. What was Han Qianshan's status? He was the city lord of Jiangqing. Even when facing high officials from the provincial government, he would not lose his composure like this. Yet now he was bowing to this man in black, even addressing him as your excellency. Just who was this person? The man in black put away the token, his tone flat. No need for formalities. Han Qianshan straightened up but maintained a respectful demeanor. Your excellency, have you come for Lu Fang? The man in black nodded. I happen to be on a mission near Nan province. The higher-ups issued a temporary inspection order, so I came by to take a look. On the way. Upon hearing these two words, Ji Zioning's eyelid twitched violently. He could speak of entering the highest council chamber of Jiangqing City Lord's manor as casually as going out to buy groceries. Just how powerful had this man become? Han Qianshan quickly asked, Sir, how do you need us to cooperate? The man in black turned his gaze toward him. Retrieve Lu Fang's complete file. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Qianshan activated the city lord's authority. Soon streams of encrypted data materialized on the light screen. From Lu Fang's birth to his enrollment, from his family relationships to his class awakening from the Jiangqing No. 1 high school incident to clearing the Frost Cave, all information was compiled into a file. The man in black merely raised a hand and pointed. All the data transformed into a small orb of light which he absorbed into his palm. The entire process took less than 10 seconds and he turned to leave. Han Qianshan quickly said, Sir, regarding Lu Fang. The man in black paused mid-step. Don't tell him for now. And don't make it public. Do not disclose my visit to anyone. His gaze swept over Han Qianshan and Ji Xuning. That look was calm, yet it made both of them feel a suffocating pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. Understood. Han Qianshan immediately bowed. Understood. The city of Jiangqing will not breathe a word. The man in black nodded. The next moment, his figure simply faded away before their eyes. There was no light from a teleportation array. No ripples of spatial tears. It was like a drop of ink falling into water, vanishing without a trace. The conference room fell silent once more. Yet Ji Xuning and Han Qianshan remained silent for a long time. A cold sweat had broken out on Ji Zioning's back. After a long while, he looked at Han Qianshan. City Lord, who exactly was that person? Han Qianshan took a deep breath, a lingering shock still evident in his eyes. Tianlong. Ji Xuning frowned deeply. Tianlong. Han Qianshan glanced at him. It's normal for you not to know. This name is not something ordinary professionals are qualified to come into contact with. Ji Zioning's heart sank. Han Qianshan spoke slowly. The Dragon Kingdom has 5 great academies, the holy grail for all young professionals. But above the 5 great academies, there is a place that truly stands above the clouds. That is Tianlong. Ji Zioning's pupils contracted. Han Qianshan continued. Tianlong does not recruit externally, nor does it participate in any public rankings. It does not belong to the universities, the regular military, or the local systems. It is answerable only to the highest echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. The people inside are all monsters sieved out from countless powerhouses. Even the best graduates from the 5 great academies only qualify to participate in the selection. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in Ji Zioning's mind. The best graduates of the 5 great academies only qualified to participate in the selection. What kind of concept was that? The 5 great academies were already the pinnacle for young professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. Graduating from them made one a genius admired by countless people. And Tianlong only sifted again from the cream of these geniuses. This wasn't a holy land. This was a holy land above holy lands. Ji Zioning's voice was dry. No wonder no one from the 5 great academies came. Han Qianshan nodded, his expression complex. If Tianlong has set its sights on Lu Fang, the 5 great academies naturally wouldn't dare to compete. Or rather, they've lost even the right to make an offer. Ji Xiaoning felt his scalp tingle. Last night he was still guessing that Lu Fang would be fiercely contested by the 5 great academies. Now it seemed they had still underestimated Lu Fang's significance. A completely unprecedented light suddenly burst forth in Han Qianshan's eyes. If Lu Fang truly passes Tianlong's evaluation and is chosen, his voice trembled slightly. Then Jiangcheng is definitely saved. Ji Xiaoning let out a long breath. This kid, he's just too damn terrifying. For the rest of the day, Lu Fang spent his time at the professional center. At 10 minutes past 10 in the morning, Lava Ruins held difficulty solo clear, time 34 minutes 12 seconds. Rating SSS, previous fastest record 4 hours 5 minutes. At 11:30 in the morning, Poison Mist Swamp held difficulty solo clear, time 37 minutes 56 seconds. Rating SSS, previous fastest record 4 hours 41 minutes. At 1 in the afternoon, Skeletal Graveyard held difficulty solo clear, time 32 minutes 9 seconds. Rating SSS, previous fastest record 3 hours 58 minutes. At 20 past 2 in the afternoon, Thunderclap Canyon held difficulty solo clear, time 41 minutes 33 seconds. Rating SSS, 1 clear record after another was being shattered like crazy. Every time Lu Fang entered a dungeon, he just barely met the minimum entry level. Level 13 entering a level 13 dungeon. Level 20 entering a level 20 dungeon. Level 25 entering a level 25 dungeon. And all on hell difficulty. All solo. All with an SSS rating. All drastically breaking the historical records of the Jiangcheng Professional Center. Lu Chang stood at the entrance of the dungeon gate, staring blankly at the light screen. He's gone in again. He had been shocked since morning, and now he was beyond shock. In just one day, Lu Fang had entered 16 dungeons in a row. Even though the experience required for leveling up became increasingly absurd, Lu Fang still forcibly pushed his way to level 40. When this news reached the city lord's manor, Ji Xiaoning and Han Qianshan were discussing Jiangcheng's defense arrangements. The communicator rang. Ji Xiaoning answered it. After listening, he was silent for a long time. Then he hung up expressionlessly. Han Qianshan glanced at him. Lu Fang again. Ji Xiaoning nodded. Han Qianshan rubbed his brow. What level dungeon did he clear this time? Level 39. That kid is probably already level 40, right? Probably. The meeting room fell silent again. He had just awakened yesterday. Today he was level 40. What kind of leveling speed was this? How long does it take a normal newbie to go from level 1 to level 40? Even for a genius with a full party, maxed resources, and non-stop dungeon runs, it would take at least a few months. But Lu Fang, one day, right under their noses. Han Qianshan was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What's the fastest record for completing the first-class advancement in Jiangcheng?" Ji Xiaoning answered quickly, 6 months. The record set by Lu Tianxiong back then. Han Qianshan looked out the window. The first-class advancement requires level 100. How long do you think it will take Lu Fang? Ji Xiaoning thought for a moment. Half a month. As soon as he said it, he found it a bit absurd himself. First-class advancement in half a month. In the past, that would have been pure madness. But applied to Lu Fang, he actually felt it was quite conservative. Han Qianshan shook his head. I think 10 days. The corner of Ji Zioning's mouth twitched. City Lord, you're even bolder than I am. Han Qianshan gave a wry smile. It's not that I'm bold. It's that this kid defies all logic. Ji Xiaoning had nothing to say. Indeed, Lu Fang's existence could no longer be explained by conventional logic. For others, leveling up involved fighting monsters, resting, coordinating, recovering, and reviewing. For Lu Fang, leveling up was entering a dungeon, clearing the map, finishing it, coming out, and moving on to the next one. Dungeons weren't dangerous zones for him. They were more like an experience point assembly line. The next day, Lu Fang once again appeared at the Jiangcheng Career Center. When Lu Cheng saw him, he instinctively stood up and even changed his form of address. "My lord, is it still held difficulty today?" Lu Fang nodded. Lu Cheng asked no further questions. Without Lu Fang even needing to speak, he had already skillfully pulled up the highest experience dungeon available for the current level range. "This is the Hell Dungeon for level 40 and above." Lu Fang glanced at him. "Much appreciated." Lu Cheng felt flattered. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. He had now fully adjusted his mindset. Stop him, that was out of the question. His only task now was to make Lu Fang's grinding as smooth as possible. He absolutely must not let himself hinder this lord's leveling. Throughout the day, the career center continued the terrifying script from yesterday. When evening arrived, as the dungeon portal flickered, Lu Fang stepped out from within. His clothes remained pristine. Only a trace of weariness lingered in his eyes. Even with his physical attributes far surpassing those of his peers, the relentless high-intensity grinding inevitably took a toll on his spirit. Yet the gains were equally terrifying. Level 58. A day and a half. From level 13 to level 58. Lu Fang gazed at his own attribute panel, a glimmer of satisfaction finally surfacing in his eyes. According to the rules for professionals, reaching level 100 qualifies one for the first-class advancement. After the first advancement, a professional undergoes a life-level enhancement. At the same time, the core of their profession is further refined. Most importantly, they gain access to new professional skills. For Lu Fang, every new skill could bring a qualitative change. A sharp glint flashed through Lu Fang's eyes. At most a week. Within a week, I will complete my first advancement. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng, Fang Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. In the top-floor meeting room, the atmosphere was oppressive and delicate. Seated on both sides of the 20-meter-long black conference table were the chamber's top executives. These individuals were the core managers of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Some were in charge of equipment trading. Some oversaw the potion workshop. Others controlled the channels for dungeon materials. There were also several senior members holding substantial shares. In the past, when Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu were still around, none of these people dared to harbor any disloyalty during meetings. Those two were not only the founders of the chamber, but also the pillars of Jiangcheng. Their strength, prestige, resources, and connections were all sufficient to command the room. But now things were different. News of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu's disappearance had yet to be made public. However, most of the chamber's top executives present had their own channels of information. They already knew. The three pillars had all fallen. In other words, the Fang Chamber of Commerce had lost its greatest backing. The host seat at the head of the conference table was empty. That seat should have been Lu Tianxiong's. No one dared to sit in it now. Yet as each person looked at that empty seat, their gazes grew increasingly complex. Some were pondering how to preserve the chamber. Some were contemplating how to profit from the chaos. Others were already scheming to seize power. After a long silence, a slightly plump, middle-aged man spoke first. His name was Chun Guangmao, the head of the equipment trading department of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. "Everyone, I believe you are all clear on the situation. President Lu and President Su encountered a spatial storm and are presumed dead. Once this news gets out, the chamber will inevitably be thrown into turmoil. We must come up with a plan in advance." Beside him, an elderly man with graying hair spoke coldly. "A plan? Right now, the biggest plan is how to survive. The Fang Chamber of Commerce has grown too fast over the years and has made quite a few enemies. With the two presidents around before, no one dared to act. Now that they're gone, do you think those people will let us off?" Another executive immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the Blackstone Consortium, and Tianhe Pharmaceuticals in Nan Province. Which one of them hasn't had their eyes on our channels for a long time? Once the news spreads, they will surely pounce. With our current strength, we simply cannot withstand it." Many faces in the meeting room turned grim. Indeed, without top-tier powerhouses to hold the fort, even the greatest wealth only serves as a bloody scent that attracts wolves. A middle-aged woman in a black suit spoke slowly. "Therefore, we need to seek protection." Everyone turned to look at her. Her name was Lin Man, the chamber's financial director, and a highly influential figure within the organization. Lin Man tapped her fingers lightly on the table. We can sacrifice a portion of our interests. Give up some channel shares and profit shares in exchange for the protection of a large chamber or a top-tier force. As long as we can stabilize the situation, the Fang Chamber of Commerce won't collapse immediately. As soon as she said this, a look of interest appeared on many faces. I think it's feasible. This is not the time to be stingy with interests. Exactly. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as the chamber survives, there may still be a chance to turn things around in the future. But some frowned. The problem is the legal heir of the Fang Chamber of Commerce is Lu Fang. According to the inheritance documents left by the two presidents, should anything happen to them, the majority of the chamber's shares go to Lu Fang. Such a significant transfer of interests requires his consent. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Lu Fang. This name caused subtle expressions on many faces. In the past, they would never have taken a high school student seriously. But things were different now. Lu Fang had awakened the day before yesterday. Rumor had it he had caused quite a stir. Chen Guangmo's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Lu Fang is still young after all. He just turned 18. What does he know about running a chamber? Letting him take over the Fang Chamber of Commerce would be the greatest irresponsibility toward it. Someone echoed. Exactly. The chamber is in a precarious situation now. It needs mature decision-making, not the impulsiveness of a student. If he agrees to our plan, then all is well. If he doesn't. The speaker paused, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. We can't just stand by and watch the chamber be ruined by his hands. Another executive lowered his voice. You mean sideline him? In the meeting room, many eyes flickered. Sidelining the heir. Though a bit troublesome, it was not impossible to execute. Lu Fang was young. He had no experience in chamber management. As long as these top executives who held real power in various departments united, they could easily reduce the heir to a mere figurehead. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had remained silent at the end of the table suddenly spoke. Lu Fang seemed to have awakened a special profession yesterday, and there are rumors that right after awakening, he killed a level 100 powerhouse. At these words, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew tense. Some faces changed color, but soon Chen Guangmao let out a cold laugh. You actually believe such news? A newly awakened student killed a 100-level powerhouse. Zhao Qiming, you're in charge of security. You should know better than anyone what a 100-level powerhouse truly means. Someone nearby frowned. But something did happen at Jiangqing No. One high school yesterday. The Blood Wolf clan attacked, and in the end all 300-level powerhouses died. Chen Guangmao narrowed his eyes. They died, that's true. But who can prove Lu Fang killed them with his own strength? Who are Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu? Would they leave their son without any life-saving trump cards? In my opinion, if Lu Fang killed anyone, it was most likely due to the contingencies his parents left behind. Perhaps a one-time forbidden artifact, maybe a sealed scroll or some triggered killing move. Such items can only be used once, diminishing with each use. If Lu Fang himself were truly that strong, don't you think the 5 great academies would have made a move by now? At this remark, many fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Chen Guangmao continued. I've had people monitoring the Banshan Villa district and the professional center these past 2 days. So far, no one from the 5 great academies has approached Lu Fang. Not even a recruitment teacher from a top-tier university has shown up. What does that tell us? He sneered. It shows the rumors outside are mostly exaggerated. Hearing this, the wariness in everyone's hearts dissipated considerably. Indeed, the judgment of the 5 great academies could not be wrong. If Lu Fang were truly as extraordinary as the rumors claimed, why had no one come for him? Zhao Qiming still felt uneasy. But what if? Chen Guangmao looked at him. What if what? What if Lu Fang really does grow strong and harbors resentment against us? The meeting room fell silent for another moment. Lin Man spoke calmly. So we're not going to directly burn bridges. The first step is to talk. We'll go together to see Lu Fang and explain the current crisis facing the Chamber of Commerce. We'll get him to agree to sacrifice a portion of our interests in exchange for external protection. At the same time, we'll form a temporary management committee to oversee the chamber's operations. In name, he will remain the heir. In practice, the committee will be in charge. Someone whispered, what if he doesn't agree? Lin Man's eyes turned cold. Then we'll use the chamber's rules. He has no management experience, no ability to perform his duties. We can convene a high-level joint meeting, and on the grounds of protecting the chamber's assets, freeze some of his decision-making powers. If that still doesn't work well, have all departments initiate a coordinated shutdown. What can an 18-year-old kid do against us? Chun Guangmao laughed. President Lin is right. We're not trying to harm him. We're helping him preserve the business his parents left behind. The words sounded high-sounding and noble. Yet many present knew well. Preserving the business was just a facade. The real goal was to take advantage of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu's absence and redistribute the lucrative Fang Chamber of Commerce. The murmuring in the meeting room continued for a long time. Finally, a few core senior executives reached an agreement. Chun Guangmao, Lin Man, Zhao Qiming, and a few other veterans would go to the Banshan Villa district tomorrow morning to meet Lu Fang face to face. If Lu Fang was sensible and agreed to their plan, all would be well. If he wasn't, then they would have to make this young heir understand what reality meant. As the meeting ended, everyone got up and left one after another. Chun Guangmao stood at the meeting room door, glanced back at the empty seat at the head of the table, and a meaningful smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. President Lu, President Su. The empire you built is too vast. A child cannot hold it. The next morning, at the Banshan Villa district, Lu Fang came downstairs right on time. For the past 2 days, he had been leaving at dawn and returning late every night. Either he was raiding dungeons or he was on his way to raid one. From level 9 to level 58. Such a speed of leveling up was enough to make every professional in Jiangqing question their own existence. But the cost was also evident. Even though Lu Fang's mental state seemed stable, old butler Uncle Jiang could still see the growing tension within him. So today there was an extra person at the breakfast table. Jiang Xia. He sat across from Lu Fang, holding a piece of toast, trying hard to force a relaxed smile onto his face. Morning, Fanga. Lu Fang glanced at him, then at Uncle Jiang, whose expression was slightly unnatural, and immediately understood what was happening. He sat down, picked up his milk, and took a sip. Uncle Jiang sent you. Jiang Xia let out a dry laugh. Was it that obvious? Uncle Jiang cleared his throat softly and said in a low voice, Young master, you've been leaving early and returning late these past 2 days. I'm truly worried. Jiang Xia grew up with you. Some things he might be better at saying than I am. Jiang Xia immediately chimed in. Right. He put the toast down on his plate and looked seriously at Lu Fang. Fanga, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately, and I know your uncle and aunt's disappearance hit you hard. But a person can't stay wound up forever. You've been grinding dungeons way too hard these past 2 days. How about taking half a day off today? Lu Fang said nothing, just looked at him calmly. Jiang Xia felt a bit uneasy under that gaze, but he steeled himself and continued. Since we've both awakened, we haven't had a proper celebration yet. Let's go out for a good meal. My treat. After saying this, he even patted his chest, putting on a grand and generous air. I may not be as rich as you, but I can still afford to buy you a meal. Lu Fang looked at Jiang Xia. Then he looked at Uncle Jiang, who stood by with a face full of worry. A warmth stirred in his heart. He knew exactly what these two meant. They weren't trying to hold him back. They were just afraid he would be crushed by the news of his parents' disappearance. Afraid that he would bury all his emotions in the dungeons and eventually push himself to a breaking point. Lu Fang put down his glass, his voice much calmer now. I'm fine. Jiang Xia opened his mouth. Fanga, I know what you're worried about. Lu Fang looked at them both. But I'm perfectly clear-headed. I'm not running away or going crazy right now. When I need to rest, I will rest. Uncle Jiang seemed to want to say something but held back. Jiang Xia didn't know how to persuade him further. Just then, a maid hurried into the dining room, her expression hesitant. Young Master Uncle Jiang. Several high-level executives from the Fang Chamber of Commerce are here. They say they have important matters and wish to see the young master. Uncle Jiang's expression changed slightly. What was bound to come had finally arrived. Lu Fang lifted his eyes. Let them in. Shortly after, several figures entered the villa's living room. At the forefront was Chun Guangmao, head of the Equipment Trade Department. Beside him stood Financial Director Lin Man, Security Chief Zhao Qiming, and several other senior guild elders. Each was impeccably dressed, their demeanor composed. Yet the looks they cast at Lu Fang held little reverence for the heir. There was more scrutiny, even a hint of condescending pity. Lu Fang did not rise. Uncle Jiang stood behind him while Jiang Xia lingered to one side, his brow furrowed, instinctively sensing the ill intent of these visitors. Chun Guangmao spoke first, forcing a mask of sorrow onto his face. Young master, we have all learned of the tragedy that befell the master and madam. Please accept our condolences. Lu Fang looked at him. They are not dead. Chun Guangmao's expression froze. Lin Man immediately cut in. Young master, we certainly hope both presidents return safely, but the guild's operations cannot be sustained on hope alone. The external situation is volatile now. The Fang Guild is vast, yet it has lost its supreme powerhouses. If we don't act swiftly, the consequences will be dire. Lu Fang said flatly, "So what do you propose?" Lin Man produced a document and placed it on the coffee table. "This is the plan we senior members drafted after deliberating through the night. We intend to sacrifice some channels and profit shares to seek joint protection from several major guilds in the southern province. Simultaneously, we will establish a temporary management committee. Those of us familiar with the guild's affairs will temporarily oversee its operations. You, young master, remain the legal heir and will receive the guild's profits. However, specific decision-making power must be temporarily vested in the management committee." Jiang Xia's face instantly changed. The proposal sounded pleasant, but this temporary management committee was nothing but a scheme to sideline Lu Fang. Lu Fang gazed at the document on the table without touching it. "So you want to hand over the legacy my parents built to outsiders?" Chen Guangmao frowned. "Young master, this isn't surrender. It's preserving our strength. Circumstances are more powerful than individuals. The Fang Guild today is not what it once was. Without the two presidents at the helm, we cannot hold such a vast enterprise together." Lu Fang replied calmly, "With me here, the guild will not collapse." The living room fell silent for a moment. Then Chen Guangmao couldn't help but laugh. It was not a hearty laugh, but a helpless smile of an elder indulging a naive child. "Young master, I know you've performed well since your awakening. I know your spirit is high now, but the guild is not a school or a dungeon. This is reality. You might possess this capability in the future, but that is a matter of 10 or 20 years from now, not the present." Another elder spoke up. "Young master, you have just awakened. What matters most is your growth. Managing a guild is too complex and too dangerous. Let us handle it for you. That is the most prudent choice." Uncle Jiang's face darkened. These words seemed to consider Lu Fang's best interests, yet every sentence negated his qualifications. Lin Man suddenly turned to Uncle Jiang, her tone softening. "Butler Jiang, you have watched the young master grow up. We know he trusts you most. At a time like this, you should help us persuade him." As she spoke, an assistant beside her placed an exquisite silver box on the table. The box opened, revealing a pale green spirit crystal, a high-grade potential potion, and a set of silvery archer equipment. Lin Man spoke slowly. "Young Master Jiang Xia has awakened as an archer, hasn't he? This wind spirit crystal can improve an archer's elemental affinity. This potion can enhance early-stage potential. And this set of silver-grade wind hunter gear is perfect for archers from level 10 to 30. Butler Jiang, you have dedicated yourself to the guild for years. This is a small token of our appreciation. If you help guide the young master onto the right path, more resources will follow." Uncle Jiang remained silent, his face dark with fury. But Jiang Xia moved first. He stepped forward and grabbed the silver box. A faint smile had just begun to curl on Lin Man's lips. The next second, with a crash, Jiang Xia hurled the box to the ground. The crystal rolled away. The potion shattered. The silver equipment scattered across the floor. The faces of everyone in the room changed. Jiang Xia glared at Lin Man and the others. "What's the meaning of this? Trying to bribe my father with this junk? Asking him to help you betray Fang Gu?" Lin Man frowned. "Jiang Xia, you are young, you don't understand. I don't understand your schemes." Jiang Xia cut her off, his voice rising sharply. "But I know that Fang Gu has treated me like a brother since we were kids. My father has worked for the Lu family for years, and uncle and aunt have never treated us poorly. Now, right after something happened to uncle and aunt, you come here to pressure him and try to buy us off. Have you no shame?" His chest heaved violently as he pointed at the shattered potion vial. "Even if I end up a good for nothing my whole life, I will never betray Fang Gu with these things." Uncle Jiang slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. He stepped forward, standing behind Lu Fang, and said in a low voice, "Please take your things back. The young master's decision is my decision." The smile finally vanished from Chen Guangmo's face. "Butler Jiang, think carefully." Uncle Jiang replied flatly, "I have thought very clearly." The atmosphere in the room turned icy. Lin Man's gentle demeanor hardened and her tone turned cold. "Young master, we came today hoping to resolve this with dignity. If you agree, it's good for everyone. If you don't, we have other methods. But then things might get ugly." Chen Guangmao continued, "Young master, you are the primary heir. But the guild is not your personal toy. There are senior council systems, board agreements, and departmental operational rights. If we truly follow procedure, you may not smoothly take over. Lu Fang finally smiled. Legal means, I am the primary heir. If we really go to court, really follow procedure, you might not win. Chen Guangmo's eyes darkened. Young master, what exactly are you trying to do? An elder beside him could no longer contain his anger and stood up. Do you have any idea how dangerous the guild is right now? Are you determined to drag it to its doom? This is the legacy your parents worked so hard to build. Do you want to destroy it with your own hands? Moral blackmail. Labeling. Taking the high ground of so-called greater good. Lu Fang looked at them, his expression unchanged. He was weary of their charade. In the end, this is a world where strength speaks. Chen Guangmao and the others were momentarily stunned. Lu Fang slowly rose to his feet. Since you all think I'm unqualified to control Fang Chamber of Commerce, then let's settle it in the simplest way. 5 days from now, I'll go to the chamber's headquarters. All of you and everyone in the chamber who refuses to accept my authority gather there. And face me in battle. The living room fell into dead silence. Uncle Jiang's face changed drastically. Young master. Lu Fang didn't look back, continuing. If I lose, I will never interfere with Fang Chamber of Commerce again. Do whatever you want with it. If I win, everyone in the chamber from top to bottom will obey me. Chen Guangmao and the others were dumbfounded. They even doubted their own ears. An 18-year-old student who had only just awakened a few days ago was challenging everyone in the entire Fang Chamber of Commerce who opposed him. This wasn't arrogance anymore. This was madness. Lin Man frowned. Young master, are you sure you know what you're saying? Lu Fang looked at her. 5 days. Chamber headquarters. All who defy me come at once. I won't say it a third time. This time everyone heard him clearly. The next moment Chen Guangmo's eyes blazed with barely concealed ecstasy. He nearly laughed out loud. They had originally thought that sidelining Lu Fang would require considerable effort. They might even have to resort to legal procedures, win over departments, create a stalemate, and slowly pressure him. But now, Lu Fang had practically laid the path at their feet. 5 days, one battle to decide the outcome. This wasn't confidence. This was insanity. The security system of Fang Chamber of Commerce wasn't just composed of dozens of level professionals. The strongest among them were even level 200. Chen Guangmao suppressed his elation. Fine. Since the young master insists, we will respect your choice. Lin Man immediately added. This matter requires a written agreement. To avoid anyone reneging later. Lu Fang said indifferently, agreed. Soon a temporary agreement was drafted. Uncle Jiang tried several times to stop it, but Lu Fang held him back with a look. Both parties signed. The agreement was established. As Chen Guangmao put away the document, the corners of his mouth were almost uncontrollable. Young master, we will await you at the chamber headquarters in 5 days. Lu Fang didn't look at them again. See them out. Uncle Jiang, his expression grim, said in a low voice. Please, this way. As Chen Guangmao and the others left the villa, their steps were noticeably lighter. It was as if they hadn't been shown the door, but had just won a great victory. After they left, the living room fell silent once more. Uncle Jiang finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Young master, you were too reckless. His voice carried a rare note of urgency. The chamber's security system has many high-level professionals. Among them, the strongest are even level 200. No matter how talented you are, you only awakened a few days ago. This gamble is far too risky. Jiang Xia was also a bit panicked, but he gritted his teeth and said, Dad, Brother Fang can even defeat a level 100 expert. Maybe he can beat a level 201 too. Uncle Jiang shook his head, his face grave. Jiang Xia, you don't understand. That the young master could defeat a century-level powerhouse right after awakening is indeed monstrously talented. But level 100 and level 200 are not the same concept. Uncle Jiang took a deep breath. I inquired with the security team about what happened at the school that day. To evade the city's energy monitoring of top-tier experts, the Blood Wolves sent several leaders, all just over level 100. Though strong, they were essentially beginners who had just crossed the century threshold. Every 100 levels, a professional encounters an obstacle. They must complete a class advancement quest to continue leveling up. Each advancement is a metamorphosis of one's very life essence. Jiang Xia's throat tightened. How big is the gap? Uncle Jiang said solemnly, the most direct reflection is in stats. If a professional gains 50 points in all stats per level before level 100, After completing the first advancement, the stat points gained per level increase at least 5-fold. That means starting at 250 points in all stats per level. And that's just for ordinary professions. Hidden rare or top-tier inherited professions have even higher gains. Zhang Xia's face instantly changed. A difference of over 5 times per level. That was too outrageous. He had originally thought that since Lu Fang could kill a level 100, he might have a chance against a level 200. But after hearing this, he realized he had been too naive. Those before the first advancement and those after were completely different species. Uncle Jiang continued, so a level 200 professional isn't just 100 levels higher than a level 100. They are beings who have undergone a life transformation. Their skills, stats, class core, and combat experience are all incomparable. The young master's move this time is truly too risky. Lu Fang listened still without changing his expression. He wasn't unaware of what Uncle Jiang was saying. But the thing was, others below level 100 only gained a few dozen stat points per level. But him, the fortune god profession granted 400 points in all stats per level. Just from stat growth, he had already surpassed the efficiency of a first advancement professional before even making his own advancement. Now at level 58, his base stats were already incredibly exaggerated. Give him 5 more days. With his leveling speed, there was a high probability he could complete his first advancement. An ordinary level 200 professional might not even have as many stat points as him. Moreover, he would not only see another surge in stats but also gain new class skills. Every skill of the fortune god was on a monstrous level. Lu Fang looked at Uncle Jiang and Zhang Xia. I know what you're worried about, but I don't fight unprepared battles. 5 days is enough. Uncle Jiang opened his mouth. Young master. Lu Fang picked up his coat. I'm going to the professional center. With that, he strode straight out the door. Uncle Jiang watched his retreating figure and sighed heavily. Too reckless. Zhang Xia was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Dad, I think Brother Fang might actually win. Uncle Jiang looked at him. Zhang Xia scratched his head, his voice uncertain but earnest. Brother Fang has always been steady ever since we were kids. He's not the type to act rashly on impulse. And besides, Zhang Xia paused. Brother Fang has always been the best among our peers. Since he dares to say this, he probably has confidence, right? Uncle Jiang looked at his son, his expression complex. Of course, he understood Zhang Xia's trust in Lu Fang. Lu Fang had always been the one everyone looked up to since childhood. Steady, intelligent, outstanding. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Xia saw Lu Fang through an almost natural halo of perfection. But Uncle Jiang had lived longer and saw things more realistically. He slowly shook his head. Perhaps it's precisely because the young master has had things too easy all his life that he now underestimates the terror of truly high-level professionals. However, Uncle Jiang sighed. If the young master loses in 5 days, it might not be entirely a bad thing. Zhang Xia was taken aback. Dad, Uncle Jiang said in a low voice, a young man must experience failure at least once to truly understand how cruel this world is. Those people wouldn't dare to harm the young master's life. This setback might become a lesson for his growth. Zhang Xia opened his mouth to argue. But recalling what his father had just said about the gap between the first and second advancement, he lost his confidence. He could only look out the door, silently clenching his fists. Brother Fang, you have to win. On the other side, several luxurious hovercars departed from the hillside villa district. Inside the carriage, Chun Guangmao could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly aids me. Lin Man sat beside him, unable to conceal her smile. I originally thought it would take considerable effort. Unexpectedly, he volunteered to decide the chamber's fate through combat. The young, after all, are still young. An elder snorted coldly. Does he truly believe that killing a few Blood Wolf Society members just over level 100 makes him invincible? Moreover, it was all thanks to his parents' protection. He has no idea what a level 200 professional truly is. Zhao Qiming frowned. Still, we must not be careless. Lu Fang is after all the son of Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. He might still have some hidden cards. Chun Guangmao waved his hand dismissively. What if he does have hidden cards? Can he use them once and then 10 times? This time we are not fighting alone. When the time comes, all the high-level professionals from the chamber will be present. Lin Man nodded. Now the most important thing is to contact the major chambers from other cities in advance. Once Lu Fang loses in 5 days, we will immediately push for the agreement to be signed. The management committee takes over the chamber. The external protection agreement takes effect simultaneously. We won't give him a chance to back out. A glint of greed flashed in Chen Guangmo's eyes. I will contact the Wanbao Chamber. They have always been interested in our equipment channels. Another elder spoke. I'll negotiate with the Blackstone Consortium. They have strong personnel resources. As long as we give up some shares, they will surely be willing to send people to oversee. Lin Man said calmly. I will handle the communication with Tianhe Pharmaceutical. They have had their eyes on Fang Chamber's alchemy workshop for a long time. The group quickly reached a consensus. On the other side, at the Jiangcheng Professional Center, Lu Fang had already entered the dungeon area again. He paid little heed to the high-ranking members of the Fang Chamber. That was merely a temporary hurdle to overcome. What he truly had to face was never this internal power struggle within the Fang Chamber. It was the abyssal rift. It was the place where his parents might have vanished. With a hum, the dungeon portal lit up. Lu Fang stepped inside. Notification: you have entered the Blackrock Volcano. Hell difficulty entry level requirement 58. Recommended party size 8. Environmental effect scorching domain. All entrants suffer continuous burning damage. Every minute stamina consumption increased by 80. A wave of scorching hot air rushed towards him. Beneath his feet was a crimson magma ground. In the distance, the volcanic crater spewed black smoke, and rivers of molten lava cascaded down the mountain walls. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur. An ordinary professional who just entered would probably have to immediately activate defensive skills or consume fire-resistant potions. But Lu Fang merely swept his gaze across the area. Money ghosts. With a hum, 10 dark golden figures materialized simultaneously. The towering money ghosts stood at the edge of the magma, their coin-patterned faces appearing even more eerie in the glow of the fire. The next second, the magma ahead churned. Magma hounds, their bodies wreathed in flames, charged out from the sea of fire. Magma Hound level 62 HP 380000 skills, Flame Bite Lava Charge. In the eyes of professionals of the same level, these monsters were undoubtedly troublesome. Fast, high attack power and causing continuous burning damage. Lu Fang merely spoke indifferently. Clear the area. Boom. All 10 money ghosts charged out simultaneously. Magma exploded. Sparks flew everywhere. A magma hound had just opened its massive maw when a money ghost smashed its fist through its head. Another magma hound tried to pounce on Lu Fang, but was grabbed by its hind leg midair by a money ghost and brutally slammed onto the ground. Killed Magma Hound EXP 18,000. Killed Magma Hound EXP 18,000. Killed Magma Hound EXP 18,000. Dense notifications refreshed rapidly before Lu Fang's eyes. Monster after monster fell. Dungeon after dungeon was cleared. Level up. Current level 59. Level up. Current level 60. Level up. Current level 61. Indeed, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly as he progressed. For an ordinary professional at this stage, leveling up once every 10 days or half a month was already considered efficient. But Lu Fang was different. Every time he leveled up, his own attributes skyrocketed. And the money ghosts inherited his attributes. As he grew stronger, so did they. As the money ghosts grew stronger, the pace of clearing dungeons accelerated. With faster dungeon clearing, the rate of experience gain naturally increased. This formed a nearly perfect closed loop. So even though the leveling experience requirements grew more demanding, Lu Fang's leveling speed didn't slow down much. After a full day of hard work, Lu Fang's level reached 75. Awesome. Time to go home and rest. I'll continue tomorrow. At the City Lord's mansion, Ji Xuaning had just finished discussing the matter of catching the mole with Han Qianshan when he received the latest report from the professional center. Han Qianshan glanced at him. Lu Fang again. Ji Xuaning was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Han Qianshan rubbed his temples. Go on. What level dungeon did he clear this time? Level 75. Han Qianshan couldn't help but say. I'm starting to feel like this world is becoming abnormal. Ji Xuaning gave a bitter smile. It's not the world that's abnormal. It's Lu Fang. Han Qianshan was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for those high-ranking members of the Fang Chamber. As the top figures in the city, they had excellent information channels and naturally knew about the events that morning at Lu Fang's home. Ji Xuaning was startled. Han Qianshan let out a cold laugh. They aren't exactly stupid. It's just that they have no idea what kind of monster Lu Fang truly is. Ji Xuaning nodded. Indeed. A hint of mockery flashed in Han Qianshan's eyes. Instead of supporting a true dragon like him, they plot to carve up his chamber while his parents are missing. These people are truly blinded by greed. Ji Xuaning pondered for a moment, then said, City Lord, should we leak some information to the Fang chamber? Han Qianshan looked at him. Ji Xuaning continued. We don't need to say too much. I believe that once those people learn of Lu Fang's talent, they will make the right choice. This way Lu Fang's takeover of the Fang chamber can proceed more smoothly. Han Qianshan didn't answer immediately. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. From Jiangcheng's perspective, the stabilization of the Fang chamber was certainly a good thing. But the problem was that Lu Fang was not just the heir of the Fang chamber now. After a moment, Han Qianshan shook his head. No. Ji Xuaning was slightly taken aback. City Lord, Han Qianshan said in a deep voice. Lu Fang is currently undergoing the Tianlong assessment. No one knows exactly what Tianlong is observing. We cannot interfere casually. Ji Xuaning fell silent. Han Qianshan continued, regardless of the outcome of this duel, it will be a remarkable showcase for Lu Fang. If we leak the news beforehand and force those higher-ups to yield, it might undermine his assessment. Ji Xuaning slowly nodded. Makes sense. Han Qianshan leaned back in his chair, his gaze complex. Besides, I want to see how far this kid can go. Ji Xuaning gave a bitter smile. Fang Chamber of Commerce has 4 200-level powerhouses. If they shamelessly gang up on him... He paused mid-sentence. Han Qianshan finished his thought. Lu Fang might not win. This wasn't a slight against Lu Fang. The gap between a 200-level professional and a 100-level one was simply immense. Han Qianshan added, but we can't rule it out either. Since his awakening, has anything that kid done been normal? Ji Xuaning chuckled. Indeed. The next day, Lu Fang continued grinding dungeons like a tireless machine. He ceaselessly raised his level. By evening, he had reached level 88. Another day passed. Night had fallen. The dungeon area of the career center was nearly empty. Only Lu Cheng remained by the teleport gate, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. But he dared not sleep, for Lu Fang was still grinding. With a hum, the teleport gate lit up. Lu Fang emerged, evident fatigue etched on his face. Level 99. Just one more level. Just the final one. Lu Cheng immediately approached. Sir, you've been at it for hours. Should you rest? Lu Fang stared at his stat panel, silent. He was indeed exhausted. Waves of mental fatigue washed over him and his body felt heavy. But seeing that level 99, he finally raised his head. Open another dungeon. Lu Cheng quickly pulled up the list. This is a level 99 entry dungeon. Hell difficulty. Lu Fang nodded. Yes. Blood Moon Altar, Hell difficulty, entry level 99. Recommended party size 10. Lu Fang stepped inside. 40 minutes flew by. As the final boss, the Blood Moon Priest, fell, the entire altar crumbled. Blood Moon Priest slain, experience 6000000. Blood Moon Altar, Hell difficulty cleared, clear rank SSS, level up. Current level 100. Notice you have reached the level cap for the first class change, experience cannot be gained further. Please complete your first class advancement quest to continue leveling. Seeing this prompt, Lu Fang finally stopped. Level 100. He had made it. From his awakening until now. 6 days. He had finally pushed to level 100. An indescribable surge of exhilaration exploded in his chest. Though his body was weary and his mind stretched to its limit, Lu Fang couldn't help but smile at this moment. What a thrill. What sheer exhilaration. The duel was set for the day after tomorrow. That meant he still had all of tomorrow. Tomorrow, he said. I'll go for the class change. He dismissed the money devil and stepped into the dungeon's exit portal. Unbeknownst to Lu Fang, as he left the center, 2 figures stood silently above Jiangcheng. Above the clouds. One was the man in black who had appeared at the city lord's manor. The other was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. Neither wore any flight gear or unfolded wings. They simply stood upon the clouds as if treading on solid ground. The lights of Jiangcheng sprawled beneath them like a sea of stars. The glow from the career center's dungeon area was clearly visible to both. The gray-robed man gazed downward, undisguised awe in his eyes. 6 days. From awakening to level 100. This kid is truly terrifying. The man in black remained composed, yet a faint ripple stirred deep in his eyes. Indeed, very fast. The gray-robed man chuckled. In terms of breakthrough speed alone, he ranks among the top in the entire Dragon Kingdom's 10th Ascendier history. Do you know who holds the record for the fastest ascent to level 100 after awakening among current Tianlong members? The man in black said flatly, Qin Guanhai. Right, the gray-robed man nodded. Qin Guanhai. Back then, that guy not only awakened an ultra-rare special class, but also had the full backing of the Qin clan pouring in resources. Top-tier teams carried him experience potions were maxed out and dungeon permissions were fully unlocked. Even so, it took him 8 full days from awakening to level 100. The gray-robed man looked down at the career center. But Lu Fang, 6 days. And he soloed hell mode dungeons the entire time. This can no longer be explained by mere talent. The man in black did not refute. Tianlong had countless geniuses, prodigies revered by the 5 great academies were merely candidates here. Yet even by Tianlong's standards, what Lu Fang had demonstrated over these 6 days was nothing short of breathtaking. The gray-robed man suddenly smiled. After the training camp, let him join my team. The man in black shot him a glance. He hasn't passed my assessment yet. The gray-robed man waved his hand. I know. I'm just calling dibs. Who wouldn't want such a promising talent? Besides, with his gifts, passing your test is only a matter of time, isn't it? The man in black said calmly. Tianlong values more than just talent. The gray-robed man's smile faltered. Then he sighed. True. But it would be a terrible waste if such a genius ultimately fails to join Tianlong. He looked at the man in black. Could you perhaps loosen the standards a bit? The man in black's expression remained unchanged. No. The more exceptional the talent, the higher the standards for assessment. The gray-robed man fell silent. The man in black continued. When ordinary geniuses go astray, the damage is limited. But someone like Lu Fang is different. His growth rate is too fast. If his character or mentality proves flawed, the threat he poses to this world in the future will be far greater than that of ordinary people. Above the clouds, the wind howled. The gray-robed man was silent for a long time before finally nodding. You're right. The more monstrous the talent, the less we can afford to slacken the assessment. Otherwise, what we recruit won't be a guardian but a future calamity. The next morning at Jiangcheng Vocational Center, Lu Fang arrived once again. Unlike previous days, he bypassed the dungeon area and headed straight for the class advancement hall at the center's deepest end. The hall was vast. At its center stood a colossal crystal over 10 meters tall, entirely transparent, yet swirling with interwoven strands of gold, silver, and blue light. This was the advancement crystal. All professionals who had reached the level cap had to receive their advancement quests through it. After completing the quest, they returned here to submit it. Only after passing the advancement crystal's judgment could professionals break through the level cap and enter the next stage. At this hour, the hall was sparsely populated. After all, for most ordinary professionals, reaching level 100 from awakening often took years, even decades. Someone like Lu Fang, who came for advancement just 7 days after awakening, was unheard of. Not even the staff had seen such a thing. It had never occurred in the entire history of Dragon Nation. Behind the counter, a staff member saw Lu Fang approaching and instinctively offered a professional smile. Hello, how may I help you? Lu Fang said calmly. I'm here to receive my first advancement quest. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Lu Fang's face. Too young. He appeared to be around 18. At this age, coming for an advancement quest. Perhaps he just looked young but was actually much older. A baby face. That's quite normal. The staff member resumed his courteous service. Sir, according to regulations, before receiving the quest, I must explain the risks to you. Lu Fang looked at him. The staff member took a deep breath. A professional can only receive the advancement quest up to 3 times per class change. If all 3 attempts fail, you'll never be able to advance further. Moreover, after the first failure, the difficulty of subsequent quests increases each time. So you must be very careful before accepting. He paused and added, especially the first advancement quest. It directly affects your future growth potential. That's why many professionals spend a long time preparing after reaching level 100. Acquiring equipment, learning skills, forming teams, even undergoing psychological training. This was not a dismissal but a sincere warning. Having worked at the vocational center for years, he had seen too many geniuses overconfident rashly accept advancement quests only to crumble after failure. The first failure increased the difficulty of subsequent quests. The pressure would skyrocket as well. Some, despite decent talent, rushed too hastily and got stuck at the first threshold, never able to advance again. But Lu Fang simply extended his hand. I'll take it. The staff member, looking at his utterly impassive face, could only nod in the end. All right, please place your hand on the advancement crystal. Lu Fang walked to the massive crystal. Several professionals in the hall noticed the commotion and turned to look. So young and already advancing. Really? Is he level 100? Could he be a genius trained by some major faction? Amid the hushed murmurs, Lu Fang raised his hand and pressed it against the advancement crystal. The next second, the entire crystal trembled violently. A dazzling golden light erupted from deep within the crystal. Its brilliance was so intense that it illuminated the entire hall, instantly forcing everyone to close their eyes instinctively. The staff member's face changed dramatically. In all his years at the center, he had witnessed many receive advancement quests, but never such an exaggerated phenomenon. The golden light churned within the crystal like liquid flame. Then a palm-sized crystal slowly coalesced and dropped into Lu Fang's palm. Simultaneously, a series of quest prompts appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. First advancement quest generated wealth accumulation. Quest requirement: earn 10 million dragon coins within 24 hours. Restriction 1. No using existing assets. Restriction 2. No accepting gifts or assistance. Restriction 3. All income must be generated through your personally created value note. Earning over 50 million dragon coins unlocks rank advancement evaluation note. Earning over 100 million dragon coins unlocks S rank evaluation note. Earning over 500 million dragon coins unlocks SS rank evaluation. Lu Fang frowned as he read the quest content. Earn 10 million dragon coins in 24 hours. And with 3 restrictions, almost all shortcuts were blocked. This quest was far more difficult than he had anticipated. Lu Fang turned to the staff member. What exactly are the differences between the evaluations? The staff member quickly explained. The higher the evaluation, the greater the multiplier for your growth stats after advancement. A normal evaluation usually grants a 5-fold increase. And S rank evaluation gives 6-fold. S rank gives 8-fold. SS rank gives 10-fold. Lu Fang's eyes flickered. A normal evaluation was already 5-fold, but SS rank was 10-fold. The gap was enormous. His base growth was already extraordinary. If stacked with a 10-fold multiplier, the staff member hesitated but couldn't help advising, "Sir, I suggest you act within your means. Don't take too big a risk just to chase a high evaluation. Completing the basic quest for a normal evaluation is already quite good. After all, over 99% of professionals get a normal evaluation on their first advancement. Those who achieve S rank are already 1 in 10,000. As for S rank..." He paused briefly. "As far as I know, in the entire history of Jiangxing, only the original 3 pillars managed an S rank on their first advancement." Lu Fang looked up. "And SSS?" The staff member gave a wry smile. "Never heard of it. At least not in Jiangxing. I've never heard of anyone achieving an SS rank on their first advancement." He then glanced at the crystal in Lu Fang's hand. "You must complete the quest within the time limit. Afterward, bring this crystal back to the advancement crystal to submit. The advancement crystal will settle on the spot. It will unlock the corresponding evaluation based on which requirement you meet. If you fail the basic quest, it will be judged as a failure." Lu Fang calmly stored the crystal. "I understand." Above Jiangxing, the man in black and the middle-aged man in gray still stood there. With their authority, they could naturally access Lu Fang's advancement quest information immediately. Such information was classified for ordinary staff. Even Jiangcheng's city lord Han Qinshan had no right to casually view the specifics. But they were different. They were of the celestial dragon. The middle-aged man in gray raised a finger. A virtual light screen materialized in the clouds. The next second, the full content of Lu Fang's quest appeared before them. After reading it, the smile on the gray-robed man's face froze instantly. He stared at the screen for several seconds before slowly uttering 2 words. "Absurd." The man in black fell silent. With their level of discernment, they had naturally witnessed countless high-difficulty class advancement quests. Within the Heavenly Dragon, every formal member was once a monster selected from among 10,000. Yet even so, Lu Fang's quest was still excessively outrageous. The middle-aged man in gray couldn't help but remark, "Earning 10 million in 24 hours. The basic task seems doable." After all, with his ability to speedrun dungeons, farming materials, and gear, to scrape together 10 million shouldn't be a big problem. But the real issue is the evaluation afterward. 50 million S rank. 100 million SS rank. 500 million SSS rank. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this class advancement crystal out of its mind? A first-time class advancement quest demands an 18-year-old professional, without using existing assets or accepting help, to generate 500 million in revenue within 24 hours. Is this meant for a human? The man in black said flatly, "The class advancement crystal does not err." The middle-aged man in gray turned to look at him. "Of course, I know the class advancement crystal doesn't err. But the difficulty of this quest is way too extreme. At the same level, even if you and I combined forces, we couldn't achieve an SSS rating on this quest." He paused, then added, "Let alone SSS, even SS would be a stretch. If If outsiders heard this, they would be utterly astounded. What were the members of the Heavenly Dragon? They were monsters standing at the apex of the entire professional system in Dragon Nation. Yet now a member of the Heavenly Dragon personally admitted. At the same level, the two of them combined would struggle to achieve an SS rating on Lu Fang's quest. This was no longer ordinary difficulty. It was off the charts. The man in black mused. The greater a profession's potential, the higher the difficulty of the quest the class advancement crystal assigns. The middle-aged man in gray fell silent. They were well aware of this rule. Class advancement quests were not random. They generated the most suitable trial based on a professional's class potential, ability structure, and past performance. The stronger the class, the harder the quest. The more monstrous the individual, the more twisted the trial. In a sense, the difficulty of the quest itself was a measure of potential. The middle-aged man in gray looked at the light screen again, his expression gradually shifting. So, the class advancement crystal believes that Lu Fang's potential is so immense, it requires this level of quest to match. The man in black did not deny it. The middle-aged man in gray drew a sharp breath, then his face grew solemn. This is trouble. If he only completes the basic quest and gets an ordinary rating, he can still advance, of course. But failing to achieve an SSS rating for a professional of Lu Fang's potential level might severely hinder his future ceiling. Once the first class advancement rating is too low, it's like losing a significant chunk from the foundation. The man in black silently gazed downward. On the streets of Jiangxing, Lu Fang had already walked out of the professional center. Viewed from above, that figure was unremarkable. Compared to the countless pedestrians in the city, he even looked somewhat slender. Yet, at this moment, both Heavenly Dragon members understood clearly. This 18-year-old youth was standing before the first great chasm of his life. Cross it and he would soar. Fail to cross it and his potential would be suppressed by the first class advancement rating. On the other side, Lu Fang did not act immediately. He had to first figure out what to do. If it were just completing the basic goal of 10 million dragon coins, it wouldn't be difficult for him. But his target had to be SSS. Earning 500 million in 24 hours. There are too many restrictions. The most straightforward method was to farm dungeons. With his current strength, he could steamroll a level 100 Hell Mode dungeon. The equipment and rare materials dropped by the boss were not low in value. Especially on Hell difficulty, the drop rate and quality far exceeded ordinary dungeons. However, the problem was that while a large amount of common materials was a fortune in the eyes of ordinary professionals, the truly valuable items were only the core materials, rare equipment, and special items dropped by the boss. Even if he farmed non-stop for 24 hours without a minute's rest, relying solely on selling the drops, he would probably earn at most just over 100 million dragon coins. This fell far short of the 500 million required for SSS. Lu Fang frowned slightly. Selling materials alone wouldn't work. He needed to increase the material yield. He quickly thought of the quest area in the professional center. Major merchant guilds, potion workshops, equipment workshops, and research institutions constantly posted procurement quests there. Some rare boss materials might only be worth a few million when sold directly to recyclers. But if a merchant guild urgently needed that material and posted a specialized quest, the price could double or even multiply several times over. For example, a certain boss core, a particular type of special or crystal, or the raw material for a potion that only dropped on Hell difficulty. If he targeted these items and aligned with high-price procurement quests in the quest area, the returns would certainly be much higher than simply farming random dungeons. But Lu Fang quickly shook his head again. Not enough. Even under the most optimistic scenario, farming non-stop for 24 hours and pushing the revenue to 200 million would already be impressive. Yet it was still a full 300 million short of 500 million. He had to change his approach. Lu Fang continued to think. Carrying others through dungeons. This thought had barely surfaced before he dismissed it outright. His ability to speedrun dungeons relied not only on the money ghosts being strong but also on his own movement speed. The terrifying movement speed provided by the wealthy boots allowed him to advance through dungeons far faster than professionals of the same level. Often the real bottleneck to his clear speed wasn't the monster strength but the map distance. If he brought others into the dungeon, they simply couldn't keep up with his pace. Forcing it would only slow down his clear time. Moreover, the quest restrictions clearly stated that he could not accept gifts or assistance. If someone deliberately paid an exorbitant price to help him complete the quest, the class advancement crystal likely wouldn't recognize it. Lu Fang rubbed his temples. For the first time, he truly felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he couldn't fight. It was that he wasn't fast enough. If only he could farm multiple dungeons simultaneously. The moment this thought emerged, Lu Fang suddenly halted in his tracks. Wait, farm multiple dungeons at the same time. A sharp glint flashed through Lu Fang's eyes. That's right. He had 10 money ghosts. Money ghosts were summons. They possessed independent mobility, could execute his commands, and could fight on their own. Theoretically, 10 money ghosts plus himself made 11 combat units. If each combat unit could enter a separate dungeon, then he wouldn't be farming dungeons alone. He would be farming 11 dungeons at once. Lu Fang's heart even raced for a moment. This idea was insane. So insane that normal professionals would never think in this direction. Because even if an ordinary summoner had summons, they couldn't let them stray too far, let alone enter dungeons independently. Maybe I should give it a try. At the career center in the dungeon area, Lu Cheng was organizing the dungeon dispatch records. Over the past few days, he had almost grown accustomed to Lu Fang's presence. From the initial shock to subsequent numbness. Now, whenever he saw Lu Fang enter, only a single thought lingered in his mind. Open. By the way, why hasn't that esteemed one arrived today? Just as he thought this, he saw Lu Fang walk in. Lu Cheng immediately straightened his posture. My lord, you've arrived. Which dungeon would you like me to arrange for you today? Instead of answering, Lu Fang countered with a question. I have a query. Lu Cheng promptly replied. Please, my lord, ask. Lu Fang spoke calmly. I have 10 summoned creatures. Can they enter a dungeon individually? Lu Cheng froze. He doubted his own hearing. What did you say? Lu Fang repeated himself. Can the summoned creatures enter a dungeon on their own? Lu Cheng opened his mouth, his expression gradually turning blank. What kind of bizarre question was this? Having worked at the career center for years processing countless dungeon applications, he had never heard of anyone wanting to send their summons into a dungeon alone. Lu Cheng's throat bobbed. My lord, this. Theoretically, summoned creatures are considered part of a professional's combat power. Under normal circumstances, they follow the professional into the dungeon, entering alone. His voice grew less confident as he spoke, because he truly didn't know. No one in history had ever attempted this. Lu Fang looked at him. Is it feasible? Lu Cheng was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he steeled himself and said, I don't know, but it's worth a try. Lu Fang nodded. Then let's try. Open a level 90. And yes, hell difficulty. Soon the two arrived before the dungeon entrance. Lu Cheng called up the permission panel and carefully selected the dungeon. Blackwind Mine Cavern, hell difficulty, entry level 90, recommended party size 10. Lu Fang raised his hand. A money fiend emerged from a dark golden glow. Then Lu Fang commanded it. Enter the dungeon. Eliminate all monsters. And collect the loot. As he spoke, he retrieved a huge black sack from his professional storage space and hung it on the money fiend. The money fiend lacked a professional storage space. It needed something to carry any materials and equipment that dropped inside. Otherwise, clearing the dungeon would be futile if the loot couldn't be brought out. Watching this, Lu Cheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. He even had the sack ready. This was clearly not a casual inquiry. He was serious about doing this. The next second, Lu Fang looked at Lu Cheng. Open the dungeon. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and pressed confirm. The dungeon portal lit up. The money fiend strode toward it. Lu Cheng stared intently, fully prepared to see the creature be repelled by the portal. But the next second, the money fiend's figure vanished directly into the shimmering screen. Gone. Lu Cheng stood frozen in place. It went in. Holy crap, it actually works. He whipped his head around to look at the dungeon information panel. It clearly displayed current dungeon status in progress, entering entity summoned creature. Attributed professional Lu Fang. Lu Cheng's mouth hung, slightly open, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. My lord. This? A hint of a smile appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. His idea might actually be possible. Soon, however, a new prompt appeared. Notice no professional currently inside the dungeon. Monsters slain by summoned creatures grant no experience to their attributed professional. Lu Fang was completely unconcerned. It doesn't matter. I don't need experience right now. What he needed was money, materials, and equipment. Then Lu Fang summoned the remaining 9 money fiends. Dark golden lights flared up one after another. Tall money fiends stood in the dungeon area one by one. Lu Fang looked at Lu Cheng. Continue. Lu Cheng swallowed hard. St. Still continue. Lu Fang nodded. Open a separate dungeon for each of them. Lu Cheng felt his mind struggling to keep up, but he dared not delay. Thus, over the next minute, the dungeon area witnessed the most absurd scene since the founding of Jiang City's career center. One money fiend carrying a huge sack entered a dungeon. A second money fiend carrying a huge sack entered another dungeon. A third, a fourth, a fifth, until the 10th money fiend also disappeared into a dungeon portal. 10 dungeon entrances lit up simultaneously. Each dungeon's status bar displayed the same information. Entering entity summoned creature, attributed professional Lu Fang. Lu Chang stood before the console utterly numb. He even felt like he was dreaming. But Lu Fang wasted no time. He asked Lu Chang to select a level 90 hell difficulty dungeon for himself. Open. Lu Chang nodded instinctively. Lu Fang stepped into the portal in one stride. His figure vanished. Only Lu Chang remained in the dungeon area standing before the console. He stared at the 11 dungeon status bars glowing simultaneously before him. He was completely dazed for several minutes. Only one thought remained in his mind. This is insane. The world must have gone insane. He had thought Lu Fang reaching level 100 in 6 days was already outrageous enough. But he never expected. There was something even more outrageous beyond that. One person farming 11 dungeons at the same time. If he told anyone about this, they would surely think he was joking. No, it wasn't even a joke. They would probably think he had lost his mind. Summoned creatures entering dungeons alone. 10 summons farming simultaneously. And farming one himself on top of that. What kind of operation was this? These were hell difficulty dungeons that even parties struggled to clear, yet this guy was having his summons solo them. Lu Chang took a long time to finally snap back to reality. No, this had to be reported. He immediately took out his communicator and contacted Ji Xiaoneng. At the city lord's mansion, Ji Xiaoneng was reviewing intelligence in a sealed meeting room. The Blood Wolf Society's attack on Jiang City No. 1 high school was far from over. The mole had yet to be caught. Over the past few days, Ji Xiaoneng had barely rested. He had retrieved records from multiple departments: the Guard, the Career Center, the Array Management Office, and the City Energy Monitoring Bureau. He sifted through them one by one, eliminating suspects one after another. Just as his brows were furrowed in thought, his communicator suddenly vibrated. The caller was Lu Chang. Ji Xiaoneng rubbed his temples and answered. What is it? On the other end, Lu Cheng's voice was noticeably unsteady. Lord Lu Fang has entered the secret realm again. Ji Xiaoneng was taken aback, then puzzled. Isn't entering the secret realm his normal routine? Over the past few days, when had Lu Fang not entered the secret realm? In fact, it would be strange if Lu Fang skipped a day. Lu Chang swallowed his saliva. This time is different. Ji Xiaoneng frowned slightly. How is it different? Lu Cheng's voice was dry. He didn't just enter one secret realm. He entered 11 of them. In the meeting room, the documents in Ji Xiaoneng's hand froze midair. He wondered if he had misheard. What did you say? Lu Chang braced himself and repeated. Lord Lu Fang summoned 10 summons. Then he sent each of the 10 summons into 10 hell-level dungeons separately. He entered another one himself. So now the Professional Center's dungeon district has 11 hell-level dungeons running simultaneously, all belonging to Lord Lu Fang. Ji Xiaoneng fell silent. After a few seconds, he finally spoke slowly. Summons. Entering dungeons alone. Is that even possible? Lu Chang forced a bitter smile. Yes, I thought it wasn't possible either, but we tried and they really went in. Ji Xiaoneng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but he found he couldn't. He had seen geniuses. He had also seen prodigies. In recent days, he had even been numbed by Lu Fang's shocks. But this time he was still dumbfounded. One person farming 11 secret realms. Who could have thought of such a move? No, even if someone thought of it, no one could do it. An ordinary summoner's summons simply lacked the ability to solo hell-level dungeons like this. Ji Xiaoneng put down the documents, leaned back in his chair, his expression indescribably complex. He had thought his assessment of Lu Fang was already high enough. Now it seemed he had still underestimated him. This kid wasn't just strong. His mind was truly sharp. He looked out the window, his gaze complicated. Lu Fang, just how many more shocks will you bring to Jiang City? On the other end of the communicator, Lu Chang said nothing, because he too wanted to know the answer. At the same time, over Jiang City, above the clouds, the middle-aged man in gray and the man in black looked down at the fluctuations of the 11 dungeons at the professional center. Both fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, the middle-aged man in gray finally spoke slowly. What is he doing? The man in black said slowly. He's farming 11 dungeons simultaneously. The corner of the gray-robed man's mouth twitched. I can see that. The question is this even possible? The man in black did not answer, because he had never seen it either. The gray-robed man stared at the panel for a few more seconds, then suddenly turned his head and asked, "You have summoning abilities, right?" The man in black said indifferently, "Yes." The gray-robed man asked, "Have you ever done this before?" The man in black hesitated awkwardly. "No." The gray-robed man pointed at himself. "I also have summoning abilities. I've never done this either." The two fell silent again. They were both heavenly dragons. They had experienced countless battles, explored countless secret realms, and studied various class systems. But this tactic of sending summons into dungeons alone had never occurred to them. Not because they couldn't, but because it had never crossed their minds. In the cognition of most professional summons were combat support. No matter how powerful the summons, they had to fight around the summoner. Yet Lu Fang had actually turned his summons into 10 independent farming units. Most importantly, his summons seemed truly capable of sustaining such a method. The gray-robed man suddenly let out a laugh tinged with absurdity. "Now I understand why the job change crystal gave him such a ridiculous task." The man in black looked down and did not refute. The gray-robed man's eyes gradually brightened. Speaking of which, farming 11 dungeons at once. Could he actually achieve SSS? The man in black did not answer immediately. After a moment he said, "It's possible." Just 3 words. Yet they struck the gray-robed man's heart like a thunderbolt. "It's possible." Those 3 words carried immense weight coming from the man in black. Because not long ago they had thought Lu Fang's chance of achieving SSS was nearly impossible. But now Lu Fang had forcefully torn a crack in impossibility with a method no one had ever imagined. The gray-robed man couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A genius. A true genius. I'm not just talking about his job change talent, but his combat thinking and ability development. As long as he doesn't die, this person will definitely grow to a terrifying level. Crimson Blood Demon Nest held difficulty. A bloody mist permeated the air. On the damp ground, dark red membranes were spread. The surrounding walls writhed slightly like living creatures, occasionally oozing a stinking mucus. After entering the dungeon, Lu Fang did not act immediately. He closed his eyes, sensing the connection between himself and the money ghosts. It was very faint. The 10 money ghosts had entered different dungeons. Through the dungeon space, he could only vaguely sense 10 dark golden light clusters. Those light clusters were advancing steadily, fast with almost no pauses. "I can sense their direction and status, but I can't control them or give further commands." Lu Fang quickly made a judgment. Fortunately, the money ghosts themselves are strong enough to bulldoze through dungeons even without instructions. Roar. Ahead, the blood mist churned. One by one, crimson blood demon spiders covered in tumors crawled out from the depths of the nest. Crimson Blood Demon Spider, level 96, health 620000 skills, blood poison spray web. Entanglement. A dense swarm of monsters rushed toward Lu Fang. Lu Fang looked at them and suddenly sighed softly. "I never thought I'd have to kill monsters with my own hands again." The next second, Lu Fang stomped his foot. Boom! The ground exploded. His figure instantly charged into the monster horde. A crimson blood demon spider had just opened its mouth when Lu Fang shattered its head with a single punch. Killed crimson blood demon spider, current experience cannot be increased. A notification popped up. Lu Fang ignored it completely. He only cared about the drops now. For weaker monsters, he relied purely on his attributes to crush them. Fists, kicks, elbows, knees. No flashy skills. Just pure power and speed. One by one, the crimson blood demon spiders were blown apart by his bare hands. When he encountered a mini-boss or elite monster with high health and defense, he didn't waste time. He raised his hand and fired a stake all. Boom! The golden coin projection turned into a golden torrent, instantly piercing through the monster's body. Dealt 150000 true damage. Killed crimson blood demon spider, overlord. Continue. Lu Fang did not stop. He pushed forward all the way. Without the money ghosts to clear the path, his speed was indeed slower. In many areas he had to search, kill, and collect drops himself. But even so, after just over an hour in the deepest part of the Crimson Blood Demon Nest, the final boss, the Crimson Blood Mother Queen, had its chest pierced by the golden torrent. Boom! The massive flesh nest collapsed with a thunderous roar. Killed Crimson Blood Mother Queen. Cleared Crimson Blood Demon Nest. Held difficulty clear. Rating SSS. Current experience cannot be increased. Lu Fang collected the Crimson Blood Mother Queen's heart core dropped by the boss and stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz. The light of the instance zone flared. Lu Fang stepped out of the instance. As he emerged, he saw the 10 money ghosts standing neatly outside. Behind each money ghost hung a bulging, enormous sack. The sacks were stuffed with materials, equipment crystals, and various monster drops. Lu Fang's eyes lit up. The money ghost's attributes surpassed his own. Though they lacked his agility and couldn't use the skill 1,000 gold, they were far more efficient than him when simply farming hell instances. Lu Fang walked forward and opened the sacks one by one. A vast quantity of materials met his eyes. There were even quite a few gold-tier and diamond-tier equipment pieces. A smile curled at the corners of Lu Fang's mouth. Not bad. Faster than I expected. He waved his hand, storing all the materials into his class changer space. However, he soon noticed that all 10 money ghosts had sustained varying degrees of damage. Some had cracked arms. Others had corroded pits in their chests. Some bore the marks of blood poison and scorching flames. Fighting hell instances solo they could win, but it wasn't without cost. To maintain peak efficiency, Lu Fang didn't let them push through. Dismiss summon. Buzz. The 10 money ghosts simultaneously dissipated into dark golden light. The next second, Lu Fang raised his hand again. Summon. Buzz buzz buzz. 10 pristine money ghosts materialized once more. Their status was fully restored. Their aura had returned to its peak. Lu Fang looked at Lu Cheng. Continue. Lu Cheng was already numb with shock. He watched the sacks of materials being stored, saw the 10 damaged money ghosts dismissed, and then resummoned at full capacity. He couldn't even muster the energy to be astonished anymore. Restoring status like this. When a summon is injured, don't heal it. Just dismiss and resummon. Full health restart. What kind of cheap tactic was this? But Lu Fang didn't give him time to stare blankly. Wake up. Open the instances. Lu Cheng snapped to attention and immediately operated the console. Soon, the 10 money ghosts, once again carrying enormous sacks, entered 10 hell instances. Lu Fang himself selected an instance and stepped inside. The second round began. In the time that followed, Lu Fang repeated the cycle without pause. Enter instance, kill monsters, collect materials, clear it, exit, retrieve the money ghosts' materials, dismiss them, resummon them, and start farming again. Round after round. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 10 hours later, Lu Fang walked out of the instance portal again. His face was noticeably pale. Continuous high-intensity combat, no matter how high one's attributes, would exhaust the spirit. Moreover, he had to simultaneously monitor the status of 10 money ghosts, assess instance progress, filter the value of materials, and plan the objectives for the next round of instances. His body could still endure, but his mind was starting to feel heavy. Lu Cheng couldn't help but say, "Sir, how about taking a break?" Lu Fang shook his head. No rest. His voice was a little hoarse. Continue. Lu Cheng's throat moved, but he didn't try to persuade him further. The 10 money ghosts entered the instances again. Lu Fang also stepped into the portal once more. 11 hours. 15 hours. 20 hours. Above the clouds, the two observers saw it clearly. Lu Fang was already very tired, but he didn't stop, nor did he even slow down the pace. The middle-aged man in gray robes said softly, "This kid is truly a ruthless one." The man in black replied flatly, "Indeed he is. 20 hours without sleep or rest, farming instances at high intensity, and simultaneously maintaining the combat of 10 summoned creatures in their instances. Tisk tisk tsk." Time continued to flow. In the blink of an eye. By 8 o'clock the next day, the staff at the instance zone of the career center had changed shifts 3 times. But Lu Cheng hadn't left. He stayed there because Lu Fang was still farming. Buzz. The portal flared again. Lu Fang stepped out of the instance. His gaze was terrifyingly calm, or rather it was numb. He could no longer even remember how many monsters he had killed. Advance, strike, kill, collect. These actions seemed etched into his body, turned into muscle memory. The 10 money ghosts also emerged one after another from different instances. Behind them were still the enormous sacks filled with drops. Lu Fang raised his hand and stored all the materials into his class changer space. Then he checked the time. There was only 1 hour left until the mission submission deadline. He didn't enter another instance. The remaining time had to be used for cashing out. Lu Fang turned around. Next, let's go to the mission hall. The mission hall of the career center was much livelier than the instance zone. A large number of class changers were there accepting missions, submitting materials, and exchanging rewards. Lu Fang walked up to a vacant counter. The staff member looked up. "Hello, are you here to accept a mission or submit one?" Lu Fang said, "Submit a mission." The staff member nodded. "Please show me the mission number." Lu Fang didn't show a number. Instead he said, "Call up all material acquisition missions between level 90 and 100. The staff member was taken aback. All of them? Yes. Though puzzled, the staff member complied. Soon a light screen expanded. A dense list of missions appeared. Acquire Dark Wind Magic Crystal Unit Price 1. 2 million Dragon Coins. Acquire Blood Mother Queen Core Unit Price 3. 8 million Dragon Coins. Acquire Corrupted Bone Poison Sac Unit Price 750,000 Dragon Coins. Acquire Molten Iron Beast Horn Unit Price 950,000 Dragon Coins. Acquire Shadow Castle Knight Core Unit Price 2. 1 million Dragon Coins. Lu Fang glanced at it and immediately began comparing it with the materials in his class changer space. Then he started selecting. Furiously selecting. The staff member was calm at first, but as he watched Lu Fang select missions faster and faster, his expression gradually stiffened. 10, 50, 100, 300, 800, 1,000, The mission list flickered wildly. Lu Fang's hand barely stopped. The staff member watched the constantly increasing submission count on the back, and his eyes widening more and more. Is this man insane? 5 minutes later, Lu Fang finally stopped. On the light screen, the final submission count was fixed. Mission selected 3251. The staff member stared at the number, completely dumbfounded. 3,251. His voice cracked. Lu Fang didn't explain. He just stated his card number. After verification is complete, please transfer the money to this card. The staff member nodded instinctively. Okay. Lu Fang waved his hand. The next second, on the empty floor beside the hall, countless materials materialized out of thin air. Various instance drops piled up, forming a small mountain. Rumble. The sound of materials rolling echoed through the hall. The entire mission hall fell silent instantly. All the staff members halted their movements. All the professionals who were submitting tasks froze in place. They stared at the mountain of materials, their minds a complete blank. What is this? Who moved the entire dungeon warehouse here? Lu Fang looked at the still dazed staff. Please call over a few more people. Get it verified within half an hour. Then transfer the money to my account. The staff member snapped back to reality, his voice trembling. Yes. He immediately pressed the internal emergency assistance button. Soon over a dozen staff members rushed over. Then they too stood frozen in place. This sight would stun anyone who saw it. Lu Fang did not linger. With the task submitted, he still needed to sell off the other materials. After his figure disappeared through the door, the hall fell silent for a few more seconds. Then boom! Exclamations erupted like a cataclysm. Holy crap! What is that? A mountain of materials. A literal mountain. How many tasks did that guy just submit? I think I saw it over 3,000. Holy crap. 3,000 tasks. Is he insane? Aren't those all materials from level 90 plus hell dungeons? I saw the Blood Mother Queen's heart core. Isn't it rare to even get one in several days? How does he have so many? Just who is this legendary figure? When did a monster like this show up in Jiang City? On the other side, Lu Fang had already gotten into a car, heading for the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Why let good fortune flow to others? Through the car window, the streets were bustling with people. Lu Fang sat in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed. After nearly 24 consecutive hours of high-intensity dungeon runs, his spirit was utterly exhausted. But he could not stop yet. Soon the hovercar stopped in front of a large material acquisition shop under the Fang Chamber of Commerce. The storefront was enormous. The golden emblem of the Fang Chamber of Commerce hung above the entrance. Lu Fang got out of the car and walked straight inside. Inside the shop, a few clerks were organizing the day's acquisition lists. Seeing someone enter, a young clerk immediately stepped forward. Hello, are you here to sell materials, or? Before he could finish, his voice suddenly caught in his throat. He recognized Lu Fang. As an employee of the Fang Chamber of Commerce, of course, he had seen photos of the heir. Especially in recent days, news about Lu Fang had been spreading like wildfire within the chamber. The absurd challenge match had already become common internal knowledge. Why? Young master. The clerk's expression shifted as he quickly bowed his head. What brings you here? Lu Fang did not waste words. I'm selling materials. The clerk was taken aback. Selling materials? Lu Fang nodded. A fairly large quantity. The clerk immediately responded. No problem, young master, please follow me to the storage area in the back. Though he did not know why Lu Fang had suddenly come to sell materials as an acquisition shop, all customers were welcome. especially when the customer was the young master himself. Soon Lu Fang was led to the storage area in the rear. The space was vast with array patterns carved into the floor for weighing, identifying, and sorting. The clerk was just about to pull out a registration form when Lu Fang raised a hand and waved. Boom! A massive pile of materials materialized out of thin air. Spirit cores, beast horns, bone spikes, ores, equipment, boss cores, rare herbs. Pile after pile. In the blink of an eye, the once empty storage area was a third full. The rumbling continued incessantly. The clerks all stood frozen in place. They stared at the mountain of materials before them, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This? Young master, are you selling all of this? Lu Fang replied. Yes. The clerk's throat bobbed. He had worked in the material acquisition shop for years and had seen big clients before. Some top-tier adventure groups could sell enough materials to fill half a warehouse at once. But the problem was that was an entire group. Dozens, even hundreds of people. Lu Fang had come alone. More critically, the quality of this batch was very high. Many of the materials were only produced in level 90 to 100 hell dungeons. Among them, several materials were rarely acquired even at the shop's listed purchase price. The clerk dared not be negligent and immediately called for the shop manager and appraisers. Quickly, the young master is selling a huge batch of materials. Call all the appraisers over. Moments later, the entire back of the shop was thrown into a flurry of activity. Appraisers crouched one after another before the material piles, the lights on their appraisal instruments flashing continuously. Black Wind Magic Crystal Top Quality. Molten Iron Beast Horn Hell Difficulty Product. Shadow Knight Core Energy Reserves intact. 10 minutes later, the inspection was complete, and the shop manager's forehead was beaded with sweat. He looked at Lu Fang. Young master, if we purchase this entire batch at market price, the total amount is estimated. Let me round it off for you. Total 350 million dragon coins. A clear light finally flickered in Lu Fang's eyes. 350 million. It was enough. He had already submitted over 3,000 tasks at the mission center. Based on the bounty prices for those tasks, there would be at least another 200 million or so. That meant the SSS rating was secure. The tension that had gripped his spirit for 24 hours finally eased a fraction. Can you settle the full amount in one go? The shop manager immediately replied. Yes, these are all high-level materials the chamber urgently needs. And since you young master are selling to the family chamber, the process can take top priority. I'll make the transfer right away. A few minutes later, Lu Fang's account received a deposit notification. Deposit 350,000,000 dragon coins. Lu Fang looked at the string of numbers and the corners of his mouth finally lifted slightly. Just then, his communication panel vibrated again. The verification and settlement at the professional center's mission hall had also been completed. Deposit 227,639,000 dragon coins, adding the two sums together. 577 million. It exceeded the requirement for the SSS rating. Moreover, all the income came from the value of materials he himself had created by clearing dungeons. No use of existing assets. No acceptance of gifts. No acceptance of help. Fully compliant with the rules. Lu Fang put away his communication panel. A sharp edge in his eyes suppressed the weariness. I'm leaving. The shop manager and clerks stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Only after Lu Fang had completely disappeared did a clerk suddenly react. Shop manager, should we report this? The shop manager's expression shifted. Of course, the young master selling 350 million worth of materials in one go is no small matter. Soon the news was relayed to the upper management group of the Fang Chamber of Commerce. At the Fang Chamber of Commerce headquarters, in the top floor meeting hall, Chun Guangmao, Lin Man Zhao, Chiming along with dozens of chamber executives had all arrived. Additionally, high-level professionals from the chamber security system were present. The most conspicuous among them were 4 class changers around level 200. They sat to the side of the meeting hall, their auras steady and expressions cold. These individuals were the greatest source of confidence for Chun Guangmao and the others today. As long as Lu Fang dared to come, then, after today, the true control of the Fang Chamber of Commerce would fall into their hands. Chun Guangmao sat beside the host's seat, a faint smile gracing his lips. He glanced at the time. Almost time. Lu Fang should be here soon. An elder snorted coldly. Let's hope he doesn't back out at the last moment. Lin Man said indifferently. Even if he wants to retreat, it's too late. The agreement has been signed. If he doesn't show up today, we can directly deem him in breach of contract. Then the management committee will take over the Chamber of Commerce. and it will be perfectly justified. Chun Guangmao chuckled. Youngsters always have to pay for their arrogance. Just then, an assistant hurried into the conference hall and whispered a few words into Chun Guangmao's ear. Chun Guangmao raised an eyebrow slightly. He went to our material acquisition store. The assistant nodded. Yes, he sold a batch of materials. Chun Guangmao asked, how much? The assistant hesitated. 350 million. In the conference hall, many faces changed color. 350 million. That was no small sum. Lin Man frowned. Where did he get so many materials? An elder sneered. Where else could they be from? Most likely they were the stockpile left by Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. Given their status, it's only natural they had some high-grade materials. Another person nodded. Probably for today's showdown, he's liquidating materials to buy some life-saving items. Hearing this, Chun Guangmao relaxed again. No matter. 350 million sounds like a lot, but trying to win against us with that amount of money to buy items is a fool's dream. Besides, even if he buys something, he might not have time to master it. Lin Man also nodded. External aids are after all external aids. Zhangcheng Career Center, the job change hall. Compared to the morning, there were even more people here. Several level 100 professionals were queuing to consult about job change quests. The staff member was still the same person from yesterday. He had just finished processing a registration when he looked up and suddenly saw Lu Fang walking in. His entire body jolted. It was him, that baby-faced job changer. The staff member quickly stood up. Sir, are you here to submit your job change quest? Please place the quest crystal back into the job change crystal. Lu Fang walked up to the massive crystal. Other professionals in the hall also turned their gazes toward him. A job change was always a spectacle worth watching. Lu Fang took out the crystal. At that moment, the golden light within the crystal had already become so dense it was nearly liquefied. He raised his hand and pressed the crystal into the central groove of the job change crystal. A faint hum was heard at first. Then, in the next second, the entire job change crystal suddenly trembled. Boom! A blindingly intense golden light erupted from within the crystal. The light was more than 10 times stronger than when he had received the quest in the morning. All the lights in the hall were instantly overwhelmed. The entire job change hall seemed to be swallowed by a golden sun. Ah! What's happening? What's wrong with the job change crystal? Someone submitted a quest. What kind of evaluation is this? Everyone was blinded by the light. Many were forced to step back. The golden light continued to intensify. Pillars of light shot up from the crystal, piercing through the hall's dome and soaring straight into the clouds. The entire career center began to tremble slightly. The staff member stared at the crystal, his eyes filled with disbelief. This light! Even in S-rank evaluation, no, even an S-rank wouldn't shine this brilliantly. Could it be a SSS? As the staff member spoke, the entire job change hall fell into absolute silence. A professional who was about to receive a quest murmured, "How is this possible? An SS rank job change evaluation? Who is this? Which big shot is changing jobs here?" Someone nearby spoke with a trembling voice. "An SS rank first job change? Has Zhangcheng ever seen one?" "No, absolutely not. Who exactly is this person?" Shocked exclamations erupted, but Lu Fang paid them no heed. His gaze was fixed on the screen before him. Job change quest, amass wealth quest, complete evaluation, SSS. Congratulations on completing your first job change class, advancement god of wealth, 1-star god of wealth, level cap lifted, first job change growth multiplier 10x. Seeing this prompt, Lu Fang let out a long breath. Fatigue, tension, and pressure. At this moment, they all transformed into a searing sensation of exhilaration exploding in his chest. 1-star god of wealth. 10-fold growth. He had finally succeeded in his job change. The next second, new prompts continued to appear. You have acquired a new skill, Toll Road. You have acquired a new skill, Life Ransom. Lu Fang's heart jolted. New skills. He immediately checked the skill descriptions. Toll Road skill effect: consume gold coins to forcefully open a passage to a designated instance, secret realm, barrier, independent space, or sealed area. The higher the level, strength, and sealing degree of the target space, the more gold coins consumed. Note: with money, even gods and ghosts make way. Lu Fang's eyes suddenly lit up. The ability to forcefully enter any instance or independent space. This skill was crucial. The Abyss Rift. The place where his parents had disappeared. Originally, to go there, he needed sufficient level authority and even approval from the military and higher-ups. But now with Toll Road A, He had the possibility to bypass the rules and force his way in. As long as he had enough money, the path could be opened. Lu Fang suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued to examine the second skill. Life ransom skill effect: consume gold coins to restore the injury, stamina, mental energy, and life state of oneself or a designated target. The restoration effect is related to the amount of gold coins consumed. The more severe the target's injuries, and the higher their life level, the more gold coins consumed. Note: money can buy life, and life is also valuable. A recovery type skill. And it wasn't just ordinary healing. Injuries, stamina, mental energy, and life state could all be restored. The surprise in Lu Fang's eyes could no longer be contained. This was exactly the ability he lacked the most. Previously, for attack, he had 1,000 gold for a throw. For defense, he had money bulwark. For summoning, he had money ghost. For speed, he had tycoon's boots. But recovery had always been a weak point. After high-intensity dungeon runs, he could only rely on rest to recover. But now with life ransom, this weakness was directly compensated for. More importantly, this skill could not only save himself but also others. If he ever found his parents in the future. Lu Fang's fingers tightened slightly. At this moment, the fatigue deep in his eyes was completely replaced by a sharp edge. In the job change hall, the sounds of shock continued. Everyone stared at the young figure standing in the center of the golden light. They didn't know his name, nor did they know what he had been through. They only knew that today at the Jiangcheng Career Center, an SS rank first job change professional had been born. Lu Fang ignored the various strange gazes around him. Next, it was time to head to the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Above the clouds, the middle-aged man in gray robes stared at the golden pillar of light soaring from the job transfer hall, silent for a few seconds. Then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. That kid actually did it. A faint smile finally appeared on the usually calm face of the man in black. They knew best how difficult this task was. 24 hours. 500 million dragon coins. No using existing assets. No accepting help. All income had to be personally created. For any pre-first-turn professional, this was nearly a dead end. Yet Lu Fang had managed to force his way through. This kid is even more formidable than we expected. Meanwhile, the news of the SS level first-turn evaluation spread from the Jiang City Job Center like a storm. The first to erupt was within the job center itself. An SSS rating has appeared in the transfer hall. It's a first turn. A real first turn. Someone got an SSS rating on their first turn. A golden light shot into the sky. It shot into the sky. I saw it with my own eyes. That person is very young, at most 18 or 19. 18 or 19. Are you kidding? How could someone that age be doing their first turn? Why would I lie to you? Everyone in the hall saw it. The news spread from the staff. Then from the professionals to the major teams, major merchant associations, and major families. Communication groups. Internal merchant association channels. Professional forums. Guard intelligence channels. Within just 10 minutes, almost the entire upper echelon of Jiang City knew about it. First turn SSS. The impact of these 4 words was immense. So immense that no one with any insight could remain calm. In Jiang City's history, the 3 pillars achieving an S rating on their first turn had been enough to be recorded for years. And now someone had achieved an SS level first turn in Jiang City. What did this mean? It meant that as long as this person didn't die, they had the potential to become at least as strong as the 3 pillars. Or even higher. For a time, undercurrents surged throughout Jiang City. Countless people were inquiring. Who exactly was that SS-level first-turn professional? At the Fang Merchant Association headquarters, in the top-floor meeting hall, Chun Guangmao and the others had also received the news. Initially, there was low conversation in the hall, as they discussed how to handle Lu Fang's arrival. But when that message arrived, the entire meeting hall fell silent instantly. An SS-level first-turn rating. Chun Guangmao abruptly stood up. Is the information confirmed? The assistant quickly replied, confirmed. The job center is buzzing with it. Many people saw it with their own eyes. The composure on Lin Man's face vanished as well. She asked almost instinctively, who is it? The assistant shook his head. We haven't found out yet. The job center hasn't released their identity. All we know is that it's a young professional. A young professional. In the meeting hall, the breathing of many people quickened. An elder couldn't help saying, if we could recruit this person into our Fang Merchant Association. He didn't finish, but everyone understood his meaning. An SS-level first turn. This was no ordinary genius. This was a future pillar. If the Fang Merchant Association could secure such an existence, not only would the current crisis be resolved, but they could stabilize for decades to come. A sharp light burst from Chen Guangmo's eyes. Find out. We must find out who this person is. Spend whatever it takes, pay any price, but find him. Lin Man immediately nodded. Right? We must contact this person as soon as possible, before he's fully grown. Offer resources, status shares. If we can bind him to the Fang Merchant Association, well, have a trump card when we negotiate with the Wanbao Merchant Association and the Blackstone Consortium later. A high-ranking member said excitedly, if this SS-level first-turn professional is willing to join us with the Fang Merchant Association, still need to bow to outside forces. The group grew more and more excited. Even the tension of waiting for Lu Fang's arrival was diluted. Chen Guangmao took a deep breath, suppressing the heat in his heart. Handle this matter as soon as today's business is concluded. For now, the priority is still dealing with Lu Fang. Lin Man nodded. As long as we succeed in seizing power today, we can mobilize the resources of the Fang Merchant Association. Then we'll have more leverage to recruit that SS-level genius. Everyone nodded in agreement. At the city lord's mansion, Han Qianshan and Ji Xuning were preparing to depart. They naturally had to attend the Fang Merchant Association's challenge today. But before they could leave, news from the job center arrived. After reading the message, Ji Xuning froze in place. Han Qianshan glanced at him. What's wrong? Ji Xuning looked up, his expression extremely odd. City Lord, an SS-level first-turn professional, has just appeared at the job center. Han Qianshan paused mid-motion. SSS. Yes, a first turn with an SSS rating. Han Qianshan's gaze sharpened. But soon, as if thinking of something, he suddenly smiled. Lu Fang. Ji Xuning smiled too. I think so too. It can only be him. The two exchanged a glance. The next second, Han Qianshan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. Excellent. This kid always manages to surprise us. Ji Xuning couldn't suppress his smile either. It's a pity we didn't get to see that scene. An SS-level first-turn rating. It's the first time in Jiang City's history. Han Qianshan shook his head with a smile. It's fine. We didn't see the job transfer, but we'll see what happens next. Let's go. To the Fang Merchant Association. I'm even more curious now to see the expressions on those high-ranking members' faces when they learn the truth. Ji Xuning couldn't help but laugh. I bet they're still trying to find out who that SS-level genius is. Maybe they're even planning to recruit him. A playful glint flashed in Han Qianshan's eyes. That makes it even more interesting. Soon after, at the Fang Merchant Association headquarters, the city lord's exclusive hovercar slowly came to a stop. Han Qianshan and Ji Xuning stepped out. The staff at the entrance, seeing them, their expressions changed drastically. The city lord and Ji Xuning, why were they here? The news quickly reached the top-floor meeting hall. The faces of Chen Guangmao, Lin Man, and the others all changed. A visit from the city lord's mansion was no small matter. Soon Chen Guangmao led several high-ranking members out to welcome them. City Lord. Lord Ji. Chen Guangmao put on a smiling face, his attitude very respectful. We were not informed of your visit today. Please forgive our lack of welcome. Han Qianshan waved his hand. No need to be tense. But Chen Guangmao couldn't relax at all. Today was the day they had challenged Lu Fang to decide control of the Merchant Association. The city lord and Ji Xuning showing up at this exact time. Could they be here to support Lu Fang? Lin Man had the same thought, her eyes flickering subtly. She probed cautiously. City Lord, have you come today regarding the young master's affairs? Han Qianshan smiled. Something like that. At these words, Chen Guangmao and the others' hearts instantly tightened. But Han Qianshan continued. But rest assured, I am not here to intervene. Since you have already made an agreement, let it proceed as agreed. I am merely here to observe today. Observe? Chen Guangmao was stunned. Ji Xuning also remarked indifferently, rest assured, we will not favor either side. As long as you do not violate the laws of Jiangxing City or cause fatalities, the city lord's mansion will not interfere. Hearing this, Chen Guangmao and the others finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as he was not here to back Lu Fang. Chen Guangmao immediately smiled. It is an honor for our Fang Chamber of Commerce that the city lord wishes to watch the battle. Please take a seat. Han Qianshan nodded and entered the chamber's headquarters with Ji Xuning. Ji Xuning lowered his voice. City lord, it seems they truly do not know. A slight smile curled at the corner of Han Qianshan's mouth. Those who need to know will know in due time. The Fang Chamber of Commerce headquarters was exceptionally lively today. Although this battle challenge was not publicly advertised within the upper circles of Jiangxing City, those who needed to know were essentially aware. Such an event was inherently attention-grabbing. Consequently, many influential figures from Jiangxing City chose to attend in person. Soon the observation hall within the chamber's headquarters was filled with people from all walks of life. Butler Jiang and Jiang Xia had also arrived. Worry was evident in both their eyes. Even Wang Yixing came. He sat in a corner, his expression somewhat complex. Ever since his father was caught in a spatial storm, and presumed missing, the Wang family's situation had rapidly deteriorated. Those who had once treated his father with utmost respect now revealed their true faces one by one. Their industries were being encroached upon, authority, usurped relatives fought over assets, and business partners took advantage of the chaos. He had been barely able to breathe these past few days. In a sense, his situation was very similar to Lu Fang's. But the difference was that he did not possess Lu Fang's courage. He dared not stand up and challenge everyone to a battle. He could only passively negotiate, being forced back step by step. So today he came. He wanted to see if someone in a similar predicament could actually hold on to what their parents had left behind. Wang Yixing clenched his fists and murmured softly, "Lu Fang, can you really do it?" In the observation hall, murmurs of discussion rose and fell. "Do you think Lu Fang will come today? The agreement is signed. If he doesn't come, he forfeits. What use is coming?" The Fang chamber has 4 level 200 professionals on their side. The young man is too impulsive. If he took the legal route, at least he could delay things. Deciding it by battle, isn't that handing over the initiative? Others shook their heads. You can't say that either. He's young with hot blood. His parents just went missing, and the chamber's upper echelons are forcing a coup. Who could tolerate that? I think standing up makes him better than most. Courage is courage, outcome is outcome. In this world, strength ultimately speaks. It's a pity that Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu were so strong, yet their son has to suffer a great loss today. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chen Guangmo's smile grew deeper. Everyone believed Lu Fang would lose. Thus, when Lu Fang was defeated, their takeover of the Fang chamber would seem all the more justified. Lin Man glanced at the time. It's almost time. Chen Guangmao adjusted his cuffs and said flatly, "Notify everyone to prepare. Once Lu Fang arrives, unleash our auras as agreed." A nearby level 200 professional slowly opened his eyes. Just a junior. Is such a display necessary? Chen Guangmao chuckled. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. The level 200 professional nodded and closed his eyes again. Just then, clear footsteps echoed from outside the main door of the observation hall. They were not heavy, yet they seemed to tread on everyone's hearts. The previously noisy hall gradually fell silent. Chen Guangmao and Lin Man looked up. Butler Jiang and Jiang Xia straightened in their seats. Wang Yixing suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Han Qianshan and Ji Xiaoning exchanged a glance, a hint of amusement in their eyes. Click. The door was pushed open. A young figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Fang had arrived. He wore a simple black combat suit, without any extravagant equipment or attendants. He just stood there alone. Yet inexplicably, the moment he appeared, the atmosphere in the entire hall shifted. It was not ostentation nor arrogance, but a quiet, absolute confidence. He was only 18. He faced the entire upper echelon of the Fang chamber and dozens of high-level professionals. Yet standing there was not a trace of fear or anxiety. It was as if he was not here for an almost certainly losing battle, but merely to reclaim what was rightfully his. This composure struck a chord in many hearts. He actually came. Alone. He really dares. That bearing doesn't seem like an ordinary young man. No wonder he dared to challenge the chamber's upper echelons. Chen Guangmao looked at Lu Fang at the entrance, a smile slowly curling on his lips. Young master, you are finally here. Lu Fang did not reply. He merely raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the hall. Finally, his gaze rested back on Chen Guangmao and the others. Is everyone here? Chen Guangmao's smile deepened. Those who should be here are all here. After today, the future of the Fang chamber should also have a result. As his words fell, the high-level professionals of the chamber seated on both sides opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Boom! A series of formidable auras suddenly erupted. The oppressive pressure from dozens of high-level professionals surged towards Lu Fang like a tidal wave. The auras of the several level 200 professionals at the forefront were particularly heavy, like mountains. The air instantly solidified. The floor of the hall trembled faintly. Spectators nearby paled and instinctively stepped back. Shameless. Someone couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, using pressure before he's even entered the arena. Isn't this clearly trying to intimidate him? They want to stop Lu Fang from even entering the door. Too ruthless. If he gets forced to his knees on the spot, the battle afterwards is over. Many looked at Lu Fang with increased sympathy. Jiang Xia clenched her fists tightly, her eyes instantly reddening. How can they do this? Fang Guo hasn't even entered the arena yet, and they're using such despicable tactics. Butler Jiang said nothing, only pressing his hand more firmly on Jiang Xia's shoulder. His heart also sank to the bottom. Young master. This was reality. The battle hadn't even started and the chamber's upper echelons had already made their move. They didn't just want to win. They wanted to utterly humiliate Lu Fang in front of everyone. If Lu Fang couldn't even walk into the hall, his claim of challenging the entire chamber alone would become a complete joke. The next second, Lu Fang took a step forward. Tap. His footsteps were light, yet he didn't pause for even a moment. The oppressive aura that would suffocate an ordinary professional fell upon him like a gentle spring breeze. His expression remained calm. There was not the slightest change in his eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Thus he walked slowly into the hall, facing the oppressive aura of dozens of high-level professionals. Not fast, but steady. Each step seemed to shatter the schemes of the guild's high-ranking members. In the hall, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? He doesn't react at all. That's the oppressive aura of dozens of high-level professionals. And there are level 200 class changers. Hasn't he only awakened a few days ago? His mental fortitude is terrifying. Someone gasped. Oppressive aura was not simply a contest of attributes. It was a comprehensive suppression of spirit, will, combat experience, and life level. For a newly awakened youth facing so many high-level professionals under normal circumstances, even if he didn't kneel on the spot, he would at least turn pale and stagger. But Lu Fang didn't. He didn't even frown. Ji Xiaoning watched the scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. These people sure have guts. Han Qianshan said calmly. They don't know who they're pressuring. On the other side, Chen Guangmo's smile faded slightly. Lin Man's eyes also turned slightly grave. Lu Fang's reaction exceeded their expectations, but soon the two regained their composure. Being able to withstand an oppressive aura only indicated good mental fortitude. Mental fortitude was, after all, just mental fortitude. What truly determined the outcome was strength. Lu Fang walked step by step to the front of the hall. He stopped. He looked at Chen Guangmao and the others. Is this how you welcome me? Chen Guangmao smiled. You misunderstand, young master. Everyone just wanted to see if you were qualified to take on today's duel. Lu Fang said calmly. And now have you seen enough? Chen Guangmo's eyelid twitched slightly. An elder beside him snorted coldly. Lu Fang, don't be too smug. Being able to withstand the aura doesn't mean you can win. Those seated here today are not the students from school, nor the monsters in the dungeons. Everyone here is stronger than you imagine. Lu Fang glanced at him. So, the elder's face darkened. Chen Guangmao raised his hand to stop him, then stood up. Young master, according to the agreement we signed earlier, today if you win, the entire Fang Guild will obey your orders. If you lose, you will never interfere with the guild's operations again. Correct. Lu Fang said. Correct. Lin Man spoke. In that case, to avoid harming our harmony, the guild won't send out its level 200 professionals right away. First, the deputy captain of the security department, Zhou Yue, will fight. Zhou Yue level 150. If the young master can't even get past him, there's no need to continue the subsequent battles. As his words fell, a burly middle-aged man stood up. He wore heavy armor and carried a broad-bladed war saber on his back. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. Zhou Yu, level 150, class Rage Shield Guardian. Low murmurs arose in the hall. Zhou Yu. I've heard of him. Deputy captain of the Fang Guild's security department. Though only level 150, his defense is extremely strong. A Rage Shield Guardian balanced in offense and defense. Sending him out first is indeed a safe bet. Lu Fang is in for a tough time. Zhou Yu walked to the center of the arena, looked at Lu Fang, his gaze carrying a hint of condescension. Young master, forgive my impertinence, but rest assured I won't take your life. At most it'll render you immobile. As he spoke, he slowly drew his war saber. The thick blade scraped against the scabbard, producing a harsh sound. It's good for a young man to have pride. But too much pride is nothing but reckless arrogance. Today it'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the guild leader and madam. At these words, Lu Fang's eyes finally turned cold. Teach me on behalf of my parents. Zhou Yu said calmly. I once received favors from the 2 guild leaders. All the more reason I cannot watch you destroy the legacy they left behind. Young master, it's not too late to surrender now. Lu Fang looked at him. You are not worthy to mention them. Zhou Yu's face darkened. It seems the young master won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Boom! His aura erupted violently. A layer of dark red battle chi enveloped his entire body. He raised his war saber high. Like a charging beast, he lunged fiercely at Lu Fang. The war saber came crashing down. But at that moment, Lu Fang raised his hand. Money ghost. A dark golden figure suddenly appeared before him. Tall. Silent. The coin face patterns on it gleamed with a cold luster. Zhou Yu's pupils contracted. A summon, but he was already upon him with no intention of stopping. A mere summon thinks it can stop me. The war saber slashed down fiercely. The next second, the money ghost moved. It raised one hand. Slap. A deafeningly dull impact exploded. The money ghost had actually caught Zhou Yu's descending war saber with its bare hand. Zhou Yu's pupils shrank. Impossible. Before he could react, the money ghost's other hand had already struck out. Bang! The fist smashed into Zhou Yu's chest. The heavy armor instantly caved in. The sound of bones cracking was clear. Zhou Yu flew backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the protective barrier at the edge of the hall. Rumble! The barrier shook violently. Zhou Yu hit the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The war saber flew from his hand. He lay on the ground, his chest collapsed, his aura instantly fading to its nadir. So close. Just a little more. And that punch would have killed him. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. One move. Just one move. The level 150 deputy captain of the security department, Zhou Yue, was beaten to the brink of death by a money ghost summoned by Lu Fang. What kind of summon is this? Zhou Yu lost. He didn't just lose, he was nearly one-shotted. That's level 150. Lu Fang didn't even lift a finger himself. Didn't he just awaken? Why is his summon so strong? No, something's off. Lu Fang held back. His summon dispersed its force the moment it hit Zhou Yue, otherwise Zhou Yu wouldn't have just been sent flying so simply. Hiss? What kind of monster is this kid? The viewing hall erupted completely. The Jiang father and son shot to their feet, their eyes trembling violently. Chen Guangmo's smile froze on his face and Lin Man's pupils constricted. Even those level 200 professionals began to truly regard Lu Fang seriously for the first time. Han Qianshan leaned back in his chair, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ji Xiaoning said softly, "It has begun." At the center of the arena, Lu Fang stood behind the money ghost looking at Chen Guangmao and the others, his voice calm. Next. As the 3 words fell, Chen Guangmo's smile completely vanished. Lin Man stared intently at the money spirit, her eyes revealing an unprecedented sense of doubt. Zhao Kaiming's breath slowed for a moment. They had always believed they had given enough importance to Lu Fang, knowing he had slain over 100 powerful foes. But it was only at this moment that they suddenly realized a problem. They hardly understood Lu Fang at all. Their so-called judgments, preparations, and confidence were all based on mere speculation. They guessed that Lu Fang's ability to slay over 100 powerful foes was due to the trump cards left by his parents. They guessed that his courage to challenge was mere youthful recklessness. But now reality had dealt them a harsh slap. Lu Fang hadn't even lifted a finger himself. He merely summoned a single familiar and had it nearly kill the level 150 professional they had sent out to test him. The expressions of several high-ranking members of the Merchant Association began to waver. The rhythm they had meticulously planned was shattered by Lu Fang's punch. Lu Fang stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the few individuals. What's the matter? No one left. Chen Guangmo's expression darkened slightly. Didn't you just say that I am unqualified to control the Fang Merchant Association? Lu Fang said casually. Now not even a single person dares to stand up. This statement pierced directly into the most uncomfortable spot of the high-ranking members of the Merchant Association. The expressions of all the onlookers in the viewing hall grew subtle. With so many people present today, including the City Lord's mansion, the prominent families of Jiang City, and the representatives of major merchant associations, if the high-ranking members of the Fang Merchant Association were to retreat now, all their prior efforts would turn into a joke. Chen Guangmao understood very well that they had no way to retreat at this point. They had to either win or lose all initiative. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the others beside him. Young master, your strength is remarkable, and we are deeply impressed. In that case, let us commence with the formal sparring. Lin Man nodded slowly. The other two level 200 professionals also stood up simultaneously. One of them was a thin man wearing a gray robe holding a staff with an array disc. His name was Wu Zhao, a level 207 array master. The other was a middle-aged woman with short hair, her face stern with 6 slender flying blades hovering behind her. Her name was Shun Qinghan, a level 211 blade shadow manipulator. Along with Chun Guangmao and Lin Man, all 4 level 200 professionals were mobilized. The viewing hall erupted into an uproar. Are they all going to attack at once? To deal with a young man who just awakened a few days ago, and they are sending 4 level 200 professionals together. This is simply shameless. Just now they were acting all elder-like, now they've lost all sense of shame. But looking at it from another angle, doesn't this indicate how terrifying Lu Fang really is? Indeed, a single familiar took out a level 150 professional, forcing 4 level 200s to team up. Just based on this alone, even if Lu Fang loses today, he will have made a name for himself in Jiang City. The discussions grew louder. The expressions of Chun Guangmao and the others turned grim. They were well aware that if this were to leak out, it would not be honorable. However, their reputation paled in comparison to the control of the Merchant Association. They could no longer understand Lu Fang. Since they couldn't understand him, they would resort to the most reliable method. They would crush him with absolute power. Chun Guangmao stood opposite Lu Fang, his tone no longer condescending. Young master, your strength indeed exceeds our expectations. Continuing to come at you one by one would only waste time, Lin Man added. Since the agreement was for you to challenge all who oppose, having all 4 of us attack together is not a breach of the rules. Young master, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Lu Fang looked at the 4 and suddenly smiled. Such sweet words. You're just afraid. The faces of the 4 darkened simultaneously. Lu Fang continued, just now you sat there with an air of certainty. Now 4 of you stand up to attack together. What else could it be if not fear? Wu Zhao said coldly. Young master, provoking with words is meaningless. Shin Qinghan also spoke. Your familiar is indeed very strong. But if you think that with just one familiar you can defeat 4 level 200 professionals, then you are too naive. Lu Fang raised his eyes. Who told you that I only have one? With that he raised his hand. Money spirit. A dark golden light shone. A second money spirit appeared, followed by a third, fourth and fifth. 10 towering figures materialized in front of Lu Fang. A total of 10 money spirits stood in a line. The dark golden coins turned simultaneously towards the 4 level 200 professionals. At that moment, an invisible chill enveloped the entire hall. The 4 felt a sudden chill run down their spines. One money spirit could severely injure a level 150 professional. What about 10? The viewing hall erupted into chaos. 10? He can summon 10 of these monsters. If one can take down Zhou Yue, what does 10 even mean? No wonder he dares to challenge the entire Merchant Association. This isn't arrogance, he really has a trump card. Jiang Xia was so excited his face turned red. Dad, 10. Lu Fang has 10. Uncle Jiang said nothing. He looked at the 10 money spirits, his heart churning. He finally understood why the young master dared to set a 5-day challenge. In the center, Chun Guangmao gritted his teeth. Tack. If they delayed any longer, their momentum would completely collapse. The 4 of them erupted simultaneously. Chun Guangmao was enveloped in a heavy metallic sheen, his entire being appearing as though clad in a layer of iron armor. Lin Man's fingertips glowed with densely packed data runes, amplifying halos descending upon the 4. Shin Qinghan's 6 flying blades vanished simultaneously, transforming into 6 beams of cold light, cutting towards the money spirits. Wu Zhao stepped back half a step, the array patterns at his feet, spreading out as he began to construct a support array. The 10 money spirits also moved. They charged towards the 4 like 10 silent, fierce gods. Boom! The instant they collided, the protective barrier shook violently. Chun Guangmao faced 2 money spirits directly, but was forced to retreat 3 steps by the terrifying power. His expression changed. The power was too great. What level of familiar was this? Shin Qinghan's flying blades continued to slice, leaving numerous wounds on the money spirits. Yet those wounds could not halt the money spirits. They felt no pain. As long as they were not completely destroyed, they would keep attacking. Lin Man continuously unleashed slowing, binding, and weakening skills, but the base attributes of the 10 money spirits were too high. Many control effects were significantly weakened. Wu Zhao had just begun to set up his array, when a money spirit trampled on a corner of it, shattering it. His expression darkened, and he could only reconfigure the array. The scene instantly became chaotic. The 4 level 200 professionals were actually being overpowered by 10 money spirits. Everyone in the viewing hall was left dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Lu Fang alone is suppressing 4 level 200s. It's not Lu Fang who is fighting, it's his familiars. This is even more ridiculous. He is still standing there. He just awakened and he can achieve this level. What kind of profession is this? Han Qianshan's eyes were filled with a smile. This is someone favored by the heavenly dragon. Ji Xiu nodded, his voice very low. An SSS rating. On the battlefield, Chen Guangmao and his 3 companions grew increasingly alarmed with every passing moment. These money ghosts were incredibly troublesome. Their attributes were absurdly high and they felt no pain, showing no fear of death. Even more terrifying was that Lu Fang stood at the rear, having yet to make a move. The longer he remained still, the more unsettled the 4 became. None of them could tell if he was holding back other tricks. Focus fire on 1. Chen Guangmao roared. After all, the 4 were all level 200 professionals. When they truly fought for their lives, their coordination was not lacking. Lin Man instantly cast several weakening marks on 1 money ghost. Shen Qinghan's 6 flying blades simultaneously severed its limb joints. Chen Guangmao smashed its head with a single frontal punch. Boom! 1 money ghost finally shattered, dissolving into dark golden specks of light. The 4 had barely caught their breath when Lu Fang raised his hand. A new money ghost reappeared in the same spot, its aura intact and condition at its peak. Chen Guangmo's face froze instantly. Lin Man's eye twitched violently. The 4 of them had struggled for so long, finally managing to take down 1 through concentrated fire. Yet Lu Fang simply raised his hand and summoned another. How were they supposed to fight this? Even more absurdly, Lu Fang glanced at the remaining 9 damaged money ghosts and said, "Bribe to live." Golden light showered down. The cracks, wounds, and corrosion marks on the 9 money ghosts visibly healed at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, all 9 money ghosts were restored to perfect condition. Lu Fang nodded to himself, thinking, not bad, not bad. Spending just a few thousand gold coins to heal 1 money ghost is far more cost-effective than summoning a new one. The entire scene fell into dead silence once more. Chen Guangmao and his group watched, their morale nearly shattered. He can restore summons. He can heal his summons too. They're all back to full condition. The damage we dealt is all gone. The spectators were already numb with shock. They had originally thought 10 money ghosts were Lu Fang's ultimate trump card. But Lu Fang promptly showed them that if a money ghost was killed, he could just summon another. If a money ghost was injured, he could directly heal it. This wasn't a battle. It was torture. For level 200 professionals before Lu Fang had been reduced to the weaker side in a war of attrition. Chen Guangmo's face darkened to its limit. Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao gritted his teeth. Give me time. Chen Guangmao immediately understood his intention. Hold them off. Shen Qinghan began to focus on distracting the money ghosts. Lin Man, holding nothing back, consecutively released 3 large-scale control skills. Wu Zhao retreated to the rear, forming hand seals. Array patterns spread from beneath his feet. Cyan black and silver lights intertwined, rapidly forming a complex formation at the center of the field. Spirit trapping, contract breaking array. Wu Zhao shouted in a low voice. Boom! The formation instantly rose, enveloping all 10 money ghosts. Silver chains shot out from the array, binding the limbs of the money ghosts. More critically, a gray barrier separated the money ghosts from Lu Fang. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow slightly. He sensed that his connection with the money ghosts had been weakened. No, not weakened. Part of it had been forcibly severed by the array. The movements of the money ghosts visibly slowed. Chen Guangmao and his group finally got a chance to catch their breath, quickly retreating. Each bore injuries, their breathing ragged. Shen Qinghan's face was pale. 2 of her 6 flying blades had broken. Lin Man's forehead was covered in sweat. Chen Guangmo's right arm trembled slightly. For level 200 professionals. Driven to this state by 10 summons. Even they found it absurd. Wu Zhao, his face deathly pale, forced himself to speak. Young master, it's over. This array can temporarily bind your summons and sever the connection between you and them. Without these summons, you have no chance of winning. Chen Guangmao also said solemnly, Young master, admit defeat. We don't want to lay hands on you personally. Lin Man spoke slowly. You've already proven yourself. I think we can have a proper talk again, but as for today's duel, let it end here. In the viewing hall, many breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help feeling regret. What a pity. Lu Fang has done more than enough. Pushing 4-level 200 professionals to such a state single-handedly, who would believe it? But he's still too young. His methods are too few. Once his summons are sealed, he himself is in danger. To have come this far is already astonishing. Wang Yixing's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. Jiang Xia was so anxious she nearly stood up. They're cheating. Uncle Jiang remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Fang. Because Lu Fang was too calm. From start to finish, the young master's face showed no panic. On the battlefield, Lu Fang looked at the 10 money ghosts trapped in the array, then at Wu Zhao. Severing space and blocking connection. Not a bad array. Wu Zhao frowned. Lu Fang's reaction was too calm. Calm enough to make his skin crawl. Chun Guangmao also sensed something was wrong. Young master, won't you admit defeat? Lu Fang said flatly, who told you the array has trapped them? The next second Lu Fang raised his hand. Toll to pass. The moment he used the skill, a light screen flickered before him. Do you wish to spend 1000000 gold coins to use toll to pass? Oh, this array is quite valuable. Lu Fang didn't hesitate. Yes. Golden light blazed in his palm. Then a golden pattern materialized out of thin air. The pattern resembled a path. A path paved with gold coins. It ignored the boundaries of Wu Zhao's array, directly piercing through the gray barrier and connecting to the feet of the 10 money ghosts. Crack. The first fissure appeared on the array's barrier. Wu Zhao's face changed drastically. Impossible. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks spread wildly. The next second, boom. The entire spirit-trapping, contract-breaking array shattered. All 10 money ghosts broke free. Their dark golden figures charged out from the remnants of the array's light. Wu Zhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back several steps. Chun Guangmao and the others were utterly stunned. Broken. Just like that. That was a sealing array that had consumed a vast amount of Wu Zhao's mental energy. And Lu Fang, with a single raise of his hand and a flash of golden light, had smashed through it. What kind of skill was this? This guy's abilities. Each one more outrageous than the last. The viewing hall erupted once more. Another twist. The array is broken. He can even break a spatial seal. What kind of monster is this? The money ghosts charged back into the battlefield. This time, the 4 no longer had their earlier composure. Chun Guangmao, besieged by 3 money ghosts, was forced back step by step. Shen Qinghan kept manipulating her flying blades, barely managing to defend herself. Lin Man's support skills were all diverted to defense. With his array broken and suffering mental backlash, Wu Zhao could hardly set up another formation of the same level. The situation had completely reversed. Shen Qinghan gritted her teeth. We can't go on like this. Go after Lu Fang directly. As long as we control him, the summons will stop. At these words, their gazes all turned to Lu Fang. Lu Fang was still standing there. With no money ghost guarding him. It seemed to be the only way to turn the tide. But Chun Guangmao suddenly spoke. No. Why? He's too calm. From the very beginning until now, he hasn't moved an inch. Do you think he wouldn't anticipate us targeting him personally? Lin Man's expression shifted. Chun Guangmo's voice was low. This doesn't feel like a flaw. It feels more like a trap. A chill ran down their spines. Indeed, Lu Fang was far too composed. When the 10 money ghosts besieged him, he was calm. When the formation sealed him in, he remained calm. Now, as the 4 attempted to bypass the money ghosts to attack him directly, he was still calm. Such composure couldn't stem from a lack of defenses. Who knew what other life-saving measures he possessed? Who dared to gamble? If they struck Lu Fang and triggered an even more terrifying counterattack, they might lose even their last shred of dignity. As the 4 fended off the money ghosts, their hearts grew heavier. Chun Guangmao suddenly felt an immense weariness. Not a physical fatigue, but the collapse of a long-cherished hope that had sustained him. He finally understood. From the moment Lu Fang stepped into the hall, the outcome of this duel had been sealed. They thought they had prepared the battlefield. But in truth, Lu Fang was the one who truly commanded the field. Bang! A money ghost's punch sent Chen Guangmao staggering back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand. Stop! Lin Man and the other 2 were stunned. The money ghosts did not halt. Lu Fang raised his hand. The 10 money ghosts stopped, simultaneously standing silently in the arena. Chun Guangmao panted heavily, looking at Lu Fang. His expression was grim to the extreme. Yet in the end, he lowered his head. Young master, we concede defeat. A profound silence fell over the hall. Lin Man's pupils trembled. Shen Qinghan looked at the surrounding 10 money ghosts and finally lowered his hands. Wu Zhao's face was pale, a bitter smile on his lips. They all knew. Continuing the fight was pointless. Even if they fought with all their might, stooping to attack Lu Fang himself, and somehow won, what would it gain them? Everyone had seen it. For level 200 fighters united, had been pushed to this brink by a youth awakened mere days ago. His summons were impenetrable, the formation couldn't bind him, and his trump cards seemed endless. This Lu Fang was no longer an heir they could easily sideline. He was the new pillar of the Fang Merchant Guild. If they persisted, even victory would cost them the loyalty of all. Moreover, victory was far from certain. Lin Man closed her eyes, her voice dropping. I concede. Wu Zhao and Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. For level 200 professionals. All conceded. The next second, the entire observation hall erupted. They conceded. 4 level 200s conceded. Lu Fang won. He single-handedly crushed the Fang Merchant Guild's top brass. Not crushed. He forced them to back down. This is insane. He's only 18. From today, who in Jiangcheng would dare treat Lu Fang as a junior? After Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu disappeared, everyone thought the Fang Merchant Guild would fall. But their son has stepped up. Wang Yixing stood frozen, staring at Lu Fang. His eyes suddenly reddened. So it was possible. Facing those who eroded family legacy and wore masks of righteousness, one didn't always have to retreat. One could also stand firm and subdue them all in the most direct way. Jiang Xia had already leaped up in excitement. He won. Dad. Fanga won. Uncle Jiang watched Lu Fang, his eyes warm. He didn't shout. He just straightened his back. In that moment, the heavy stone that had pressed on his heart for days finally lifted. The master and mistress were absent. But the Lu family hadn't fallen. The young master had held it up. Han Qianshan leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress his smile. What a lad. Ji Xionai let out a long breath. One man subduing the entire Fang Merchant Guild. From today, the landscape of Jiangcheng will change. From this moment on, the Fang Merchant Guild answers to me. Lu Fang's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the clamor of the observation hall with absolute clarity. Chun Guangmao bowed his head. Lin Man bowed hers. All the guild's high-ranking members remained silent. For level 200 professionals had conceded. The Fang Merchant Guild's leadership had no more excuses. But just then, someone in the audience suddenly shot to their feet. No! The man clutched a communicator, eyes fixed on the screen. Someone beside him frowned. What's wrong? The man looked up at Lu Fang, his voice altered. SSS. The SS rank first transition professional from the career center. It's Lu Fang. The words fell. The observation hall fell silent for a beat. Then boom. A roar even more tumultuous than before exploded. What? Lu Fang is that SS rank first transition. Really? A photo. Someone from the career center leaked a photo. It's only a profile, but it's him. Holy crap. Wasn't he just awakened a few days ago? Less than a week. Awakened less than a week, and he's already hit level 100 and completed his first transition. The key isn't the transition. It's the SS rank transition. The first SS rank first transition evaluation in Jiangcheng's history. Everyone went wild. If Lu Fang single-handedly forcing 4 level 200s to concede was stunning. This news shattered everyone's understanding completely. Awakened less than a week. Completed first transition. Achieved an SS rank evaluation. Then came to the Fang Merchant Guild and alone forced 4 level 200 professionals to submit. Connecting these events, everyone finally understood. No wonder Lu Fang was so formidable. No wonder he remained so calm facing 4 level 200s. He wasn't just a genius in the ordinary sense. He was a monster Jiangcheng had never seen before. In the audience, the gazes of many influential figures toward Lu Fang shifted completely. Before, they saw him as an impulsive but brave youth. Now they saw a true dragon rising. Wang Yixing stared blankly at Lu Fang, his throat dry. SSS. So that was you too. He let out a bitter laugh. Both had lost their parents. Both saw their family legacies eroded. He was still struggling in the mire. But Lu Fang had already crushed all the vultures with the most forceful means. Chun Guangmao and the others were thunderstruck. SS rank first transition. Lin Man's face was pale, her lips trembling. Not long ago they had discussed in the meeting hall. They would spare no expense to find that SS rank first transition professional. To recruit him. To bind him. To win him over with shares and resources. They even fantasized that with such a future powerhouse, the Fang Merchant Guild would be secure. But now they knew. That person was Lu Fang, the heir they sought to sideline, the very target of their united attack. A wave of immense absurdity struck the hearts of all the high-ranking members like a heavy hammer. Chen Guangmo's face turned deathly pale. Regret. Unprecedented regret. Had they known earlier that Lu Fang was an SS-rank first-turn professional, and that he had reached this level in less than a week since awakening, how would they have dared to harbor any disloyalty? The management committee, external oversight, and the hollowing out of the air, all were nothing but a farce. Instead of supporting a true dragon like him, they schemed to carve up his inheritance. How utterly foolish could they be? Chen Guangmao slowly lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Young master, we were wrong. As these words fell, the high-ranking officials in the hall, who still harbored a glimmer of hope, all changed expression. One by one they bowed their heads. Young master, we were wrong. We were blind. Please punish us, young master. Our hearts were clouded by greed. We are willing to accept any punishment. They all knew that, with a single word from Lu Fang, they would be completely purged. It wasn't just about losing power. They might not even be able to keep the wealth they had accumulated over the years. After all, their coup today had been witnessed by the entire upper echelon of Jiangqing. Lu Fang had both righteousness and strength on his side. No one would dare say a word, no matter how he chose to deal with them. Yet Lu Fang only looked at them calmly. From today onward, he declared, all decision-making power of the Fang Merchant Guild returns to my hands. All of your shares are also revoked and returned to me. Chen Guangmao and the others were filled with bitterness. Yes, Lu Fang continued, all departmental affairs will proceed as usual. You will continue to be responsible for your original duties. The guild must not fall into chaos. The potion workshop, equipment, trade, material procurement, and security system, all will maintain their current state. The crowd was stunned. Chen Guangmao jerked his head up, hardly believing his ears. Lin Man was also dumbfounded. Lu Fang's punishment was undeniably severe. Given the scale of the Fang Merchant Guild, the executives' major interests were tied to their shares. Having their shares confiscated by Lu Fang was undoubtedly a crippling blow. But they had expected Lu Fang to also dismiss them from their positions, completely casting them out. Lu Fang looked at the crowd, his voice calm. All of you here are veterans of the guild. I will give you only one chance for what happened today. From now on, anyone who dares to entertain improper thoughts. His gaze swept across the hall. The 10 money ghosts stood silently behind him. Will face consequences far beyond mere surrender and share forfeiture. Chen Guangmao swallowed hard. The next second, he bowed his head directly. Young master is magnanimous. Chen Guangmao from this day forth is willing to die for the young master. Lin Man also immediately bowed. I am willing to continue serving the guild. Zhao Qiming said in a deep voice. The security department heeds the young master's command. Wu Zhao and Xin Qinghan also expressed their allegiance one after another. The other executives stood up in succession. The equipment trade department heeds the young master's command. The potion workshop heeds the young master's command. The material channel department heeds the young master's command. The guild's external relations department heeds the young master's command. The voices rose like waves one after another. This time it was no longer perfunctory. They were truly terrified and truly convinced. The strength and potential Lu Fang had displayed had utterly shattered their ambitions. More importantly, though Lu Fang could have purged them, he chose to let them continue their work. This wasn't weakness. It was a more sophisticated form of control. Granting favor and wielding authority with equal skill left no one unconvinced. Uncle Jiang, standing among the crowd, had already reddened eyes. He looked at Lu Fang in the arena, and suddenly, unable to hold back any longer, tears streamed down his aged face. Young master. Jiang Xia panicked slightly. Dad, why are you crying again? Uncle Jiang raised his hand to wipe his eyes, but couldn't seem to dry them. I'm happy for the master and mistress. His voice choked with emotion. The young master has truly grown up. He understands that the guild needs to operate, that it needs people familiar with the business. First subdue them with thunderous force, then offer them a way out. This tactic is like the master's. No, it's even more steady than the master was in his youth. Jiang Xia looked at Lu Fang in the arena, his own eyes shining brightly. He didn't understand much about guild management, but he could see that everyone was now convinced. Jiang Xia sniffled hard. I knew it. Fang Ge could definitely do it. In the observation gallery, the various VIPs also wore complex expressions. They had initially thought that Lu Fang in his youthful arrogance would certainly exact severe vengeance after winning. killing the chicken to scare the monkeys and vent his anger. If they had been in his shoes at that age, they would probably have done the same. But Lu Fang didn't. He had won, yet he wasn't carried away by victory. He knew exactly what he truly wanted. It wasn't momentary satisfaction. It was to take over the Fang Merchant Guild completely. A guild purged to a standstill was meaningless. A guild that could still operate normally and was utterly obedient to him held true value. What a fine temperament. Someone couldn't help but murmur. 18 years old, having just experienced his parents' disappearance, and a coup by the upper management, and he can still suppress his anger. This is rarer than mere combat prowess. SS rank talent, SS rank temperament. This child of the Lu family has limitless potential. Above the clouds, a middle-aged man in a gray robe watched the scene in the Fang Merchant Guild Hall, his eyes filled with admiration. He has courage. He has strategy. He has compassion. He has righteousness. He can fight and he can endure. He is firm when firmness is needed and restrained when restraint is called for. He finished speaking and looked at the man in black. What are you still choosing? The man in black was silent for a moment, then said, No need to choose anymore. The gray-robed man raised an eyebrow. The man in black looked down at Lu Fang and slowly declared, Lu Fang has passed the assessment. The gray-robed man smiled. It should have been so long ago. Inside the Fang Merchant Guild headquarters, Han Qianshan and Ji Xiaoning were about to step forward to offer their congratulations. But at that moment, both of their communicators vibrated almost simultaneously. Ji Xiaoning glanced down and his expression instantly changed. Han Qianshan also dropped his smile. The two exchanged a look. Ji Xiaoning lowered his voice. We have a lead on the mole. Han Qianshan's gaze turned grim. Let's go. They didn't linger. As Han Qianshan passed by Lu Fang, he simply patted him on the shoulder. Well done. The other guests, seeing that the day's outcome was settled, also stepped forward to offer their congratulations with cupped fists. Young Master Lu, congratulations. After today, the Fang Merchant Guild is secure. Young Master Lu achieving so much at such a young age truly puts us old fogies to shame. If there are opportunities for cooperation in the future, please do look after us. An SS rank first-turn professional. A blessing for Jiangcheng. Flattery poured in far more fervent than before. But as each person left, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. They had come today expecting to witness Lu Fang's failure. Instead, they had seen an 18-year-old youth in the guise of an SS rank first-turn professional suppress the entire Fang Merchant Guild. They all understood. From this day forward, the weight of the name Lu Fang in Jiangcheng's upper circles had changed irrevocably. Soon, the outsiders in the observation hall left one after another. Only the internal members of the Fang Merchant Guild remained. Lu Fang took the main seat, the seat that had once belonged to Lu Tianxiong and Su Qingyu. Everyone's heart trembled at the sight. Before, they had felt that Lu Fang was too young to sit securely in that position. Now no one dared to entertain such a thought. Lu Fang turned to Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang quickly stepped forward. Young master, Lu Fang said, from now on you will be responsible for overseeing the daily management of the trade association. Uncle Jiang was startled. Me? Lu Fang nodded. You have been by my parents' side for many years and are familiar with the association's operations. I trust you. Uncle Jiang opened his mouth to speak. But young master, the trade association is so vast. Lu Fang said calmly, the specific business will still be handled by the department heads. Your job is to oversee them for me. Uncle Jiang was silent for a few seconds before nodding firmly. Yes, rest assured, young master. I will watch over the trade association for you. Chun Guangmao and the others also bowed their heads. We will certainly cooperate with Manager Jiang. Lu Fang looked at them all. The trade association is important, but in this world true strength is the foundation. If my parents were still here, you wouldn't have these thoughts today. If I didn't have sufficient strength, I wouldn't be sitting here today. The hall fell silent. The words were blunt, but no one could refute them. Lu Fang continued, therefore I will not spend all my time on trade association affairs. I must continue to enhance my strength. The trade association handles resources channels and intelligence. Uncle Jiang is in charge of daily management. You are responsible for executing the tasks. Any questions? The crowd responded in unison no. This time their voices were uniform and resolute. They all understood Lu Fang's intention. Lu Fang was not abandoning the trade association. Instead, he intended to make it a pillar of support, not a burden. For a peerless genius with an SS rank first-class change, wasting time on mundane accounts and channel disputes would be sheer folly. The stronger he became, the more stable the Fang Trade Association would be. Just then Lu Fang suddenly sensed something amiss. In the hall, everyone had frozen in place. Uncle Jiang's bowed posture was locked solid. Chun Guangmao and the others' expressions were also frozen. Even the dust motes in the air seemed to have hit a pause button. Lu Fang's gaze sharpened. 10 money ghosts materialized behind him instantly, but the next second a calm voice sounded. No need to be tense. We've only temporarily stopped them. Some words are not meant for too many ears. Lu Fang turned around. In the center of the hall, 2 figures had appeared without warning. The man in black had a calm expression and an unfathomable aura. The middle-aged man in gray wore a faint smile, his gaze towards Lu Fang filled with undisguised admiration. Lu Fang did not let his guard down. Who are you? The man in gray smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fu Yun, a member of the Heavenly Dragon. The man in black also spoke. Lu Chun, a member of the Heavenly Dragon. Lu Fang's eyes flickered. He had never heard that name before. But the fact that these two could appear silently at the Fang Trade Association headquarters and freeze everyone in the hall meant their strength far exceeded anyone he had encountered. Fu Yun noticed his confusion and chuckled. It's normal not to know. The Heavenly Dragon is not a place ordinary professionals are qualified to know about. Lu Chan said calmly, the Heavenly Dragon is a special protection unit of the Dragon Kingdom. It reports directly to the highest echelons, is not under local jurisdiction, does not recruit externally, and does not accept ordinary recommendations. It gathers the most elite talents from the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fang's pupils contracted slightly. The entire Dragon Kingdom. The most elite talents. Fu Yun took over, a hint of amusement in his tone. Take the so-called geniuses of your Jiang City like your classmate Wang Yixing. He's considered decent in Jiang City. He could get key training in the provincial capital. But in the Heavenly Dragon, he wouldn't even qualify to take the assessment. Lu Chun continued, under normal circumstances, only the outstanding graduates from the 5 great academies are eligible to attempt the Heavenly Dragon assessment. You must know of the 5 great academies, right? Lu Fang nodded. The 5 great academies of the Dragon Kingdom. They were a dream destination for every young professional, including himself. In the past decade, Jiang City had produced only a handful of students from the 5 great academies. Each one had been celebrated citywide. Yet the 5 great academies were merely one of the prerequisites for entering the Heavenly Dragon. Fu Yun looked at Lu Fang with a grin. Do you suddenly understand why, despite all the commotion you've caused, no one from the 5 great academies has come looking for you? Lu Fang was taken aback. He had indeed wondered about this. He had awakened a hidden class. He had achieved an SS rank in the novice dungeon. And he had killed the Blood Wolf Society expert at school. Logically, even if the 5 great academies were slow to react, they shouldn't have been completely silent. Now it seemed it wasn't that no one knew, but that someone had intercepted them first. Lu Chun said flatly, because those the Heavenly Dragon has its eye on, the 5 great academies have no right to compete for. The statement was calm, yet incredibly arrogant. Of course, it also made Lu Fang truly grasp the weight behind the name Heavenly Dragon. Lu Fang took a deep breath and asked, so you've been observing me from the very beginning? Lu Chun nodded. Yes, starting from when you killed the Blood Wolf Society expert. Lu Fang's gaze hardened. Lu Chun looked at him, his voice steady. Now I can tell you the result. Lu Fang, you have passed the Heavenly Dragon assessment. On behalf of the Heavenly Dragon, I formally extend an invitation to you. Lu Fang did not immediately accept. Lu Chun looked at him. Are you unwilling? Fu Yun was also somewhat surprised. Kid, do you know how many people dream of entering the Heavenly Dragon? Don't forget you've only just had your first-class change. Even those third-class change prodigies from the 5 great academies would be sleepless with excitement upon hearing this. Lu Fang said slowly, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I have my own matters to attend to. Lu Chun nodded, guessing Lu Fang's thoughts. Your parents encountered a spatial storm during an abyssal rift mission, but you don't believe they perished. That's why you've been leveling up frantically these past few days, hoping to get to the front lines quickly to find clues about them. Lu Chun looked at Lu Fang. So you're worried that joining the Heavenly Dragon will restrict your freedom, that it will hinder your leveling, and most importantly delay you from going to the front lines to find your parents. Lu Fang did not deny it. If joining the Heavenly Dragon meant being bound by various rules, then no amount of backing would matter to him. Lu Chun said calmly, then you are mistaken. The The Heavenly Dragon is the fastest place to level up in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fang's heart stirred. Fu Yun chuckled. You should have noticed by now that there are differences between dungeons. Lu Fang nodded. For dungeons of the same level, the experience and loot varied greatly between normal hard nightmare and hell modes. Furthermore, dungeons themselves had varying qualities. Some had dense monster spawns, high experience, and good loot. Others were long and tedious with pitiful rewards. Lu Chan said, a place like Jiang City has very few high-level dungeons. You'll soon find that relying on Jiang City's dungeons to level up will become increasingly inefficient. Lu Fang remained silent. Lu Chun was right. Jiang City was just a border town. Low-level professionals could get by, but at truly high levels the local resources could not support rapid growth. Fu Yun extended a finger. But Tianlong is different. In dungeons of the same level, Tianlong controls a greater number. The quality is higher, the difficulty more extreme, and the rewards far more exaggerated. In Tianlong, for top-tier dungeons of the same level, the experience and rewards from a single run could be over 10 times that of an ordinary dungeon. Over 10 times. Lu Fang's expression finally shifted. Fu Yun continued. And although Tianlong is responsible for safeguarding Long Nation's security, it doesn't mean you're locked in a base doing missions every day. Quite the opposite. What we need are powerhouses who can grow, not ornaments kept in a greenhouse. That's why Tianlong members have ample opportunities to enter the front lines, even rift battlefields. If you want to find your parents, Tianlong is the fastest path to those places, said Lu Chun. At the same time, Tianlong members enjoy a considerable amount of free time. As long as you don't violate Tianlong's discipline, betray the nation, collude with alien races, or leak secrets, you'll have plenty of time to arrange on your own. Lu Fang was genuinely tempted. Tianlong wouldn't hinder his search for his parents. Instead, it would provide him with faster leveling resources, higher-tier dungeons, and more opportunities to access the front lines. This didn't conflict with his goals at all. In fact, it was highly aligned. But soon Lu Fang thought of something else. Ahem, so joining Tianlong. Is there a welcome gift? Fu Yun was taken aback. Lu Chun also fell silent for a moment. The air grew still. The next second, Fu Yun burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This kid actually knows how to haggle. Lu Chun looked at Lu Fang with a peculiar expression. Do you know how others would react if they heard they could join Tianlong? Lu Fang replied, I don't know. But if the 5 great academies came to recruit me, they'd offer very generous treatment. Since Tianlong is stronger than those academies, its treatment shouldn't be inferior to theirs. Fu Yun laughed even harder. Makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. A transcendent ought to compete. Compete for resources, compete for opportunities, compete for treatment. If you don't fight for it, why would others hand you good things on a silver platter? He looked at Lu Chun. I appreciate this kid even more now. Lu Chun didn't refute. He raised his hand and waved it. An egg the size of a fist appeared in his palm. The egg was a dull gray-white and looked unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, one could see extremely fine patterns on the eggshell. Those patterns seemed alive, sometimes turning into flames, sometimes into thunder, and sometimes flowing like gold coins. Just one glance told Lu Fang that this item was extraordinary. Lu Chun said, an unformed pet egg, plus 3 skill points. Lu Fang's breath caught in his throat. Skill points. He had raided so many dungeons and killed countless monsters, yet he had never even seen a trace of skill points. Such items were far more precious than equipment materials or gold coins. His own skills were already monstrous. Enhancing any one of them could bring about a qualitative change. Seeing Lu Fang's reaction, Fu Yun chuckled. It seems you know the value of skill points. Then we want to explain further. As for this unformed pet egg, Lu Fang looked at the egg. Lu Chun said, with ordinary pet eggs, you can basically determine the race and potential before hatching. Fire type is fire type, beast type is beast type, dragon type is dragon type. But an unformed pet egg is different. It has no fixed form. It will evolve into a pet that best matches its owner based on their profession, attributes, aura, and power system. Each unformed pet egg has different hatching conditions. Some require volcanic lava, some need deep-sea cold crystals, and others need long-term nourishment from specific professional energy. Simply put, the upper limit of this thing is very high. What hatches from the egg depends entirely on the owner's ability. If the owner's profession is ordinary, it might just evolve into an ordinary pet. But if the owner has a unique hidden profession. Fu Yun didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Lu Fang's heartbeat quickened slightly. A pet. This was different from a summon. Summons relied on skills to exist and could be resummoned after death. A pet, however, was a combat partner that could grow, nurture, and evolve over the long term. A high-potential pet could be immensely helpful to a professional. Lu Chun handed the pet egg to Lu Fang. Are these two conditions enough? Lu Fang took the pet egg. The moment it touched his hand, he felt the shell vibrate slightly, as if the life inside had sensed his professional aura. Lu Fang hesitated no longer. "I'll join Tianlong." Lu Chun nodded. A wise choice. Lu Fang put away the pet egg and then asked, "What about the skill points?" Lu Chun glanced at him. "Don't worry, they won't be missing." Lu Chun raised his hand. 3 streams of pale golden light flew from his fingertips and merged into Lu Fang's body. The next second, a notification appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. "You have received 3 free skill points." They were truly credited. Lu Fang's heart trembled. Was this Tianlong's style? 3 skill points given away without hesitation. An unformed pet egg gifted just like that. He knew that either item in Jiangqing would be enough to make countless professionals fight tooth and nail. Tianlong's foundation was even more terrifying than he had imagined. But soon Lu Fang thought of Jiangqing again. He looked at Lu Chun. "After I join Tianlong, I'll have to leave Jiangqing, right?" Lu Chun nodded. "I'll take you away in 1 day," Lu Fang said. "What about Jiangqing?" Fu Yun raised an eyebrow. "You're worried no one will guard Jiangqing?" Lu Chun smiled. "The nation always has protective measures for the hometown of a prodigy. You don't need to remind me of that." Lu Fang was stunned. Lu Chun continued, "I'll transfer a level 400 professional here. They'll temporarily serve as Jiangcheng's new pillar stationed in the city." Lu Fang's pupils contracted sharply. The pillar-level powerhouse that countless people in Jiangqing saw as unattainable was in Tianlong's eyes just a resource that could be deployed at will. "Thank you," Lu Fang said earnestly. This thanks wasn't for himself but for Jiangqing and for the Fang trading company left by his parents. Lu Chun said, "No need. This is what Tianlong should arrange." Fu Yun looked at Lu Chun. "Are you still going to check on the matter in the nearby city?" Lu Chun nodded. "I need to take a look." Lu Fang looked at the two. Fu Yun smiled. "There's a minor issue in a nearby city. You don't need to worry about it. Your task now is to take care of your personal affairs." Lu Chun looked at Lu Fang. "I'll give you 1 day. Handle everything you need to settle within this day. I'll come for you in 1 day." Lu Fang nodded. "All right." Lu Chun raised his hand. The space in the hall rippled slightly. The next second their figures vanished into thin air. At the same time, the frozen time began to flow again. The dust in the air continued to fall. Uncle Jiang's lowered head finally completed its motion. Chun Guangmao and the others' expressions returned to normal. They sensed nothing unusual. It was as if that conversation had never happened. Only Lu Fang stood before the main seat, his palms slightly clenched. In the transcendent storage space, the unformed pet egg lay quietly, and on his panel 3 free skill points had been added. Lu Fang observed the seemingly ordinary crowd around him, curious about just how powerful Lu Chun truly was. For 100 levels, 500 levels, or even higher, a practitioner capable of freezing an entire area at will and commanding 400-level practitioners to secure Jiang City. What status does such a person hold in Tianlong? Lu Fang's gaze flickered slightly. However, he quickly suppressed these thoughts. It was meaningless to ponder over them now. What was most important right now was to thoroughly arrange the matters of Jiang City and the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Fang raised his head. In the conference hall, everyone kept their heads down, awaiting his instructions. The meeting continued for over an hour. After everything was arranged, Lu Fang finally stood up. "That will be all for now." Everyone stood up simultaneously. "We bid farewell to the young master." Lu Fang sat by the bed in the villa, raising his hand to open the storage space. In the next moment, the unformed pet egg appeared in his palm. A line of prompts suddenly floated before his eyes. Unformed pet egg, current status hatchable, hatching conditions, feed with gold coins, would you like to feed? Lu Fang was momentarily stunned. Gold coins. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was no surprise that this pet egg evolved from the god of wealth profession with such direct hatching conditions. Lu Fang hesitated not at all. "Feed. You consumed gold coins 100000." The pet egg trembled lightly. The golden patterns on the eggshell briefly brightened. Then it dimmed again. Lu Fang waited for a few seconds. There was no response. His brow furrowed slightly. 100,000 gold coins, and it only glows once. Lu Fang tapped again. "You consumed gold coins 100000." The eggshell glowed once more. Then it fell silent again. Lu Fang's expression began to shift. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Continue. You consumed gold coins 100000. You consumed gold coins 100000. You consumed gold coins 100000. 10 times. 1,000,000 gold coins vanished. The pet egg only glowed slightly more intensely. 20 times. 2,000,000 gold coins gone. A hint of warmth finally appeared on the eggshell. 50 times. 5,000,000 gold coins gone. The pet egg gently swayed as if a small life inside had turned over. Watching this scene, Lu Fang's expression grew increasingly grim. Isn't your appetite a bit too large? The pet egg naturally would not respond. It merely lay quietly in Lu Fang's palm. As if to say continue. Lu Fang took a deep breath, feeling some pain. Gold coins were not dragon coins. Ever since he awakened, he could no longer exchange dragon coins for gold coins. Although he earned quite a bit from dungeon runs, his expenses were even more terrifying. After all his skills required gold coins. Now a pet egg that consumed gold coins had appeared. Lu Fang suddenly felt that the god of wealth profession was indeed powerful. Burning money was no joke. Continue. Lu Fang gritted his teeth. Gold coins continued to disappear. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. The golden patterns on the pet egg grew increasingly bright. The entire room was illuminated by a faint golden light. Inside the eggshell, a clear heartbeat finally echoed. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat felt as if it was striking at Lu Fang's chest. Of course, it felt more like it was striking at his wallet. When the expenditure reached 40 million gold coins, the pet egg's surface finally showed the first crack. Crack. Lu Fang's eyes brightened. Was it about to come out? But the next second, a prompt popped up again. Hatching energy insufficient, would you like to continue feeding? Lu Fang's smile froze on his face. Not enough. He stared at the tiny crack, remaining silent for a full 3 seconds. Finally, he spoke with a darkened face. Continue. You consumed gold coins 100000. You consumed gold coins 100000. You consumed gold coins 100000. When the total gold coin consumption reached 50 million. Boom! The golden light on the surface of the pet egg suddenly exploded. Cracks rapidly spread. Crack. The eggshell completely shattered. In the center of the broken eggshell, a palm-sized orange cat was curled up there. Fluffy. Round. There was a faint golden pattern on its forehead, resembling a small copper coin. It opened its eyes, its amber pupils looking at Lu Fang. Then it let out a soft meow. Meow. Lu Fang. He spent 50 million gold coins and hatched a cat, a palm-sized orange cat. The little orange cat seemed to sense Lu Fang's gaze, slowly climbed up, shook off the eggshell fragments on its body, and then leaped. Thud. It landed directly on Lu Fang's shoulder. It rubbed its head against Lu Fang's neck, finding a comfortable spot to lie down, its tail gently swaying. Lu Fang reached out to hold it up to his face. The two stared at each other. The little orange cat blinked. Meow. Lu Fang remained silent for a moment. To be fair, it was quite cute. Just then, pet information appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. Pet fortune cat bound. Master Lu Fang ability 1. Attract wealth can be used once a day to obtain a certain amount of gold coins. The amount of gold coins obtained is related to the business influence the master has. The stronger the business influence, the more gold coins obtained. Ability 2. Treasure seeking. The fortune cat has a certain sensitivity to nearby high-value resources. Lu Fang's previously darkened expression instantly froze. Attract wealth, daily gold coins, and the amount of gold coins was related to the business influence he possessed. Lu Fang was currently lacking a stable channel to acquire gold coins. Unable to resist, Lu Fang tried. Use attract wealth. The little orange cat on his shoulder's eyes brightened instantly. It raised a small paw and waved gently. Ding! A crisp sound of gold coins clinking echoed in the room. The next moment, a prompt appeared before Lu Fang. Wealth attraction successful. You obtained gold coins 1000001 million. Lu Fang's eyes instantly sparkled. On the first use, he directly obtained 1 million gold coins. It should be noted that the current Fang Chamber of Commerce was considered a large chamber of commerce only within Jiang City, and it was hardly noticeable on a national level, yet it could still yield 1 million gold coins in one go. What if, in the future, the Fang Chamber of Commerce continued to expand? What if its business covered more cities? What if one day the Fang Chamber of Commerce became a top chamber of commerce in Long Country? How much gold could be obtained then? 10 million? 100 million? Lu Fang looked at the little orange cat on his shoulder. His expression completely transformed. Was 50 million gold coins expensive? Yes. But was it worth it? Absolutely. Not to mention it had a second ability. Treasure seeking this ability was equally impressive. In dungeons and wild resource points, what one feared the most was treasures, hidden too deeply or passing by without noticing them. With the treasure-seeking ability, when encountering special areas in the future, he could let it sense first. Picking up loot, finding resources, seeking hidden treasure chests, even searching for certain high-value materials. These were all tangible benefits. The more Lu Fang thought, the more satisfied he became. He reached out to rub the little orange cat's head. The little orange cat squinted its eyes, letting out a comfortable sound. Since you can attract wealth. Lu Fang pondered for a moment. From now on your name will be Kai Kai. The little orange cat twitched its ear. Meow. Seemed to agree. A faint smile finally appeared at the corner of Lu Fang's mouth. Lai Kai. My future fortune depends on you. Lai Kai lay on his shoulder tail, flicking lightly, wearing an air of entitlement. Lu Fang looked at it, and his thoughts about the Fang Chamber of Commerce had completely shifted. Previously, protecting the chamber was merely because it was his parents' lives' work. He couldn't allow the foundation they left behind to be carved up by others after their disappearance. But now he harbored greater ambitions. The Fang Chamber of Commerce should not remain merely a Jiangcheng chamber. It was destined to become the bedrock of his fortune deity profession. The larger the commercial empire, the more wealth Lai Kai would attract. The more wealth Lai Kai attracted, the more confident he would be in grinding dungeons, fighting battles, and cultivating skills. And the stronger he became, the better he could protect the chamber's expansion. It was a closed loop. Lu Fang placed Lai Kai on the table. But Lai Kai was displeased. With a push of its 4 little paws, it leaped back onto his shoulder and settled down. Lu Fang couldn't be bothered to argue. He opened his skill panel. The pet egg was already dealt with. Next there were 3 free skill points. Lu Fang stared at the panel deep in thought. Spendthrift was already at level 2. Currently, it could expend up to 10,000 gold coins, dealing 1,500,000 true damage. This damage was already substantial. Against enemies with high health, it was merely a matter of a few more shots. In the short term, investing more points into it wouldn't yield the highest returns. Toll was powerful, but it was more of a utility skill used for breaking formations, entering dungeons, and opening passages. Level 1 was sufficient. The most worthwhile skills to consider were Blood Money and Money Makes the Mare Go. Blood Money was a life-saving skill. It could restore injuries, stamina, mental energy, and life state. The chamber's battle had already proven that combined with Money Makes the Mare Go, Blood Money granted terrifying sustainability. Lu Fang quickly made his decision. 1 skill point into Blood Money. The next moment, the skill point was consumed. Blood Money flickered faintly. Blood Money upgraded to level 2. Lu Fang immediately checked the skill details. Blood Money LV 2. Consumes gold coins to restore injuries, stamina, mental energy, life state, and abnormal status effects for oneself or a designated target. Lu Fang's eyes narrowed. The upgrade added the ability to restore abnormal status effects. Excellent. While raiding dungeons, one often encountered abnormal states like control curses, mental pollution, toxins, weakness, and seals. This improvement was crucial. It directly raised his margin for error. Lu Fang nodded in satisfaction. For the remaining 2 skill points, he didn't hesitate. He poured them all into Money Makes the Mare Go. This skill was his most frequently used and most core combat ability. Whether grinding dungeons or in group battles, the money ghosts were his main force. As long as the money ghosts grew stronger, his overall combat power would skyrocket. Buzz. Money Makes the Mare Go upgraded to level 3. Lu Fang immediately looked at the details. Money Makes the Mare Go LV 3. Consumes gold coins to summon money ghosts to fight for you. Current maximum summon count 10. Money ghosts inherit 150 of the summoner's total attributes. New effect: money ghosts gain 1 skill slot, allowing them to learn skills from other professions. Lu Fang's pupils contracted sharply. Holy shit. A skill slot? The money ghosts actually gained an extra skill slot. He had originally assumed that leveling up to 3 would continue to increase their attributes. For example, from inheriting 150 of total attributes to 180, or even 200. But unexpectedly, their attributes remained unchanged. Instead, they gained a skill slot. After a brief silence, an unprecedented light blazed in Lu Fang's eyes. This upgrade was even greater than a mere attribute increase. Were the money ghosts strong? Of course they were. With 150 of Lu Fang's total attributes, they could easily crush a large number of opponents of the same rank. But their biggest flaw was also obvious. They lacked flexibility. Their current combat style was too simplistic. Charge forward. Smash tier tank. Overwhelming opponents with pure stats was satisfying. But once they encountered enemies that could fly kite from a distance, use large-scale control, or had special mechanics, their shortcomings became exposed. Wu Zhao's Soul Trap Array was a prime example. If Lu Fang hadn't had Toll, the money ghosts would have been severely restricted by the formation. The addition of a skill slot was equivalent to patching up their weakness. With the right skill selection, their combat style would undergo a qualitative transformation. Learn skills from other professions. Lu Fang began to ponder the direction. First, to enhance the money ghost's ranged combat capabilities. For example, skills from archers, mages, gunners, or throwers. This way, the money ghosts wouldn't have to charge into the enemy's face every time. They could directly counter flying units or ranged enemies. Second, to enhance their group combat capabilities. For example, AoE, burst, crowd control, taunt, shockwave, or domain-type skills. This would make them more efficient in dungeons and handle large mobs with greater ease. Both directions were powerful. For a moment, Lu Fang was torn. Group capabilities would improve dungeon efficiency. But the problem was he now had 10 money ghosts. Their sheer numbers already compensated for some of the mob-clearing capability. Especially in low-level dungeons, the money ghosts could sweep through just by brute force. Conversely, ranged capability was the most obvious shortcoming right now. If he encountered flying bosses or enemies skilled in spatial manipulation, the money ghosts would be forced into a passive chase. That was quite uncomfortable. Lu Fang quickly made his judgment. Let's fix the ranged capability first. We can talk about group capabilities later. He closed the skill panel. Lai Kai, perched on his shoulder, seemed to sense his cheerful mood and let out a soft cry. Meow. Lu Fang stretched. He had been grinding in dungeons all night yesterday. But after his class advancement, his body, spirit, and life essence had all been refined anew. Tired? Not a chance. With his parents away, the vast villa held no one else he needed to worry about. Rather than staying home and overthinking, he might as well continue to level up. And maybe farm some skill books along the way. With this thought, Lu Fang raised his hand and patted Lai Kai's head. Let's go. Let's keep getting stronger. Lu Fang was about to head out, but just then his communicator suddenly vibrated. Lu Fang looked down. Wang Yixing. His eyes flickered. Lu Fang answered the call. Something up. Wang Yixing's voice on the other end was noticeably hoarse. Lu Fang. I want to ask for your help. Lu Fang didn't answer immediately. Speak. Wang Yixing paused for a moment as if organizing his words. After a moment, he finally spoke. I want the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce to come under your protection. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. The Wang family's current situation was very similar to the Fang chambers before. It was even worse than the Fang chambers. After all, Lu Fang had the strength to suppress everything. Wang Yixing did not. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing continued. I know this request is presumptuous. I also know you have no obligation to help me. So I am willing to pay a price. As long as you are willing to come forward and protect the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce, I can promote deep cooperation between the Wang Family Chamber and the Fang Chamber. The Wang Family Chamber is willing to cede a quarter of its channels to the Fang Chamber. A quarter of the channels. That was not a small price. Although the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce could not compare to the Fang Chamber of Commerce, it had been established in Jiangcheng for many years. They held numerous distribution channels for material procurement, potion sales, and low-tier equipment. If the Fang Chamber of Commerce could swallow these channels, its scale would inevitably expand further. Before yesterday, Lu Fang might not have cared much about such matters. But now things were different. On Lu Fang's shoulder, Lai Kai was lying there. The daily earnings of the Fortune Cat were directly tied to the commercial influence he commanded. The greater the commercial influence, the more gold coins. The Wang Family Chamber of Commerce's channels meant expansion for the Fang Chamber of Commerce. For Lu Fang, it meant an increase in daily gold coin income from that day forward. His interest peaked. He pondered for a moment before speaking again in a calm tone. A quarter is too little. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing's breath caught. How much do you want? Lu Fang said. At least half. Wang Yixing's voice shifted instantly. Half? Lu Fang, that's too much. If I give up half the channels, those people inside the Wang Family Chamber of Commerce will never agree. Lu Fang's tone remained calm. That's your problem. Wang Yixing fell silent. Lu Fang continued. Wang Yixing, you should know this very well. The Wang family Chamber of Commerce now is not what it used to be. With your father gone, will those high-ranking members still treat you as the heir? Will your business partners still respect the Wang family like before? Each word struck like a nail hammering deep into Wang Yixing's heart. He knew it all too well. He had seen too much in these past few days. The moment his father went missing, those uncle's elders and business partners all changed their faces. He was still the heir in name, but in reality his words carried less and less weight. Lu Fang's voice continued to come through. You think half is a lot now. But if you don't agree, what you lose might not be just half. It could be everything. Wang Yixing's hand gripping the communicator tightened abruptly. His face pale, he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Because what Lu Fang said was the truth. The Wang family Chamber of Commerce was now like a piece of fat meat with no strong guardian. If he didn't find a sufficiently solid backing, soon the chamber would eventually be torn apart piece by piece. And in all of Jiangxing, who was the most suitable to be that backing? Only Lu Fang, an SS rank first turn, a man who alone had subdued the Fang Chamber of Commerce. Lu Fang now was no longer an ordinary peer. He was an existence that everyone in Jiangxing had to reassess. Wang Yixing took a deep breath. Fine. Half. I agree. Lu Fang's expression didn't change. But your agreement alone isn't enough. Wang Yixing let out a bitter laugh. I know. There will definitely be people in the Wang family Chamber of Commerce who oppose it. They've already been eroding my power, now asking them to hand over half the channels to the Fang Chamber of Commerce. They will never nod easily. Lu Fang said calmly. Go and communicate with them first. Wang Yixing was taken aback. Me? Lu Fang said. You are the Wang family heir. This matter must be brought up by you first. If you can't even take this step, then my help means nothing. Wang Yixing was silent for a moment. I understand. Lu Fang continued. Tonight gather the high-ranking members of the Wang family Chamber of Commerce and make things clear. Note down everyone who is unwilling to cooperate. Wang Yixing's heart leaped. And then, Lu Fang looked out the window, his tone calm. Tomorrow morning I will descend upon the Wang family Chamber of Commerce and personally persuade those who are unwilling. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Yixing's breath stopped for a moment, though Lu Fang's voice was not loud. Yet he could already envision the scene of 10 money ghosts standing in the Wang family Chamber of Commerce's meeting hall. Wang Yixing suddenly felt the boulder pressing on his chest loosen a little. Thank you. His voice was hoarse. Lu Fang, truly thank you. Lu Fang smiled. No need to thank me. This is a transaction. Wang Yixing paused, then gave a faint smile. Fine. A transaction. The call ended. Lu Fang put away the communicator. Lai Kai lay on his shoulder as if sensing something and gently flicked its tail. Lu Fang patted its head. Looks like you really are a fortune cat. Freshly hatched not long ago, it had already brought him a major deal. Meow. Lai Kai seemed to understand the praise, lifting its head slightly, with an air that said this cat is naturally impressive. A flicker of a smile crossed Lu Fang's lips. Then, without wasting time, he left the villa directly and headed for the career center. For the entire afternoon that followed, Lu Fang stayed in the dungeon zone of the career center. He first cleared the level 100 hell difficulty dungeon 4 times. Wherever the money ghost passed, monsters fell in droves. As the final boss crashed to the ground, a level up prompt finally appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. A warm current surged through his body. Lu Fang could clearly feel his attributes skyrocket once again. He opened his personal panel. Lu Fang looked at the panel, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, each level increased all attributes by 1,000. Even Lu Fang himself found it somewhat exaggerated. But soon he furrowed his brows slightly. Speaking of which, this leveling speed is too slow. He had cleared 4 entire level 100 hell dungeons just to go from level 100 to level 101. It seemed that, after the first turn, the experience requirements had skyrocketed. Leveling up 100 levels in just a few days like before was now basically unrealistic. Lu Fang put away his panel, ready to continue. After exiting the dungeon, he said to Lu Cheng, I want to enter a level 101 dungeon. Lu Cheng stood straight. Sir, the career center doesn't have a level 101 dungeon. Lu Fang frowned. None. Lu Cheng explained. Yes. After level 100, the number of dungeons is inherently scarce. Jiangcheng is just a local city with limited high-tier dungeon resources. Among the dungeons above level 100 currently recorded at the career center, the nearest one to you has a minimum entry level of 105. There are no corresponding dungeons between levels 101 and 104. Lu Fang frowned slightly. That meant he couldn't even enter higher-level dungeons now. Lu Chun was right. Jiang Cheng could no longer satisfy him. Lu Fang spoke helplessly. Then keep assigning me level 100 hell dungeons. Lu Chang quickly nodded. Understood. Evening fell. The lights of Jiang City flickered on one by one. In the dungeon area of the career center, Lu Fang was still grinding instances. Meanwhile, at the Wang Family Commerce Association headquarters, in the top-floor meeting room, the atmosphere was stifling to an extreme. Flanking the long table sat all the high-ranking members of the Wang Family Commerce Association. In the past, when Wang Yixing sat here, he could only take a seat at the far end. But today he sat in the master seat, his father's seat. Many who witnessed this had subtle and complex expressions in their eyes. Some furrowed their brows, others sneered coldly, while a few lowered their heads to sip tea pretending to see nothing. Wang Yixing took in everyone's reactions, a tide of anger churning within him. When his father was still here, weren't all these people exceedingly respectful? Wang Yixing took a deep breath. I've gathered you all today to announce something important. The meeting room fell silent. Wang Yixing stated in a deep voice, I have decided on behalf of the Wang Family Commerce Association to seek the protection of Lu Fang, president of the Fang Commerce Association. In exchange, the Wang Family Commerce Association will merge half of its channels into the Fang Commerce Association system. Afterward, the two parties will engage in deep cooperation with the Fang Commerce Association, providing external protection for the Wang Family Commerce Association. The moment the words fell, the meeting room was silent for a beat. Then almost everyone erupted. Half our channels. Wang Yixing, have you lost your mind? Do you know what that means? That's the foundation the Wang Family Commerce Association has built over years. And you want to just hand it over to an outsider? An elder with graying hair slammed the table. I oppose this. His name was Wang Minghai, a senior member of the Wang family's collateral branch, and one of the actual managers of the Commerce Association's channel department. Wang Yixing looked at him. Uncle Minghai, you should understand the Wang family's current situation better than I do. Wang Minghai snorted coldly. Of course I do. Precisely because I understand, I can't let you act recklessly. Another high-ranking member added in a deep voice, exactly. Lu Fang is indeed very promising. An SS rank first job change, no one denies that. But how can someone like that possibly stay in Jiang City forever to protect the Wang Family Commerce Association? Someone immediately chimed in. The Fang Commerce Association has only just stabilized its own situation. On what grounds can it protect us? Yixing, you're too young. Running a commerce association isn't about acting on impulse. These words sounded high-sounding and reasonable. Every sentence seemed to be for the good of the Wang Family Commerce Association. But as Wang Yixing looked at their faces, he only felt a wave of nausea. Were they truly concerned about the future of the Wang Family Commerce Association? No. They only cared about their own interests. If half the channels were merged into the Fang Commerce Association, they would be the ones to suffer the most. Wang Yixing's chest heaved violently. He was on the verge of a complete outburst. But just then, a deafening explosion rumbled from afar. The faces of everyone in the room changed simultaneously. Before they could react, a piercing citywide alarm wailed through the night sky of Jiang City. Red warning lights flickered on layer by layer in the distance. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. What's happening? A city alarm. A monster invasion. Impossible. The outer defense line of Jiang City has been operating normally, hasn't it? Where did that explosion come from? Wang Yixing rushed to the window and looked into the distance. In the eastern part of the city, faint flames were leaping into the sky. Beneath the night, chaotic waves of energy kept exploding. That was no ordinary fire. Those were the fluctuations of battle. The expressions of everyone in the meeting room turned grim. Although Jiang City was not one of the top-tier cities of the Dragon Kingdom, it still had a complete city defense system. Once the city alarm was sounded, it meant the situation had escalated beyond an ordinary public security incident. As a large-scale commerce association registered in Jiang City, the Wang Family Commerce Association had professionals above level 200 who were obligated to respond to temporary city defense mobilizations. Refusal would inevitably lead to accountability afterward. In the meeting room, 3 level 200-plus experts stood up simultaneously. The head of the security department said in a deep voice, "The meeting is adjourned. Well, go check the source of the alarm." The 3 quickly departed, leaving the rest exchanging bewildered glances. The meeting, which had been a heated argument moments before, could no longer continue. Soon, the Commerce Association's emergency response plan was initiated. Ordinary staff began to evacuate while the high-ranking members under the escort of guards entered the underground shelter. 1 minute earlier, at the residence of the Deputy City Lord, Han Qianshan and Ji Xuaning stood in the hall, their faces dark and somber. Across from them, Jiang City's Deputy City Lord Zhou Chenghai slumped in a chair, his eyes bloodshot. Han Qianshan stared intently at him. As the Deputy City Lord of Jiang City, why did you betray it? Ji Xuning's voice was icy cold. The Blood Wolf Syndicate was able to deploy the Nightshade Canopy over Jiang City. The news of the Pillar's departure was leaked. Several dungeon lockdown nodes were tampered with. All of these things are connected to you. Is there anything you wish to say for yourself? Zhou Chenghai trembled violently. The next moment he suddenly covered his face and broke down in sobs. They captured my wife and son. I just wanted to save them. Ji Xuaning roared in fury. You bastard. Zhou Chenghai's lips quivered but no words came out. Han Qianshan took a deep breath. Surrender now. Leave the rest to the judgment of the law. If your wife and son are still alive, the City Lord's mansion will do its utmost to rescue them. Zhou Chenghai suddenly froze. Then he let out a low, bitter laugh. His laughter grew louder. Han Qianshan, you're still the same. Always putting on that condescending act. If it weren't for you back then, the position of City Lord should have been mine. I've worked for Jiang City for so many years. Why should I always remain in your shadow? Han Qianshan's face changed. Zhou Chenghai. Zhou Chenghai abruptly stood up, a torrent of venom erupting in his eyes. I know I can't survive this. Then let's all die together. With a thunderous blast, a crimson array pattern flared beneath his feet. Han Qianshan's pupils constricted. No! Ji Xuaning struck instantly, but it was too late. Zhou Chenghai's entire body exploded, his flesh and blood instantly devoured by the array beneath him. A pillar of scarlet light shot into the sky. The next second, space tore open. One after another, monsters wreathed in black chi frantically crawled out from the rift. Han Qianshan's face turned ashen. He used the array to corrupt a dungeon. Ji Xuaning cursed. That beast. It's the level 205 dungeon Abyssal Beast Nest. He corrupted the monsters from the Abyssal Beast Nest and released them. Ji Xuning's face was livid. He wants to drag the entire Jiang City down with him. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Qianshan activated the city defense communication. Sound the city-wide first-level alarm. By the time the 3 experts from the Wang Family Commerce Association arrived, the Eastern District had already become a full-blown battlefield. Across the entire city, except for those who were in dungeons and unreachable, almost all experts above level 200 had gathered. Flames soared into the sky and lightning exploded. Countless profession skills tore through the night. The Deputy City Lord's mansion had already collapsed into ruins. At the heart of the wreckage, a scarlet rift hung in midair. Dense swarms of abyss monsters were continuously crawling out of the rift. Some of these monsters resembled giant wolves with bone spurs protruding from their backs. Others looked like malformed giant apes brandishing forearms. Still more flying monsters circled overhead, spewing black corrosive fluids. The professionals of Jiang City had already formed a defensive line. Shield warriors stood at the front while mages and archers unleashed a furious barrage. Healers continuously cast their restorative skills. Assassin-type professionals darted along the edges of the monster horde, desperately killing those that slipped through. Hold the line. We can't let them break through. The residential district is right behind us. Fire-type professionals focus fire on the left. Healers. Someone's critically injured here. Roars of fury, explosions, and the snarling of monsters mingled into a single chaotic din. The entire Eastern District seemed to have been dragged into hell. There were too many monsters. Moreover, these tainted monsters were far more ferocious than those from normal dungeons. Even with their limbs severed, they would continue to shriek and lunge forward in a berserk frenzy. Han Qianshan and Ji Xuaning stood at the very front, already fighting with all their might. But now Jiang City was suffering from a severe power vacuum at its peak. Facing the tide of tainted monsters from a level 205 dungeon, they could only barely maintain the situation. As time ticked by, the defensive line began to crumble. Professionals were being wounded continuously. The shield warriors' defensive formation was being battered backward time and again. The healer's mental energy was also running dry. Just then, a deep low roar echoed from deep within the rift. Roar! A massive black beast over 10 meters tall slowly crawled out of the crack. Its body was covered in thick, heavy scales, and 3 curved giant horns sprouted from its head. Its crimson eyes blazed like two lanterns of blood. Abyss Corroded Bone Beast King, BOSS level 300. The moment they saw this boss appear, everyone's heart sank. The boss is out. Damn it. We can't hold. The Abyss Corroded Bone Beast King lowered its head and spat out a jet of black breath. Boom. Over a dozen professionals at the very front were instantly blasted away. A gaping hole was torn in the defensive line. Han Qianshan let out a furious roar and charged forward to forcibly block the boss. But with just that one strike, he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Ji Zuneng's face turned grim. No good. Jiang City has no pillar now. Faced with a crisis of this level, we simply can't withstand it. Despair flickered in the eyes of the surrounding professionals. No pillar. Those two words weighed on everyone's hearts like a mountain. And just when everyone was at their most desperate, a deep-aged voice suddenly came from above the night sky. It seems I have arrived just in time. The voice was not loud, yet the moment it fell, the entire Eastern District battlefield seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand. The snarling of the monsters, the roars of the professionals, the explosions of skills. All of them seemed to be suppressed in that instant. Han Qianshan jerked his head up. Ji Zuneng's pupils also constricted. The next second, everyone saw a figure slowly descending from the night sky. It was an old man dressed in a deep cyan robe. His hair was streaked with gray, his figure not imposing, even appearing somewhat gaunt. But the moment he stood there, the surging black aura around him retreated wildly, as if encountering its natural enemy. The Abyss Corroded Bone Beast King's crimson eyes locked onto the old man. Roar! As if sensing the threat, it abruptly raised its head. A jet of black breath potent enough to corrode steel shot directly at the old man. Watch out! Someone gasped instinctively, but the old man merely lifted his eyelids. How noisy! He extended a single finger. He tapped lightly. There was no earth-shattering skill light show, just a single casual point. The next second, the black breath froze in midair. Then it shattered inch by inch. The colossal body of the Abyss Corroded Bone Beast King also seemed to be pierced by some invisible force. Boom! Its 10-meter-tall frame shuddered violently. The three giant horns on its head exploded simultaneously. Its thick scales began to crack from its forehead, splitting all the way down. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures spread wildly. Finally, before the dazed gazes of everyone present, this level 300 bosses, which had just plunged all of Jiang City into despair, shattered into a cloud of black ash on the spot. Dead. With one finger. A level 300 BOSS dead. The entire Eastern District battlefield fell into a terrifying silence. Even the abyss monsters, still charging madly, seemed to lose their support, their movements faltering simultaneously. The old man waved his hand casually. A cyan light screen swept across. Any abyss monster touched by the light screen turned to ash without even a chance to scream. In just a few breaths, the monster tide that had nearly torn apart Jiang City's defenses was mostly cleared. Han Qianshan stood rooted to the spot, his throat dry. Ji Xuaning was also dumbfounded. All the surrounding professionals were struck dumb, standing like statues. Is it over? That was a level 300 boss. One finger. Did he just use just one finger? I didn't even see what skill he used. What level of expert is this? A passing senior. Everyone was bewildered. Moments ago they had been struggling with all their might just to barely hold back the monster tide. After the Abyss Corroded Bone Beast King appeared, it had plunged them all into utter despair. But now, with the arrival of this old man, the crisis had been erased like a joke. The gap was one that skill, coordination, or numbers could no longer bridge. Han Qianshan took a deep breath and immediately stepped forward. Senior, thank you for your assistance. If not for your timely arrival, Jiang City tonight would have. The old man waved his hand. It is my duty. Han Qianshan was taken aback. Ji Xuaning seemed to suddenly realize something, his voice even changing. May I ask your name, senior? The old man said calmly. Qin Zhenyue. I am dispatched by order to serve as Jiang City's new pillar. My level is 400. Boom. The moment these words fell, the Eastern District, which had just quieted down, erupted once more. What? New pillar? Level 400? The nation sent a level 400 powerhouse to Jiang City. Did I hear that right? Our Jiang City actually has a level 400 pillar again. Everyone was shocked to the point of numbness. They had considered that, after the pillar vacancy, the nation might reassign a strong expert to guard the city. But in everyone's expectations, having a level 300 expert would have already been very good. After all, Jiang City was just a border city. Its resources were not top-tier, nor was its strategic position the most central. The main reason the previous 3 pillars were willing to stay in Jiang City for so long was that it was their hometown. A level 400 powerhouse. An existence of this caliber, even in a larger city, would be a top-tier combat force capable of suppressing an entire region. Han Qianshan and Ji Xuaning exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The surrounding clan experts and merchant association elites were excited, their faces flushed red. Senior Qin, with you guarding Jiang City from now on, we can rest assured. Senior, that one finger of yours earlier truly opened our eyes. The Li family is willing to fully cooperate with Senior Qin to maintain order in Jiang City. Senior Qin, if you have any needs, our merchant association will do our utmost. One by one, the upper echelons of Jiang City almost immediately swarmed around him. Everyone understood the implications of a 400-level pillar stone. Whoever managed to forge a connection with Qin Jinyue would gain entirely different standing in Jiangcheng. Yet Qin Jinyue's expression remained unchanged amidst the flattery. He simply looked at Han Qianshan. Where is Lu Fang? A single sentence silenced all voices. The smiles on everyone's faces froze simultaneously. Lu Fang. Qin Jinyue had just arrived in Jiangxing, yet he didn't inquire about city defense's dungeon rifts or the aftermath of tonight's traitor incident. His first words were about Lu Fang. Han Qianshan was also stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Lu Fang should be in a dungeon right now. After handling his own guild's affairs today, he continued to level up. Qin Jinyue nodded. Then where is his home? Han Qianshan was taken aback. You wish to go to the Lu residence, senior. Qin Jinyue said calmly. I'll wait for him at his home. This time the surrounding crowd was utterly dumbfounded. A 400-level powerhouse Jiangcheng's new pillar stone was going to personally wait for Lu Fang at his home. What kind of attitude was this? What kind of weight did this carry? Han Qianshan hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, Senior Qin, why not let the city lord's mansion host a welcome banquet for you first? Once Lu Fang leaves the dungeon, I will immediately notify him to come see you. Qin Jinyue shook his head. No need. I'll wait at his home. His tone was calm, but there was no room for negotiation. Han Qianshan's heart trembled, and he dared not persuade further. All right, I will take you there now, senior. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was completely speechless. They had originally thought Qin Jinyue was the pillar stone the nation had sent to fill the vacancy in Jiangcheng. But now it seemed things were not so simple. A 400-level powerhouse, upon arriving in Jiangxing, took the initiative to ask where Lu Fang was. He even preferred to wait at Lu Fang's home rather than go to the city lord's mansion for a welcome banquet. What did this mean? It meant Qin Jinyue had likely not come because of Jiangcheng. He had come because of Lu Fang. Could it be that Senior Qin was transferred to Jiangcheng because of Lu Fang? Someone asked, their voice trembling. A clan elder nearby swallowed hard. Very likely. But what exactly is Lu Fang's identity? Perhaps the level he operates on has already surpassed our comprehension. These words plunged everyone into silence. Indeed, they only knew Lu Fang was an SS rank first class. But it was only with Qin Jinyue's arrival that they suddenly realized. What they saw might only be the tip of the iceberg. The circles Lu Fang truly moved in were perhaps already beyond the imagination of these Jiangxing families and guilds. An hour later, at the Wang family guild headquarters. In the meeting room, Wang Yixing sat in his seat, still somewhat dazed. Before him were the top brass of the Wang family guild. According to the original situation, today's meeting should have been his toughest battle. Yet now the atmosphere in the meeting room was eerily strange. The 3 most influential powerhouses of the Wang family guild were all standing on his side. The head of the security department spoke slowly. I support Yixing. Another burly middle-aged man said in a deep voice, the Wang family guild should be controlled by the direct Wang lineage. Whatever Yixing says, we old-timers should unconditionally cooperate. The last person, a woman in black battle armor, said coolly, from today on, if anyone tries to sideline Yixing using the board of directors, I will be the first to object. With these 3 statements, the entire room fell into deathly silence. The faces of those high-ranking members who had planned to force Wang Yixing to cede more power drastically changed. Wang Yixing even wondered if he had heard correctly. Someone couldn't help but ask, 3 lords, isn't this too sudden? The security department head glanced at him. Sudden? Don't you know what happened tonight? The man was taken aback. The security department head said slowly, the new pillar stone of Jiangcheng has arrived. Qin Jinyue, a 400-level powerhouse. The meeting room instantly erupted. 400 level. A new pillar stone. The nation sent a 400-level powerhouse to Jiangqing. How is this possible? What has Jiangqing done to deserve this? Wang Yixing also jerked his head up. 400 level. A powerhouse of that caliber had actually come to Jiangqing. But before the crowd could recover from the shock, the burly middle-aged man's next words sent chills down everyone's spines. When Qin Jinyue arrived in Jiangqing, his first question was not about city defenses, nor about the city lord's mansion. It was where Lu Fang was. After that, he went to the Lu residence. He personally waited for Lu Fang to come out of the dungeon. Boom! This time the entire meeting room was in complete chaos. What? A 400-level pillar stone personally went to the Lu residence to wait for Lu Fang. How is this possible? Didn't Lu Fang just undergo his first-class change? What exactly did he do? The woman in black armor said coldly. Can't you see it yet? The reason Qin Jinyue came to Jiangqing is most likely because of Lu Fang. Everyone froze instantly. Wang Yixing sat there, his mind a blank. Today at Fang Guild, he had witnessed with his own eyes as Lu Fang single-handedly subdued the entire guild's top brass. Back then he already felt that Lu Fang had reached a height he could never catch up to, but now he realized his imagination was still far too limited. Now Lu Fang didn't even need to show up. The mere arrival of a 400-level powerhouse associated with him in Jiangqing had shifted the entire Wang family guild's direction. He had originally thought he would have to fight a hard battle tonight to negotiate to trade interests and even endure humiliation. But now the three powerhouses had directly taken sides. Those who had opposed him were all silent, because they too were afraid. Afraid that Wang Yixing was too close to Lu Fang. Afraid that a casual word from Lu Fang would completely collapse their years of hard work. In the meeting room, the high-ranking members who had prepared to challenge him lowered their heads one by one. I agree with young Master Yixing's plan. I agree too. The Wang family guild does indeed need to be reorganized. Some of the previous systems really need to be changed. Young Master Yixing was very wise to build a good relationship with Lu Fang in advance. Voices rang out continuously. No one dared to object anymore. Watching this scene, Wang Yixing felt an extreme mix of emotions. He had won. But it didn't feel like he had won it himself. Lu Fang hadn't even truly begun to act. And the difficult problems had already been solved for him from afar. Wang Yixing slowly clenched his fist and murmured quietly, Lu Fang, just how far have you already gone? At 8 in the evening, in the dungeon hall of the Jiangcheng Career Center, a light slowly illuminated. The next second, Lu Fang's figure emerged from the teleportation array. Lu Cheng had been waiting outside. Seeing Lu Fang come out, he immediately approached. Sir. Lu Fang nodded. Then he glanced at his own level. Level 103, he let out a soft sigh. I've been grinding all day and am only at level 103. Lu Cheng halted mid-step. He had originally intended to ask Lu Fang how the dungeon run went, but upon hearing those words, he nearly lost his composure. Only level 103. If his memory served him right, Lu Fang had completed his first-class advancement just this morning. Level 100 in the morning. 8 in the evening, level 103. Within a single day, he had achieved his first advancement and then climbed 3 more levels. And he said only. Lu Cheng looked at Lu Fang's slightly dissatisfied expression and asked cautiously, Sir, are you unhappy? Lu Fang shook his head. It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that leveling up is a bit slow. Lu Cheng. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. The speed of breakthrough across the entire Jiangqing city was something he had never seen or even heard of. How many first advancement professionals took 10 or even 20 days to gain a single level? Some professionals hit a bottleneck and got stuck for months, which was perfectly normal. Yet Lu Fang had risen 3 levels in half a day and still complained it was slow. Lu Cheng suddenly felt there might be an unbridgeable chasm in perception between himself and a true genius. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his speechless bewilderment, and spoke in a low voice. Sir, Director Ji asked me to wait for you here. The new pillar of Jiangqing has arrived. He is a level 400 powerhouse. He is currently waiting for you at your home. Lu Fang paused slightly in his step. A level 400 pillar. A flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. Tianlong's efficiency was this high. In his heart, Lu Fang gained another layer of clear understanding of Tianlong's stature. Lu Fang did not delay. Let's go home. Lu Cheng immediately nodded. The car is ready. At the entrance of the Lu family villa, Uncle Jiang had been waiting for some time. Seeing Lu Fang return, he quickly stepped forward. Young master. Lu Fang asked, "Is he inside?" Uncle Jiang lowered his voice. "In the living room. Senior Qin has been waiting for you for a while." Lu Fang nodded and walked straight into the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw the old man sitting in the living room. The old man was dressed in a deep cyan robe with graying hair and a lean figure. A cup of hot tea rested beside him. He did not deliberately release his aura. Yet merely sitting there, he made the entire living room feel exceptionally serene. Like a mountain, not flaunting its sharpness yet sufficient to quell any storm. Hearing the footsteps, the old man looked up. Their gazes met. A gentle smile appeared in the old man's eyes. "Lu Fang." Lu Fang nodded. "I am." The old man stood up. "Qin Jinyue, ordered to come to Jiangcheng to serve as the new pillar." Lu Fang cupped his hands in salute. "Senior Qin, I have long admired your reputation. This was not mere courtesy." Lu Fang had indeed heard the name Qin Jinyue from his parents. In his early years, he had been stationed on the northern front line for many years and participated in numerous large-scale rift battles. Later, due to injuries, he gradually withdrew from the front line. Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Fang, his eyes filled with increased admiration. A hero truly emerges from youth. An SS rank first advancement at 18. For Jiangcheng to produce someone like you is Jiangcheng's fortune. Lu Fang shook his head. "Senior, you flatter me." Qin Jinyue waved his hand. "It's not flattery." His tone softened as he continued. "Go and make your name in Tianlong without worry. I will guard your hometown. As long as I Qin Jinyue am in Jiangcheng, I will not let it fall into chaos." Lu Fang's heart stirred. Qin Jinyue continued. "I am old. The front line is no longer a suitable place for an old man like me. But guarding a city, protecting its people, that I can still do. Consider it my way of continuing to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom." The living room fell silent. Uncle Jiang stood to the side, his eyes slightly reddened. Lu Fang cupped his hands earnestly. "Thank you, Senior Qin. Jiangcheng is entrusted to your care from now on." Qin Jinyue smiled. "Good." Having said that, he suddenly turned his head and coughed twice, low and soft. Cough, cough. The sound was not heavy, but Lu Fang noticed an unnatural gray flash across Qin Jinyue's face as he coughed. That was not an ordinary old wound. It seemed more like some kind of abnormal state lingering within his body. Lu Fang frowned slightly. "Senior Qin, are you injured?" Qin Jinyue's expression was calm, as if he had grown accustomed to it. "A minor ailment left from my younger days on the front line," Lu Fang asked. "An abnormal state?" Qin Jinyue glanced at Lu Fang, slightly surprised. "Good eyesight. It's residual abyssal corrosion. When I was cleansing a high-level rift back then, an abyssal lord damaged my foundation. I managed to survive, but this corrosion has never been completely purged." Lu Fang asked. "Couldn't a healer do anything?" Qin Jinyue gave a faint smile. "I've consulted them. I even sought out a level 500 healer. They could suppress it, alleviate it, but not eradicate it." Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's heart jolted. A level 500 healer couldn't cure it? What level of injury was this? Qin Jinyue, however, took it in stride. "It's nothing. This injury has been with me for many years. On a normal day, it's just a few coughs, nothing serious." Lu Fang did not speak immediately. His blood money skill, upon reaching level 2, had gained a new effect, restoring abnormal states. Although he didn't know if it could handle an abyssal corrosion of Qin Jinyue's magnitude, it was worth a try. Lu Fang spoke up. "Senior Qin, perhaps I can give it a try." Qin Jinyue was taken aback. "You?" He did not mean to belittle Lu Fang, but he simply shook his head. "I appreciate your kind intent. But this is no ordinary injury. You are only at your first advancement now. There's no need to waste your energy on this." Lu Fang said calmly. "It's just a try. What if it works?" Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Fang's persistent expression, fell silent for a moment, and finally smiled. "All right, then let you try. But don't get your hopes up too high." Lu Fang nodded and walked before Qin Jinyue. He raised his hand. In his heart, he silently chanted blood money. The next second, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Detected high-level abyssal corrosion abnormal state on target. Consume 300,000 gold coins to cleanse and restore life state. 3 million gold coins. Lu Fang's heart twinged on the spot. The price was much steeper than treating the money ghost. Still, it was only natural. Qin Jinyue was a level 400 powerhouse. The abnormal state within him was an abyssal corrosion that even a level 500 healer couldn't eradicate. 3 million gold coins was not truly unreasonable. But seeing the gold coins in his account about to be slashed by a huge chunk, Lu Fang couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Yet it lasted only a moment. 3 million gold coins in exchange for restoring the state of a level 400 pillar in Jiangqing. It was worth it. Moreover, a veteran hero like Qin Jinyue had once stood on the front line shielding countless people from the abyss. This money was meant to be spent. Lu Fang did not hesitate. Yes. A pale golden light surged from Lu Fang's palm. The light lacked the soft white sanctity common to healing skills. Instead, it resembled a river condensed from countless fragments of gold coins. The moment the golden light fell upon Qin Jinyue, his previously calm expression changed abruptly. Qin Jinyue clearly felt that the abyssal corrosion entrenched within him for years had begun to loosen. It was not suppressed. Rather, a supremely domineering force had severed its very foundation. The gray-black corrosive energy, as if encountering an irresistible law, was being drawn out bit by bit from the depths of his flesh meridians and bones. This? Qin Jinyue's pupils constricted sharply. He looked down abruptly. Wisps of gray-black aura seeped from his fingertips, rapidly dissipating upon contact with the golden light. The oppressive weight that had pressed on his chest for years began to ease bit by bit. Qin Jinyue's breath caught. Then his chest rose and fell slightly. That long-lost feeling of ease left him frozen in place. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. The golden light slowly faded. The living room fell silent once more. Qin Jinyue stood there long without speaking. He raised his hand, sensing the changes within his body. It was gone. The abyssal corrosion that had tormented him for years was truly gone. Not just temporarily suppressed, but completely eradicated. Qin Jinyue's gaze trembled violently. You truly healed it. Steward Jiang was utterly stunned. An injury that a level 400 healer couldn't cure. And the young master healed it with a mere gesture. The look Qin Jinyue gave Lu Fang was no longer just appreciation. It was shock. A youth who had just completed his first-class advancement could eliminate high-tier abyssal corrosion within him. This defied all logic. Qin Jinyue took a deep breath and solemnly cupped his hands. Lu Fang, you deserve this bow. Lu Fang quickly raised his hands. Senior Qin, there is no need. But Qin Jinyue shook his head. You do not know what this injury means to me. Over these years, though I have lived, my strength has been shackled by it. Every time I draw upon my power, I endure the backlash. Had it not been for this, I would not have completely withdrawn from the front lines. He looked at Lu Fang, his voice dropping a pitch. You have healed not just my wound, but also the last regret of this old bones. Lu Fang was silent for a moment. I am glad I could be of help to you, senior. Qin Jinyue looked at Lu Fang and suddenly smiled. I was originally wondering what gift to prepare for you, but it seems now I have no choice but to give you this. Lu Fang was about to speak. Qin Jinyue had already raised his hand. An ancient metal appeared in his palm. The metal was dark gold, all over its edges worn by time. The front bore the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. On the reverse was a faint crack. Yet even so, it exuded a solemn and weighty aura. Qin Jinyue's gaze softened considerably as he looked at the metal. This is the greatest honor I have ever received. It was bestowed upon me by the nation after the Battle of the Northern Rift. It has been with me for many years. Lu Fang's expression shifted. Senior, this is too precious. Qin Jinyue shook his head. Let me finish. This medal in itself represents honor. I give it to you not to burden you with my past, but in the hope that it will inspire you. Lu Fang's heart trembled. Qin Jinyue continued. Of course, it is not merely a symbol. Sealed within it is a one-time defensive skill. Upon activation, it can shield you from an attack at the level of a level 500 powerhouse. Lu Fang immediately shook his head. Senior Qin, I cannot accept this. This is both your honor and your trump card for survival. But Qin Jinyue placed the medal directly into Lu Fang's hand. I will be stationed in Jiang City from now on. This item holds little meaning for me anymore. But you are different. You are going to Tianlong. You will walk into more dangerous places and face stronger enemies. Only in your hands will it have true value. Lu Fang wanted to refuse again. Qin Jinyue's voice deepened. Take it. This is a gift from an elder to a junior, and a token of expectation from an old soldier to a future member of Tianlong. Lu Fang looked at the medal in his hand. After a few seconds of silence, he put it away solemnly. Then he cupped his hands towards Qin Jinyue. Thank you, Senior Qin. I will remember this gift. Qin Jinyue smiled. No, I am the one who should be grateful. Qin Jinyue did not stay long. With the injury completely cleansed, the years of accumulated lethargy within him seemed to be swept away. As he left the Lu family villa, Qin Jinyue held his head high, his bearing heroic and spirited, as if he had shed decades of age. With a single step, he vanished into the night. The living room fell quiet again. Uncle Jiang stood to the side, only speaking after a long while in a low voice. "Young master, a man like Senior Qin commands respect." Lu Fang nodded. He looked out the window at the night, feeling a great sense of calm. With Qin Jinyue stationed in Jiang City, with Uncle Jiang overseeing the Fang Commerce Association. After he left Jiang City, at least he wouldn't have to worry too much about his home front. Just then, his communicator suddenly rang. Lu Fang looked down. Wang Yixing. He answered the call. Soon Wang Yixing's voice came through. "Lu Fang. The matter with the Wang Family Commerce Association is settled." Lu Fang raised an eyebrow slightly. So fast. He had originally thought he might need to make an appearance at the Wang Family Commerce Association before leaving Jiang City tomorrow. Wang Yixing's voice was a bit complicated. News of Senior Qin's arrival spread. They learned that the new level 400 pillar had come to Jiang City, and that Senior Qin went to your house immediately upon arrival. So, many people in the Commerce Association completely changed their attitude. Lu Fang was startled. So that was it. Qin Jinyue had done nothing. But the mere suspicion of his connection to Lu Fang was enough to make the Wang family's upper echelons dare not suppress Wang Yixing any longer. Such was the weight of a level 400 pillar. Lu Fang let out a breath. Good. Then there's no need to waste time tomorrow. Wang Yixing. There was a pause on his end. Clearly this statement dealt a subtle blow to him. Wang Yixing gave a wry laugh. "I really can't figure you out anymore." Lu Fang said calmly. "It's normal that you don't understand. First secure your grip on the Wang Family Commerce Association. For subsequent cooperation, contact Steward Jiang directly. Uncle Jiang will be responsible for coordinating the Fang Commerce Association." Wang Yixing immediately became serious. "All right, I understand." Lu Fang gave a few more brief instructions before ending the call. Uncle Jiang, standing nearby, became more solemn upon hearing this. "Rest assured, young master. I will personally handle the liaison with the Wang Family Commerce Association." Lu Fang nodded. "Uncle Jiang, your hard work in the future is appreciated." Uncle Jiang immediately shook his head. "It is my duty to safeguard the Commerce Association for you, young master." Lu Fang said no more. That night, many in Jiang City could not sleep well. The Fang Commerce Association was reshuffled. The arrival of the new level 400 pillar. The sudden shift in attitude from the Wang Family Commerce Association. One event after another piled up, making the upper echelons of Jiang City realize that a new era had begun. The next morning, Lu Fang opened his eyes. Lai Kai was curled up beside his pillow, fast asleep, with its 4 tiny paws tucked beneath its body. Lu Fang reached out and poked its head. "Lai Kai, time to work." Lai Kai's ears twitched and it slowly opened its eyes. Meow. It looked as if it were being forced to work. Lu Fang sat up. "Use fortune's call." Lai Kai raised a tiny paw and waved it casually. Jingle. The familiar sound of gold coins clashing rang out. The next moment a prompt appeared. "Fortune's call successful. You have obtained gold coins 130,000,000,1,300,000. A glint of light flashed in Lu Fang's eyes. Yesterday it was still 1 million. Today it had directly increased to 1,300,000. Clearly the merger of the Wang family's merchant guild had caused a growth in the commercial power he controlled. He glanced at the little orange cat that had curled up again on his shoulder, reached out and rubbed its head. "Not bad. I'll give you an extra meal today." Lai Kai immediately opened its eyes. Meow. The corner of Lu Fang's mouth twitched slightly. How pragmatic. Morning. Lu Fang finished giving his last few instructions. Uncle Jiang had been following behind him, his demeanor noticeably more silent than usual. When it was nearly noon, Uncle Jiang finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "Young master." Lu Fang looked at him. "What's wrong?" Uncle Jiang hesitated. "This time you're going to the special forces, is it dangerous?" Lu Fang was silent for a moment. Uncle Jiang did not know the true weight of Tianlong within the Dragon Kingdom system. He only knew that Lu Fang was about to join an extremely special unit and leave Jiangcheng. Lu Fang didn't explain much. Maybe there's danger, but there are certainly more opportunities. Uncle Jiang nodded, then took a deep breath. "Young master, if the master and mistress knew you are like this now, they would surely be proud of you." What they most want to see is not you guarding the merchant guild for a lifetime, but for you to walk your own path. The farther you go, the better. It's just. He paused. Young master, you must protect yourself. Lu Fang looked at Uncle Jiang. After a moment he nodded. I will. Noon. A ripple suddenly spread across the space outside the villa. Lu Chen's figure stepped out from the void. Still clad in black, his expression calm, his aura unfathomably deep. Lu Fang was already waiting at the entrance. Senior Lu. Lu Chen glanced at him. Are your affairs settled? Lu Fang nodded. Almost. Lu Chen said calmly. Before we leave, go see someone first. Lu Fang's heart stirred. Senior Qin. Lu Chen nodded. He raised his hand and waved. Space twisted slightly. The next second Lu Fang felt the scenery around him blur and transform rapidly. When his vision stabilized again, the two had already appeared outside an independent courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen did not enter immediately. Instead he gazed at the courtyard gate, his eyes softer than usual. Lu Fang noticed this. Senior Lu and Senior Qin know each other. Lu Chen said calmly. He was my teacher in university. Lu Fang was taken aback. Lu Chen's current strength was unfathomable, clearly far surpassing Qin Zhenyu's level of over 400. Yet when speaking of Qin Zhenyu, his tone still carried a rare kind of respect. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Fang. If he hadn't taught me back then, I might not have come this far. Lu Fang suddenly gained a new understanding of Lu Chen. This man seemed cold, but he was actually quite sentimental. The two pushed open the door and entered. Qin Zhenyu was standing in the courtyard, stretching his limbs. He slowly pushed out a punch. A low rumbling sound echoed in the air. Compared to last night, Qin Zhenyu's aura was visibly more relaxed. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head to look. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Qin Zhenyu raised an eyebrow. Yo! All spruced up Lu Fang. This dialogue was completely different from the teacher-student reunion he had imagined. But Lu Chen didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he bowed his head slightly. All thanks to your guidance, teacher. Qin Zhenyu snorted. Cut the crap. You've grown strong now, always with a straight face makes people think someone owes you money. Lu Chen's expression remained calm. I've gotten used to it. Qin Zhenyu looked at him, shook his head and smiled. Still the same old stubborn self. After saying this, he looked at Lu Fang. Kid, how was your sleep last night? Were you very sad to leave the place you've lived in since childhood? Lu Fang said. It was fine. Lu Chen had been calm, but the next second, as if sensing something, his gaze suddenly fixed on Qin Zhenyu. For the first time, a clear fluctuation appeared in his eyes. Teacher. Your injury. Qin Zhenyu smiled. It's healed. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Healed. With his strength, he could naturally tell at a glance. The abyssal corrosion that had plagued Qin Zhenyu's body for years had completely vanished. It wasn't temporarily suppressed, it was truly gone. Lu Chen looked at Qin Zhenyu in surprise, and Qin Zhenyu looked back at Lu Fang. Lu Chen followed his gaze, and after a few seconds let out a sharp hiss. Don't tell me he healed it. Qin Zhenyu nodded. Last night this kid noticed I had an abnormal status and insisted on trying. And he actually managed to cure it. Qin Zhenyu said it lightly, but Lu Chen fell silent. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to treat this injury of Qin Zhenyu's. Back when he hadn't yet grown strong, he had personally witnessed Qin Zhenyu suffer from this wound. Later, after joining Tianlong, he had also tried to find high-level healers for his teacher. He had also searched for special purification-type items. But the results could only alleviate the symptoms, never eradicate the root cause. And now, a Lu Fang who had just completed his first class change had done it. Lu Chen looked at Lu Fang with an expression of utter bewilderment. You can dispel high-level abyssal corrosion. Lu Fang said, I happen to have a skill that can clear abnormal statuses. Seeing Lu Chen's shocked demeanor, Qin Zhenyu suddenly laughed. What? Even you can be surprised. Lu Chen ignored the teasing. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Lu Fang and spoke solemnly. On my personal behalf, I thank you. Lu Fang was taken aback. Lu Chen continued. You healed my teacher. I will remember this debt. Lu Fang shook his head. Senior Lu, there's no need for that. Senior Qin has guarded the front lines for the Dragon Kingdom and held Jiangcheng. I merely did a small part for a hero. Qin Zhenyu's eyes flickered. Lu Chen also looked at Lu Fang, silent for a few seconds. Good kid. Qin Zhenyu waved his hand. All right, don't waste time here on my account. Take him away. He looked at Lu Fang. Kid Tianlong is no easy place. But since you're going, don't bring shame to Jiangqing. Lu Fang said earnestly. I won't. Qin Jinyue smiled. I'm waiting for you to become a super powerhouse, even a pillar of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Don't let an old man like me down. Lu Fang clasped his hands. Senior Qin, take care. Qin Jinyue nodded. Lu Chun also gave a slight bow to Qin Jinyue. Teacher, take care. Qin Jinyue waved his hand. Get lost. The next second, Lu Chun raised his hand and shot into the sky with Lu Fang in tow. The wind suddenly roared in his ears. Lu Fang felt his feet lose their footing as the entire city of Jiangqin rapidly shrank in his vision. The city lord's mansion, the career center, the Fang Chamber of Commerce headquarters, and the Lu family villa where he had grown up. All the familiar buildings became blurry outlines beneath him in just a few breaths. An invisible spatial barrier seemed to surround Lu Chun, isolating the raging winds entirely. Standing beside him, Lu Fang did not even feel a strong sense of weightlessness. Yet the rapid changes in the scenery before him made him steal a few more glances. Lai Kai clung to Lu Fang's shoulder, its tiny paws gripping his collar tightly, its tail stiff as a rod. Meow! Lu Fang raised a hand and pressed it gently on the cat's head. Don't panic. Lai Kai shrank its neck, burying its head into Lu Fang's collar. A flicker of curiosity stirred in Lu Fang's heart. Senior Lu, where are we going now? Lu Chun said calmly. First to a few universities to pick up some newcomers like you. Lu Fang's heart stirred. Newcomers. Yes, some students from the 5 great academies selected through the Tianlong trials. And a genius from another academy. Interest gleamed in Lu Fang's eyes. In Jiangqin, being admitted into the 5 great academies was enough to warrant citywide celebration. Yet here at Tianlong, students from those academies were merely a batch of recruits waiting to be collected. Jiangqin, after all, was too small. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Chun said evenly, you don't need to feel inferior just because you come from Jiangqin. Tianlong doesn't care about background. It only looks at strength, potential, achievements, and value. Lu Fang smiled. I never thought that way. I'm just curious about the level of the other chosen ones. Lu Chun replied. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Fang pressed on. After we pick them up, then what? Then we head to the Tianlong training camp. Tianlong doesn't throw newcomers directly into the formal ranks. All selected professionals enter the Tianlong training camp first. They undergo initial training there. Lu Chun paused, then suddenly said, let me give you a piece of advice. Once you're in the training camp, hold nothing back. Resources there are meant to be fought over. The better you perform, the more support you'll receive. Lu Fang nodded. Understood. As his words fell, a ripple appeared in the space before them. The next second, Lu Chun stepped into it. Lu Fang felt the light and shadow before him stretch abruptly. When his vision cleared, they were already hovering above another city. This city was much larger than Jiangqin. This career center was far more expansive. Even beyond the city walls, the faint outlines of high-tier dungeon entrances could be seen, radiating intense energy fluctuations. Without pausing, Lu Chun descended directly toward a high-rise rooftop in the city. On the rooftop, a figure was already waiting. A young man around 20 years old. He was tall and broad-shouldered, clad in a blackened battle suit with a broad-bladed longsword strapped to his back. His arms were crossed and his expression was arrogant. When he saw Lu Chun land, his eyes lit up. Lu Chun said flatly, Xin Jinglei. The young man immediately straightened. That's me. Tian's Academy sophomore year, Xin Jinglei. Lu Chun nodded in a businesslike manner. Follow me. Yes. Xin Jinglei naturally noticed Lu Fang beside him and couldn't help asking. Brother, are you also in this batch for the training camp? Lu Fang nodded. Xin Jinglei's interest was piqued. Which academy? Lu Fang replied. I haven't started university yet. The smile on Xin Jinglei's face froze instantly. Huh. He thought he had misheard. Not in university. Then what are you now? Lu Fang said calmly. I'm a senior high school student from Jiangqin. The air went silent for a moment. Xin Jinglei's eyes widened in shock. Senior year? Holy crap. Wait, are you serious, bro? A high school senior picked up by Tianlong early. Lu Fang glanced at him. Is there a problem? Xin Jinglei's mouth twitched. There was a huge problem, all right. Xin Jinglei considered himself quite formidable. Born from an ordinary academy with no top-tier mentors paving the way, he had bulldozed his way through the 100 School War, cutting down all the sophomore newcomers from the 5 great academies. And only then did Tianlong take notice. That achievement alone was enough to brag about for a lifetime. But this guy in front of him, a high school senior taken directly by Tianlong. What kind of weight did that carry? Xin Jinglei couldn't help but look at Lu Chen. Senior, is he some kind of connection? Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Tianlong has no connections. A chill ran down Xin Jinglei's spine, and he quickly waved his hands. Just asking. He turned back to Lu Fang, his eyes now even more curious. If you're not a connection, that's even more insane. Brother, just how strong is your talent? A hidden class. A unique class. Before Lu Fang could speak, Lu Chen said coldly, "Don't pry into others' classes and abilities." Xin Jinglei's expression stiffened. Oh! Lu Chen ignored him. He raised his hand and space rippled again. Feeling the shift in power around him, Xin Jinglei's eyes lit up. Senior, that move of yours is way too cool. Lu Chen's face was expressionless. Shut up. Xin Jinglei. The next second, the three of them vanished into the spatial ripple. When their vision stabilized, they were already high in the sky. Clearly this was Xin Jinglei's first time being carried by such a powerful figure. He looked down at the mountains and rivers rushing past beneath them and couldn't help but click his tongue. This speed is way faster than the flying mounts back at the academy. Lu Chen said nothing. Unfazed, Xin Jinglei quickly turned his attention back to Lu Fang. Brother, let's get acquainted. Xin Jinglei, Tian's Academy sophomore. Super strong. He lifted his chin slightly, his tone brimming with unapologetic confidence. You know the 100 School War, right? Even if you haven't been to college, you must have heard of it. It's the most prestigious competition during the university years. In the last 100 School War, I fought from the preliminaries all the way to the finals. All those so-called geniuses from the 5 Great Academy sophomore year, I cut them all down. It was because of that battle that Tianlong noticed me. In short, I earned my way in through sheer force. Lu Fang glanced at him. This guy was a bit arrogant, but being able to overpower the sophomore newcomers of the 5 Great Academies as a student from an ordinary academy was indeed something to be arrogant about. Xin Jinglei continued, Brother, what's your name? Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei suddenly leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Lu Fang, how about we form an alliance? Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. An alliance? Xin Jinglei nodded. Right? Once we enter the training camp, competition is inevitable. Those from the 5 Great Academies are all so arrogant. I can't stand their attitude. When the time comes, we'll team up and crush those 5 Academy bastards. Lu Fang looked at him. Can we kill in the training camp? Xin Jinglei choked. Crush was an exaggeration. I meant we beat them all into submission. Beat them until they take a detour when they see us. He spoke with enthusiasm, his eyes already envisioning it. Lu Fang remained calm. We'll see. Xin Jinglei was taken aback. We'll see. Lu Fang said, I don't know the specifics of the training camp yet. Xin Jinglei stroked his chin. Makes sense. But soon he laughed again. Brother, I kind of like you. If those 5 Academy guys target you, come find me. I, Xin Jinglei, may not be good at much, but fighting is my forte. Lu Fang nodded perfunctorily. All right, thanks. Xin Jinglei, seemingly oblivious to the dismissiveness, thumped his chest. Don't worry. I've got your back in the training camp. Lu Fang. Lu Chen glanced at Xin Jinglei again. His gaze was calm, yet it inexplicably sent a chill down Xin Jinglei's spine. Just then the clouds parted, revealing the silhouette of a massive city before the trio. Unlike Jiang City, a colossal black stele hovered above the city. The stele, 1,000 meters tall and pitch black, was densely inscribed with runes. Each rune resembled surging black light from an abyssal rift, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Lu Chen led Lu Fang and Xin Jinglei down to the base of the stele. Xin Jinglei glanced at it, a smirk curling his lips. Jinyuan Academy. One of the 5 Great Academies. A flicker of emotion passed through Lu Fang's eyes. So this was one of the 5 Great Academies. Even before truly entering the academy, Lu Fang could sense a completely different atmosphere from Jiang City. The air was thick with a killing intent. Many who appeared to be students possessed auras far stronger than the big shots in Jiang City. Lu Chen landed directly in the central square of Jinyuan Academy with the 8 figures were already waiting there. 4 men and 4 women, each with a remarkably condensed aura. A young man in black battle armor stood at the forefront, his gaze calm and demeanor steady. The 8 of them immediately stood at attention upon seeing Lu Chen land. Senior Lu. Lu Chen nodded. Are all 8 from Jinyuan Academy present? The armored youth replied, all present. Lu Chen said flatly, follow me. His instructions were as terse as ever. The 8 seemed mentally prepared and asked no questions. But just as they prepared to move, a few gazes abruptly fell on Xin Jinglei. The air stilled and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Xin Jinglei grinned. Yo! People from Jinyuan Academy. Didn't expect our first stop to be you. Seems Tianlong knows Jinyuan needs the most discipline among the 5. The 8's faces darkened simultaneously. The armored youth's gaze turned cold. Xin Jinglei. Winning a few sophomore students in the 100 Schools War makes you think you're invincible. Xin Jinglei crossed his arms. Not just a few. All the sophomores from the 5 great academies. He deliberately emphasized the word all. The Jinyuan Academy 8's expressions grew even colder. A short-haired woman said flatly, "You were just lucky to be born 2 years later. If you faced our cohort, you wouldn't even make the finals." Xin Jinglei burst into laughter. "At the same age I'd crush you. Believe it." Boom! The auras of the 8th from Jinyuan Academy surged almost simultaneously. The broadsword on Xin Jinglei's back let out a low hum. The 2 sides seemed on the verge of a direct clash. Lu Fang watched silently from the side, casting a glance at Xin Jinglei. This guy really knew how to stir up trouble. Lu Chen finally spoke. Enough! The 2 words fell and the air instantly grew heavy. The broadsword on Xin Jinglei's back immediately fell silent. The auras of the Jinyuan Academy 8 were forcibly suppressed. Lu Chen's face was expressionless. "If you want to fight, there will be plenty of chances once you enter the training camp. Anyone who delays the journey now can go back." Xin Jinglei shrugged. "Fine." Out of respect for Senior Lu. The hostility in the Jinyuan Academy members' eyes deepened, but no one spoke further. Lu Chun raised his hand. Spatial ripples spread once more. The next moment, the group vanished from the Jinyuan Academy square. During the subsequent journey, Lu Fang truly witnessed Xin Jinglei's audacity. At Tianwu University, Lu Chun picked up 7 senior students. As soon as he landed, Xin Jinglei asked with a grin, "The Tianwu students from my year seem all talk. Wonder if you'll be any different." The Tianwu students' faces darkened instantly. At Star Academy, Lu Chun picked up 6 students. Xin Jinglei, eyeing the aloof students with strong magical fluctuations, began his commentary. "Star Academy, huh? Lots of ranged specialists. You'd better hope the training camp doesn't have close combat tests. Otherwise, you might be on the ground before you finish your incantations." The Star Academy members' gazes instantly turned icy. A silver-haired youth said calmly, "You can try." Then came Divine Mechanism Institute and Holy Spirit Academy. Xin Jinglei managed to provoke every single academy. Lu Fang, standing aside, was completely silent. He realized he had underestimated Xin Jinglei. This guy wasn't just capable of causing trouble. He was exceptionally good at it. Lu Fang quietly sidestepped half a step. Better keep his distance. But Xin Jinglei seemed utterly unaware. Every time Lu Fang moved away, he moved closer. Again and again. It made everyone else think they were acquainted. The gazes from the 5 academies inadvertently fell on Lu Fang. The armored youth from Jinyuan Academy finally spoke. "Who is he?" Xin Jinglei perked up at the question. "Him." "Listen up then." Lu Fang's eyelid twitched slightly. Xin Jinglei pointed at Lu Fang. "His name is Lu Fang. A senior from Jiang City High. Not even graduated yet, handpicked by Tianlong. Saved 4 years of detour. Way more impressive than you all." The entire scene fell silent. Everyone's expression shifted. Senior year. Not even graduated. Chosen by Tianlong without entering university. In every cohort of the 5 academies, very few are selected by Tianlong before their senior year. A high school student, how? Countless eyes fixed on Lu Fang. Shock, doubt, curiosity, scrutiny. Lu Fang stared at Xin Jinglei with a blank expression. He was now certain. Xin Jinglei not only loved drawing hatred to himself, but also happily dragged others into it. The short-haired woman from Jinyuan Academy suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Xin Jinglei, so you're saying you're not as good as him either?" Someone beside her immediately chimed in. "Indeed, you were only scouted by Tianlong in your sophomore year. He was recruited back in high school. By your logic, he's 2 years ahead of you." As these words fell, amusement flickered in many eyes. Yet Xin Jinglei showed not a hint of embarrassment. Instead, he declared with unabashed confidence, "That's right. I admit Lu Fang is on another level. What's wrong with that?" The crowd was taken aback. Xin Jinglei flashed a grin. "But I'm just a sophomore. At least I'm better than you lot." The air went still again. The next moment, dangerous auras flickered from all directions. Just then Lu Chun abruptly halted. The space beneath everyone's feet trembled in response. All the surging auras were instantly suppressed. Lu Chun turned around. "One more word and he'll toss you all down." Dead silence fell over the scene. Xin Jinglei finally shut his mouth. Lu Fang gazed ahead. They had left the urban area behind. Beneath their feet stretched endless wilderness and mountains. Strangely, though nothing lay ahead, Lu Chun stopped midair. The wind gradually died down. The surrounding clouds seemed frozen by some unseen force. Lu Chun raised his hand and a silver-white token materialized in his palm. On the token's face was engraved a coiled golden celestial dragon. The next instant the token vibrated gently. The void before them rippled like water. Transparent ripples spread outward in concentric rings. Then a colossal gate slowly emerged before everyone's eyes. Beyond the gate lay no city, no mountains. Instead it was a realm entirely independent of reality. Someone whispered, "Is this the Tianlong training camp?" Hidden in a special space. Xin Jinglei dropped his playful demeanor. His eyes turned serious. "This place has something to it." Lu Chun wasted no words. "Enter." He stepped through the gate and the others followed. As Lu Fang crossed the threshold, he felt as though his body passed through a cool, watery curtain. The next moment, a vast panorama unfolded before them. This was an immensely expansive realm. Above their heads was no ordinary sky, but a deep starry firmament. In the starry dome, a faint golden dragon silhouette could be seen circling. In the distance stood towering pagodas that pierced the clouds. Some were wreathed in lightning. Others were shrouded in flames. Further away, massive dungeon entrances floated in midair, resembling swirling vortexes of various colors. Each entrance exuded an aura far surpassing any dungeon Lu Fang had encountered in Jiangcheng. The group landed on a vast plaza. The plaza floor was paved with black metal, its surface etched with countless runic patterns. As soon as Lu Fang set foot on it, he felt a heavy pressure beneath him. The gravity here seemed stronger than the outside world. After landing, everyone looked toward the far end of the plaza. A solitary figure awaited them there. That figure was exceptionally imposing. He stood at the plaza's edge, nearly 3 meters tall with shoulders as broad as a wall. On his bare arms, lightning runes writhed like living creatures. Though he deliberately suppressed his aura, the runes on the black metal plaza flickered with a faint glow, as if unable to withstand some invisible pressure. Lu Fang's pupils contracted as he gazed at the man. What a terrifying presence. Even Lai Kai on Lu Fang's shoulder sensed it, its little head instantly retreating, leaving only half an ear exposed. Lu Chun looked at the man and said calmly, "The people are here." The burly man nodded. "Good work." His voice was deep. When it reached their ears, it felt like thunder rolling through their chests. Many faces turned pale. These students from the 5 great academies were all top-tier geniuses of their generation. They had encountered many high-level instructors before. Yet facing this man, they still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression they could barely control. The burly man swept his gaze across the crowd. In that instant, Lu Fang even felt as if lightning had struck his soul. The man spoke slowly. "My name is Xiaji. I'm the instructor of the Tianlong training camp. Level 600. Class Thunder Titan." Boom. Level 600. The moment those words fell, the entire plaza erupted. Level 600. The instructor is a level 600 powerhouse. A Thunder Titan. Isn't that a legendary high-tier lightning melee class? A being of this caliber is personally guiding us newcomers. At our Zhenyuan Academy, only the principal and vice principal have reached level 600. Everyone was stunned. Though they knew Tianlong standards would be astronomically high, seeing a level 600 powerhouse standing before them was still an unimaginable shock. Even Lu Fang's heart stirred with turmoil. Qin Zhenyue at level 400 could already kill a level 300 boss with a single finger and suppress an entire city. What about level 600? What would it look like if such an existence unleashed their full power? Xiaji merely raised an eyebrow. Rumble. A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the starry sky above, instantly silencing all chatter. Complete silence fell. Xiaji coldly surveyed the crowd. "I know you've all been selected as geniuses, but here, put away your arrogance." His voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding authority. Tianlong has no shortage of geniuses. In fact, the least valuable thing here is genius. Many expressions shifted. Xiaji continued, "You may rank first in your academies, be the center of attention in your cities, and dominate your peers. But that only means you have the privilege to stand here. It doesn't mean you're worthy of Tianlong yet. A glint of excitement instead flickered in Xin Jinglei's eyes. The faces of the 5 Academy's students, however, darkened. Xiaji raised a hand and waved. A massive light screen materialized above the plaza. Within the screen appeared a pitch-black dungeon entrance. Below it, blood-red text read level 400 hell difficulty dungeon. Xiaji spoke slowly. The graduation requirement for the Tianlong training camp is simple. Clear a level 400 hell difficulty dungeon solo. Achieve this and you graduate from the camp to become a full Tianlong member. Dead silence. The next moment everyone's expression changed. Solo clear. Level 400. And hell difficulty. This graduation standard is insane. Xiaji watched their reactions without any change in expression. You have 10 years. Complete it within 10 years and you graduate. Fail within 10 years and you're eliminated. Another wave of silence. 10 years. It sounded like a long time, but for professionals leveling up becomes exponentially harder. From level 200 onward, even gaining a single level takes most people months. Let alone possessing the combat power to solo a level 400 hell difficulty dungeon. A female student from the Holy Spirit Academy, her face slightly pale, whispered, 10 years. Might not be enough either. Someone beside her let out a bitter laugh. It's not a matter of uncertainty. Most people definitely won't make it. No wonder the official dragon team has so few members. This isn't a normal selection. It's raising goo. Xin Jinglei, however, licked his lips. Interesting. Now this is the dragon team. Xiaji continued. The training camp gathers the finest resources from all of Dragon Nation. Top-tier dungeon entrances. High-level skill training towers. Professional advancement mentors. Spiritual tempering secret realms. Special equipment forging rooms. And so on. If you can think of it, it's basically here. A glimmer of light shone in everyone's eyes. But Xiaji's next words instantly cooled them down. However, most resources aren't free for you to use. If you want to use them, trade them for Dragon Team points. Immediately after the light screen shifted, rows of resource lists materialized. Thunder Prison Training Tower 10 points per hour, Gravity Secret Realm 8 points per hour, Personal Mentor Guidance 50 points per hour, Special Equipment Forging Authorization starting at 100 points, Rare Skill Scroll Exchange starting at 300 points. Xiaji said calmly. There are many ways to earn Dragon Team points. Complete training projects. Climb the leaderboards. Set new dungeon records. Execute training camp tasks and so on. But he'll give you a word of advice. His gaze swept across the crowd. Cherish every single Dragon Team point you earn. Soon you will understand just how precious they truly are. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Xiaji raised his hand and the light screen dissipated. As per procedure, all new recruits will undergo a baseline assessment before entering the camp. This is your first chance to earn Dragon Team points. Scores range from 0 to 100. Whatever score you get, that's how many points you earn. At these words, the previously oppressive atmosphere shifted instantly. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. If they could get a high score, they could leap far ahead of others from the start. The members of the 5 academies exchanged glances, competitive intent flickering in their eyes. A baseline assessment. Perfect. I want to see which academy is truly the strongest this year. Someone suddenly furrowed their brow. But is this test fair? Everyone's levels are different. Some are seniors, some are sophomores, and... The speaker trailed off, instinctively glancing at Lu Fang. He didn't continue, but everyone understood his meaning. Lu Fang was a high school senior. Pitting him against these top-tier geniuses from sophomore and senior years in the same test seemed anything but fair. Xiaji said calmly, the baseline assessment will generate different difficulties based on your level. The evaluation isn't based on absolute level. Rather, it's based on your comprehensive performance at your current level. Everyone nodded at this. In that case, it was much more reasonable. Just then, Xin Jinglei suddenly grinned. He spun around, facing the dozens of people from the 5 academies, his gaze fiercely arrogant, his wild nature on full display. How about we make things interesting? Xin Jinglei will single-handedly crush everyone from the 5 academies today. Let's make a bet. Xin Jinglei crossed his arms and announced loudly. In the upcoming ranking, anyone ranked below me, regardless of who you are, give me 10 points each. Anyone ranked above me, I'll give each of you 50 points. If you don't have enough points, write an IOU. At these words, the faces of the 5 academies members darkened completely. Arrogant. Does a sophomore really think he's the best in the world? A short-haired girl from the Jinyuan Academy laughed in disbelief. Fine. We won't refuse free points. Today we'll teach this reckless fool a lesson hell never forget. We accept. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Lu Fang stood at the edge watching this unfold as Lu Chen's words before they came echoed in his mind. The resources here had to be fought for. So Lu Fang slowly stepped forward, his calm voice ringing out across the noisy square. Since it's so lively, I'd like to join in too. In an instant dozens of gazes snapped onto Lu Fang. After seeing who had spoken, the people from the 5 academies were taken aback. Then a few couldn't help but shake their heads, their eyes filled with surprise and exasperation. A senior from Tianwu University frowned. You're Lu Fang, right? A junior who hasn't even graduated high school. Having the courage to step forward isn't bad. The people from Star Academy looked down on him with a hint of condescension. Courage is commendable, but strength isn't built on passion alone. If we bet with you and win, it wouldn't be honorable. Word would get out that the 5 academies ganged up on a high school student. Their contempt was palpable, completely dismissing Lu Fang, seeing it as a farce of the strong bullying the weak. Lu Fang remained expressionless, knowing he had to be bold. So he swept his gaze over them indifferently. If you don't dare to accept, just say so. Don't make excuses. Is this all the courage the 5 academies have? The words hit like a resounding slap across the faces of all the prodigies from the 5 academies. What did you say? Your arrogance knows no bounds. The black-armored youth, his face ashen, glared at Lu Fang. Fine. Since you're set on walking into your own grave, well, grant your wish. He laughed in fury and declared loudly. But we won't take advantage of you lest they say we're bullies. Let's change the rules. If anyone's ranking falls behind yours, Lu Fang, they'll give you 20 points each. If anyone ranks ahead of you, you don't owe a single point. If we can't even outperform a high school senior, then our college years have been wasted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Right? You don't owe a thing. Lu Fang finished listening, then shook his head. No need to change. Lu Fang's expression was calm, but his tone carried absolute finality. Since it's a bet, let's be fair. If I lose, I'll give each of you 50 points too. I don't need your charity. The entire venue fell silent again. Everyone looked at Lu Fang as if he were a madman. Shin Jinglei, however, beamed, laughed heartily, and clapped his hands vigorously. Good. You've got guts. I admire you. The people from the 5 academies were even more furious. Words are wasted on a fool doomed to die. Since he insists on gifting us points, we'll gladly accept. He asked for it himself, utterly absurd. Xiaji watched this scene, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He had seen arrogance before. The Tianlong training camp had never lacked geniuses. Every single person sent here was the top of their school, city, or family. It was only natural for them to have high spirits upon entering the camp. But a newcomer who hadn't even graduated high school, facing dozens of geniuses from the 5 great academies who had already undergone systematic training, still dared to gamble and even proactively promised to honor the bet. This was no longer ordinary confidence. Xiaji couldn't help but glance at Lu Chun. Yet Lu Chun remained expressionless, as if all of this was within his expectations. Xiaji's heart stirred. This was getting more and more interesting. He raised his hand to quiet the crowd. All right, follow me. With that, he strode forward first. The others quickly fell in behind him. The interior of the training camp was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Xiaji led the group along a wide metallic avenue. On both sides of the path stood buildings of peculiar designs. Some were colossal inverted discs, their surfaces shimmering with spatial runes. Others were black spires that pierced the clouds with energy cores floating around their peaks. There were also areas sealed by heavy barriers from which muffled explosions and the roars of monsters could be heard. Xiaji introduced them offhandedly as he walked. That area on the left is the regular training zone. It's mainly for physical conditioning, reflexes, combat techniques, and skill mastery. On the right is the simulated battlefield zone. It can replicate parts of low-level rift environments and simulate small-scale monster tides. Those towers ahead are the mental pressure chambers and elemental adaptation chambers. Further in are the dungeon entrance zone, the mission hall, and the points exchange zone. Many of the newcomers' eyes lit up as they listened. Even though they came from the 5 great academies, they had to admit that the Tianlong training camp specifications were shockingly high. Many facilities could only be used by the most core talents in their own schools. But here they seemed to be just basic training equipment. Along the way, people occasionally passed by from various areas. None of them looked very old. Some even took the initiative to greet the newcomers from the 5 great academies. The Jinyuan Academy people are here. Is Tianwu Academy just sending these few this year? Good luck with the test, juniors from Star Academy. The newcomers from the 5 great academies responded in kind. Clearly, they were not strangers to each other. Some were seniors from the same school. Others were acquaintances from past competitions. Xin Jinglei sidled up to Lu Fang and lowered his voice. These are the veterans from earlier batches. The camp rule is that all newcomers have a 3-month rookie training period. During these 3 months, the camp arranges unified courses, training tests, and missions. After 3 months, we can move around relatively freely. And most people choose to join the factions within the camp after those 3 months. A look of surprise appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. There are factions inside the training camp. Xin Jinglei chuckled. Of course there are. Where there are people, there are rivalries. With geniuses gathered together and resources contested, how could there not be factions? Lu Fang fell into thought. Xin Jinglei continued. First, many secret realms and dungeons aren't optimal for solo runs. Teaming up is more efficient and safer. Second, grouping up helps secure more benefits, like training room usage, time spots in advanced mentor lectures, and priority allocation for certain team missions. It's hard for a single person to compete against a group sometimes. As he spoke, Xin Jinglei gestured with his chin towards the 5 great academies group. The 5 biggest forces in the camp were naturally established by seniors from the 5 great academies: the Jinyuan Society, the Tianwu Alliance, the Star Society, the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, and the Holy Spirit Society. At its core, it's just schoolmates banding together. Xin Jinglei added, of course, there are also lone wolves. They basically come in 2 types. Either they're fringe figures nobody wants, or they're truly strong individuals. He patted his own chest. Someone as strong as me definitely walks alone. Lu Fang glanced at him. Weren't you just asking to form an alliance with me? Xin Jinglei's expression froze. He then coughed. That's different. An alliance between strong individuals isn't called banding together. It's called a union of powerhouses. Lu Fang didn't respond. Xin Jinglei didn't mind and quickly brought the topic back to the earlier bet. But seriously, brother, you were pretty fierce just now. Lu Fang said, didn't you bet too? Xin Jinglei waved his hand. My situation is different from yours. I'm already a sophomore. Plus I've been through the 100 Schools War before, so I know the level of those 5 great academies people. I dared to bet because I've actually fought them. You're different. Xin Jinglei looked at Lu Fang, his tone becoming rarely serious. I acknowledge your courage. Really? Facing those people from the 5 great academies without changing your expression before even graduating high school. That's rare. But you were reckless just now. Lu Fang looked at him. Xin Jinglei continued, your talent is definitely strong. Being scouted by Tianlong during high school is undeniable proof. But what's most important during university is not just leveling up. It's training. It's developing your class abilities. It's the systematic refinement of skills, attributes, combat rhythm, power application, and battlefield judgment. Lu Fang's eyes shifted. Xin Jinglei, thinking he didn't understand, gave an example. Take 2 people. Both have 200 strength. One doesn't know power techniques. The best he can do is unleash the full 200 with a punch. Sometimes due to poor form, he can only manage 150 or 160. But the other person, he understands muscle coordination, center of gravity, transfer skill, animation, canceling short bursts, and so on. With the same 200 strength, he can output the power of 300 or even 400. That's the gap. Xin Jinglei gestured with his hand. Take skills, for example. The same ranged skill. One person might have a high damage stat, but what's the use if they can't hit? The enemy isn't a practice dummy that will stand still for you to attack. In a real fight, the target will dodge, counter, use terrain, and bait out your skills. So some people miss 7 out of 10 skills in a battle. But others can land every single shot, even predicting the enemy's next move. That's also something you train for. Xin Jinglei said this, glancing at the people from the 5 great academies ahead. They were chosen by Tianlong, so their talents must be decent. More importantly, they've already received systematic training in those academies. Their class development, skill mastery, and combat experience are beyond what ordinary high school students can match. No matter how strong your talent is, you're still an uncut jade right now. If you were placed in the same test, you might not have the advantage. Lu Fang merely nodded calmly after listening. Xin Jinglei was taken aback. That's your only reaction? Lu Fang replied, what you said makes sense. Xin Jinglei's mouth twitched. Then why are you still so calm? Lu Fang looked toward the testing area ahead, his expression unchanged. Because whether it makes sense and whether I'll lose are 2 different things. Xin Jinglei paused mid-step. He stared at Lu Fang's profile momentarily, at a loss for words. The words were calm. Yet it was precisely this calmness that radiated a profound confidence. Not stubbornness, nor bravado, but as if he truly believed it. Shin Jinglei was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. All right, now I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Ahead, Xiaji had already stopped. The crowd looked up. A massive black building appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiaji led the group into the building. The moment the doors opened, Lu Fang's view suddenly expanded. Inside was an enormous enclosed room. The walls were made of special alloy covered with densely packed runic patterns. Various instruments Lu Fang had never seen were placed around the room. There were transparent crystal pillars as tall as a person, silver rings suspended in midair, massive metal drums covered in runes, and some devices that looked like battle pods. Each instrument had a corresponding control panel. Several staff members in white uniforms were already waiting inside. Seeing Xiaji enter, they immediately stepped forward. Instructor Xia. Xiaji nodded. Begin preparations. Yes. The staff quickly dispersed and activated the equipment. The runic patterns around the room lit up one after another. Xiaji stood before the group and spoke. The rookie test consists of 6 items. The 4 attribute test, each worth 15 points. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. In addition, there's the combat test worth 20 points, and the potential test worth 20 points. Total score is 100. During the test, external equipment enhancements are not allowed. No temporary potions are permitted. No assistance from others. Except for the combat test, no skills may be used. After saying this, he took out a list and fixed his gaze on the first line. Star Academy. Gu Qinghan. First. From the crowd, a silver-haired youth slowly walked forward. He was slender with an aloof demeanor and clearly exuded the aura of a mage class. The looks from the Star Academy members around him carried clear trust. Evidently, this Gu Qinghan held a high status among the Star Academy group. Seeing him step out, Shin Jinglei raised an eyebrow. Oh, first up is Gu Qinghan from Star Academy. Lu Fang looked at him. You know him? Shin Jinglei nodded. Heard of him. A famous mage prodigy. His spirit attribute should be quite strong. Lu Fang looked ahead. Gu Qinghan had already walked up to a massive metal drum. The drum stood over 3 meters tall. Its surface was dark red, covered with layers of fine runes. Around the drum, a dozen silver conduits connected to a testing station nearby. Curiosity flickered in Lu Fang's eyes. Shin Jinglei noticed his expression and suddenly asked, You've never seen this? Lu Fang shook his head. No. Shin Jinglei slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. You haven't started university yet. This thing is pretty common in colleges. It's a dedicated strength testing device. He pointed at the giant drum. The testing method is simple. Stand in front of it and punch with full force. Lu Fang asked, It only measures the strength value. Of course not. Shin Jinglei shook his head. If it only looked at base stats, there'd be no point in testing. The score from this is equal to the base coefficient multiplied by the technique coefficient. Shin Jinglei paused, then continued explaining. The base coefficient starts at 2. This 2 represents the average attribute level of same-level professionals according to big data. If your strength is twice the average of your level, the base coefficient is 4. 3 times is 6. And so on. Lu Fang nodded. And the technique coefficient? Shin Jinglei said, The technique coefficient starts at 1. 1 means no technique at all. Just throwing your strength out purely. If you understand force application power, burst body coordination, and how to concentrate damage without using skills, the technique coefficient rises. The other 3 tests are similar. Agility, constitution, spirit. All are base coefficient times technique coefficient. Lu Fang pondered. So in theory, if someone has extremely high attributes, even with a low technique coefficient, they can still score high. Or even achieve a perfect score. Shin Jinglei grinned. In theory, yes. The world is just that unfair. Some people train for 10 years and still can't match the natural attribute growth of others. There's no use in complaining. He added another remark. But I need to correct one thing. Just having high attributes won't get you a perfect score. Lu Fang looked at him. Shin Jinglei raised a finger. The maximum for each of the 4 attributes is 15. If the technique coefficient is only 1, that means the person's base coefficient must reach 15. In other words, their base attributes need to be over 7 times the average of the same level. Over 7 times. Shin Jinglei clicked his tongue. What does that even mean? Even the best graduates from the 5 great academies only reach about 4 times the average. And that's already monstrous. 7 times. That's not a genius. That's a beast. Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei, oblivious to Lu Fang's subtle expression, continued. So why do universities emphasize training? Because attribute growth has limits. But technique allows you to extract more value from the same attributes. That's far more reliable than relying on brute stats. Lu Fang nodded and asked curiously, I understand the 4 attribute test and the combat test. But how is the potential test measured? Xin Jinglei spoke. That's even simpler. See that crystal ball over there? Lu Fang followed his gaze. On the other side of the room sat a translucent crystal ball half a person in height. It hovered atop a silver base with what looked like a nebula slowly swirling within. It looked completely different from the other instruments. Xin Jinglei said, just place your hand on it. The crystal ball will directly sense your potential. Professional qualities, acquired skills, skill growth, attribute growth, future bottlenecks, and class change evaluation will all affect your potential score. Lu Fang's eyes flickered. That accurate? Xin Jinglei shrugged. Hard to say if it's accurate or not. But since Tianlong has used it for so many years, there must be a reason. A potential score of 20 points. Normally exceeding 10 points is considered good. Above 12 points is basically the core training level of major academies. Above 15 points is a truly top-tier seedling. He paused, puffing out his chest slightly. Before my first class change, my potential score was under 10. Back then, many thought I lacked long-term potential. And the result? I got an SS rank evaluation upon my first class change. My potential score directly rebounded to 13 points. 13 points. Xin Jinglei emphasized. That score already surpasses the vast majority of geniuses of the same level from the 5 great academies. He grew more animated. And I'm about to undergo my second class change soon. This time I will definitely get an SS rank evaluation again. When that happens, my potential score will surely keep rising. Maybe ITLL even surge past 15 points. Then I'll be the top genius among top geniuses. Lu Fang glanced at him and said earnestly, an SS rank evaluation is not easy to achieve. Getting one is truly impressive. I wish you an SS rank evaluation for your second class change too. Xin Jinglei was taken aback. You? How can you be so sincere? Then he grinned. Brother, just for that blessing, if you end up losing points later, I'll consider lending you some. Lu Fang was speechless. Just then Gu Qinghan was ready to begin the test. All eyes in the room focused on him. Gu Qinghan's gaze sharpened, and he stomped his foot firmly on the ground, instantly lowering his center of gravity. He engaged his core, channeled the force through his shoulders and arms, and threw a punch. Thud! A muffled drumbeat exploded across the testing room. The massive drumhead immediately caved inward. Then the drumhead rippled like water, spreading clear concentric waves. The next second, the holographic screen flickered slightly. Gu Qinghan strength test 7. 3 points. The moment the score appeared, many around wore expressions of mild surprise. As a magic-based class, scoring 7. 3 in a strength test was already respectable. Xin Jinglei rubbed his chin. Not bad. Lu Fang looked at the drumhead. It had already returned to its original state, as if the dent and ripples from the punch had never existed. Noticing Lu Fang's gaze, Xin Jinglei took the initiative to explain. Get it? The depth of the dent reflects base attributes. The extent of the ripples reflects technique. Lu Fang asked, what about that punch just now? Xin Jinglei replied, the ripples were quite nice, indicating good striking technique. I'd estimate the technique coefficient at around 1.8, but the dent was average. Base attributes were probably around 4 points. Lu Fang nodded. I see. Nearby Xiaji noted down the score. Next item. Gu Qinghan turned and walked to another device. It was a long black running track, suspended half a meter above the ground. Gu Qinghan stepped onto the track. The track activated instantly, and his figure began moving at high speed. The initial pace was not extreme. But soon streaks of silver light flashed along the track, and the speed continuously increased. Gu Qinghan's feet tapped rapidly, his form constantly changing direction on the narrow track. It wasn't just straight line running either. There were sudden stops, pivots, sidesteps, and bursts of explosive speed. After a minute, the test ended. Agility test 7. 8 points. The score was also not low. Xiaji continued recording. Spirit test. Gu Qinghan walked over to a transparent crystal. This crystal was a pale blue with what looked like a miniature star sea slowly churning within. A staff member said, During the spirit test, you are not allowed to actively use any spiritual skills. You only need to passively endure the spiritual pressure. The test will gradually increase the pressure. You may voluntarily withdraw if you cannot hold on. Gu Qinghan nodded. Then he placed his hand on the crystal. Light blazed within the crystal, and an intangible spiritual pressure instantly radiated outward. Although those nearby were not within the test range, they could still feel a faint sense of oppression. Gu Qinghan stood, still, his expression largely unchanged. The crystal's light deepened layer by layer. Gu Qinghan's brow furrowed slightly, but his hand remained steadily on the crystal. Finally, the crystal vibrated. The test concluded. Spirit Test 12. 0 points. As soon as the score appeared, a low murmur rippled through the room. 12 points. As expected of someone from the Star Academy. Gu Qinghan's spiritual attribute is indeed very strong. Shen Jinglei clicked his tongue. The main attribute of a magic-based class really does have some weight to it. Lu Fang looked at the screen. This score was clearly higher than the other categories. It seemed every class had its own area of advantage. Xia Ji said nothing more. Constitution test. Gu Qinghan walked to the fourth crystal. This crystal was different from the one for the spirit test. It appeared a murky gray with black, purple, green, and red lights flickering alternately within. Gu Qinghan took a deep breath and placed his hand on it. The next second, a wisp of gray energy crept up his arm and his face paled slightly. Then purple poison runes emerged. Red burning spots appeared. Frost began to climb up his wrist. Various negative states piled on layer by layer. Gu Qinghan was clearly not as composed as during the spirit test. But he gritted his teeth and endured until his body swayed slightly, at which point the crystal automatically stopped. Constitution Test 6. 8 points. Xia Ji finished recording. Continue to the potential test. Gu Qinghan approached the final crystal and pressed his hand against it. In an instant, light points within the crystal converged sharply. A soft radiance lit up from inside the sphere. Moments later, the screen displayed the result. Potential Test 13. 4 points. Shen Jinglei raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Finally, it was time for the last item, the practical combat test. Gu Qinghan walked into a simulation pod deep within the room. The pod was entirely silver-white, shaped like a standing metal coffin. The pod door closed. A layer of silver light enveloped the pod. The next second, a virtual battlefield appeared on the holographic screen. Gu Qinghan's figure materialized in the center of the battlefield. Opposite him, 10 virtual humanoid figures slowly coalesced: a shield warrior, an assassin, an archer, a mage, and a healer. The composition was remarkably complete. A glint of surprise appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. Simulated training. Shen Jinglei nodded. Yes, one of the core devices of the Tianlong training camp. This thing isn't just ordinary technology. Lu Fang looked at him. Shen Jinglei lowered his voice, speaking with an unusual solemnity. This ability comes from a former top powerhouse of Dragon Nation. His class was called the Weaver of Illusions. It was a very special class, able to weave false worlds and virtualize part of a professional status. During his lifetime, he forged a unique piece of equipment. That equipment had the power to project professionals into a special space virtually. Later, that predecessor fell in battle, but the equipment remained. Descendants used his equipment as a foundation to create the current virtual network. The metal pod you see now. Inside, combat simulates pain, fatigue, and mental depletion. But there is no true death. Thus it is perfect for practical tests. Lu Fang looked at the light screen. The battle had already begun. Facing 10 enemies of the same level, Gu Qinghan immediately raised a stellar barrier, isolating himself from the enemy assassins. Then a star chart materialized beneath his feet. Stellar orbs of light coalesced around him. Boom, boom, boom. The orbs detonated one after another. The virtual battlefield was awash with starlight. But the 10 enemies were no mere training dummies. Shield warriors held the front line. Assassins struck from the flanks. Archers continually suppressed his movements. Mages engaged in long-range duels. Healers rapidly restored health from the rear. Gu Qinghan maintained his rhythm initially, but as time passed, he was forced to expend mental energy to create distance. Ultimately, after defeating the 7th enemy, an assassin closed in. A dagger slashed across his throat. The virtual battlefield image froze. Practical Test 12. For points, the total score began to aggregate on the light screen. Xia Ji watched the data, recording each item. Gu Qinghan Strength Test 7. 3 points Agility Test 7. 8 points Mental Test 12. 0 points Physique Test 6. 8 points Potential Test 13. 4 points practical test 12. 4 points total score 59. 7 points after this result the people from Star Academy nodded. Not dazzling but sufficiently excellent. Xiaji also gave a slight nod. Next, the tests proceeded one after another. Newcomer after newcomer stepped forward. The overall standard of students from the 5 great academies was indeed high. Most people's total scores ranged between 55 and 65. Occasionally someone excelled in a particular area. For instance, a melee professional from Tianwu University scored 12.7 points in the strength test, or a support professional from Holy Spirit Academy with average physique and practical scores, but a potential test score of 14. Overall, however, the score gap had not widened decisively. Lu Fang stood at the back of the crowd quietly observing each test. Xin Jinglei occasionally offered a comment. This one has good strength, but his technique is too crude. This one's agility has something to it. He's practiced his footwork. Tisk, his mental pressure only lasted this long. Star Academy would shake their heads. This physique score is decent, suitable for taking hits on the front lines. Potential score of 12, neither high nor low, a standard genius. He commented naturally, completely disregarding the increasingly dark expressions of those nearby. On the other side, Xiaji recorded data while conversing quietly with Lu Chun. This batch of newcomers has good overall quality. Their average level is above average compared to previous recruit camp tests. Lu Chun watched the newcomers being tested, his expression calm. Normal. In recent years, the front lines have been brutal. Casualty rates are rising. Many injured veterans end up teaching at various academies. This has raised the educational standards of the academies. Hearing this, Xiaji's smile faded slightly. He was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Indeed, students getting stronger is a good thing. But to improve educational standards this way, Xiaji continued to preside over the tests. He glanced at the list and called out the next name. Xin Jinglei. The moment these 3 words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire testing room shifted palpably. The members of the 5 great academies who had been murmuring fell silent almost simultaneously. Gazes fell upon Xin Jinglei. Some defiant, some cold, some filled with veiled wariness. Xin Jinglei rolled his neck and grinned. Finally, my turn. He then looked at Lu Fang. Brother, watch closely. They'll show you how to make the 5 academies do a face change. Lu Fang. The faces of those from the 5 academies darkened instantly. Xin Jinglei, you'd better actually have the skill. Xin Jinglei, carrying the broad-bladed longsword on his back, strode toward the strength-testing drum. No need to rush. He took the longsword from his back and casually thrust it into the ground beside him. Boom! The blade sank into the earth. The entire testing room seemed to tremble slightly. Many people's eyelids twitched. The sword was incredibly heavy. Xin Jinglei stood before the massive drum, his playful expression finally fading. His body sank slightly. His feet pressed into the floor, his spine arched like a bow, and his right fist slowly drew back. At that moment, Lu Fang could clearly sense that Xin Jinglei's aura had transformed. The talkative, provocative figure from moments ago seemed to vanish. In his place was a deadly blade about to be unsheathed. The next second, Xin Jinglei threw a punch. Dong! The drum emitted a thunderous, oppressive roar. The drumhead instantly caved inward. The indentation was deeper than anyone before him. Then ripples exploded outward violently. Not the delicate, spreading ripples of Gu Qinghan, but brutal and tumultuous. The numbers on the testing platform leaped wildly. A moment later, the score appeared on the light screen. Xin Jinglei strength test 13. 5 points, boom. The entire testing room erupted. 13.5. 13.5 on the strength test. You've got to be kidding. That's nearly a perfect score. That strength-based professional from Tianwu only got 12.7, right? Isn't Xin Jinglei from an ordinary academy? How is his strength so high? The faces of the 5 great academies had all changed, especially the melee professionals from Tianwu University, whose expressions were grim to the extreme. Tianwu University had always been renowned for melee combat and physical cultivation. Yet now Xin Jinglei, a graduate of an ordinary academy, had surpassed everyone from Tianwu in the strength test. This was no longer a matter of scores. It was a humiliation grinding their faces into the dirt. Xin Jinglei slowly withdrew his fist and turned to look at the crowd. Why so quiet? The 5 great academies were quite talkative, weren't they? No one responded, but many fists had already clenched silently. Xin Jinglei's grin widened. Lu Fang, see that? That's what I call a face change. He turned and walked toward the next test. In the subsequent tests, his performance was no longer as exaggerated. As the scores flashed, someone from the 5 great academies finally found a chance to sneer. What use is high strength? His weaknesses are too obvious. Shin Jinglei heard them but paid no heed, merely picking his ear. Keep the sour grapes coming. I enjoy it. With that, he turned his gaze to the final 2 tests. After a moment's thought, he first approached the potential crystal. The moment his palm pressed against it, light blazed within the crystal. After a brief moment, potential test 13. 2 points, 13.2. This score was also not low. The final item. The combat test. Before entering the simulation pod, Shin Jinglei suddenly turned back to glance at the crowd from the 5 great academies. Open your eyes wide. This item is my true domain. The pod door closed. A virtual battlefield appeared on the light screen. Shin Jinglei stood in the center of a desolate plain. 10 enemies of the same level materialized rapidly. The instant Shin Jinglei saw them, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He drew his blade directly. Boom! The ground of the virtual battlefield burst open violently. Shin Jinglei, like a bolt of black-red lightning, shot forward. First slash. He struck directly at the vanguard shield-bearer in the front. The shield-bearer raised his shield to block. But the moment the blade edge fell, the shield split apart. The virtual shield-bearer was sent staggering back by the single slash. The next second, Shin Jinglei twisted his foot and swept his blade horizontally. The distant archer had just created distance, but a blade light had already sliced along the ground towards him. Boom! The archer's phantom exploded instantly. Long-range blade chi. Lu Fang's eyes narrowed slightly. On the light screen, Shin Jinglei barely defended. He was on the offensive the entire time. An assassin circled behind him. He turned and struck back, shattering both the figure and its shadow. A mage began to chant. He stomped forward, his blade tearing through the flame barrier. A healer retreated. He raised his hand and sent a blade light flying, precisely interrupting the healing skill. Domineering, ferocious, unreasonable. In less than 3 minutes, all 10 virtual enemies were annihilated. The light screen flickered. Combat test 18. 0 points. A dead silence fell over the venue. 18 points. The highest combat score so far. And it was a league of its own. The previous highest combat score was just over 15 points. The total scores began to accumulate. Shin Jinglei total score 73 points, currently the highest. Seeing this score, the faces of the 5 great academies members turned utterly grim. Not just a little grim, but as if they had been publicly slapped. Xiaji looked at the score on the light screen, a glint of interest in his eyes. He's got something. Lu Chun said calmly. Though his mouth is sharp, he does have real strength. Xiaji looked at Lu Chun. Was he really just an ordinary class before his first-class advancement? Lu Chun nodded. Yes, a mad blade warrior. An ordinary melee class. But his first-class advancement evaluation was extremely high, causing his class to undergo a transformation into a rare one. The star-shattering heavenly blade. Xiaji's eyes flickered. No wonder. Lu Chun continued. The star-shattering heavenly blade is powerful in both ranged and melee combat. Its strength attribute growth surpasses all other classes of the same level. Xiaji watched Shin Jinglei emerge from the simulation pod and nodded. It's not easy for an ordinary academy to produce such a student. Lu Chun said. That's why Tianlong wanted him. Shin Jinglei walked out of the pod, glanced at his total score on the screen, then at the members of the 5 great academies. The smile on his face was almost unstoppable. Geniuses of the 5 great academies. I concede the victory. The members of the 5 great academies fell silent. Many had grim faces. They had lost in scores. They had also lost in dignity. In an excellent mood, Shin Jinglei leisurely walked back to Lu Fang's side. He then deliberately flicked his hair. Brother, how was it? Was I cool? Lu Fang nodded. Cool. Shin Jinglei was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Next, the tests continued. Several more people from the 5 great academies stepped up. But the atmosphere was markedly different from before. With Shin Jinglei's 73 points dominating the top of the screen, everyone who followed seemed somewhat inadequate. Several consecutive people scored at most 68.3. A gap of nearly 5 points from Shin Jinglei's 73. The faces of the 5 great academies members grew increasingly dark. Especially since every time someone finished testing, Shin Jinglei would stroke his chin and comment, not bad, but still a bit short of me. At this moment, Xiaji looked at the list again, his gaze pausing for a moment. He then spoke, Jinyuan Academy. Shi Yanqing. The moment these 3 words fell, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the testing room suddenly shifted. Almost everyone from the 5 great academies looked up simultaneously. Especially those from Jinyuan Academy, whose eyes lit up instantly. A youth clad in black battle armor slowly emerged from the crowd. His physique was not imposing, even appearing somewhat lean. But with every step he took, he exuded an aura of profound stability. As Shi Yanqing walked forward, he deliberately glanced at Shun Jinglei. His gaze was very calm. No provocation, no anger. Yet it was precisely this calmness that made the atmosphere even more tense. The members of the 5 great academies suddenly became expectant. Shi Yanqing is finally up. This will be good to watch. Was Shin Jinglei just acting arrogant? Wait till Shi Yanqing's results come out, let's see if he can still smile. The top student of Jinyuan Academy's senior year. The smile on Shin Jinglei's face also slowly faded. He watched Shi Yanqing's back, refraining from his usual taunts for once. Lu Fang noticed his change. Is he that strong? Shin Jinglei nodded. Very strong. His tone was unusually serious. He's ranked first in the entire senior year at Jinyuan Academy. A true monster. And he's already completed his 3rd class advancement, rumored to have gotten triple SSS ratings. Lu Fang's eyes flickered. That was indeed formidable. Shin Jinglei continued, rumor has it that during his 2nd class advancement, he had already entered the frontline battlefield. He encountered an ambush there. His squad was scattered and he faced 2 3rd class advancement enemies. The result? He killed both of them single-handedly. Lu Fang nodded. A 2nd class advancement slaying 2 3rd class advancement foes. That feat was indeed monstrously strong. Shi Yanqing stood before the massive drum for the strength test, adjusting his state. Everyone knew that, in a sense, Shi Yanqing's test was no longer just his own. It was a battle for the prestige of the 5 great academies. Shin Jinglei had just secured 73 points. If someone from an ordinary academy ended up surpassing all 5 great academies, they would likely have trouble holding their heads high in the training camp for a long time. Especially with Shin Jinglei's mouth. He would definitely harp on about this. So Shi Yanqing had to win. Shi Yanqing slowly raised his hand. The next second he stepped forward. His fist struck. Boom! The moment his fist landed on the drum's surface, a deep, muffled explosion erupted. The drumhead caved in sharply. Immediately after, ripples spread outward in concentric circles. Unlike the violent and coarse ripples Shin Jinglei had created, Shi Yanqing's punch created a slightly smaller depression, yet the ripples spread far and wide. Scores materialized on the light screen. Shi Yanqing strength test 13. 0 points, 13 points. As this score appeared, a glimmer of light shone in the eyes of the 5 great academies members. Although it fell short of Shin Jinglei's 13. 5, the gap was minimal. More importantly, everyone knew that strength was not Shi Yanqing's only forte. Even Shin Jinglei raised an eyebrow at this score. 13 points. Not bad. Almost caught up to me. Several members of the Jinyuan Academy cast cold glances at him, but Shin Jinglei acted as if he hadn't seen them. Don't look at me like that. A difference of 0. 5 is still a difference. Shi Yanqing paid him no heed and strode directly to the next test, the agility test. The black treadmill activated. The moment he stepped onto it, his entire demeanor transformed. His speed wasn't the most astonishing, but his steps were incredibly steady. Every change of direction, every sudden stop, every dodge of a virtual obstacle was executed with impeccable precision. It was as if he wasn't being tested on a high-speed treadmill, but evading attacks on a real battlefield. The test concluded. Agility test 11. 6 points. The spirits of the 5 great academies members lifted. This score was clearly higher than Shin Jinglei's 8. 4. The smile on Shin Jinglei's face faded slightly. TSK. The Jinyuan Academy really does teach solid fundamentals. Next, Constitution test 12. 2 points. Another high score. The anticipation on the faces of the 5 great academies members grew increasingly evident. Moments later, mental test 10. 9 points. Although not as exaggerated as the scores of magic-type professions, it was still quite excellent for a combat-oriented professional. Potential test 14. 1 points. Even Xiaji gave a slight nod upon seeing this score. 14. 1. This was the highest potential score of the entire session so far. A clear look of excitement finally appeared in the eyes of the 5 great academies members. Shin Jinglei rubbed his chin and remained silent. Finally, combat test 16. 2 points. It was lower than Shin Jinglei's 18 points, but still high enough. Combined with his previous scores, his total had clearly surpassed Shin Jinglei's. The light screen began to compile the results. Shi Yanqing, total score 77 points, 77 points. The moment the results were announced, the members of the 5 great academies could no longer contain themselves. Excellent. 77 points. Shi Yanqing truly lives up to his title as the top senior of Jinyuan Academy. This is the real standard of the 5 great academies. See that Xin Jinglei, 73 points, and you dared to be so arrogant. The members of Jinyuan Academy also wore smiles on their faces. They had finally gotten their revenge. But in the next second, Xin Jinglei spoke darkly. Out of dozens of people, only one scored higher than me. And he had 2 more years of schooling. Does that make you proud? The cheers that had just erupted instantly died in their throats. The expressions of the 5 great academies members visibly stiffened. A few opened their mouths but found themselves unable to retort. Xin Jinglei shook his head. Sigh. The 5 great academies. Are your standards really this low? This time everyone was completely silenced. The members of Jinyuan Academy wore grim expressions, but couldn't find anything else to say. Shi Yanqing walked out of the simulation pod, glanced at Xin Jinglei, and said calmly, "I'll wait for you to catch up in the training camp." Xin Jinglei grinned. "Don't worry. It won't take long." Shi Yanqing said no more and turned back to join his team from Jinyuan Academy. Xia Ji looked at the scores on the light screen, his admiration deepening. Shi Yanqing is indeed impressive, worthy of being the top senior at Jinyuan Academy. Lu Chun nodded. He's truly formidable. This score is even a bit higher than mine back then. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Ji's eyes. Higher than you monster. Lu Chun replied calmly. When I first entered the rookie training camp, my total score was 75. Xia Ji chuckled. It seems this batch has a few promising talents. The tests continued. After Shi Yanqing, many others took their turns. The 5 great academies lived up to their reputation. The truly elite among them did not disappoint. Soon a senior from Tianwu University scored 74 points. A mental-type professional from Xingshan Academy, leveraging a 15-point mental test and a 15.6-point combat test, ultimately secured a score of 75. Both of these scores surpassed Xin Jinglei's. The ranking on the light screen shifted accordingly. First Shi Yanqing 77 points. Second Xingshan Academy 75 points. Third Tianwu University 74 points. Fourth Xin Jinglei 73 points. Staring at the rankings, Xin Jinglei's smile dimmed slightly. But only slightly. Lu Fang glanced at him. If a few more people end up ahead of you according to the odds, you'll be losing points, right? Xin Jinglei immediately shook his head. Impossible. Lu Fang asked, so sure. Xin Jinglei lowered his voice, a smug grin creeping back onto his face. Bro, you don't really think my earlier provocation of the 5 great academies was completely reckless, do you? Lu Fang was silent for a moment. Wasn't it? Xin Jinglei's expression froze, then he cleared his throat. Of course not. I may seem reckless, but am actually meticulous. I've already scouted out who's strong and who's weak among this batch of 5 great academies rookies. Only these 3 could rank ahead of me. So I'm definitely going to profit. Lu Fang looked at him, then gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Xin Jinglei nodded with satisfaction. Learn from me. In the Tianlong training camp, you can't just rely on fighting. You also have to know how to calculate. Lu Fang. Soon. The last few rookies from the 5 great academies finished their tests. The results were just as Xin Jinglei had predicted. No one surpassed him. Although a support professional from Shangling Academy scored 72. 5 points, a mere 0. 5 points behind Xin Jinglei, a loss was still a loss. Xin Jinglei visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the final rankings. After reviewing the list, Xia Ji's gaze finally landed on the last name. Lu Fang. The sound of his name echoed. The attention of everyone in the testing room converged on him once more. However, most expressions were indifferent. Some even looked bored. Of course, they remembered the bet. But he was someone who hadn't even graduated high school. He had never been through a university training system. How could he possibly rank ahead of them? If someone like that could surpass them, the students of the 5 great academies might as well give up. Xin Jinglei patted Lu Fang on the shoulder. Bro, good luck. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just surpassing one person from the 5 great academies would be enough to humiliate them. They'll definitely hype it up for you. Lu Fang smiled. My goal is first place. The smile on Xin Jinglei's face froze instantly. He thought he had misheard. First. Lu Fang nodded. Xin Jinglei stood there stunned. He opened his mouth, but for a moment no words came out. Seriously, bro? A high schooler aiming for first? This wasn't confidence anymore. This was simply absurd. The people from the 5 great academies around them had also heard Lu Fang's words. Many laughed outright. Haha, what an adorable junior. Ah, youth. We were all that arrogant once. If I had been recruited by the Tianlong Academy in high school, I'd be even more arrogant than him. But once his scores come out, hell, see the gap. The junior is eager to gift us points. He's a good guy. Don't tease him. Makes sense. Xia Ji chuckled softly to Lu Chun. Let the kid lose some points and learn his lesson. Youth needs to be tempered by reality. Lu Chun, however, remained calm. Perhaps not. Xia Ji was taken aback. Perhaps not. He looked at Lu Chun. You think he might actually beat some of them? Lu Chun didn't answer directly. After a moment, he only said 3 words. Just watch. A flicker of emotion passed through Xia Ji's eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Fang stepped forward, approached the giant drum, and slowly raised his right hand. His movements were ordinary. There was none of Shun Jinglai's explosive power like a drawn bow nor Shi Yanqing's supremely steady stance. In the eyes of many students from the 5 great academies, Lu Fang's preparatory movements for this punch seemed almost laughably crude. Just as expected, no formal training. That stance is way too basic. Forget technique, he probably doesn't even know how to deliver his full power. Ah, he's a high schooler. Normal. Someone whispered. Shun Jinglai watched with a furrowed brow. He had already warned Lu Fang. The strength test wasn't just about looking at stats. The same amount of strength could yield completely different results in different hands. Damn it, even if you don't know any technique, you should at least wind up a bit. At that moment, Lu Fang threw a punch. Thud. The sound wasn't particularly explosive. At least compared to Shun Jinglai's punch, it lacked a lot of presence. The moment his fist hit the drum's surface, everyone instinctively looked at the ripples on the drumhead. Yet, there were none. Not a single ripple. The dark red drumhead didn't show any sign of technical finesse. It was like a heavy piece of metal struck by brute force, simply absorbing the blow. The faces of the 5 academies people instantly showed an expression of I knew it. No ripples. Almost no technique coefficient. Pure brute force. Even with decent strength stats, the score won't be too crazy. Shun Jinglai was also a bit embarrassed. He had actually been shaken when Lu Fang said his goal was first. But in the very next instant, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong, because the surface of the giant drum was caving inward. Not an ordinary dent, but extremely deep, extremely deep, extremely deep. An inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The entire center of the drumhead had formed an astonishingly deep pit, centered on Lu Fang's fist. The murmurs in the room ceased abruptly. The expressions of the 5 academy students froze instantly. They stared at the deeply sunken drumhead, their eyes shifting. From disdain to doubt to shock. Finally to disbelief. Isn't this dent a bit exaggerated? Am I seeing things? Why can the drumhead sink like this without any technique ripples? How high must his base strength be? No way didn't Shun Jinglai make a shallower dent. This is impossible. The voices in the testing room became chaotic. Everyone was baffled by this scene. 0 technique ripples. Yet the base dent was incredibly deep. The impact of these 2 phenomena together was even more staggering than someone strong in both technique and stats. The expression on Shun Jinglai's face also froze. He stared at the drumhead, his throat bobbing. Wait, bro, what kind of base strength is that? The score hadn't appeared on the light screen yet, but no one at the scene dared to underestimate this punch anymore. Someone couldn't help but whisper a guess. With this dent, the base coefficient must be at least 5 times right. 5 times? I think even more. Could it be 6 times the average strength for the same level? Are you kidding? There's no way he has that level of strength. Everyone stared fixedly at the light screen in the air. At this moment, even those who had been most indifferent to Lu Fang couldn't help but hold their breath. They wanted to know, how many points would this punch score? The next second, the light screen flickered. A line of data appeared. Lu Fang's strength test, 15 points silence. The entire testing room fell into a terrifying silence. All sounds vanished. It was as if this single score had sucked the air out of the room for a moment. 15 points. A perfect score. Since the start of the rookie test. The first perfect score. Not Shi Yanqing. Not Shun Jinglai. Not the top talents from the 5 great academies who had completed their 2nd or 3rd job changes. But a rookie who hadn't even graduated high school. And the most absurd part was, he had no technique ripples. That meant he had practically smashed the strength test to a perfect score using pure base strength. Boom! After a brief dead silence, the entire testing room erupted. Perfect score? A perfect score on the strength test? Isn't he a high schooler? He doesn't even have technique ripples. A perfect score without technique. What kind of base strength is that? What exactly is his class? A pure strength-only class. The people from the 5 great academies could no longer sit still. They had just thought Lu Fang's score wouldn't be high without technique. And in the next second, reality slapped them hard. No technique. Yes, he indeed had no technique. But his base strength was so high it could directly ignore technique. What could they say now? Xin Jinglei was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the 15 points on the screen, then at the giant drum that had returned to its original state, and his mouth twitched violently. He suddenly remembered what he had said to Lu Fang earlier. A perfect score with just stats was basically impossible. If the technique coefficient was only 1, the base stats needed to be over 7 times the average for the same level. Even the best graduates from the 5 great academies reached at most 4 times. Bro, you're cheating. Over on the other side, Xia Ji looked at the 15 points on the screen, and a rare, obvious flicker of emotion appeared in his eyes. Perfect score. He turned to look at Lu Chun. Did you know about this all along? Lu Chun was silent for a moment. No. Xia Ji was taken aback. Lu Chun continued. This is my first time witnessing his power too. Xia Ji. He had originally thought Lu Chen's just watch earlier was because he already knew Lu Fang had this trump card. So you didn't know either. Then what was all that mysterious act for? Xia Ji took a deep breath. Now I understand why he was specially recruited. With this basic strength alone, he already qualifies for entry into Tianlong. Lu Chen did not refute. He knew something of Lu Fang's abilities, yet such an exaggerated, almost unreasonable level of basic strength. This was truly the first time he had witnessed it. A high school student, relying solely on basic strength to achieve a perfect score on the Tianlong training camp's strength test. A monster like this, even Lu Chun had never seen before. After a brief shock, the crowd from the 5 great academies gradually calmed down. Soon someone spoke up. He's truly a monster. But his strength doesn't guarantee excellence in the comprehensive test. That's right. The more extreme a single professional ability is, the easier it is to be unbalanced. He must be a pure strength-type profession. But in such professions, agility, spirit, and physique are definitely very weak. There's still the practical test. Without technique, no matter how high the attributes, it's easy to be countered. These words quickly won approval from many. A perfect score in strength was indeed outrageous. But the rookie test wasn't limited to strength alone. There were 6 items in total. For a pure strength-type profession, a single explosive score was normal. But if the other items lagged, the total score still wouldn't rise. Why did Shi Yanqing score 77? Because he was strong across the board. Why could Xin Jinglei only get 73? Because his spirit test held him back. Xin Jinglei, listening to the surrounding discussions, rubbed his chin. Honestly, he too thought this judgment made sense. The more extreme the profession system, the easier it was to be unbalanced. Lu Fang's strength being so exaggerated likely meant he had obvious weaknesses in other areas. That would be reasonable. But for some reason, Xin Jinglei's mind suddenly recalled Lu Fang's earlier words, "My goal is first place." When he first heard it, he thought Lu Fang was dreaming. But now, looking at the glaring 15 points on the screen, Xin Jinglei suddenly wasn't so sure. This guy, could he really have more to show? Lu Fang paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. He merely withdrew his fist calmly. From the moment Xin Jinglei explained the test rules, Lu Fang had a rough idea. In terms of technique, he indeed lacked systematic training from the university system. But basic attributes, he had never been short of those. Lu Fang turned and walked toward the agility test treadmill. This time, there were no more dismissive gazes. Those who had been waiting to mock him now all fell silent. A perfect score with 1 punch. Such a performance was enough to make everyone cast aside their contempt. Lu Fang stepped onto the black treadmill. Virum. The runes lit up. The treadmill slowly started. At first, the speed wasn't fast. Lu Fang simply ran forward. His movements were far from professional. He lacked the light, trained steps of the 5 great academy students. Nor did he possess Shi Yanqing's near-precise rhythm control. Then the treadmill's speed surged abruptly. Lu Fang's foot stomped and his entire body lunged forward. Whoosh! His figure left a trail of afterimages. Everyone's eyelids twitched simultaneously. So fast. This speed. Wait, he still has no technique. He's simply running fast. On both sides of the treadmill, the first virtual obstacle popped out. Normally trained individuals would anticipate the obstacle's trajectory and dodge in the most efficient way. But Lu Fang did not. He only changed direction forcefully after the obstacle appeared. His movements weren't graceful. They were almost crude. Yet he was too fast. So fast that the moment the virtual obstacle appeared, his body had already shifted sideways. The second obstacle. The third obstacle. The fourth obstacle. Throughout, Lu Fang used no technical routes. He relied solely on his terrifying base speed and reflexes to forcibly complete dodges, turns, sudden stops, and direction changes. The treadmill's speed increased. The frequency of virtual obstacles grew higher. The expressions on the crowd's faces grew increasingly stiff. No way. Can you even test like this? Every turn he makes is awkward. Theoretically, it wastes a lot of time. But the problem is his base speed is too fast. Even after wasting time, he's still faster than others. What kind of method is this? Shen Jinglei watched with twitching eyes. He had just thought Lu Fang might be a pure strength type profession. But now, could this agility performance possibly belong to a pure strength type? Those forced turns were completely unreasonable. Others used technique to minimize loss. Lu Fang simply used speed to override the loss. Even by taking detours, he still reached the finish line before others. That was just infuriating. The 5 Great Academies crowd watched with numbed scalps. A perfect strength score is one thing. But why is his speed also this exaggerated? A profession with both strength and agility off the charts. What exactly is his profession? This isn't reasonable. Where is such a broken profession? Lu Fang paid no attention to the reactions around him. His focus remained on the treadmill and obstacles. As the treadmill accelerated for its final round, Lu Fang's figure flashed repeatedly. Several virtual obstacles brushed past his clothes. Finally, Virum, the treadmill stopped. Lu Fang stood still, his breathing still steady. The data on the test platform rapidly aggregated. Everyone stared fixedly at the screen. In this item, Lu Fang had wasted considerable time during the process. But his base speed was too exaggerated. So exaggerated that no one dared to predict the final score. The next second, the screen refreshed. Lu Fang agility test 15 points. Another perfect score. A second perfect score. The entire venue erupted again. I need to swear. 15 points. Agility is also 15 points. 2 perfect scores. He already has 30 points. And only 2 items have been tested. Strength perfect, agility perfect. What kind of profession is this guy? The expressions of the 5 Great Academies crowd shifted completely. If a perfect strength score could be explained by Lu Fang being an extreme strength type profession, then how could the agility perfect score be explained? What weighed even heavier on their hearts was that Lu Fang had already scored 30 points. The test had 6 items total, out of a total of 100 points. Even if Lu Fang performed only averagely in the next 4 items with these 2 perfect scores, he could surpass many. Many who had total scores of just over 50 or 60 points were already feeling uneasy. No way. Could he really surpass some people? 2 perfect scores in the first 2 items is too outrageous. As long as the later items aren't a complete disaster, his total will definitely be high. But he can't be all around, can he? At these words, the surrounding crowd seemed to grasp a final lifeline. Absolutely impossible. With strength and agility already this monstrous, other attributes will surely be weak. That's right. If he could also get perfect scores in the other 2, then there truly would be no justice in heaven. Shen Jinglei listened to these words without speaking. Now he no longer dared to state things definitively. Lu Fang was somewhat sinister. Xia Ji observed the second full score appearing, and his expression had completely changed. Strength full score, agility full score, and all achieved solely through basic attributes. He turned to look at Lu Chun. You really don't know? Lu Chun paused for a moment. I don't know. Xia Ji's gaze became even more peculiar. Then where on earth did you find this monster? The next item, a mental test. Lu Fang walked to the light blue crystal and placed his hand on it. Buzz. A faint blue light illuminated. Mental pressure was released. First phase. Lu Fang showed no reaction. Second phase. Lu Fang remained calm. Third phase. The internal blue light of the crystal deepened. The mental pressure significantly increased. Yet Lu Fang still stood there. His face was expressionless. He didn't even furrow his brow. The expressions of the 5 Academies members began to freeze gradually. What's going on? Why did he not react? This is already a mental pressure exceeding level 50 for him, right? The crystal's light continued to deepen. The light changed from light blue to dark blue. The dark blue turned into deep blue. Finally, a hint of purple emerged. The intensity of the pressure kept rising. Soon it surpassed the mental endurance threshold of second-tier professionals. Yet Lu Fang still showed no reaction. His eyes were calm, his breathing steady. It seemed that the pressure released by the crystal was not mental pressure but merely a trivial breeze. The surroundings fell completely silent. They had an extremely ominous premonition. A few seconds later, the crystal trembled. The test concluded. The light screen refreshed. Lu Fang mental test 15 points, third full score. No cheers. No gasps. Only a suffocating silence remained. The members of the 5 academies stared at the light screen, their expressions somewhat glazed. Xin Jinglei opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He no longer wanted to analyze. It was beyond analysis. Lu Fang withdrew his hand and walked toward the gray crystal. This time the crowd's gaze was numb with a hint of despair. Lu Fang placed his hand on it. A gray aura spread. First layer weakness. Lu Fang showed no reaction. Second layer burning. Lu Fang showed no reaction. Third layer freezing. A layer of frost climbed up his wrist but soon stopped as if it could not penetrate further. Fourth layer toxins. Purple patterns emerged then quickly faded. Fifth layer slowing. Sixth layer dizziness interference. Seventh layer. Eighth layer. Negative states layered upon one another. The colors within the crystal changed wildly. Yet Lu Fang stood there still showing no change. His complexion was not pale. His breathing was not erratic. His body did not sway. Not even his gaze wavered. It was as if those negative states which could torment ordinary professionals were being forcefully blocked outside his body. The members of the 5 academies were now completely numb. No need to look. Another full score. Heaven is unfair. Someone murmured softly. Upon hearing this, many felt a shared sentiment within. Who were they? The geniuses of the 5 academies. From childhood to adulthood, they were the monsters in others' eyes. They were the beings looked up to by their peers. They had long been accustomed to being stronger than others. They had also gotten used to looking down on ordinary professionals from their position as geniuses. Yet today, they suddenly experienced the feelings of those ordinary people looking at them. Powerless. Absurd. It turned out that geniuses could also have days where they looked up to others. It turned out they could also feel that the world was unfair. A few seconds later, the light of the gray crystal extinguished. On the light screen, the 4th score appeared. Lu Fang physical test 15 points, 4-dimensional test. All full scores. Current total score 60 points. There was no sound in the testing room, because any evaluation seemed somewhat pale in comparison to these 4 scores of 15. Xiaji stared at the light screen, remaining silent for a long time. He had seen too many geniuses and monsters, yet he had never seen someone like Lu Fang before. A pure numerical monster? A 4-dimensional pure numerical monster. This was no longer just excellence. This was rubbing the test rules into the ground. Lu Chun also rarely remained silent for a long time before looking at Xiaji. I didn't know he was this powerful before bringing him back. Honestly, if I'm lying, may I be a dog. Xiaji. Wait, this guy already has 60 points. One of the 5 suddenly woke up from his daze and shouted. Others also gradually regained their senses. Indeed, it was already 60 points. This had surpassed the final total score of many present. Those newcomers with total scores below 60 were now completely pale. Previously they thought Lu Fang was just giving out points. But what about now? The clown turned out to be themselves. They fought desperately, finishing 6 tests and ended up with over 50 points. Lu Fang casually finished 4 tests and already had 60 points. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why can he score full points without skills? What have we been practicing for all these years? Someone's voice trembled. This statement was too piercing. They thought that after systematic training in the 5 academies, they had already opened a qualitative gap with ordinary geniuses. Yet today, a high school student who hadn't even attended university used the most primitive basic values to crush the training results they were proud of into a joke. Others with slightly higher scores were not in a much better position, although they had not yet been surpassed by Lu Fang. But that was only temporary. Lu Fang still had 2 tests left. Even if he only scored average in the last 2, his total score would still be terrifying. Moreover, given the monster's current performance, could his last 2 scores be low? Many people looked at the light screen with eyes starting to become hollow. It wasn't that they had a bad mentality. It was just that the sense of oppression was too strong. Shen Jinglei stood in place silent for a few seconds. Then he suddenly raised his hand. Slap. He gave himself a slap. Slap. Another slap. Shen Jinglei rubbed his face and murmured softly. This isn't a dream. It's truly not a dream. Previously, when Lu Fang said his goal was first, he thought Lu Fang was crazy. After the full score in strength, he began to feel something was off. After the full score in agility, he started to doubt life. Now, with full scores in mental and physical tests, he completely believed it. Lu Fang truly had the ability to take first place. Lu Fang nodded at the test results and then looked at the last two tests, first heading towards the practical test. The staff immediately adjusted the equipment. The attention of the surrounding crowd was once again focused. Many still held a final glimmer of hope in their hearts. Now they did not wish for Lu Fang's score to be low. They only hoped he wouldn't achieve full marks. An abnormality in four-dimensional basics did not necessarily mean an abnormality in practical combat. After all, practical combat does not solely rely on values. Facing 10 equally ranked enemies requires skill, cooperation, battlefield judgment, professional mechanics, and adaptability. Actual combat is different from attribute testing, right? High attributes do give an advantage, but 10 enemies of the same rank aren't training dummies. With such monstrous stats, his class mechanics probably aren't too complex. A professional can't have everything. These words from the onlookers sounded like analysis, but they felt more like self-consolation. Lu Fang paid them no heed. He strode directly into the simulation pod. The hatch sealed shut. A silvery white radiance enveloped the entire pod. Upon the floating holographic screen, the virtual battlefield materialized swiftly. This time it was a desolate black plain. Lu Fang's virtual avatar appeared at the center of the battlefield. He sensed his own existence, murmuring to himself, "Quite interesting. My control over this body and class feels almost as real as in the physical world, and I can even use my skills." Opposite him, 10 enemies of the same rank began to coalesce. It was still a well-rounded squad composition, but as the battle commenced, Lu Fang raised his hand. 10 figures materialized simultaneously before him. The shield warrior moved to raise his shield. The mage began his incantation. The assassin started to vanish into stealth. The healer prepared to retreat. Yet it was already too late. 10 money ghosts lunged forward simultaneously. Their speed was so immense that afterimages trailed across the holographic screen. Boom! 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 10 explosive reports detonated almost as one. One money ghost shattered the shield warrior's defenses. Another tore through the mage's barrier. One money ghost yanked the assassin out of his half-stealth state. Several others pounced on the archer, healer, summoner, and the controller-type professional. There was no tactical maneuvering or probing. It was the most straightforward and brutal slaughter. 1 second. All 10 virtual enemies were obliterated. The holographic screen froze instantly. Combat test concluded. Time elapsed 1 second. Combat test score 20 points. Silence fell over the entire venue once more. Everyone stared at the screen in quiet awe. They gazed at that glaring score of 20, at that absurdly impossible time of 1 second. They had no words left. 10 enemies of the same rank, obliterated in 1 second. This wasn't a combat test. This was a massacre. The members of the 5 great academies had just been consoling themselves. Perhaps Lu Fang was just a numbers freak and his class mechanics weren't that strong. And then, Lu Fang summoned 10 monsters and annihilated 10 foes of the same rank in a single second. And they called his mechanics weak. Now they felt their earlier conjectures were nothing but a joke they told themselves to save face. But before they could even step onto that rickety stairway, Lu Fang kicked it away. On the screen, the total score refreshed. Current total score 80 points. 5 tests completed. 80 points. And he had achieved a perfect score on all 5. Only the potential test remained. Shi Yanqing's total score was 77. That meant even if Lu Fang scored 0 on the potential test, he had already surpassed Shi Yanqing. He was already first place. Xia Ji stared at the scene on the screen, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. Then he suddenly uttered 2 words in a low voice. Divinity. Lu Chen glanced at him, then nodded. Very likely. Xia Ji's gaze was grave. He has clearly surpassed the standard class system. Only divinity can explain it. So-called divinity was something only a fortunate few professionals could possess. In this world, some professionals were blessed by so-called gods. Upon acquiring divinity, their class would undergo a transformation. The class names of such individuals almost invariably bore special titles like God's Attendant, God's Favored, or God's Messenger. Every professional with divinity displayed some extraordinary characteristic far beyond the standard class system. Xiaji spoke in a low tone. Normally divinity only has a chance to manifest after at least the third class advancement. But he exhibits divine traits at the first advancement. Lu Chun shook his head. I can't fathom it either. Xiaji speculated. It's very possible that during his first advancement, his talent was so overwhelming that he directly gained the favor of some god. Lu Chun nodded. That must be it. But the question is which god? Both fell silent for a moment. The Dragon Kingdom's research on divine professionals was not insignificant. The directions of class favor left by known gods mostly had distinct characteristics. A divine path could usually be discerned from professional performance. But what about Lu Fang? His 4 basic attributes were all off the charts. He could summon 10 absurdly powerful minions. He didn't resemble war divinity, nor life divinity, nor the common directions like elemental darkness or death. Xiaji quickly racked his brain. Nothing matched. He looked at Lu Chun. Who do you think it is? Lu Chun squinted. Doesn't match any known god. Xiaji's eyes narrowed. A divinity not belonging to the known pantheon. Lu Chun said. At least based on the abilities displayed so far it doesn't fit. Xiaji took a deep breath. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either his class is deeply hidden and what we see now is just the surface. Or... He paused. His voice dropped even lower. The one who favors him is a god who has never appeared before. Lu Chun said nothing, but his eyes tacitly acknowledged this possibility. Both of them looked at Lu Fang simultaneously. This newcomer could no longer be described as a genius. This was a strategic grade seedling. At that moment Lu Fang was striding towards the final potential test crystal. The members of the 5 great academies watched Lu Fang's retreating figure, their emotions unbearably complex. This monster should get a perfect score on the potential test too, right? Do you even need to ask? Perfect scores on all 4 attributes and combat. If he doesn't get a perfect score on potential, then the test standards are flawed. I've given up struggling and consoling myself now, someone said in a hoarse voice. The others remained silent. Xiaji watched Lu Fang approach the crystal ball, his expression somewhat dazed. It seems the first perfect scorer in history is about to appear. Lu Chun did not refute. He watched Lu Fang's back and slowly nodded. Given Lu Fang's performance in the first 5 tests, a perfect score on the potential test was almost a foregone conclusion. In the history of the Tianlong training camp, there had been exceptionally brilliant newcomers before. But a perfect score of 100, it had never happened, because the test items covered such a broad spectrum. Strength, agility, physique, spirit, combat, potential. It was incredibly difficult for any professional to truly have no weaknesses across the board. Even those who later grew to become top-tier powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't achieve a near-perfect score when they entered the rookie training camp. The Tianlong organization had existed for millennia. Throughout its entire testing history, the number of those who scored over 90 could be counted on one hand. And these individuals, after they matured, invariably became pillars supporting the Dragon Kingdom or even all of humanity. Yet at this moment, Lu Chen's expression suddenly shifted. It was as if a thought had struck him. No! Xiaji turned his head. What's wrong? Lu Chun said in a deep voice. He must not touch that crystal ball. Xiaji was momentarily stunned. The next second his pupils violently contracted. Damn it! Xiaji finally realized. The potential test crystal could indeed assess a professional's potential. However, it was not without its limits. Naturally, normal tests for newcomers posed no issue. No matter how talented a novice, they would still fall within the crystal's capacity. But Lu Fang was different. This was a suspected divinity. Wait! Don't touch! But it was too late. Lu Fang let out a sound of confusion and turned back. Yet his hand had already rested upon the crystal orb. A hum sounded. The light within the crystal abruptly blazed. The starlight that had been gently swirling now spun madly, as if drawn by some terrifying force. A layer of golden radiance burst from the crystal's deepest core. Countless points of light expanded wildly. The entire crystal orb shone with blinding intensity. The gathered members of the 5 academies instinctively squinted. Here it comes. The potential score is about to appear. Is this light too intense? Full marks, definitely full marks. Need it even be said? Everyone expected a score of 20 to flash upon the light screen in the next second. But at that moment a crack sounded. An extremely crisp sound of fracturing suddenly echoed within the testing room. The expressions on everyone's faces froze simultaneously. They saw a crack appear on the surface of the transparent crystal orb. Immediately after, a dense network of cracks spread wildly like a spider's web. Lu Fang was also stunned. What is this about? He was about to withdraw his hand. In the next second a boom sounded. The entire potential test crystal exploded on the spot. Countless crystal fragments turned into specks of light, rapidly dissipating in midair. The silver base trembled violently. The data on the testing platform flickered wildly a few times before the screen went black. The entire room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Truly and utterly dumbfounded. They had imagined Lu Fang would get full marks. They had imagined the light would be dazzling. They had imagined the crystal would give an evaluation absurdly exaggerated. But they had not imagined the crystal orb would simply explode. What did this mean? The testing equipment was not worthy of rating him. The members of the 5 academies were all stunned, their mouths slightly agape. They thought they had already anticipated the outcome. But the truth proved that Lu Fang could always surpass their expectations. Xin Jinglei was also dumbstruck. He looked at the empty silver base, then at Lu Fang. Brother, did you just shatter the testing equipment? Lu Fang looked at his own hand, silent for a moment. He hadn't expected this either. Xiaji raised his hand and slapped his forehead, the gesture carrying clear frustration. A staff member looked at Xiaji with a bewildered expression. Instructor Xia, this. Xiaji took a deep breath and forced an explanation. Haha, this crystal ball was used for too long. It was bound to break. What a coincidence. Lu Fang. Everyone. Do you take us for fools? Do you really think we would believe such nonsense? Faced with their questioning expressions, Xiaji could only pretend not to see them. The potential test crystal had a limit to its capacity. Once the tested target exceeded this limit, the crystal would burst. There were only 2 scenarios that could cause it to be exceeded. First, a professional above level 400. Their life level had already far surpassed the crystal's measurement range. Second, divinity. But these words were not convenient to say directly in front of so many people. Some information was too distant for low-level professionals. Knowing it might not necessarily be beneficial for them. Lu Fang coughed twice and looked at Xiaji. Instructor Xia. I really didn't mean to. Xiaji glanced at him with a helpless expression. It is my fault for not inspecting the crystal beforehand. Lu Fang asked again. How will the score be determined? As soon as this question was asked, everyone looked at Xiaji. Xiaji hesitated for almost no time. Although the crystal exploded due to overuse, my eyesight is keen. I saw the fluctuation inside before the explosion had already reached the standard for full marks. Therefore, full marks. The 2 words fell and the matter was settled. The data on the light screen was manually corrected by the staff. Lu Fang strength test 15 points, agility test 15 points, spirit test 15 points, physique test 15 points, combat test 20 points, potential test 20 points, total score 100 points. When the result truly appeared on the screen, although everyone had anticipated it, they still felt a strong sense of unreality. It was like witnessing the birth of some absurd historical moment. The members of the 5 academies stared at the screen, long silent. They had lost. Lost utterly. Lost to the point where they couldn't even utter a word of refusal to accept. Lu Fang returned to his team. Xin Jinglei stood beside him, staring at him for a long time. Then he suddenly extended a finger and cautiously poked Lu Fang's arm. Lu Fang looked at him with confusion. What are you doing? Xin Jinglei's expression was serious. Just checking what kind of monster you really are. Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei looked him up and down again, then shook his head. I originally thought you were dreaming when you said you'd take first place. I didn't realize you were stating a fact. Xin Jinglei continued to sigh. I always thought I was quite good at showing off. Really? Sweeping through the sophomore newcomers of the 5 academies in the 100 schools battle, I once thought I was quite natural and skillful at it. But meeting you today, I finally understand that there is always someone better. He looked at Lu Fang, his tone complex. From start to finish expressionless, saying you would take first place. And then you actually got 100 points. Who can handle that? Lu Fang couldn't be bothered to reply. Xin Jinglei didn't mind merely clicking his tongue in wonder. The gazes of the others towards Lu Fang were one more complex than the next. Initially, the members of the 5 academies only saw each other as rivals. Later, there was the addition of the talkative and arrogant Xin Jinglei. As for Lu Fang, a newcomer who hadn't even attended university, They had never truly taken him seriously. Even when the bet was made, many thought Lu Fang was just there to hand over points. But now, among the dozens of newcomers from the 5 academies, the highest score was only 77. And Lu Fang had 100 points. A landslide first place. In fact, he could only get 100 because the total score was 100. This dark horse was no longer just about breaking out. He had directly shattered everyone's confidence and stood at the very top. At this moment, Shi Yan suddenly stepped forward towards Lu Fang. Xin Jinglei raised an eyebrow and muttered softly, "Here he comes." Lu Fang looked at Shi Yanqing. Shi Yanqing stopped in front of him. His face showed no resentment nor any hostility from losing the test. On the contrary, his attitude was very calm. It even carried a hint of solemnity. Jinyuan Academy, Shi Yanqing. Care to be friends? Lu Fang glanced at him and extended his hand. Jiangqing Lu Fang. The two shook hands. Not far away, the eyes of many newcomers from the 5 academies shifted subtly. Shi Yanqing continued, "Soon everyone will receive their identity tokens. The points will be bound to the tokens. Once the points are credited, I'll transfer the 10 points I owe you immediately." Lu Fang nodded. "All right." Xin Jinglei clicked his tongue beside them. Truly, one judges people by their status. Shi Yanqing looked at him, his expression still composed. "The strong deserve my respect." Xin Jinglei raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I'm not strong?" Shi Yanqing replied, "You are strong too, but you're too noisy." Xin Jinglei was at a loss for words. Lu Fang nearly burst out laughing. Shi Yanqing turned back to Lu Fang. "If there's an opportunity later, we can go on missions together." At these words, the eyes of the other high-scoring newcomers flickered with interest. Soon, the strongest spiritual-type professional from Star Academy also approached. "Star Academy, Wenxingzi. Let's exchange insights sometime." The melee professional from Tianwu University, who had scored 74 points, also spoke in a deep voice. "Tianwu University, Zhao Heng. Your strength is formidable. I'd like to spar with you someday." One by one, the originally arrogant newcomers from the 5 great academies began to step forward. They were not foolish. As long as Lu Fang did not fall, he could even become a core figure of Tianlong in the future. Befriending him now was definitely not a loss. Xiaji watched the crowd gather around Lu Fang and finally spoke. "Enough." As his voice fell, everyone immediately fell silent. Xiaji walked to the front, his gaze sweeping over all the newcomers. "The test is over. You've all seen your results." He paused, habitually wanting to deliver the yearly speech. "Overall, the data from your batch is merely average. You are still far from the true elites within the training camp." But as soon as he said this, Xiaji himself felt a twinge of guilt. He had said these words to every new batch. Newcomers entering the camp were full of pride and arrogance. They had to be suppressed first, or else training missions and competition would easily go awry. But this year was different. This year there was an anomaly like Lu Fang. Calling this batch's data average seemed somewhat inappropriate. Indeed, many newcomers subconsciously glanced at Lu Fang, their eyes seeming to say, "Average? You call this average? Then what is exceptional?" The corner of Xiaji's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He coughed twice. Ahem. Of course, a few individuals performed quite well. Xiaji decided not to pretend anymore and directly used Lu Fang as a benchmark. "Don't feel resentful. A bunch of university students from the 5 great academies. And you couldn't even outperform a high school student. Isn't that embarrassing?" The words were harsh, but the crowd's reaction was remarkably calm. Embarrassing? If taken literally, a university student losing to a high schooler was indeed shameful. But the problem was, did you call that a high schooler? Xin Jinglei muttered under his breath. "Using him to demoralize us is a bit too much." Xiaji shot him a look and Xin Jinglei immediately fell silent. According to Xiaji's original plan, he should have continued with a speech. Something like, "Don't think entering Tianlong makes you a genius," or "Your batch is far inferior to the previous one," or "The training camp is full of people stronger than you." But now these words stuck in his throat, impossible to utter. So he decisively wrapped up. "All right, the test is over today. Go to the logistics area to collect your identity tokens." The identity token is linked to your personal information points, mission access, and dormitory permissions. After receiving it, head to the rest area to choose your dormitory. Assemble at the 4th training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Latecomers will have points deducted. Dismissed. The briefing ended with unusual brevity. The newcomers from the 5 great academies dispersed one after another. Many couldn't help but glance back at Lu Fang before leaving. Shen Jinglei draped an arm over Lu Fang's shoulder. Come on, let's go get our identity tokens. And collect a debt while we're at it. Lu Fang looked at him. You won quite a bit too, didn't you? Shen Jinglei grinned. Not bad. Even though that monster stole the spotlight, I still ranked 5th. Based on the odds, I made a steady profit. He grew more excited. Making money on the first day in the training camp. That's a good omen. The two followed the crowd out. Soon only Xia Ji Lu Chun and a few staff members organizing equipment remained in the testing room. Lu Chun glanced at Xia Ji and suddenly chuckled. Lost your confidence when speaking just now. Xia Ji's face stiffened. Was it that obvious? Lu Chun replied calmly, very obvious. Xia Ji sighed. Nonsense. You'd lose it too in my place. Normally after a newcomer test I'd say each batch is worse than the last. And beat down their arrogance. Make them realize that entering Tianlong doesn't mean they're all that. But this time. He paused, glancing at where the potential test crystal had been. Now only an empty pedestal remained. The corner of Xia Ji's mouth twitched again. This time I just couldn't say it. Lu Chun smiled. I think you don't need to worry about the others getting cocky. With Lu Fang around, it'll be good enough if they don't develop psychological trauma. Xia Ji hissed thoughtfully. That makes sense. His mood improved considerably and he suddenly asked, how long do you think it will take him to complete the training camp's newcomer development? Lu Chun looked toward the door. Within 3 years. Xia Ji raised an eyebrow. 3 years. That's a pretty conservative guess. Lu Chun said, his foundation is too strong, but his weaknesses are also obvious. He has almost no technique. There's a lot he needs to catch up on. Xia Ji nodded. That's true. But the speed at which someone like him fills his gaps probably can't be measured by normal standards. He thought for a moment and said, I'll guess 2 years. Lu Chun looked at him. You have that much faith in him? Xia Ji smiled. It's not that I have faith in him. It's that the 100 points from just now make it hard for me not to. He finished speaking, his expression gradually turning serious. If he truly is a favored one of an unknown divinity, then his growth rate could very well exceed everyone's expectations. Lu Chen's eyes flickered. Then we must watch over him even more. Xia Ji nodded. Of course. If something goes wrong with a seedling like this, I can't bear the responsibility. Both fell silent for a moment. Lu Chun looked into the distance, his voice lowering. The front lines are getting tougher. The lightness on Xia Ji's face also faded. Yeah, casualty rates are rising. Rift pollution is more frequent too. The pressure on the high-level battlefields is immense. Lu Chun said, that's why the Dragon Kingdom needs new powerhouses. Xia Ji gazed toward the door and said slowly, perhaps. Once this little one grows up, he might truly bring more hope to humanity. At the same moment, on a metallic corridor leading to the Internal Affairs Zone, Shi Yanqing was guiding several newcomers from Jinyuan Academy forward. Suddenly, a group of young men in black combat suits approached from the opposite direction. The leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Shi Yanqing. Yanqing. Shi Yanqing looked up. The newcomer was a senior from Jinyuan Academy. He had entered the Tianlong training camp 2 years earlier than them and had garnered some renown within the camp. Shi Yanqing halted. Senior Brother Chang. Senior Brother Chang approached with a smile. Is the assessment over? Shi Yanqing nodded. It's over. The smile on Senior Brother Cheng's face broadened. How did it go? Are you the top rookie this time? He lowered his voice, a hint of anticipation in his tone. The factions from the 5 academies in the camp are all watching this rookie test. Jinyuan Society, Tianwu Alliance, and Star Society have all placed their bets. They're wagering on which faction's newcomer will take first place. The stakes are high this time. If you win, our Jinyuan Society will reap a hefty reward. Shi Yanqing paused for a moment, then shook his head. It wasn't me. The smile on Senior Brother Cheng's face instantly froze. Not you. He frowned. Shi Yanqing, are you joking? You're the top senior at Jinyuan Academy. You've completed 3 rotations and even served on the front lines. Among these rookies, who could possibly surpass you? Senior Brother Cheng's expression darkened. Jinyuan Academy has always been renowned for its combat prowess and battlefield adaptability. If you didn't take first, how can our Jinyuan Society hold its head high before the others? Shi Yanqing, you've brought shame to Jinyuan Academy. The faces of several Jinyuan newcomers beside them turned grim. Senior Brother Chang took a deep breath. Speak. Which academy took first place? Tianwu University, Star Academy, or Divine Mechanism Institute? Shi Yanqing shook his head. None of them. Senior brother Chang was taken aback. None of them. His expression was one of bewilderment. Not someone from the 5 academies. How could that be? Soon as if a thought struck him. Wait, I vaguely heard that there was a monster among the rookies from an ordinary high school, named Shin Jinglei. He swept through the 100 School War in his sophomore year. Could it be him? As he spoke, senior brother Cheng's face grew even more sour. If he had lost to someone from Tianwu or Star Academy, it would still be embarrassing but acceptable as internal competition among the 5 academies. But losing to Shin Jinglei, a nobody from an ordinary high school, would be truly disgraceful. Shi Yanqing shook his head again. It's not him either. Senior brother Chang was utterly baffled. Not Shin Jinglei either. Then who is it? Shi Yanqing looked at him and said slowly, Lu Fang. Senior brother Chang frowned. Lu Fang. He quickly searched his memory but found no trace of that name. Which academy is he from? Shi Yanqing replied, no academy. Senior brother Chang froze. No academy? Shi Yanqing continued. He's a high school student. At these words, senior brother Chang fell silent. He stared at Shi Yanqing as if he doubted his own hearing. What did you say? Shi Yanqing's tone remained calm. Lu Fang. From Jiangxing, well, a high school student from some unheard-of small city. Senior brother Cheng's lips twitched slightly. Shi Yanqing, I'm asking about the top rookie in this test. Don't joke with me. Shi Yanqing met his gaze. I'm telling you about the test's top scorer. Senior brother Chang fell silent. The several senior students nearby were silent too. After a few seconds, senior brother Chang finally spoke. What score? Shi Yanqing said 100. The air instantly solidified. Senior brother Cheng's eyes widened gradually. 100. His voice changed. Are you sure it's 100? Shi Yanqing nodded. Absolutely. Shi Yanqing paused. Perfect scores in both the 4-dimensional test and the combat test. For the potential test, he shattered the crystal outright. The instructor awarded him full marks. Senior brother Cheng. The anger on his face had vanished, completely replaced by a nearly dazed shock. 100 points. A shattered potential crystal. A high school student. Each of these 3 facts alone was utterly absurd. Yet now they all converged on a single person. The senior students behind him stood dumbfounded. After a long moment, senior brother Cheng muttered. Freak. An absolute freak. He had originally intended to berate Shi Yanqing for bringing shame, but after hearing Lu Fang's results, he suddenly felt that Shi Yanqing's loss was not so unacceptable. Senior brother Cheng raised a hand to rub his brow. The training camp has a real dragon on its hands. One beside him couldn't help but ask Senior, what about the bet? Senior brother Cheng's mouth twitched. Bad news, we didn't win. Good news, we didn't lose to the other 4 either. Senior brother Cheng turned and walked away. Shi Yanqing was curious. Senior, where are you going? To see for myself. Similar scenes soon unfolded across various parts of the training camp. Within less than half an hour, news about this batch of rookies began to spread inside Tianlong training camp. Have you heard? This batch has a perfect scorer. Perfect? In which category? Total perfect score. Are you kidding me? No joke, all 6 categories full marks, even shattered the potential crystal. Who is it? Shi Yanqing. No, a high school student from Jiangxing named Lu Fang. A high school student. Yeah, hasn't even entered university yet. Are you kidding me? I thought it was a joke too, but word has spread from Jinyu and Tianwu and Star, so it must be true. This batch of rookies is that fierce. It's not the batch, it's that Lu Fang. The camp has a monster newcomer on its hands. The news spread like wildfire. Lu Fang had just arrived at Tianlong training camp, but his name was already circulating among the Rookie Zone, Senior Zone Mission Hall, and various academy factions. Elsewhere, Lu Fang and Shin Jinglei had reached the Internal Affairs Zone. It was a white building with many counters handling rookie registration, identity token issuance, and dormitory permission binding. After queuing for registration, Lu Fang and Shin Jinglei each received a black token. The token was small, engraved with the Tianlong crest on the front, while personal information, including age, rank, and points, was displayed on the back. The points on the tokens began to fluctuate rapidly. Clearly, the settlement of the bets had commenced. Beside him, Shin Jinglei also received his identity token. He glanced at it, then broke into a triumphant grin. 40 people from the 5 academies. I lost to 3. Paid out 150 points. Beat 37 people. Gained 370 points. Net profit of 220. Plus the 73 points from my own test score. Total 293. Shin Jinglei stared at the numbers on his token, a grin stretching almost to his ears. Brother, he said. This start couldn't be more perfect. Aishin Jinglei was truly born for the dragon training camp. Lu Fang glanced at his own identity token. Full marks on the test. 40 people from the 5 academies, 10 points, each adding another 400 points. A total of 500 points. Xin Jinglei had been grinning foolishly, but when he caught sight of the number on Lu Fang's token out of the corner of his eye, his smile suddenly froze. The joy of that perfect start instantly faded considerably. Xin Jinglei couldn't help but complain, the richest newcomer in history. Definitely the richest newcomer in history. Lu Fang put away his identity token. Not bad. Xin Jinglei was speechless. The two left the internal affairs area and followed the directions to the rest zone. The rest zone was larger than Lu Fang had imagined. Rows of independent villas were scattered across the hillsides and by the lake. Each villa was protected by an independent formation that could block sound and provide basic defense. Newcomers could choose a standard villa for free. More advanced cultivation villas, however, required spending points. Xin Jinglei initially wanted to wave his hand grandly and pick the most expensive one. But after seeing the price, he immediately calmed down. 10 points a day. A total ripoff. My 293 points wouldn't even last a month. In the end, he decisively chose a free villa. Lu Fang didn't waste his points either. Having just arrived at the training camp, he was still unclear about the value of points. There was no need to squander them right from the start. After they selected their dormitories and bound their permissions, they didn't rest immediately. Xin Jinglei, being more familiar with the camp, dragged Lu Fang straight to the dungeon area. Come on, he said. Let's check out the dragon training camp's dungeons. The dungeon area was located deep within the camp. Even before they got close, Lu Fang could feel waves of intense spatial fluctuations. It was a vast underground plaza. Around the plaza, hundreds of dungeon entrances floated in the air. Each entrance had its own unique number and difficulty rating. As he looked around, he saw dungeons covering every level from 100 to 400. A distinct gleam of excitement appeared in Lu Fang's eyes. Compared to this, the meager dungeon resources at Jiangcheng's career center were like a beginner's village. Xin Jinglei stood beside him, hands on his hips, a note of awe creeping into his voice. What a complete collection, he said. Lu Fang nodded. Indeed. He knew he had made the right choice coming to the dragon training camp. Xin Jinglei stared at the rows of dungeon entrances, practically drooling. I've heard for a long time that the drop rates in dragon training camp dungeons are way higher than outside, he said. And the experience gains are different too. I'd only heard about it before, but now I finally get to try it myself. The more he talked, the more excited he became. My hands have been itching for ages. He quickly locked onto a dungeon entrance. Level 198 Dungeon Blood Blade, Wasteland Difficulty Nightmare. A grin spread across his face. This is the one for me, he declared. Perfectly suited. He hoisted his long blade over his shoulder and looked at Lu Fang. What about you? Lu Fang's gaze swept across the row of dungeon entrances. He soon stopped at one. Level 103 Dungeon Black Iron Demon Nest. The level matched his own perfectly. Naturally, he chose Hell difficulty. This one, he said. Xin Jinglei glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. Running a Hell dungeon right after arriving at the camp. He then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, he said. For you, I guess that's normal. The two swiped their identity tokens at their respective dungeon entrances. The next moment, spatial ripples emanated from both entrances simultaneously. Then they both stepped into their dungeons. The scenery shifted. When Lu Fang opened his eyes again, he found himself in a black valley. The sky was overcast. A faint rusty scent hung in the air. The surrounding rock walls were pitch black, their surfaces looking as if they had been melted by intense heat and then cooled and solidified again. In the distance, the low roars of monsters echoed constantly. The dungeon information materialized before him. Black Iron Demon Nest Dungeon Level 103 Difficulty Hell, starting monster level 140. Lu Fang's eyes flickered as he read the prompt. A level 103 dungeon. On Hell difficulty, the starting monsters were actually level 140. The gap was immense. If an ordinary first transition professional had come in, they'd probably be torn apart by the first wave of monsters. But for Lu Fang, it wasn't a big problem. He raised his hand. Money ghosts. A golden light flashed. 10 money ghosts materialized before him. Almost the instant they appeared. Several monsters covered in black chitinous armor charged out from the end of the valley ahead. Black Iron Demon Worm level 140. They were about the size of a calf with sharp limbs and backs that gleamed with a metallic sheen. They were incredibly fast. As they pounced, they tore through the air with a piercing screech. The 10 money ghosts shot forward instantly. The first money ghost collided head-on with a black iron demon worm. The seemingly hard black carapace immediately caved in. Then several money ghosts swarmed it. Within seconds, the first wave of black iron demon worms exploded. Prompts immediately appeared. Gained experience points 4,000, gained gold coins 400, gained black iron carapace 1. A glimmer of light shone in Lu Fang's eyes. The experience points were far higher than those from monsters in Jiangcheng's dungeons. And the drop rates for gold coins and materials were also noticeably better. The dragon training camp's dungeons really are different, he mused. Lu Fang didn't pause. He pressed forward with his 10 money ghosts. Almost every few steps they would encounter another wave of monsters. Black iron demon worms, black iron demon spiders, black iron demon hounds. The monster levels steadily climbed from 140 to 160, then to 180. The difficulty was indeed high, but the rewards were equally outrageous. Lu Fang picked up items as he went inspecting each one. Gold equipment, black iron bracers, rare material, demonic iron, crystal diamond equipment, armor-shattering boots, skill book, skill book, flame burst arrow. The drop rates were absurdly high. Before he even reached the boss, Lu Fang had already looted dozens of pieces of equipment and materials. Among them was even an epic grade longsword. Epic equipment, Holy Light Judgment Sword, level requirement 110, stat strength 300, constitution 180, effect, deals an additional 250 damage to dark and demonic targets. A good item. Unfortunately, it wasn't suited for him, but epic equipment was inherently valuable. Selling it or sending it back to the Fang Trading Company would bring in a considerable profit. Among the skill books too were ranged skills, Flame Burst Arrow and Wind Blade Barrage. The money ghosts still had empty skill slots, but after reading their effects, Lu Fang chose not to learn them immediately. Flame Burst Arrow had decent damage but a long cooldown. Wind Blade Barrage had a good attack frequency but lacked single target burst. Neither was particularly suitable for the money ghosts. "I'll keep looking," he decided. The deeper one goes, the higher the level of the monsters. In the core area of the dungeon, the ordinary elite monsters have reached level 190. Even the money ghosts can no longer shatter upon impact as they did at the beginning. However, under the siege of 10 money ghosts, they still managed to advance steadily. Finally, Lu Fang arrived in front of a massive black iron nest. In the center of the nest, a black colossal beast stood up, slowly towering over 10 meters. Its body was covered in thick black iron scales with 6 curved bony spikes protruding from its back, its head resembling that of a wolf, yet also like a grotesque demon. 4 crimson eyes opened simultaneously, fixating on Lu Fang. Black Iron Nestmaster Bo SS level 200. Lu Fang's eyes flickered slightly. Level 130 dungeon. The final boss at Hell difficulty has directly reached level 200. For an ordinary 100 level practitioner, it would be utterly impossible to defeat. Even a 150 level practitioner entering here would likely not survive to this point. The Black Iron Nestmaster let out a deep roar. Boom! Its massive body lunged forward suddenly. The ground cracked underfoot. Lu Fang did not retreat. 10 money ghosts lunged simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The money ghosts collided with the Black Iron Nestmaster. A terrifying force erupted, immediately tearing several cracks into the master's scales. However, its defensive power was evidently extremely high, enduring the onslaught. In the next moment, 6 bony spikes on its back shone with a black light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 black light spikes shot out, directly blasting 2 money ghosts away. Lu Fang's gaze sharpened slightly, then he raised his hand. "A penny for your thoughts." Buzz. A phantom of a gold coin instantly coalesced, then crashed down. The Black Iron Nestmaster's massive body shuddered violently. Its health bar above its head dropped sharply. The money ghosts seized the opportunity to continue their assault. The Black Iron Nestmaster roared furiously, sweeping its giant claws, sending several money ghosts flying. Yet the money ghosts felt no pain and soon lunged again. Lu Fang raised his hand continuously. Second shot. Third shot. 3 shots of a penny for your thoughts came crashing down, along with the 10 money ghosts attacking. Finally, the Black Iron Nestmaster let out an unwilling roar. His massive body collapsed to the ground. Experience gained 8 million experience. Lu Fang's heart trembled. In the next moment, familiar upgrade light shone from his body. Level up, current level 104. Lu Fang's eyes lit up instantly. Previously in Jiang City, he had cleared over 10 dungeons after reaching level 100, only to level up 3 times. But now, in the Tianlong training camp, clearing 1 dungeon directly leveled him up by 1. This efficiency was terrifying. After the experience prompt, a multitude of radiant items burst forth beside the boss's corpse. Equipment, materials, skill books. They were strewn all over the ground. Lu Fang approached, checking each item. Rare material, black iron demon heart. Rare material, nest core fragment. Epic equipment, black iron demon armor skillbook. Iron wall charge skillbook, earth split slash. When he saw the last skillbook, Lu Fang's gaze suddenly stopped. Skillbook, heavenly arrow type, ranged attack skill, cooldown 60 seconds. Effect, gather power to form a heavenly arrow dealing 400 strength damage to the target. Special effect, combo technique, if the number of users is greater than 3, additional 100 strength damage is added. If the number of users is greater than 6, additional 100 strength damage is added. If the number of users is greater than 10, additional 200 strength damage is added. Lu Fang's eyes sparkled brightly. Good thing you're the one. The combo effect of this heavenly arrow was simply tailor-made for the money ghosts. Looking at a single skill, heavenly arrow isn't particularly dazzling. But when used simultaneously by 10 money ghosts, the effect would be entirely different. Lu Fang quickly calculated. His current single attribute was 14,950, among which equipment provided a bonus of 50. Without the equipment bonus, his base single attribute was 14,900. The money ghosts inherit 150 of his attributes, totaling 22,350. If 10 money ghosts simultaneously unleashed heavenly arrow based on the combo technique bonus, each money ghost could unleash damage close to 800 of their single attribute. Together, 10 money ghosts would deal 8,000. 22350 multiplied by 80 equals 178,8000. Almost 1,780,000 damage. Lu Fang's breath momentarily caught. Of course, this was just the theoretical base damage. Under normal circumstances, enemies would have damage reduction. True damage and normal damage are not entirely equivalent. However, even so, this burst of damage was already extremely terrifying. In many scenarios, it could surpass his penny for your thoughts. Moreover, heavenly arrow costs no money. Lu Fang did not hesitate and directly chose to learn it. Do you want the money ghosts to learn the skill heavenly arrow? Yes. Learning successful money ghost skill slot. Heavenly arrow, a faint golden arrow shadow appeared on the bodies of the 10 money ghosts simultaneously. Lu Fang looked at them, feeling satisfied. This dungeon, just the skill alone, was already worth it. He continued to check other loot. Soon he discovered another good item. Restoration potion crafting book, level 50 effect grants permission to craft level 50 restoration potions. Lu Fang's gaze shifted. The restoration potion crafting book. For ordinary practitioners, this was merely a rare production item. But for the merchant guild, it was foundational. All restoration potions require a crafting book as a prerequisite for stable production. In other words, each crafting book represents a long-term revenue channel. The benefits it could bring to the merchant guild are immeasurable. At the same time, the daily production of each crafting book is limited. Therefore, the number of crafting books will directly restrict the development ceiling of the merchant guild. As the merchant guild has developed to this point, they only have 30 potion-related crafting books in total. Lu Fang held the crafting book in his hand, a contemplative look appearing in his eyes. I can send this back to Jiang City to enhance the guild's foundation. This item holds little value in his hands. But in the hands of the merchant guild, it represents a long-term gold production channel. The stronger the guild, the more gold they can gather daily from their financial operations. It essentially means strengthening oneself as well. The equipment, skill books, and materials obtained from the dungeon I won't be using and can also be sent back. This dungeon's yield has far exceeded my expectations. Level 1 experience. A large amount of gold equipment materials. Epic equipment. A suitable skill for money ghosts. And a crafting book for restoration potions. Tianlong truly is a great place. Lu Fang collected everything, and with a thought he left the dungeon. Clearly Shinjinglei had not yet emerged. Lu Fang pondered for a moment. I'll clear a couple more runs and test the money ghost's new skill. Lu Fang's gaze swept back to the dungeon entrance. Soon he locked onto a new dungeon. Level 104 Dungeon Crimson Flame Insect Valley Difficulty Hell. Without hesitation, Lu Fang swiped his identity token. Spatial ripples surged. The next moment his figure vanished before the dungeon entrance once more. Within the Crimson Valley, a scorching wave of heat rushed toward him. From fissures in the ground, magma-like flames flickered incessantly. Massive crimson flame fiend insects emerged from the rock walls, and beneath the earth their maws hideous and bodies clad in fiery red carapaces. Crimson flame fiend insect level 145. Lu Fang glanced at them, and raised his hand directly. 10 money ghosts appeared simultaneously. This time he did not order them to charge forward for close combat immediately. Heavenly soaring arrow. A pale golden light shimmered on each of the 10 money ghosts. Then golden arrow silhouettes coalesced before them. The moment the 10 arrow silhouettes appeared, the light in midair suddenly merged into one. The combined attack technique was triggered. The individual arrows, as if drawn together by some force, surged with a terrifying spike in aura. Swish, swish, swish. The 10 heavenly soaring arrows shot forth simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The front row of crimson flame fiend insects was pierced through on the spot. Golden arrow light exploded. Fragments of fiery red carapace scattered everywhere. Over a dozen monsters were blasted into a mess of minced flesh without even a chance to draw near. A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Fang's eyes. Not bad damage, and it can be used as an area effect skill. The 10 money ghosts continued advancing. Along the way, whenever they encountered small groups of monsters, the money ghosts tore them apart in close combat. When facing larger numbers, Lu Fang had them clear the field with heavenly soaring arrows. Efficiency was extremely high. Soon he had fought his way to the deepest part of the Crimson Flame Insect Valley. There lay a massive magma insect nest. At the center of the nest, a crimson insect king over 20 meters long slowly raised its body. Its carapace resembled red-hot iron, and dense flame spikes grew from its back. Crimson Flame Insect King BOSS Level 202. The Crimson Flame Insect King opened its maw and abruptly spewed a vast torrent of flames. Boom! A sea of fire swept forth. The 10 money ghosts scattered simultaneously. Lu Fang stood at the rear, his expression calm. Heavenly soaring arrow. 10 golden arrow silhouettes coalesced once more. The Crimson Flame Insect King seemed to sense the threat, and its carapace suddenly blazed with fiery red light. The next moment, 10 arrows fired simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Golden arrow light crashed against the Crimson Flame Insect King in succession. Its thick carapace burst open with massive cracks. The Crimson Flame Insect King let out a sharp shriek, its colossal body writhing wildly, as the health bar above its head plummeted by a huge chunk. Watching this, Lu Fang felt even more satisfied. Decent. In the past, reducing that much health would have required using the spendthrift skill. Now it was free. The Crimson Flame Insect King's recovery speed was extremely fast. The magma nest beneath it continuously surged with flames flowing into its body through the wounds. The cracked carapace began to slowly heal. Seeing this, Lu Fang was not flustered. Let's see if your recovery outpaces my damage. The 10 money ghosts moved forward to entangle the Crimson Flame Insect King. The Crimson Flame Insect King thrashed madly, unleashing a torrent of flame spikes and venom. But the money ghosts felt no pain. When knocked away, they simply pounced back. Even when engulfed by flames, they quickly fought their way out again. After a minute, heavenly soaring arrow. A second volley of arrow light shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. The health the Crimson Flame Insect King had just recovered was brutally suppressed again. Its shrieks grew even more piercing. The money ghosts continued their siege. Lu Fang kept waiting. The third volley. The fourth volley. When the fourth volley of 10 arrows struck simultaneously, the Crimson Flame Insect King's massive body was finally pierced through completely. Boom! It crashed heavily onto the magma nest. The entire nest shook violently. Gained experience 810000. Gained equipment Crimson Flame Insect Armor. Gained material Crimson Flame Insect King Core. Gained skillbook Flame Charge. A flood of notifications appeared. Lu Fang looked at the pile of loot, his mood soaring, and he couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. This skill saves so much money. Against a boss with such strong recovery, relying solely on spendthrift would have cost several uses. After finishing the Crimson Flame Insect Valley, Lu Fang did not linger. He gathered the loot and left the dungeon. His level had now reached the latter half of level 104, so he selected another level 104 Hell Dungeon. This run followed a similar process. The money ghosts handled the advance. Heavenly soaring arrows provided burst damage. Facing minor monsters, they simply crushed through. When encountering a boss, he first unleashed a volley of 10 arrows. Then kite. Then another volley of 10 arrows. This time the boss was a petrified giant serpent boasting extremely high defense and the ability to continuously draw earth vein power to recover its wounds. To an ordinary team, it would undoubtedly be an incredibly vexing boss. But for Lu Fang, it only meant waiting for a few more cooldown cycles. After the fourth volley of heavenly soaring arrows landed, the petrified giant serpent was pinned dead against the mountain wall. Level up current level 105. The glow of leveling up shone once more. Lu Fang glanced at his status. From entering the dragon training camp until now he hadn't been grinding for long. Yet his level had already risen from level 103 to level 105. Such efficiency was unimaginable in the outside world. Moreover, through these 2 dungeon runs, he had harvested many items, equipment, materials, skill books. There were also several special items useful for the guild. Send them all back. Lu Fang packed everything away and with a thought left the dungeon. The spatial ripples dissipated. He reappeared in the underground plaza. As soon as he emerged, Lu Fang spotted a familiar figure standing not far away. Shen Jinglei was leaning against a stone pillar, a broad-bladed long sword over his shoulder. When he saw Lu Fang appear, his previously casual expression stiffened instantly. "You're out." Lu Fang nodded. Shen Jinglei looked at Lu Fang, then at the dungeon entrance behind him, his eyes clearly showing disbelief. "No way. That was way too fast, wasn't it?" He had only been out for a few minutes. He had originally thought he'd need to wait here for a while. After all, Lu Fang was running a hell dungeon. What did hell difficulty mean? It was several times harder than nightmare mode. Even capable professionals had to advance cautiously. One wrong step could lead to a total wipe. Lu Fang glanced at him. Standard procedure. Shen Jinglei's mouth twitched. "You really know how to act cool." He had always thought he was pretty good at being flashy. But after meeting Lu Fang, he suddenly realized his own style was still too overblown. True style was like this, doing something incredibly outrageous yet calmly calling it standard procedure. And you couldn't even argue with it, because to him it really did seem normal. Shen Jinglei rubbed his brow and asked, "Heading back now?" Lu Fang shook his head. "No." Shen Jinglei was taken aback.